The moment the youth mentioned the prospect of generating further profit, Lingsu spun around with startling agility. Her eyes were shimmering with a predatory brightness, akin to distant, glittering stars, reflecting an immediate and intense cooperation. Lu Sheng found himself momentarily taken aback by the sheer velocity of her enthusiasm, a wry thought crossing his mind. It appears this girl possesses a specialized combustion engine in her soul that only ignites when the topic turns to high-level alchemy and formulation. Simultaneously, within the opulence of the Chun family manor's primary living chamber, Chun Jingnan sat in a state of solemn reflection, sipping fine tea alongside the venerable elder Yang He and the formidable General Du Lin. Breaking the heavy silence, Chun Jingnan spoke with profound sincerity. I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to both of you for arriving in our hour of direst need. The Chun family is truly blessed by fortune to have such titans standing with us today. Had you not intervened, I fear our legacy would have been utterly extinguished. The elderly Yang He set his cup down gently, replying with a dismissive wave. It was a trifle, Master Chun. Think nothing of it. Furthermore, one must remember that even the darkest storm clouds possess a silver lining. Yang He continued, his gaze piercing. You should seize this chaotic moment as a catalyst to purge and reorganize the internal structure of your clan. After all, if the situation is navigated with the appropriate tact and humility, that young woman can still be considered a vital branch of your Qin family tree. Yang He's train of thought was momentarily diverted as General Du Linjun leaned forward, his expression stern yet explanatory as he addressed the patriarch. Qin Old Master, I request that you harbor no resentment toward me for my delayed intervention. To be perfectly candid, I was utterly blindsided to encounter the legendary sixth seat in such a domestic setting. I felt it was imperative to observe the situation with the utmost scrutiny before I dared to confirm his identity. Chen Jingnan moved his hand in a rapid, conciliatory gesture. General Du Lin, you flatter us with such modesty. Had it not been for your commanding presence this day, the Qin family would likely be facing an unspeakable catastrophe. Despite Chen Jingnan being several years senior to Du Linjun, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm in their status. He was merely a provincial patriarch and a grandmaster, whereas Du Linjun was a titan of the military. It was only through his long-standing bond with Yang He that he had been able to secure the general's presence at all. For Du Linjun to offer a personal explanation was, in Chen Jingnan's eyes, an extraordinary gesture of diplomatic respect. Du Linjun gave a slow, contemplative nod, a shadow of deep thought crossing his rugged features. Before the curtains rise on the all-military region martial arts competition, certain geopolitical matters remain strictly classified, and I am restricted from unveiling the full picture to you. However, I can state with absolute certainty that the latent power of the sixth seat transcends the boundaries of your wildest imaginings. Du Linjun then cast a heavy, meaningful look toward Yang He, adding in a low tone, currently, there is a growing faction within the highest echelons of the military that places immense value on the sixth seat. They believe that in the fullness of time, his stature will be on par with the legendary figures standing behind Old Man Yang. The gravity of Du Linjun's declaration caused Yang He's entire frame to shudder involuntarily, while Chen Jingnan's countenance became a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Given that Yang He held the prestigious position of vice president at the Jingdu Provincial Martial Arts Association headquarters, the identity of the big shot supporting him was a matter of terrifying significance. Chen Jingnan found himself gasping for air, his lungs struggling as waves of visceral shock battered his composure. Is the benefactor behind him not the illustrious martial saint, Ten Zhongyu himself? Does this imply that Lu Sheng possesses the inherent potential to ascend to the 9th-level martial saint realm in the future? Chen Jingnan had initially believed he was being overly generous in his estimation of Lu Sheng's status, but the reality presented was 100 times more staggering than his boldest assumptions. If that day were to truly arrive, as Du Linjun predicted, the Chen family would find themselves in a precarious, perhaps even fatal, position. Even if Lu Sheng chose to be magnanimous and forget today's slights, His legion of fanatical supporters would likely move to annihilate any family that dared to offend a nascent martial saint, crushing them as easily as an insect underfoot. However, Chun Jingnan's mind raced toward a desperate hope. If our family can somehow forge a bond with Lu Sheng now, perhaps my distant niece, who has been traveling in his wake, is our salvation. The urgency of making amends and securing his family's survival ignited a frantic, desperate excitement within his chest. By this time, the tea had grown cold, the delicate pastries had been consumed, and the weightiest matters of the day had been thoroughly aired. Du Linjun rose from his seat, adjusting his uniform with a sense of finality as he prepared his departure. Very well, I have shared as much as is prudent for now. I shall take my leave. Qin Jingnan scrambled to his feet, bowing low. Please, allow me to escort you to the gates, General Du. Only Yang he remained in the quiet room, the echoes of Du Linjun's startling revelation reverberating through the halls of his mind. He found it nearly impossible to fathom how that young man, who had only recently emerged as a bright talent in his records, could have vaulted to such astronomical heights in such a minuscule window of time. It was a progression that defied the natural order of martial arts, something truly earth-shattering. Regardless of the implications, he whispered to the empty room, I must relay these developments to the martial saint immediately. Though, in all likelihood, the master is already well aware. Yang he murmured, shaking his head in quiet awe. His silhouette flickered for a brief moment before he vanished into the cool embrace of the night, leaving no trace behind. Lu Sheng and He Lingsu reached the grand entrance of the hotel, where they exchanged their parting words for the evening. Before she turned to leave, Lu Sheng handed her a meticulously transcribed parchment containing the revolutionary formula for the 4th-level Golden Dragon Elixir. He Lingsu clutched the recipe as if it were a holy relic, her face radiating a pure, ecstatic delight at the acquisition of such a rare alchemical treasure. Returning to the solitude of his hotel suite, the youth ascended to the rooftop terrace. Looking out over the vast, shimmering expanse of the city below, he whispered to the wind. Entrusting the new formula to He Lingsu today serves 2 strategic objectives. Primarily, Lingsheng Pharmaceutical has matured to a stage where it necessitates a truly elite, high-end product to anchor its reputation, serving as an undeniable testament to the company's profound technical foundation and growing market dominance. Secondly, during the heat of today's confrontation, when I became the singular focus of the crowd's hostility, He Lingsu did not waver for a single moment. Her decision to stand firmly by my side in the face of such overwhelming pressure is the ultimate proof of her absolute loyalty to my cause. Reflecting on the nature of trust, Lu Sheng recalled how Lin Zhe had utilized a remarkably similar display of courage to earn his brotherhood. He vividly remembered the freshman assembly where he had stood alone against a sea of peers. Lin Zhe, despite his visible tremors of fear, had stepped forward to shield Lu Sheng's front, shouting a hot-blooded provocation to the entire class. If any of you bastards think you can touch my holy bro, you'll have to go through me and my entire family first. The youth let out a soft, genuine chuckle, warmed by the memory of Lin Zhe's volatile and fierce personality. It had truly been one of the more glorious, albeit ridiculous, moments of his early academic life. Realizing how much time had passed, Lu Sheng felt a sudden, nostalgic urge to track down some of his old comrades for a reunion in the coming days. Abruptly, the youth reached into his storage and produced the cyan poison saint relic. It was a deceptively modest container, no larger than a common bottle of medicinal oil one might find in a neighborhood apothecary. Indeed, I have yet to subject this artifact to a rigorous, detailed analysis. It is whispered to be a super poison of such lethality that it can extinguish the life of even a 9th-level martial saint. Lu Sheng's curiosity regarding the substance was palpable and intense. He had previously delved into the vast archives of the dreamscape searching for any mention of the cyan poison saint relic, and the data he unearthed had been nothing short of staggering. The toxicity of this substance was truly legendary. Even in the far-flung future of martial arts, 10,000 years from the current era, it remained a terrifying tool capable of dealing catastrophic, lethal damage to even the most elite, high-ranking martial artists. The records even detailed a chilling historical incident where a powerhouse of A-rank status was successfully assassinated by this very relic, an event that sent shockwaves through the hearts of the global martial community for generations. Lu Sheng sat in contemplative silence, staring at the small, innocuous bottle for an extended period. Eventually, his scientific curiosity overwhelmed his caution, and a daring, almost reckless idea began to take root in his mind. What would happen if I were to test its properties on myself? He pondered. The poison was reputed to be so potent that even a 9th-level martial saint could not endure its effects. If I can withstand even a fraction of this toxicity, does that signify that my current physical threshold is approaching or even exceeding that of a martial saint? Furthermore, Lu Sheng was fascinated by the mechanical how of the poison. He wondered how it could possibly bypass the biological defenses of such a powerful being. Even ignoring the Apex Masters, a 7th-level Grandmaster possessed a cellular constitution capable of neutralizing more than 99% of all known terrestrial toxins, making them practically immune to conventional chemical warfare. A Grandmaster's innate immune response and biological filtration systems are dozens, perhaps even hundreds of times more efficient than those of an average human being. With such hyper-accelerated cell activity and metabolic turnover, common poisons are typically identified, broken down, and flushed from the system before they can even begin to manifest symptoms. Even on the off chance a toxin manages to take hold, the resultant cellular damage is almost instantly repaired by the Grandmaster's superhuman regenerative capacity. The archives within the Primal Fire Seeds vault contained cryptic mentions of poisons distilled from the essence of grade 9 or higher exotic beasts, substances that targeted something far more fundamental and deep-seated than mere genetic sequencing. What exists at a level deeper than the genetic code itself? Lu Sheng mused, finding himself momentarily without a definitive answer. The lore suggests it inflicts permanent, irreparable damage upon the soul or the origin, but my biological blueprint is already in the process of being overwritten by imperishable cells, the youth muttered to the shadows. Coupled with my starfall imperishable body, I have a layer of protection most couldn't fathom. With a decisive click, he popped the seal of the poison vial, the air in the room seemingly growing heavy in response. Lu Sheng was far from reckless. He wasn't about to consume the entire Saint-grade concoction in one go. He was merely dipping his toes into the abyss. Extending a delicate thread of his vast mental power, he began a precise calculation. Extracting exactly 1/10,000th of a drop with my telekinetic force should be sufficient to grasp the fundamental nature of its toxicity without inviting total biological collapse. Proceeding with clinical precision, he diluted the concentrated essence. Using his mental energy as a steady hand, he dissolved the microscopic speck of cyan poison into a glass filled with a dark green, neutralizing liquid to serve as a carrier. The poison integrated instantly, leaving the resulting liquid completely colorless and devoid of any discernible scent. Lu Sheng lifted the glass, scrutinizing it with his enhanced vision. Even his high-level mental force failed to detect a single anomalous particle, and his honed survival instincts remained eerily silent. No wonder even the most vigilant martial saints can be blindsided by this, he noted. Lu Sheng then gripped the vial in his other hand, and in a display of bizarre intensity, he raised the glass as if toasting the void. His actions were truly on a different level of eccentricity. After drinking the liquid, he proceeded to chew the glass itself into fine, glittering shards. Lu Sheng felt a strange surge of adrenaline. As long as I leave no physical trace of the experiment, all is well. With my current physical density, I can masticate high-grade steel as if it were soft candy, so a simple glass is of no consequence. In truth, his primary concern was preventing any microscopic poison residue from contaminating the room and harming a future occupant. Lu Sheng sat cross-legged on the bed, entering a state of deep meditative waiting. It didn't take long for his biological systems to sound the alarm. A distinct, searing sensation began to bloom within the lining of his stomach, spreading like molten lead through his gut. What in the world is the mechanism behind this sensation? Lu Sheng thought, his brow furrowing. He immediately projected his mental awareness inward, performing a high-resolution scan of his internal organs. To his fascination, he observed his stomach lining beginning to effervesce, bubbling upward like a caustic foam before suddenly stabilizing into a state of unnatural calm, only to erupt into froth again in a rhythmic cycle. Lu Sheng watched with clinical detachment as his own cells began to expand and contract with violent frequency, vibrating with such intensity that they hummed. It appeared as though two titanic, invisible forces were locked in a desperate struggle for dominance within his very tissue. One force was a malevolent architect, attempting to forcibly remodel his cellular architecture and trigger mutations toward an unknown, alien morphology, while his innate biological defenses were desperately mounting a counteroffensive to halt this unauthorized transformation. After several minutes of observation, the clarity of the situation dawned on him. I see. This is the true nature of the poison. My cells are currently engaged in a total war against an invasive biological intelligence. The poison's essence is attempting to consume my identity, rewriting my form into something unrecognizable, while my body's inherent power is fighting with everything it has to maintain the status quo. Lu Sheng mused deeply on the revelation. This is not chemical poisoning. It is genetic warfare on a grand scale. Exotic beasts possess genes of a higher order, highly aggressive and invasive. Direct, deep-level contact with such essence could lead to total biological subversion, gradually assimilating the victim until they became twisted abominations, much like those depraved heretic grandmasters he had encountered in the 30-meter depths of the Earth dungeon. Those poor souls had their minds warped and their bodies hijacked by exotic beast DNA, resulting in horrific physical mutations. This saint-grade poison was distilled directly from the genetic apex of grade 9 beasts. Consequently, the rate of invasion and assimilation was exponentially more violent than that of a standard beast. Even though Lu Sheng had only ingested a microscopic dilution, the sheer genetic pressure was likely more taxing than consuming the raw flesh of dozens of grade 7 monsters. Fortunately, his constitution was nothing short of overpowered. The Starfall imperishable body provided a biological foundation of such staggering durability that the threat level was effectively neutralized. Lu Sheng remained unperturbed. Shortly thereafter, his own cellular heritage emerged victorious, systematically hunting down and eradicating every trace of the mutated genes. His stomach lining smoothed over, returning to its pristine state. Is that the extent of it? It appears the conflict remained relegated to the genetic level, despite the records claiming the toxicity transcends that boundary. What could that phrase possibly signify, he wondered. Does the poison require a successful mutation to act as a gateway for its true power to manifest? Because he had only introduced a minuscule amount, Lu Sheng realized he was only seeing a fraction of the full picture. Very well, if the internal route is too protected, let us see how it fares against a direct external application, he decided, reaching once more for the saint-grade vial to extract a single, concentrated drop. Using his sharpened nail like a scalpel, he opened a clean slit in his palm and allowed the dark green liquid to seep directly into the wound. This should provide a more definitive data point, he thought. That single, tiny drop represented a concentrated wealth worth hundreds of millions of credits. The moment the liquid integrated with his bloodstream, the reaction was significantly more explosive than the diluted ingestion. Lu Sheng felt his entire right arm suddenly flare with a terrifying, localized heat. The extreme toxicity had been activated. Humph. My body is instinctively mobilizing its entire arsenal to purge this single drop before it can spread. He could feel his own white blood cells and energy reserves mounting a massive push. At this rate, the poison would be expelled through his pores before it could take effect. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a sudden, mad light as he made a truly insane decision. He surged his mental power into his arm. If the poison cannot win on its own merit, then I shall grant it the opening it needs. Utilizing his immense mental fortitude and his unshakable martial Dao willpower, Lu Sheng began to manually override his own biological responses. He forcibly suppressed the immune activity in his right arm, dampening his own protective power to give the saint-grade poison a fighting chance to take root. Come on, he urged the toxin. Show me your true potential. Finally, through sheer force of will, He compelled the poison to integrate fully with his cellular structure. After a tense period of silence, the wound on his palm sealed shut. Lu Sheng stared at his hand, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is that all? I feel absolutely nothing. However, the silence was shattered when a wet, tearing sound echoed in the room. A crimson, lidless eye suddenly burst through the skin of his palm, swelling in size as it rolled around in its new socket, eventually fixing its gaze directly upon Lu Sheng's own eyes. The youth recoiled instinctively, jumping back as beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, his heart rate spiking for the first time in hours. What kind of monstrosity is this? He hissed. This phenomenon. Could the genetic material have developed a localized, independent consciousness? Through the connection to his own palm, Lu Sheng could sense a profound, uncanny presence, as if he were sharing his body with a secondary, split personality. In that moment, Lu Sheng's right hand underwent a complete and horrifying metamorphosis into something entirely inhuman. His 5 fingers elongated and thickened, developing additional knuckles that clicked with a metallic sound, and his nails transformed into curved, obsidian talons that resembled high-grade cold weapons. The large, lidless eye pulsated in the center of his palm, while dense, dark blue scales crept over the back of his hand, giving it a truly demonic appearance. Yet, despite its hideous nature, the hand radiated an undeniable aura of raw, explosive power. A stark, perfectly defined boundary formed at his wrist, a literal border separating the realm of man from the realm of the demon. The aggressively mutated cells within his hand were still attempting to surge past the wrist and infect the rest of his anatomy, but they were met with the impassable wall of the eternal undying body's power. Firmly blocked, the mutation was forced to settle for total dominance of the hand alone. Let's see what this new form is capable of, Lu Sheng whispered. With a sharp swish, he made a casual, horizontal swipe through the air. A solid block of marble rock situated several meters away was silently bifurcated into multiple clean slices, which then collapsed into a heap of rubble with a heavy thud. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in genuine astonishment. What? I didn't even exert any effort. I simply waved a finger, and the air itself was sliced as if I were wielding a god-tier blade. 1496.05 B5DF, Hu Sunchu. Lu Sheng scrutinized his mutated demon hand, his gaze shifting from horror to a profound sense of admiration. The destructive potential contained within those scales and talons was simply too terrifying to ignore. In certain specific metrics, this mutation actually exerts a higher level of raw offensive power than my eternal undying body. He focused his mental power to peer into the microscopic lattice of the demon hand's cells. He observed that each black, mutated cell was saturated with an essence of pure destruction and annihilation. They seemed to be an inverted mirror of his undying cells. Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with a sudden epiphany. I understand now. Undying cells are the pursuit of absolute perfection and eternal life. Conversely, these black cells are the manifestation of extreme, endless annihilation. Both represent biological endpoints that far transcend the understanding of common human physiology, 2 distinct branches on the tree of evolution. They are both cellular structures, yet they follow diametrically opposed paths to achieve a state beyond humanity. Lu Sheng looked at his mutated demon hand, his eyes filled with admiration. Its destructive power is too terrifying. Even in some respects, it is a little stronger than the eternal undying body. Lu Sheng used his mental power to explore the cellular structure of this mutated demon hand. He saw that each black cell was filled with destructive power and annihilation. They seemed to be somewhat similar to undying cells. Luong's eyes lit up and said, "It's just that undying cells pursue extreme perfection, eternal life, while these black cells follow the path of extreme destruction, endless annihilation. Both are existences that far exceed the level of human cells can understand, becoming 2 branches on the skill tree. They are both cells, but have completely different extreme evolutionary routes, and the final destinations are completely different, but they have all far exceeded the level of normal human cells. This explains the overwhelming dominance of the apex alien beasts," he realized. However, while these mutated cells shared a similar vibe with his undying cells, the actual gap in their quality remained vast. After all, his undying cells were the result of hundreds of millions of painstaking transformations and refinements. The power in his demon hand was merely the result of a highly diluted dose of the poisoned saint's essence, and its level of transformation likely hadn't even reached the millionfold mark. At that moment, a brilliant flash of inspiration illuminated Lu Sheng's mind, connecting his various theories. That's it. If I were to isolate the energy of this mutated gene into a singular, controlled cell and subject it to tens of millions of accelerated transformations, would I not be able to force the birth of an extreme cell of the same tier as my undying cells? The moment this hypothesis took shape, Lu Sheng's creative energy began to pour out like a violent volcanic eruption, and a myriad of complex, wonderful possibilities began to flood his consciousness. He predicted that if this experimental path was viable, he could effectively neutralize the inherent danger of the mutation. Perhaps this is the definitive method, a way to explore the absolute physical extremes of the beast's power while simultaneously preserving my human form and sanity. Lu Sheng was seized by a state of manic excitement, an emotion so potent it seemed to infect the lidless eye in his palm. The eye began to roll and move with a cheerful, rhythmic bounce, as if celebrating the idea along with him. However, just as Lu Sheng began to clear his mind to prepare for the first phase of this delicate experiment, a sudden, agonizing jolt of electricity-like pain shot up from his palm. "Arc," he gasped, clutching the hand as his vision blurred. This level of pain was staggering, even for someone with a willpower tempered in the fires of a martial saint. It was a visceral, soul-shaking agony that brought him to the very brink of total unconsciousness. "Damn it," Lu Sheng hissed, his voice strained through gritted teeth as he instinctively gripped his right wrist. The hand that had, only seconds prior, been a marvel of iridescent brilliance and explosive, demonic power was now undergoing a terrifyingly rapid metamorphosis. He watched with a mixture of revulsion and awe as the flesh began to shrivel, turning a sickly, ashen gray before withering like a piece of parched parchment cast into a furnace. Within the center of his palm, the crimson eye, once so sharp and alien, dilated in an unmistakable expression of raw horror and existential despair. It felt as though the nascent consciousness within the mutation was screaming in a silent, psychic register, desperately begging Lu Sheng to save it from the encroaching void. This sudden collapse of vitality, shifting from peak power to necrotic rot in a heartbeat, created a sensory dissonance so profound that Lu Sheng struggled to anchor himself to reality. The agonizing pain and the entity's desperate pleas threatening to blur the line between the physical world and a dark illusion. Lu Sheng immediately projected his mental awareness into his arm, only to find a microscopic graveyard. The mutated cells in his palm were expiring en masse, suffering a catastrophic collapse of their biological timeline. He watched, both suspicious and alarmed, as they aged centuries in the span of milliseconds, crumbling into lifeless husks. This defies all logic, he thought, his brow furrowing as he analyzed the data. Cells of this caliber, born from such high-level genetic material, should possess a lifespan millions of times greater than those of a baseline human, much like his own undying cells. Even if the mutation had traded longevity for raw, annihilative potential, such an instantaneous expiration was unprecedented. If the alien beasts in the dungeons suffered from such a fundamental flaw, they would not be the resilient, terrifying predators they were known to be. In fact, their vitality often eclipsed that of human martial artists of the same rank. He watched helplessly as the decay continued its relentless march. The eye in his palm, once as clear as a gemstone, turned cloudy and cataract-ridden before the surrounding flesh began to fester and slew away in a grotesque display of rapid decomposition. The revelation struck him with the force of a physical blow as he analyzed the metabolic failure. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with 7 distinct flickers of golden light, and his undying cells responded with a surge of divine radiance. The aura of the Starfall imperishable body surged down from his wrist like a golden tide, reclaiming the territory lost to the rot and establishing absolute biological dominance once more. Supported by this celestial light, Lu Sheng's cells proliferated at an impossible rate, purging the necrotic tissue and restoring his hand to a state of vibrant, rosy health. The traces of the demonic mutation vanished as if they had never existed, leaving his hand appearing smoother and more delicate than before, resembling the porcelain-like skin of a newborn, before quickly recalibrating to its usual masculine strength. Exhaling a long breath of turbid, gray air, Lu Sheng whispered the conclusion he had reached. Is it the rules? Could it be that the fundamental laws of this world act as a toxin to foreign genetic pathways? He pondered whether the path of mutated cells was fundamentally barred by the very fabric of local reality, making it an impossible evolution for native creatures. It was a compelling theory. Just as modern, high-tech weaponry fails to pierce the hides of high-level alien beasts because their bodies are reinforced by the physical constants of their home dimension, so too might the human body be incompatible with their weaponized genetics. If mutated cells are viewed as a high-tier biological armament belonging to a foreign reality, then the rules of this world act as a natural defense mechanism, a universal immune system that ensures such an invasive genetic presence has a lifespan measured in mere seconds rather than centuries. Lu Sheng gazed down at the small, unassuming bottle of cyan-poisoned saint relic, his expression one of profound realization. No wonder even the legendary martial saints could be laid low by this substance without their finely tuned martial intuition sounding a single alarm, he murmured. This wasn't a conventional poison that attacked the organs or the blood. It was a conceptual trap, a rule backlash. Once the user's cells are seduced into this foreign mutation, they are immediately targeted by the universe's laws of causality, suffering a terminal acceleration of aging as the world itself rejects their presence. Regardless of whether one is a rank 9 or even a rank 10 powerhouse with a body forged in the fires of the martial Tao, there is no shield that can withstand the weight of a world's fundamental rules. They were destined to be mere spectators to their own demise, watching as their magnificent, saint-level physiques and the foreign mutated cells were ground into dust by the friction of conflicting realities. This was the ultimate explanation for why even the most perceptive masters failed to sense the danger. Their intuition was calibrated to detect hostile intent or toxic substances, but how could it possibly warn them against the very laws of physics and existence? This wasn't just a chemical cocktail. It was a rule kill in liquid form. Lu Sheng clutched the vial tightly, his mind racing with the strategic implications of such a weapon. He stood in the silence of the room, pondering the terrifying potential of a substance that didn't just kill, but erased a being's right to exist within the local reality. But how can I turn this to my advantage? He wondered aloud. Suddenly, an immense, staggering surge of energy erupted within his core, catching him completely off guard. Under the pressure of this torrential force, the blood pill anchored in Lu Sheng's chest began to pulse with a violent light, expanding rapidly until it reached the size of an adult man's fist, thrumming with the power of a miniature star. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in confusion. The blood pill? Why is it reacting with such sudden, unchecked growth? This energy is beyond anything I anticipated. The force was so volatile that Lu Sheng feared his internal vessels might rupture. I cannot allow this expansion to continue unguided, he gritted out, and with a supreme effort of will, he instinctively crushed the burgeoning blood pill. In an instant, the condensed energy shattered, releasing a tidal wave of blood chi that surged through his meridians like a raging, unstoppable flood, washing over every fiber of his being with a cleansing, searing heat. He let out a sharp, exhilarated laugh as the energy scoured his entire system. Under this intense stimulation, the eternal star patterns etched into his bones and woven through his musculature began to glow with a blinding intensity, spreading like wildfire. Every time he successfully compressed and integrated such a vast quantity of energy, his starfall imperishable body underwent a qualitative leap toward divinity, and he couldn't help but wonder what transcendent realm lay at the end of this path. Amidst this internal storm, he felt a familiar, rhythmic pulse. The eighth undying cell had officially been born. In the aftermath, a profound sense of power settled over him, leaving him both dazed and invigorated by the sheer scale of his strength increase. He checked his internal state, his expression one of bewildered surprise. That's incredible, but where did that massive influx of energy actually originate? I hadn't consumed any other resources. His thoughts drifted back to the cyan-poisoned saint relic. Of course, the mutated cells. It was the only logical explanation. Even though the mutation had been annihilated by the rules of this world, the raw vitality and high-level genetic energy it had carried didn't simply vanish. Instead, it had been absorbed and recycled by his own undying cells. It was a process of supreme self-nourishment, harvesting the energy of a dying reality to fuel his own growth. The realization felt like discovering a new continent of possibilities. If a single, microscopic drop can yield such a staggering return, he mused, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, calculated light, then this vial is more than a poison. It is the most potent cultivation resource in existence. The physical damage of the mutation is irrelevant to me. With my undying cells and the Starfall imperishable body, my regenerative capacity is hundreds of times superior to any ordinary martial artist. I can endure the rule backlash for the sake of the energy it leaves behind. He calculated that a single drop of this sovereign-level energy could potentially foster the birth of an entire immortal cell. And this vial holds at least 15 more drops, Lu Xing noted, his eyes shimmering with greed. He realized now that the most significant treasure he had claimed from the downfall of Lien Su and his maneuvers against society's elite was this tiny, unassuming bottle. He wasted no time, using his mental power to delicately extract another portion of the poison. Let's push the limit, he decided, focusing once more on his palm as he carefully introduced the liquid into his flesh. The process repeated, but the biological manifestation was strikingly different this time. Instead of the eye and the scales, Lu Xing's hand turned a deep, ominous crimson, with his 5 fingers curving into wickedly sharp, serrated blades that resembled scythes. It looked like a demonic claw pulled straight from a dark, hyper-violent anime. Lu Xing stared at it, momentarily stunned by the change. Wait, this form is entirely different. What dictates the nature of the mutation? Is it random, or am I drawing from different beast archetypes? He was utterly fascinated by the inconsistency. If each mutation is unique, then this is the perfect laboratory for me to observe the extremes of cellular evolution, he thought. He began to wonder what would happen if he could somehow push a mutation to its ultimate limit before the rules of the world took notice. The concept of rules weighed heavily on his mind, but his spirit remained defiant. So what if there are rules? He challenged the empty air, his voice cold and determined. Are the laws of the universe not merely obstacles meant to be surpassed by those with the will to do so? If the rules still have the power to restrict me, it is only a testament to the fact that I am not yet strong enough to ignore them. Meanwhile, far from the city, the Tian Shan Mountains loomed, the highest peaks in the entire Long Country. Long before the dawn of the first year of the martial Tao, these summits had been a pilgrimage site for extreme athletes and mountain lovers seeking the ultimate challenge. Since the rise of martial arts, the mountains had become a sacred ground for cultivation, where warriors came to test their resolve against the thin air and the crushing, freezing winds of the high altitudes. At this moment, 2 men clad in specialized mountaineering gear had just conquered the final ridge of Tian Shan. Standing at the peak, they looked down upon a pristine world of white snow and a vast, rolling sea of clouds that stretched to the horizon. Though the sun and moon were obscured by the mist, the sheer majesty of the landscape stirred a fierce enthusiasm in their chests, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the howling wind as they took in the epic scenery. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind tore a hole in the cloud cover, revealing the silhouette of another mountain emerging from the white mist. It was a jagged, obsidian spire that looked like a celestial sword piercing the heavens, standing far higher than the peak they had just summited. Between the 2 mountains lay a dizzying abyss of clouds where no bird dared to fly, a place so ethereal it seemed to belong to a dream. One of the climbers gasped in awe. So the legends were true. The heavenly peak of Tian Shan actually exists. The other climber, a man with a gaze as sharp as a hawk's, stared at the distant spire and murmured, "Where we stand is but a foothill. That is the true summit of the world. It is a peak that defies the maps of mortals." he continued, pointing toward the towering obsidian mountain in the distance, his voice hushed with reverence. That is the real high peak, the place where the gods of the earth dwell. Suddenly, his companion blurted out, "Wait, look over there. There's a massive stone monument partially buried in the snow, with ancient script carved into it." As they approached, the determined man's eyes widened in realization. The inscription read, "God of mortals, mortals halt here." He felt a cold shiver that had nothing to do with the temperature. Could this be the secluded residence of one of the three great martial saints of Long Country? Are we standing on the threshold of a living legend? High atop that very mountain, in a secluded, windswept courtyard, a subordinate bowed his head until it touched the cold stone. "Lord Zhao Ji," he reported, his voice trembling, the body of the fifth madam, Lien Su, has been recovered and brought to the mountain for your inspection." Upon hearing this, the martial saint, Zhao Ji, slowly stepped out from the shadows of his meditation hall. His presence seemed to calm the very wind around him. "I see," he replied softly, his voice devoid of emotion. "Tell me, how did she meet her end?" The subordinate lowered his voice further. "Her neck was broken with surgical precision, Lord. She died almost instantly." Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a brief, cold light. "Why?" The middle-aged subordinate hesitated, carefully choosing his words before recounting the long list of Lien Su's recent provocations, her manipulative schemes, and the trail of chaos she had left behind during her final days in the lower world. When the report was finished, Zhao Ji let out a long, weary sigh. He walked over to the ornate coffin and looked down at Lien Su's pale face, his gaze a mix of detachment and pity. "So she committed so many transgressions in my name," he muttered to himself. "If that is the case, then her death was not only inevitable, but perhaps deserved." The subordinate quickly added, "When Madame died, the youth she had been targeting was thousands of miles away, making it physically impossible for him to be the killer. However, her death is undeniably linked to him. No one else in Long Country would have the audacity to strike at your household." The corner of Zhao Ji's mouth twitched, a fleeting expression that could have been either dry sarcasm or sheer contempt for the situation. He didn't seem inclined to dwell on the details, turning away from the coffin as he spoke casually. "Since the spark of her life has been extinguished, we shall consider this chapter closed. There is no need for further bloodshed over a lost cause." The subordinate's eyes turned icy, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. "Lord Zhao Ji," he argued, "Lien Su's death is more than just a personal loss. It is a direct insult to your prestige, a slap in the face from the world below. Are we truly going to let this slide? It is transparently obvious that Lu Sheng orchestrated this entire disaster." Zhao Ji placed a calming hand on the man's shoulder, cutting off his protest. "And what would you have me do? Should I descend and slaughter a child, risking the stability of our nation for the sake of a petty vendetta? That boy is currently the crown jewel of the military's development program. If I move against him, the entire military apparatus will mobilize to protect him at any cost. Furthermore, the boy is exceptionally cunning. He has left no evidence, no trail that leads back to his door. To strike without proof would be the act of a tyrant, not a saint. I, Zhao Ji, am a rank 9, martial saint, but I am not yet a true god of mortals who can ignore the laws of men," he said with a touch of solemnity. "There are rules and balances in this world that even I must respect." The subordinate, though still burning with indignation, bowed his head deeply in submission. Yet, despite his words, Zhao Ji's gaze remained distant, suggesting that letting it go wouldn't be quite as simple as he claimed. As his hand gently brushed over Lien Su's shroud within the coffin, he added nonchalantly, "However, even if I do not strike the boy, the military must understand that my silence is not free. They will have to compensate me significantly. Perhaps they will have to cut out a few choice pieces of their own influence to appease the mountain." Suddenly, Zhao Ji froze, a look of genuine startle breaking through his saintly composure. "Huh," he whispered, his eyes narrowing. His hand, which had been gliding over Lien Su's lower abdomen, stopped abruptly, as if he had touched a live wire. He stared at that specific spot, his pupils dilating as a strange, piercing light began to emanate from his eyes. A bizarre, high-frequency fluctuation erupted from his person, rippling outward in all directions from the martial saint. In an instant, the screaming winds of the heavenly peak fell dead silent, and the rolling sea of clouds froze mid-swell. Every sound in the world seemed to be swallowed by an absolute vacuum. Time itself appeared to stutter and halt, as Zhao Ji's image shifted from a hazy, illusory presence to something sharply, terrifyingly real. His eyes blazed with a celestial fire, and his features began to shift, a vibrant, youthful face emerging from beneath the mask of age. For several heartbeats, the world remained suspended in that golden, crystalline silence. Then, the sound of rhythmic footsteps began to emerge from the heart of the dazzling radiance. A man possessing the physique of a warrior, but the face of a teenager stepped out from the shimmering golden light. He looked down at the lifeless Lien Su with a look of profound realization, murmuring, "To think that even I, Zhao Ji, had an unborn heir." As these words left his lips, the subordinates kneeling behind him, who had been paralyzed by his aura, raised their heads in unison, their faces contorted in a shock so profound it was beyond description. "What?" One of them blurted out in a daze, unable to process the revelation that the martial saint had a hidden lineage. Meanwhile, in a quiet, unassuming milk tea shop in the heart of the city, Lu Sheng was enjoying a rare moment of relaxation, sitting at a small corner table with Lin Zhe and Yang Yuan. The initial excitement of their reunion had yet to fade, and Lin Zhe was practically vibrating in his seat, leaning across the table to bombard Lu Sheng with a relentless stream of questions. He clenched his fists, his eyes wide with admiration. "Brother Sheng, you have to tell me everything. What is it really like on the front lines of the dungeon battlefield? Is it as insane as the rumors say?" Yang Yuan, sitting across from them, said nothing, simply watching Lu Sheng over the rim of her boba tea cup with a gentle, inquisitive gaze. The most striking thing about the meeting was the change in Lu Sheng himself. At first glance, neither of his old friends had been entirely sure it was him. There was an aura of mystery and depth about him now that was almost palpable. Lu Sheng merely offered a soft, knowing laugh, shaking his head. "The dungeon battlefield, it's a place that changes a person. It's difficult to put into words." Seeing Lin Zhe's persistent, burning curiosity, Lu Sheng relented and shared a few carefully chosen anecdotes about the subterranean wars. They fatty, Lin Zhe became even more hyped, his face flushing with excitement, as if he were breathing fire. "Oh damn, I knew you were doing something legendary out there. There are situations and creatures down there that would defy your wildest nightmares," Lu Sheng said, his gaze momentarily intensifying as it settled on Yang Yuan. She felt a shiver of realization as she listened to him talk. Though she remained silent, she hung on his every word, finding herself mesmerized by the quiet authority in his voice as he described the horrors of the abyss. After talking for a while, Lu Sheng felt his throat go dry. He took a long swig of his milk tea, using the moment to observe his friends. In the 6 months since they had last met, Lin Zhe had grown significantly. He was taller, his skin was tanned, and he had clearly put on a significant amount of muscle from his martial arts training. Yang Yuan, on the other hand, was much the same, though her style had matured into that of a sophisticated college student, making her appear more elegant than before. Lin Zhe suddenly jumped up, nearly knocking over his chair. "No way. You're saying people can actually undergo mutations and turn into beasts? Holy crap, Brother Sheng, your life is like a movie." Yang Yuan, who had been observing Lu Sheng's every gesture, could sense the terrifying reservoir of power hidden beneath his calm exterior, far exceeding anything she had previously imagined. As the afternoon shadows began to lengthen, Lu Sheng glanced down at his watch and realized how much time had passed. "All right," he suggested with a smile. "It's getting late, and we've spent enough time on tea. Let's go find a real meal," he added. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up at the mention of food, nodding vigorously like a man who had just seen a vision of paradise. "Hell yeah, I know this killer barbecue place just a few blocks away. Best meat in the province." Lu Sheng looked toward Yang Yuan for her approval, and she responded with a soft, affirmative hum and a graceful nod. "What the?" Suddenly, a jagged, violet light flashed across Lu Sheng's vision. He froze in his tracks, his eyes turning vacant as he stared into space, his body becoming as rigid as a statue for a long, agonizing moment. Seeing Lu Sheng suddenly clutching his head in what looked like excruciating pain, Yang Yuan rushed to his side, her voice filled with alarm. Lu Sheng? What's happening? Lin Zhe also panicked, jumping to his feet. Brother Sheng, talk to me. What's wrong? Both of them stared at him in helpless confusion, completely blindsided by his sudden collapse. I'm sorry, Lu Sheng managed to grit out, his voice tight and strained. Something urgent has just come up. I have to deal with it immediately. You two go ahead to the restaurant. I'll find you as soon as I can. Without waiting for a response or a question, he turned on his heel and bolted into the crowd, moving with a speed that blurred his form. Lin Zhe was left standing there with his hand half raised, looking utterly dumbfounded. Yo, Brother Sheng, where are you going? Lin Zhe let out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumping. Man, it's so hard to just have a normal meal with Brother Sheng these days. I really miss the simple times back in the Holy Martial Arts University cafeteria. Meanwhile, Yang Yuan watched the spot where Lu Sheng had disappeared, her heart heavy with worry. Something is wrong, she thought. He looked like he was carrying the weight of the entire world on his shoulders. Nearby, Lu Sheng was clenching his teeth, a localized, throbbing headache pulsing behind his eyes. Lu Sheng tore through the bustling streets of Jingdu province, moving with such predatory grace and velocity that the pedestrians, neon signs, and towering skyscrapers blurred into a chaotic streak of light and sound. He pushed his pace faster and faster, leaving the urban sprawl behind in a matter of heartbeats. In the blink of an eye, the dense city center had been replaced by the quieter, residential fringes. He reached the outskirts of the city and finally slowed his frantic pace, entering a sprawling, quiet park. Lu Sheng cut a path across the manicured lawns and skirted an artificial lake, heading deep into a dense, unmanaged forest at the park's edge. Once he found a secluded clearing, hidden from all eyes by a thick canopy of trees, he sat down on a weathered wooden bench and closed his eyes, preparing to confront the vision that had struck him. In this chilling moment, Lu Sheng's features hardened into a mask of grim intensity. He let out a low, ragged sigh, burying his face in his trembling hands as cold beads of perspiration broke out across his brow. A soft, desperate murmur escaped his lips. Just now, the 13 immortal cells within me began to vibrate with a violent, erratic energy, flickering like dying fireflies in a storm. Simultaneously, a primal sense of impending doom, a crisis unlike anything I have ever felt, slammed into my divine sense. It comes in waves, each one crashing against my consciousness with more ferocity than the last, growing stronger with every passing second. Why is the universe shifting in this manner? What could possibly trigger such a visceral warning from a body that is supposed to be transcending mortality? What in the hell is actually going on? Lu Sheng demanded of the silence, his eyes squeezed shut as a torrent of doubt flooded his mind. This was not a premonition to be ignored. He had to verify the source of this disturbance immediately. With a surge of willpower, he dove into the depths of the Fireseed resource vault. The familiar, haunting architecture of the dreamscape materialized around him, a digital necropolis of lost knowledge. Navigating several blocks away from the Central Plaza's martial arts studios, Lu Sheng located the specific quantum brain terminal he had covertly stashed in this corner of the simulation. With a sharp, mental command, he interfaced with the system to pull up his personal records. Access life data logs. He ordered the AI interface. Within milliseconds, the virtual space was filled with shimmering data panels, scrolling through the recorded fate of the name Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's eyes darted across the glowing blue text, scanning the parameters of his existence with clinical precision. At a cursory glance, the records seemed stable, showing no obvious signs of corruption or deviation from his current trajectory. Suddenly, a line of text crystallized before him, delivering a shock that felt like a physical blow to the chest. The entry read, Martial Dao Lifespan, June, year 297 to January, year 317. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Upon reading those chilling numbers, Lu Sheng's pupils contracted with violent intensity. He had been born in the 6th month of the martial Dao era, and this very year marked the commencement of the all-military region martial Dao competition. Today was the second day of the inaugural month of the year 317. The revelation left Lu Sheng standing in a dazed stupor, his voice barely a whisper as he processed the terminality of the data. I am destined to perish within this very month. It felt as though he had been struck by a physical force of immense magnitude. Even his formidable, rock-solid physique, forged through countless battles, betrayed a slight tremor. He had always taken pride in an unbreakable mind and an unshakable spirit, but the sudden proximity of his own expiration date was a different kind of monster. Despite the encroaching shadow of death, Lu Sheng's legendary discipline asserted itself, and he forcibly shook off the cold grip of panic, his heart settling back into a state of frigid calm. If the end is truly this near, then at the very least, I deserve to know the circumstances of my demise, he stated with a flat, resolute tone. He delved deeper into the records. The life experiences detailed there mirrored his own memories with uncanny accuracy, though this version of Lu Sheng had amassed even greater wealth. His military career was a series of astounding combat feats that should have led to an immortal legend. Yet, that blossoming legend was cut short during the Ninghai Central Headquarters competition. The record stated clearly, Lu Sheng was personally executed by the Jidao martial saint, Zhao Ji, dying at the mere age of 20. So, it truly ends at the hands of a martial saint, does it? Though Lu Sheng had harbored dark suspicions regarding the Jidao martial saint's intentions, seeing the confirmation etched in the cold data of the future shook him to his core. A flash of profound bewilderment crossed his features. He had been so meticulous, calculating every move with the belief that he held the strings of fate in his own hands. Zhao Ji was a rank 9 martial saint, a peak powerhouse to be sure, but he was not an omnipotent god. He shouldn't have been able to act with such total impunity. How did he discover my connection to the military's protection so quickly? How did he justify the strike? The logistics of the betrayal made no sense. There was no concrete, surface-level evidence proving he was responsible for the death of Lian Su, yet Zhao Ji had dared to launch a lethal strike regardless. Where was the fatal flaw in his logic? Was that woman truly so indispensable to the Jidao martial saint that he would risk open conflict? If so, why did he back down during their first encounter? Lu Sheng's mental capacity had reached the 8th rank, his brain functioning at a speed 100 times greater than the average human, bolstered by the clarity of the void state. He should have seen this coming. He had operated under the assumption that every variable was accounted for, believing he could navigate the edge of a blade with a 90% certainty of triumph. Now, the grand strategy he had so arrogantly designed had been exposed as a total failure. For the first time in his journey, Lu Sheng fell into an abyss of profound self-doubt, his mind looping over his perceived mistakes. The world continued to turn around him, oblivious to his internal collapse. 3 days bled into one another, while Lu Sheng remained rooted to his spot in the park, as motionless and silent as a weathered earthen statue. Autumnal leaves drifted down, settling upon Lu Sheng's shoulders and hair, slowly burying him under a layer of golden debris and fine dust. To a casual observer, he seemed more like a specter of the dreamscape than a living man. He showed no inclination to move, remaining seated beneath the willow tree with his gaze cast downward, caught in a trance that looked disturbingly like death. A young couple wandering through the park eventually approached his vicinity. The woman, noticing the still figure from a distance, let out a soft cry of alarm. "Oh, heavens! Look over there. That's the same man we saw several days ago, still sitting under that tree. He's covered in leaves and dust. Is he even breathing? Is he dead?" The man's expression shifted with concern as he recalled seeing the same stationary figure. "Let's go check on him. No one should be that still for this long." They stepped off the path, their feet crunching through the grass as they hurried toward the willow tree. As the man reached out to check for a pulse, the woman observed the figure closely. "Wait, look at his chest. It's rising and falling very slowly. He's breathing, so he's alive. But why would anyone stay in this exact position for days on end without moving a muscle?" The man shook his head, unable to offer a logical explanation for such behavior. Who knows what kind of trauma could trigger a state like this? Perhaps it's a severe case of heartbreak. Even with Lu Sheng's head bowed, his striking features were undeniable. The woman let out a small sigh of pity. "He's remarkably handsome. It's hard to imagine someone like him being the victim of a broken heart. Her partner rolled his eyes at her comment. You're being a total simp for a stranger. Some people are just hopeless cases, even if they were to be reincarnated a dozen times. Hey there, little brother, can you hear me? What's wrong with you? The man's voice finally managed to pierce the veil of Lu Sheng's meditation. The youth's consciousness slowly clawed its way back to reality, and he gradually lifted his head. The couple was startled by the sheer clarity of his eyes, despite the profound confusion swirling within them. Hey, he's finally awake. Little brother, you had us worried. Why have you been sitting here like a statue for so long? Lu Sheng's gaze traveled between the two strangers as his focus sharpened. It's nothing of concern, he replied, his voice sounding dry and gravelly from days of disuse. I was simply preoccupied with a problem I couldn't seem to solve, no matter how much I calculated. The man listened with genuine curiosity, a small smile playing on his lips. That must be one hell of a riddle if it kept you pinned here for 3 days straight. If you don't mind a bit of company, why don't you tell us what it is? What's the matter that's got your brain in a knot? Lu Sheng remained silent for a long beat before deciding to voice his dilemma. I was working on something I believed to be a meticulously planned endeavor, a strategy one was 100% certain would succeed. I even sought out the most authoritative sources to verify the logic multiple times. Yet, despite all that preparation, the result was a catastrophic accident, an outcome entirely different from what I had predicted. The man let out a short, empathetic sigh. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a long, thoughtful drag. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. You already used the word yourself. Accident. Accidents are the only constant in this world. They're perfectly normal. Lu Sheng shook his head slowly. But I had the highest authority verify the path. They told me there was no room for error. The stranger raised 2 fingers, waving the smoke away as he chuckled. Well, kid, if that's the case, it just means your so-called authority wasn't nearly as authoritative as you thought they were. In fact, the man added with a shrug, maybe they were just a high-class scammer. Not authoritative enough. A scammer. Those words struck Lu Sheng's mind like a series of lightning bolts, instantly illuminating the dark corners of the logic he had been so blindly following. As the old saying goes, life is 90% disappointment, the man said, leaning against the tree. He started to reach out to pat Lu Sheng's shoulder, but hesitated halfway, sensing an invisible barrier and retracting his hand. Sometimes you just shouldn't overthink it. If you trip, you get back up. If a plan fails, you scrap it and start over. Simple things don't need to be tangled up in all that complexity. You don't have to be in love with your own suffering, you know. Lu Sheng looked up, his eyes finally regaining their signature brilliance. You're right, he admitted softly. I've spent too much time overthinking, fueled by my own conceit. As he nodded, an internal shift of monumental proportions occurred. The leaves and dust clinging to his form were blasted away by a sudden, subtle ripple of energy. As he stood up, the entire forest seemed to brighten, as if the sun had finally broken through the canopy. In a few short breaths, he had completed a magnificent mental transformation, like a diamond being scrubbed clean of mud until it radiated light. The man with the cigarette stood there, jaw-dropping, completely stunned by the sheer presence of the youth before him. Huh, the man stammered, his cigarette falling to the grass as Lu Sheng offered him a bright, genuine smile. Thank you for the perspective, Lu Sheng said, before turning and sprinting away with incredible speed. The man remained dumbfounded, watching the youth disappear. Sigh. It really is something to be young and full of that kind of energy, he muttered to his partner. The moment Lu Sheng returned to his residence, he bypassed all other tasks to make a critical phone call. Healing Sue? Yeah, it's fine if you can't make it to the capital right now. Just do me a favor and look after my parents back home. I can manage the situation here on my own. I'm hanging up now. Lu Sheng gazed at the family photo on his phone screen for a long moment, a ghost of a smile on his face before it faded into a look of deep reflection. I was wrong from the very beginning, he whispered to himself. The confusion was gone, replaced by a cold, analytical clarity. He began to trace back the exact moment his logic had deviated. He had started his journey with a pure heart, driven by a singular desire to become stronger. When he hit an obstacle, he punched through it. His ever-developing brain and the omniscient martial god state had made him too reliant on complex wisdom and algorithms rather than the raw power of his own fists. Sometimes, being reckless is the only path to the truth. I became too superstitious, treating the future displayed by the dreamscape as an immutable law. I never stopped to truly question if that so-called future was even real in the way I understood it. Everything that has already happened in the past is recorded without error, but the future is a living, changing thing. This proved to Lu Sheng that the dreamscape wasn't showing him destiny, but rather a sophisticated data-driven calculation of a probable outcome based on historical trajectories. This realization explained why the dreamscape always presented a future where the world was inevitably destroyed. He had assumed that his presence was like the flapping of a butterfly's wing that wouldn't show its effects for 10,000 years. In reality, the system's algorithm was incapable of calculating its own influence on the timeline. Lu Sheng's eyes sharpened as he finally grasped the core of the problem. He realized that even the most powerful entity in the universe cannot lift itself up by its own bootstraps, just as a man cannot fly by pulling on his own shoelaces. Gods might possess the power to forge worlds, but they cannot create a successor as vast as themselves. No matter how powerful the dreamscape's processing power was, it could not include its own existence in the calculation. To do so would cause the entire logic loop to collapse into an infinite recursion. Lu Sheng recalled that when he first encountered the dreamscape, the initial future logs didn't account for its presence. It was a fundamental rule he had overlooked. Perhaps his current timeline was an unpredictable variable, a deviation that would lead to a future the system simply couldn't see. Testing this hypothesis would be remarkably simple. He began to look closer at the technological data. Take the spirit-strengthening blood tonic as an example. It was a formula he had used since he first stepped onto the martial path. Originally, the recipe had no formal grade, but now it had been evolved to level 5, with potency 1,000 times greater than the base version. However, the evolved formula was now fundamentally different, filled with exotic ingredients that had replaced the traditional herbs. One specific component, the blue indigo herb element, caught his eye. The system flagged it as an item that existed only in theoretical calculations. What does this imply? It meant the ingredient was a fiction, a product of a simulation's imagination. To be more precise, it was a substance that did not exist on this planet in the current era. Even the botanical names are fabrications. I should have seen the pattern sooner. By utilizing and evolving these formulas ahead of schedule, Lu Sheng was fundamentally altering the resource map of the future. Consequently, the future described by the Fire Seed Vault had already become a ghost. While the martial path might extend for centuries, the dreamscape remained a frozen snapshot of a dead world. I've been such a fool. He realized he had placed too much blind faith in a machine that was ultimately designed for a different reality. Lu Sheng's expression turned hollow as he stared at the virtual horizon. The future he was trying to save was an unrecoverable ruin. No matter his actions, the world he saw in his dreams had already died 10 millennia ago. A profound sense of emptiness settled in his chest. If the world is already gone, what is the purpose of the powerhouses in the dream giving me their strength? What is the true objective of the dreamscape? He wondered if it was simply a cosmic computer with immense storage, searching for a host. Am I just a lucky seed planted in a dead garden? Is this the true meaning of the Fire Seed Plan? I am no longer a savior burdened with a divine mission. I am free, yet I feel no joy in this liberation. Lu Sheng turned to the AI interface. Can you provide the ultimate truth behind these discrepancies? After a momentary pause for data processing, the AI girl's avatar flickered. Insufficient permissions. Please upgrade your security clearance to access restricted historical archives. Lu Sheng jumped in surprise, his eyes widening. Wait, you actually answered the question instead of just reciting data. Through that response, Lu Sheng understood that the truth was hidden behind a wall of progression. He needed to continue elevating his standing within the system to peel back the layers of reality. He stood up and began to stretch his limbs, a new fire igniting in his gaze. Fine. Without the chains of a preordained future, I feel lighter. The path is mine to forge. After all, I am the man destined to become the sovereign god of martial arts. A fate like that doesn't end in a park on a Tuesday. What is a mere martial saint compared to that? A few days later, the horizon of the Blue Sea was set ablaze by the start of the all-army martial arts competition. The sky was a brilliant, cinematic canvas of azure dotted with painterly clouds. As the sea breeze kicked up, a fleet of armed helicopters buzzed across the sky like dragonflies, followed by the deafening roar of fighter jets. Massive warships cut through the waves like arrows of steel. The Long Country military's grandest event was unfolding. Tens of thousands of drones and high-tech cameras, supplemented by orbital satellites, ensured a live broadcast with zero blind spots. Along the Ninghai coast, Titanic screens projected the action to the world. Suddenly, a series of towering white crests erupted from the water. From the direction of the South Sea, over a dozen figures appeared, literally riding the waves. The collective aura of these individuals was staggering. Their vital energy burned like furnaces, and their spiritual essence rose into the sky like pillars of smoke, unyielding against the gale. The seawater in their wake evaporated into a thick, rolling mist. They moved with an incomprehensible kinetic force, their feet barely skimming the surface. Leading this vanguard was a young general in a crisp blue naval uniform, wielding a long spear as he surfed the waves with infectious enthusiasm. The conditions today in the Yuanhai are incredible, perfect for a bit of surfing. He sent a massive wall of water 10 meters high crashing to either side, his trail extending for dozens of meters. With a flourish of athletic grace, he performed a perfect aerial somersault, clearing the railing and landing firmly on the deck of a Navy flagship. Inside the centralized command center, the high-definition displays rendered scenes from hundreds of kilometers away with crystal clarity. In this era of ascended martial arts, technology served as the expanded senses of the elite. The broadcast host introduced the young surfer with a tone of reverence. That was the Southern Military Region's rising star, the first star general, Liao. Would you like the summary of the next chapter? An observer in the crowd leaned forward, their voice laced with genuine awe as they spoke. Regard the elite hierarchy of the comprehensive star general rankings. Among the two most prestigious high-ranking marshals, he firmly secures the second position. The verified combat diagnostics indicate his raw power exceeds a staggering 25 stars. The sheer authoritative presence and crushing aura radiating from this Southern Military Region general are nothing short of monumental. The Southern Military Region's elite martial arts performance contingent made their grand entrance onto the stage of the sea. Upon the weathered faces of the marshal and his accompanying generals, a collective, subtle smile of satisfaction bloomed. While the military functions as a unified entity, a fierce undercurrent of rivalry persists between the major strategic regions. The more formidable and heroic the display put on by a regional team, the more prestige and honor are reflected upon their presiding leaders. The arrival of the Southern Military Region's roaming sea yaksha acted as a kinetic spark, igniting the atmosphere. Almost instantly, the focus shifted toward the North Sea sector, where a high-ranking general chose a breathtaking method for his debut. Descending from a hovering helicopter, he did not rely on the safety of a parachute or harness. Instead, he simply cast himself into the void, plummeting toward the churning waves with reckless abandon. The warrior tightened his grip, his knuckles whitening as he focused his internal energy with absolute, unwavering resolve. Observe this, he seemed to command through his stance alone. The impact was cataclysmic. A colossal shockwave erupted upon his landing, sending plumes of water skyward amidst a dazzling array of light and sonic distortion. It was a masterclass in military spectacle, designed to overwhelm the senses. However, the timing of this particular star general was slightly compromised, leading to a momentary lapse in his grace. He struck the water's surface with a jarring faceplant, the force of which sent schools of startled fish leaping into the air. Undeterred by the clumsy entry, he surfaced with a boisterous, arrogant laugh, shaking the brine from his hair. Precision timing. Am I not peerless? He barked. The official commentator quickly recovered, announcing, presenting Cao Tian's song, the premier general of the Northern Military Region, a titan among the upper echelons of martial prowess. A figure of immense power has manifested in the Western Sea as well, noted an observer. as the Western Marshal looked on with a nod of stern approval. That is Yin Fei, the celebrated female star general of the Western military region. She is navigating the currents atop a monstrous, tamed shark, commanding the depths with effortless lethal grace. As each regional performance squad showcased their unique lethality, the assembled Navy sailors erupted in cheers that rolled across the water like claps of thunder. In this contemporary era of martial resurgence, traditional displays of cold military technology are being eclipsed by these visceral, individual exhibitions of power that inspire fanatical devotion. A woman with an icy demeanor muttered under her breath, "The noise is excessive." Nevertheless, 3 of the top 5-star generals have now converged in a single location. Suddenly, the air was punctuated by heavy, rhythmic booms. A series of thunderous concussions shook the air as a gargantuan swell surged forward, dwarfing the surrounding craft. The spectators stood frozen in stunned silence, their gazes locked onto a single point on the horizon. Someone finally broke the tension with an ecstatic scream. "Look! There, atop the crest of the wave." Perched precariously on the moving mountain of water was the 4th-star general, projecting a terrifyingly potent aura. This represents a caliber of martial bloodline so ancient and potent it defies standard measurement. The host's voice crackled over the speakers. "Behold Dong Patian, the first general of the Central Military Region, known to all as the Eastern Emperor." Standing at a towering 6 feet 3 inches with skin the color of burnished bronze and eyes that glimmered like distant stars, he was the image of perfection. Every subtle movement he made radiated an unrivaled, domineering authority that seemed to command the very tides. Seeing him, the pupils of the other 3 regional generals constricted in instinctive wariness, their expressions turning grimly serious. Dong Patian adjusted his stance and cast a casual glance across the horizon, murmuring to himself, "The energy is significantly more intense than in previous years." Beneath him, the gathered naval forces descended into a state of near-religious fervor, their frantic cheers echoing across the vast expanse of the ocean. Dong Patian stands as the crown jewel of the Central Military Region, a warrior whose status and capability are considered equal to that of a full-ranking general. A bystander whispered in disbelief, "Is that truly Dong Patian? What an absolute powerhouse. He has already secured the credentials and destructive capacity of a full general." Rumors suggest his combat power easily eclipsed the 30-star threshold months ago. He exists on an entirely different plane of existence compared to those other 3 contenders. Dong Patian's overwhelming entrance served as a silent proclamation of his sovereignty among generals, sending a visceral shiver down the spines of all witnesses and elevating the stakes of this multi-regional performance to unprecedented heights. The Central Marshal made his appearance, basking in the glow of the surrounding accolades and the prestige his subordinate brought him. "How deeply honored we are," he remarked with practiced modesty. Suddenly, a general standing on the observation deck looked around with a suspicious frown. "It is curious. 4 of the regional champions have presented themselves with great fanfare. Where is the representative from the East?" Another officer chimed in, his tone skeptical. "The Eastern Military Region's designated general arrived ahead of schedule, but by all accounts, he is a complete non-entity." A third voice added, "No, it couldn't have been him. The Eastern Military Region is notoriously lacking a top-tier powerhouse to lead their vanguard this year. The individual they put forward moments ago was utterly mediocre, failing to leave any impression at all." The Northern Marshal let out a sharp, mocking snicker. "Oh, I had heard whispers that the East had discovered some prodigy of the sun and skies. If he is so remarkable, why is he conspicuously absent today?" The scarred officer standing beside him sneered in agreement. He likely recognized his own inadequacy and is attempting to remain inconspicuous to avoid the humiliation of being measured against true masters. The dismissive chatter of the rival generals eventually drifted to the ears of the Eastern Military Region's high command. "Where is Lu Sheng? Find him." "Why has Lu Sheng not reported for the commencement?" the Eastern Marshal demanded, his face darkening with a mixture of embarrassment and rising anger. He turned to the officer in charge of logistics, questioning him in a low, dangerous hiss. The subordinate gave a strained, helpless smile. I cannot say, sir. He arrived at headquarters several days ago and immediately retreated to his quarters, claiming he was entering a state of deep meditation and seclusion. I hesitated to disturb such a critical process, so I granted him his privacy. I never imagined he would actually absent himself from the all-military region performance. Seclusion? At a time like this? The marshal gritted his teeth, attempting to maintain his composure. Very well, if he is in the depths of cultivation, let him remain there. There is no need to disrupt his progress for the sake of a parade, he thought, though the lack of a representative still stung his pride. When considering the strategic future of the military, the intelligence regarding Liu Shang's long-range assassination of the Black Demon Society's 5 magic pillar elites had already permeated the highest levels of command. To the top brass, he was the asset of greatest concern, valued far more than even a powerhouse like Dongpatian. Despite their desire to flex their regional muscles during this performance, Liu Shang's breakthrough and safety during seclusion were deemed of paramount importance. At that precise moment, an urgent signal flickered through the communication array. The female master of ceremonies, standing before the massive digital display, tapped her earpiece. Hello? Yes, I see. Is that confirmed? As she listened to the report, her eyes widened in visible shock, her professional mask slipping for a fleeting second. Huh? I beg your pardon? What did you say? After a moment to regain her composure, the MC addressed the crowd with a trembling voice. Attention, everyone, we have breaking news. The Star General of the Eastern Military Region, Liu Shang, has finally made his arrival. However, the nature of his introduction is quite unconventional. She trailed off, hesitating as she looked at the data feed. Please, direct your attention to the primary monitors, she managed to say. Every eye in the theater of war turned toward the giant screens, and a sudden, heavy silence descended upon the fleet. Then, a visual feed appeared that caused veteran officers to leap to their feet in sheer disbelief. No one could quite process the image being broadcast. Is that actually him? Is he honestly fast asleep? Amidst the turbulent waves of the ocean, a massive, plush mattress was seen drifting aimlessly. Upon this soft, white island of fabric lay the missing general. The young Liu Shang was sprawled out in a state of total relaxation, his mouth hanging open like a dark cavern as he snored with the rhythmic intensity of a foghorn. He twitched occasionally, his lips mumbling incoherent nonsense as if he were in the middle of a particularly amusing dream. That legendary, high-level sleeping posture caused the observing generals to break out in a collective cold sweat. The sheer audacity of the entrance, drifting into a high-stakes military exercise as if showing up intoxicated to a state funeral, was of a caliber never before seen. His cloak fluttered lazily in the sea breeze, adding a touch of drama to the absurdity. High above, the azure skies were decorated with soft, fluffy white clouds, while a flock of seagulls glided through the air. Their snow-white wings moved in graceful strokes, painting a picture of absolute freedom across the vast, blue canvas of the heavens. In the center of the boundless, churning ocean, Liu Shang remained in a state of deep, alcohol-induced slumber. He snored away on his floating mattress, allowing the rhythmic rise and fall of the waves to cradle him. In that moment, the warrior was truly at one with the natural world, drifting like a piece of carefree duckweed carried by the unpredictable currents of existence. Liu Shang's blissful state of unconsciousness was suddenly interrupted when a stray object fell from the sky, striking him squarely in the center of his face. His subconscious briefly registered it as bird droppings, but as his mind stirred, he realized it was merely the tail end of a dissolving dream. The young man snapped back to full reality with startling speed. The warmth of sleep vanished instantly, replaced by eyes that turned as cold and sharp as shards of glacial ice. Liu Shang bolted into a sitting position, rubbing his temples as he muttered to himself. I have been mobilizing nearly every scrap of resource I could secure over these past few days. He had been engaged in relentless, nonstop cultivation, successfully manifesting 4 additional immortal cells in a remarkably short window. While he was slightly behind his personal projections, he knew he could still grind out the remaining progress during the chaos of the military exercise. I have nearly completed the assimilation of dozens of Tier 8 marrow extracts, alongside the essence of the saintly wounding spear. He calculated, his internal energy humming with newfound density. My count of immortal cells has reached 19. The fundamental issue is that these cells are obscenely gluttonous. Every time a new one is birthed, the existing cells demand a massive tribute of energy to maintain equilibrium. It is practically celestial extortion. This means the energy requirement for each subsequent cell increases exponentially. However, the raw power gains are undeniably transformative. The second cell alone required triple the energy of the first, Lu Sheng mused, assessing his internal landscape. Even with these hurdles, the predicted future he had observed within the Fireseed resource vault had shifted. Before departing for the exercise, he had taken a clandestine look at his personal data and the projected trajectory of his fate. The original data stream had grimly indicated that Lu Sheng would suffer a catastrophic defeat and heavy wounding at the hands of the transcendent martial saint off the coast of Ninghai, eventually being forced into a desperate flight for survival. According to that timeline, it would take 3 grueling years of hiding for Lu Sheng to return, challenge the apex martial saint once more, and finally defeat him at Fallen Star Mountain to reclaim his destined path. A small, knowing smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. So, the statistical probability of survival was already established, wasn't it? He whispered to the wind. Lu Sheng looked up at the vast, clear blue sky, a surge of adrenaline and anticipation bubbling within his chest. To be broken and forced to flee like a dog. That is a future I refuse to accept. Deep within the Armored Command Center, a group of high-ranking veteran officers, the old geysers of the military, watched Lu Sheng's every move on the primary monitors. The officer seated in the center spoke up, his voice gravelly. Confirm that individual. Is that Lu Sheng? The Eastern Theater Marshal straightened his uniform, pride returning to his voice. Indeed. That is the rising star of our Eastern Theater. The senior officer in the center narrowed his eyes, which blazed with an inner fire, and spoke with a tone of absolute command. Excellent. Now that all representatives are accounted for, I officially declare the commencement of the all-army military exercise. The announcement was broadcasted simultaneously across every vessel in the fleet, the sound vibrating through the steel decks. The governing rules for this exercise are simple. Merit points shall serve as the final metric for calculation and ranking. Your primary objective is the subjugation and capture of deep-sea beasts. These creatures may be exchanged for merit points based on their biological tier. The higher the tier of the specimen, the greater the reward. Beasts are categorized into 3 primary grades, A, B, and C. During the course of this operation, all rising stars are permitted to engage one another in combat. The defeated party must forfeit exactly half of their accumulated merit points to the victor. Lethal force is strictly prohibited. Any violator of this protocol will be immediately disqualified and remanded to a military tribunal for severe sentencing. The total duration of the exercise is set at 72 hours. Rising stars, you may now begin the hunt. Across the sea, thousands of Navy personnel raised their voices in a thunderous, unified roar. Let the rising stars begin the exercise. In place of traditional war drums, the surrounding warships synchronized their cannons, firing blank charges that shook the very foundations of the ocean and echoed into the heavens. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained flat on his back, his snoring continuing unabated. He seemed completely indifferent to the explosive hype and the surrounding military pageantry. Go and intercept him. Ensure a smooth deployment. Dong Patian, the champion of the Central 1st Military Region, stared into the distance. For a moment, he was left speechless by the sight of the drifting mattress. He fixed a hard, judging gaze on Lu Sheng, his lip curling into an open sneer at the man's perceived laziness. So, this is the individual that Qingxue finds so fascinating, he muttered to himself. He certainly does not look like much of a threat. The rules were elementary: slaughter beasts or dominate your teammates. To claim the title of top dog, one required a combination of unmatched courage and overwhelming, crushing combat power. A slothful bum who spends his time sleeping won't survive the first hour, Dong thought. The members of the 4 major regional teams began their descent, diving into the dark abyss of the sea. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, Swarms of drones and specialized underwater cameras were deployed, ensuring every square inch of the battlefield was monitored. The objective remained clear: kill the beasts. The elite warriors of the 4 military regions dove like dragons returning to the sea. Dong Patian took the initiative, slamming into the water like a massive, high-velocity torpedo. The deep-sea predators did not retreat. They surged forward to meet the intruders, leading many of the rising stars to gasp in surprise. These aquatic beasts possess a ferocity far greater than those found on land. Curse it, these sea monsters hit with a different level of impact. Dong Patian found himself confronted by a gargantuan, armored fish, its cavernous maw lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth. As it lunged to swallow him whole, he parried the strike, grunting as he realized the truth. The density and strength of these marine beasts truly do exceed their terrestrial counterparts of the same tier. Dong Patian fixed a piercing, icy glare upon the gargantuan, scale-covered aquatic beast that dared to obstruct his predetermined path. His voice, laden with an absolute and terrifying authority, thundered through the turbulent, salty air. Stand aside, mindless creature, or face total annihilation. Without waiting for a response, he unleashed a violent surge of strength in a thunderous punch, the impact of which sent the massive fish hurtling toward the heavens in a spray of gore. He let out a cold, mocking scoff as he shook the droplets from his fist. To think this pathetic display is all a rank 7 devouring beast has to offer. My expectations were clearly set too high for such a mundane obstacle. By this time, the fiery, incandescent orb of the sun had ascended fully above the horizon, bleeding a deep, visceral crimson across the canvas of the sky and the churning surface of the sea. Yet, Lu Sheng remained deep in the throes of slumber, his soft, rhythmic snoring creating a strange, peaceful counterpoint to the relentless roar of the crashing waves around him. Suddenly, the young man bolted upright, his expression souring as he performed a quick mental inventory of his supplies. "Damn it," he groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "I've completely depleted the entire stock of resources I brought with me. The massive energy deficit required to cultivate the second undying cell remains an agonizingly unresolved problem. What is my next move?" he muttered, pausing as a sudden, sharp clarity washed over his senses. "Wait, what is this sensation?" He focused his perception on the environment around him, feeling the vast, pulsating rhythm of the ocean. A faint, yet unmistakably potent energy fluctuation was radiating from the depths of the surrounding sea, whispering of untapped potential. It all makes sense now, he realized, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the horizon. This explains why such a dense concentration of powerful, mutated beasts is gravitating toward this specific region of the abyss. A daring plan rapidly took shape in Lu Sheng's mind, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered his resolve and leaped from his vantage point, plunging like a lead weight into the dark, crushing embrace of the deep sea. Lu Sheng initiated a rapid descent, his senses heightened as he dove deeper into the watery gloom to investigate the source of the energy. With the grace of a natural predator, the young man descended through the lightless layers in a single, sustained breath, passing the 2,000-meter mark and plunging relentlessly toward the 3,000-meter threshold. Pushing past the 4,000-meter mark, Lu Sheng felt a surge of grim satisfaction at the environmental resistance. The immense water pressure here was significantly more crushing than he had initially projected, pressing against his frame with the weight of a mountain, which served only to validate his decision to venture down here. Excellent, he thought, even as the frigid salt water began to sting his skin with an intense, biting chill. The young man didn't flinch. Instead, he focused his internal energy and immediately activated the sophisticated water-breathing technique, his biology adapting instantly to the hostile environment. Lu Sheng's eyes shimmered with a faint light, though he remained composed, having already mastered the profound complexities of stellar breathing. Grasping the nuances of water breathing felt like a natural, inevitable progression. Upon entering the third layer of the void, his elemental mastery surged upward by 2 full ranks. The breathing technique he had just acquired underwent a miraculous transformation, reaching a state of divine harmony. The ocean no longer feels like an enemy. I can breathe as comfortably as I do on land. Incredible, he mused, testing the limits of his new power. The crushing pressure has become practically weightless, and I can sense the very currents obeying my will. Like a high-performance stealth submarine, the young man knifed through the dark expanse, plunging deeper into the heart of the vast, silent ocean. In the era before the global rise of the martial Tao, even the most technologically advanced human submersibles were limited to depths of roughly 10,000 meters. Lu Xing estimated he was rapidly approaching that legendary abyss. At these depths, the ambient pressure exceeds 1 ton per square inch, a force that might seem trivial to elite star generals with immense combat power, but the reality was far more treacherous. This was an unrelenting, constant pressure that would drain the stamina of an 8th-level Grandmaster in minutes, rendering them unable to sustain a prolonged battle, let alone a life-or-death struggle. Furthermore, the mutated beasts prowling the Hyuan abyss were fundamentally more formidable than their surface-dwelling counterparts due to the extreme evolutionary pressures of the seabed. For most martial artists, their combat efficiency would be severely hampered by the environment, while the enemy's strength would be naturally amplified. Under such conditions, the difficulty of the all-military performance drill would be astronomical. However, with my mastery of the water-breathing technique, this pressure is a non-factor. Lu Xing reasoned, his confidence unwavering. My strength remains entirely uninhibited. He soon reached the lightless ocean floor and transitioned into an underwater marathon mode. He could feel his undying cells being tempered by the extreme conditions at a rate 5 times faster than usual, each step on the seabed serving as a forge for his physical body. As he traversed the rugged topography of the ocean floor, Lu Xing found himself in constant contact with predatory, high-level mutated beasts. To these ancient, lightless horrors, the young man appeared to be nothing more than a succulent, energy-rich morsel that had foolishly wandered into their dark kingdom. Having only just slipped past the serrated jaws of a particularly ferocious, deep-sea shark, the young man now found himself standing toe-to-toe with a gargantuan, bioluminescent mutated beast that seemed to radiate a primal hunger from every scale. Simultaneously, a formidable and somber assembly of elite figures had gathered upon the turbulent surface waters of the Ninghai region, their presence casting a heavy shadow over the waves. At the forefront stood 4 figures of immense power, followed by a disciplined line of experts, each radiating a massive, suffocating aura. The invisible force fields generated by their collective presence stilled the nearby waves, marking every single one of them as a 7th-level Grandmaster or higher. An elder among them broke the silence, his voice rasping against the wind. "We shall maintain our position and continue to wait." The 28 Grandmasters and Great Grandmasters behind him offered only silent, disciplined nods in response. However, the purple-haired man leading the group couldn't hide his annoyance, grumbling, "He is just a minor star general, after all. Is it truly a logistical necessity to mobilize all 4 of us from the 4 symbol Supreme Tao, along with the entirety of the 28 constellations?" The purple-haired warrior continued, his eyes full of skepticism. "It feels as though the old master is making an excessive, perhaps even embarrassing, fuss over a single youth." "You are mistaken," the blond, muscular giant beside him interjected, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he analyzed the data. "This youth managed to single-handedly eliminate the 4th demon god pillar of the Dark Demon Society. Such a feat indicates his combat prowess is far from mediocre. In fact, one could argue he is rapidly approaching our own level of strength." The sole woman among the 4 symbol Supreme Tao chimed in, her expression grim. "That female demon god pillar is indeed dead. I faced her once in the past, and she nearly breached my absolute defenses. She was a monster with at least 70 stars of combat power, roughly equal to my own current standing. For Lu Xing to have slain her in a solitary duel marks him as a true freak of nature, a talent that appears only once in 300 years. The elder, leaning heavily on his gnarled cane, issued a stern and cold reminder to the group. "Do not be blinded by arrogance. Our mobilization this time is not merely to handle Lu Xing. While ending his life might be a straightforward task, we must account for the military's reaction. They possess far too many entrenched experts to ignore. The blonde giant continued to dissect the geopolitical landscape. We face 5 marshals, dozens of seasoned generals, and a hidden contingent of masters. If they were to consolidate their forces, even a martial saint would find the path difficult. No matter your individual strength, you cannot hope to exterminate every expert in the dragon country alone. Even a true god among men must respect the roots that anchor the world beneath his feet. The elder stroked his long, white beard, his thick eyebrows knitting together in a fierce glare. The military has been obsessively trying to cultivate a true 9th-level powerhouse for over 2 centuries. This Lu Sheng possesses the perfect combination of transcendent talent and an untainted background. If we move to eliminate him, the military will likely gamble everything to ensure his protection. But do not fret, your only task is to intercept and execute Lu Sheng. The political fallout and pressure from the military hierarchy will be handled personally by the Old Master. The other 3 warriors were visibly shaken by this revelation, their auras flickering. You mean to say, the Old Master himself is intervening in this matter? The woman whispered. Indeed, the elder replied with a slow, ominous nod. The military has waited over 200 years for the emergence of a new 9th-level martial saint, the elder explained. Furthermore, the Old Master lost his most cherished son in that ancient conflict and has spent the last century searching for even a shred of his bloodline. Had he remained ignorant of the truth, things might have stayed peaceful. But now that he sees a glimmer of hope, only to have it ruthlessly extinguished, even a martial saint, a god among men, can be driven to a state of absolute madness. The elder punctuated his point with a terrifying, furious glare that seemed to chill the air. The Old Master caught a fleeting glimpse of hope, only for it to be snuffed out by the actions of Lu Sheng. Therefore, there is no room for negotiation. This time, Lu Sheng must die at all costs. The Elite Star General drill was scheduled to span a grueling 3-day period. Although every movement was scrutinized by high-altitude satellites and sophisticated underwater thermal cameras, the true outcome remained hidden beneath the waves. The Hyuan Abyss was already a graveyard for the unwary, teeming with lethal mutated beasts. As if on cue, a gargantuan deep-sea fish with rows of razor-sharp, obsidian teeth unhinged its jaw, creating a massive suction vortex that drew everything in its vicinity toward its cavernous belly. However, in a blinding flash of motion, a concentrated beam of golden light streaked through the water, bisecting the monstrous fish with surgical precision. The architect of that lethal light was none other than the Eastern Emperor, Dong Patian, who continued his advance without slowing down. He was internally calculating his progress with cold, mechanical efficiency. Nearly 3 days have elapsed, and the behavioral patterns of these underwater mutations have become quite predictable. Even the rank 8 beasts found in these depths can be systematically crushed with minimal effort. Back at the command center, the veteran officers watching the panoramic displays witnessed his earth-shattering performance and couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Dong Patian is truly in a league of his own. It's only the 3rd day, and he has already purged a countless number of high-level beasts. His merit points have already climbed into the millions. The live merit point ranking on the massive screen displayed a staggering disparity. 1. Dong Patian, Central Region Depth 3000M, merit points, 10,580,000, ranked 1st. 2. Li Meidi, Southern Military Region Depth 1000M, merit points, 130,000. 3. Gao Tianhong, Northern Military Region Depth 1000M, merit points, 250,000. 4. Yin Fei, Western War Zone Depth 1000M, merit points, 160,000. That figure of over 10 million caused the gathered regional generals to stare in wide-eyed disbelief. The old marshal of the Western region blurted out, "He hasn't even been in the abyss for long, yet he's already amassed over 10 million merit points?" Even accounting for the higher point multipliers of Hyuan Abyss mutations, that number is utterly preposterous. Just how many beasts is he slaughtering per minute to maintain such a pace? He paused, his voice dropping an octave. Dong Patian likely already wields the combat power of a true general. This, This strength might even be on par with my own. The central region's old marshal nodded, his eyes wide with pride. Indeed, it is a sight to behold. It is beyond impressive, the marshal continued. He is diving significantly deeper than any other participant, enduring crushing pressures while encountering far more dangerous beasts, yet he is hunting them faster than the others can find them. It defies conventional martial logic. The command room was filled with murmurs of shock and trepidation, and one could hardly blame them. The merit rankings were updating in real time, and Dong Potion's score was climbing with every heartbeat. For the sake of comparison, while all participants were considered top-tier star generals, the gap between Dong Potion and the others was as vast as the difference between a simple kitchen cleaver and a legendary warblade. It was a humiliating realization for many. Most significantly, Dong Potion had not yet even reached his 50th birthday, only 50 years old. Upon hearing this, many veteran officers wore complex expressions of envy and admiration. A general of his caliber under the age of 50 was a phenomenon that Dragon Country's military history had rarely ever witnessed. Just as the star generals were engaged in a heated debate regarding Dong Potion's potential, the old marshal of the western region suddenly pointed a trembling finger toward a specific name on the lower half of the ranking board. Wait, look here. Why is there no data for the star general from the eastern military region? Why has his merit point value remained stagnant at 0 since the very moment the drill began? The digital ranking board shifted, displaying Lu Sheng's rather humorous, candid image of him sleeping from earlier in the drill, accompanied by a glaringly sharp 0 in the merit column. The contrast between his inactivity and the chaos of the abyss was displayed with painful clarity for all to see. The atmosphere in the command room turned chaotic once more, and dozens of accusing eyes turned toward the delegation from the eastern military region. Has Lu Sheng even entered the abyss? Someone shouted. Where the hell is he? Is he hiding in some shallow reef? Or has he simply abandoned the drill out of cowardice? These piercing, mocking voices eventually reached the ears of the eastern military region's marshal. While the veteran's expression remained an unreadable mask of stoicism, his internal composure was beginning to fray. He glared at the screen, a silent storm brewing in his heart. Lu Sheng, what game are you playing? How much longer do you intend to remain in the shadows while the rest of the world watches? Back in the depths, a dull thud echoed as Dong Potion casually tossed aside a massive bag of spoils. The bag was overflowing with the remains of high-level mutated beasts, a testament to his 3 days of relentless slaughter. His face remained a stoic mask, devoid of even the slightest hint of fatigue or emotion. He glanced down at the tactical information watch secured to his wrist and exhaled slowly. Phew, the drill is finally drawing to a close. I've lost count of how many creatures I've put down during these 72 hours, but the merit points should easily be in the millions. It is somewhat disappointing that I cannot venture any deeper into the abyss, he mused. Beyond the 3,000-meter threshold, the signal from the communication watch and the cameras will fail completely. It's time to begin the ascent. Dong Potion's eyes sharpened as his figure blurred with motion. The specialized thrusters on his boots ignited like miniature rocket engines, propelling him toward the surface with staggering speed while he maintained a firm grip on his bag of spoils. He felt a surge of absolute certainty. After today, my status as the #1 star general in the entire military will be undeniable. Having ventured deeper into the Hyuan abyss than any other human participant, he was ready to claim his glory. As he ascended, he scanned the surrounding waters but saw no sign of the other star generals. He assumed they had long since retreated to the safety of the warships. He cleared the primary dungeon zone and was only a few thousand meters from the final surface battlefield when a sudden, heavy thump, like a massive heartbeat, vibrated through the water and resonated in his very bones. Swish! Dong Potion spun around with predator-like speed, his eyes narrowing into slits as he peered into the dark, distant reaches of the ocean. What was that? What could possibly generate a vibration of that magnitude? The fluctuations are immense, an overwhelming intensity of chi and blood, he whispered, his eyes flickering with doubt. Could it actually be a person? Dong Potion hesitated, temporarily abandoning his rapid ascent as he began to retreat toward the cover of a massive coral reef. The rhythmic ripples under the seabed were becoming increasingly defined, spreading through the dark water in an eerie, hypnotic pattern. In the lightless depths of the abyss, the scene was profoundly unsettling. Any ordinary martial artist would have likely been paralyzed by fear. Dong Patian, however, remained resolute. He was the great star general of the central region, a man on the cusp of becoming a general for the entire military. He had absolute confidence in his power, yet he couldn't deny that this relentless, echoing heartbeat was starting to make even him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He suddenly recalled an obscure, ancient martial technique he had once researched in the secret archives. It was a method that used the resonance of one's own heartbeat to damage or even detonate the opponent's heart, a way to slay an enemy without ever touching them. However, such a feat required the practitioner's martial body, chi, and blood to be several orders of magnitude higher than their targets. When he first read it, Dong Patian had dismissed the technique as utterly useless. If you are already several realms stronger than your foe, why waste time with such theatrics when you could simply crush them with a single blow? He thought. Encountering someone, or something, using that very technique in the lightless depths of the Hyuan abyss filled him with a rare sense of astonishment. No, it is physically impossible for a human to do this down here. Dong Patian reached out and pressed a hand against his own chest, trying to steady his own pulse. Aside from a 9th-level martial saint, who could possibly possess a martial body and chi levels that surpass my own by several ranks? And why would a martial saint be lurking in this lightless, deep-sea dungeon? It's illogical. This must be some ancient, terrifying mutated beast from the deepest trenches of the planet. Dong Patian gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. I won't let some phantom heartbeat distract me. I'll deliver this loot to the surface first and deal with the mysteries later. At that very moment, upon the surface, violent waves resembling massive walls of water were surging toward the coastline, crashing with a roar that drowned out the whistling wind. The sheer power of the ocean spray and the thunderous impact caused the hearts of the waiting spectators to tremble with anticipation. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the churning surface of the sea with the force of a missile. The sonic boom created by his departure from the water drew the immediate attention of thousands, and the sailors on the surrounding warships broke into a collective cheer. Look, the star generals are finally returning from the abyss. Yang Yifei, the illustrious female star general representing the Western War Zone, tilts her chin upward with a flourish of undeniable arrogance. A predatory, smug smile tugs at the corners of her lips as she gazes across the horizon, her voice dripping with cold anticipation. At long last, the hour of reckoning has arrived. The stage is set for my ascent. This military drill has been underwhelming, to say the least, barely enough to break a sweat, she remarks dismissively. However, her composure shatters instantly. Her pupils contract into sharp pinpricks as her gaze locks onto a staggering sight. Emerging from the surf, Dong Patian hauls a colossal, mountain-sized sack of spoils, overflowing with the grotesque remains of highly mutated abyssal beasts he dragged from the lightless depths of the sea. The contrast is nothing short of humiliating. The 3 bags of spoils presented by the other star generals appear pitifully small, looking like mere trinkets compared to the massive haul. In terms of sheer volume and weight, their combined efforts likely amount to a mere 1/10 of the titanic bounty that Dong Patian has single-handedly reclaimed from the ocean floor. A heavy silence falls over the shore as the referees begin the tally, their hands trembling slightly as they announce the scores in sheer astonishment. The merit points for Dong Patian. They total a staggering 7.5 million, securing him a dominant first place. They cry out. The gap is astronomical. The remaining 3 competitors trail miserably with scores of 300,000, 160,000, and a pathetic 2,000 points respectively. Yang Yifei stands frozen, her mind struggling to process the numerical impossibility. This is absurd. Over 7 million points? We couldn't even match his spare change if we pooled our lives together. Damn it all, that absolute monster, she snarls under her breath. Beside her, the general known as the Yao chimed in with a defeated sigh. Dong Patian is operating on a level that is simply too overpowered. We never stood a chance. Nearby, Gao Tian Tong was sweating bullets, his face pale as he muttered, Are we nothing more than the stepping stones for his inevitable rise to glory? Something is fundamentally wrong here, one of the two referees whispered, checking and rechecking the digital scoresheet with a look of profound shock. Lu Sheng's contribution points are still sitting at a flat 0. Has he retreated from the field of battle? Impossible. The sensors indicate he still hasn't crossed the threshold to exit the deep-sea zone. The old marshal of the southern region let out a sharp, derisive sneer that echoed through the command center. Perhaps the genius simply perished in the suffocating darkness of the deep-sea dungeon? Imagine that. A supposed prodigy unable to handle a few wild beasts. How utterly hilarious. It seems he's better suited for a traveling circus than a military elite. This biting critique of the rising star was broadcast live across all channels, and the audience's faces twisted into awkward grimaces as they stifled their laughter. Countless mocking eyes turned toward Yu Fei and the other commanders of the Eastern Military Region, savoring their visible discomfort. Yu Fei, the marshal of the Eastern Military Region, felt his face darken until it was the color of thunderclouds. The embarrassment was visceral, a stinging blow to his pride. This youth, Lu Sheng, was supposed to be the vanguard who brought unprecedented honor to the East. Yet here he was, causing a catastrophic loss of face on the global stage. Lu Sheng, where in the name of the heavens are you? He thought, his jaw tight. While Lu Sheng's raw talent was undeniable, Yu Fei had bet everything on the boy dominating this competition to solidify the East's reputation. Now, the silence from the depths was making him look like a fool. The Manhwa contingent stood speechless, unable to fathom Lu Sheng's strategy, while Dongfang Xiao and the other Eastern stars were paralyzed by a cocktail of shock, shame, and utter confusion. Lu Sheng was their recognized champion, the one meant to sweep the field, yet he languished at the absolute bottom of the rankings. Simultaneously, far beneath the chaotic surface and the political posturing, a Leviathan-class wild beast was gliding through the crushing, eternal darkness of the deepest trenches of the seabed. Deep within the abyss, where the pressure is enough to turn steel into scrap, Lu Sheng's voice echoed with a haunting clarity. Visibility is 0, he noted calmly, his words swallowed by the dense, freezing water that surrounded him like a physical shroud. The youth stood firm against the weight of the ocean, his expression hardening as he clenched his fists. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted from his core, surging outward like a subterranean sun, pushing back against the immense atmospheric pressure of the deep. Boom, boom, boom. A rhythmic series of thunderous explosions rocked the trench, the byproduct of Lu Sheng's intense cultivation process. It was a spectacular and terrifying display of raw power, a symphony of sound and blinding light performed by the lone youth at a staggering depth of over 4,000 meters below the surface, where no human should be able to breathe, let alone fight. The process of evolution was reaching a fever pitch within him. Several newly birthed undying cells began to migrate, claiming territory within Lu Sheng's powerful limbs and taking up permanent residence around the rhythmic thrum of his heart. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, which was actually smoking despite the surrounding water, and began to mutter to himself in the gloom. When I look at it from this perspective, the results are fascinating. My physical form has been compressed and reinforced tenfold, acting as if I'm training in a high-intensity gravity chamber. Combined with my water-breathing technique, the environment is perfect. Every single movement I make is now bolstered by the crushing force of thousands of metric tons of water pressure, turning the ocean itself into my whetstone. This realization sparked a sudden, brilliant flash of inspiration in Lu Sheng's mind, shifting his entire approach to his internal energy flow. As he hovered in the crushing silence of the sea abyss, a transformative thought occurred to Lu Sheng. What if I stopped treating these cells as static? What if I actively moved and repositioned the undying cells to serve as strategic anchors in different sectors of my muscular and skeletal systems? What would the true magnitude of that effect be? He didn't have to wait long for the answer. The ancient stellar patterns, previously dormant and hidden within the marrow of his bones and the fibers of his flesh, were suddenly ignited by the divine radiance of the undying cells. Using these cells as celestial nodes, with the primary undying cell in the Yintang Divine Palace serving as the core, a magnificent, shimmering golden star chart began to weave itself throughout Lu Sheng's entire anatomy. Now, whenever Lu Sheng prepares to strike, this brilliant internal star chart flares to life with blinding intensity. The 22 undying cells instantly connect, channeling a river of celestial power through the circuits of his body. With the undying star body serving as the ultimate fulcrum, he can now unleash a terrifying, world-shaking force that even Lu Sheng himself could never have envisioned in his wildest dreams. Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce inner light. "Die? Celestial tribulation," he roared. He threw a punch, and the resulting boom caused the entire deep-sea region to churn in a violent maelstrom. It was estimated that even a casual, effortless strike from Lu Sheng could now easily exceed the power of 100 stars. After unleashing that devastating blow, the youth simply exhaled, his composure returning as he calmly tucked his hands into his pockets. He muttered with a cool, detached confidence, "That takes care of the upper body. Next, I need to focus on the legs." With a focused grunt, Lu Sheng stomped his foot down with enough force to crack the foundations of the world. The impact was so profound that the deep ocean floor groaned and shook. High above on the sea surface, the water began to boil unnaturally, and massive streams of bubbles began to rise continuously from the lightless depths below. Violent, concentric whirlpools began to manifest on the surface, spreading wider and wider with every passing second, drawing the surrounding water into a hungry, spinning vortex. The gathered rising stars and Dong Patian himself stood paralyzed as they witnessed this bizarre and terrifying phenomenon. Their curiosity was quickly replaced by a sense of impending dread. "What on earth is that? What kind of monster is waking up down there?" they wondered aloud. Suddenly, without warning, a gargantuan column of water erupted from the ocean floor, blasting into the sky like a liquid skyscraper. It was a scene of magnificent but lethal beauty. The surrounding sea surface turned into a churning nightmare of massive waves that caused the nearby military ships to toss and turn violently. Dong Patian was visibly shaken, his eyes wide with alarm. "What is happening? This isn't a natural disaster. This raw energy, it's radiating from the very bottom of the seabed," Dong Patian realized, his voice trembling. Just moments ago, the sea had roared with an almost sentient anger, and now a massive whirlpool had formed, looking as though it intended to swallow every ship and soldier in the vicinity. Then, from the center of the spray, the youth Lu Sheng appeared, floating serenely high above the crashing waves. He looked like a god of the sea, radiating a badass aura that commanded the sky. "One kick," he noted with a slight smirk, "and I've cleared 1,000 meters of depth in an instant." Dong Patian watched this impossible entrance, and for the first time in the competition, he broke into a cold, panicked sweat. His voice was barely a whisper as he asked the empty air, Is that really Lu Sheng? What the hell is actually going on?" he cursed, his mind racing. He looked down at his own hard-earned spoils of war, a mountain of high-tier wild beasts, and for some reason, they suddenly felt insignificant in the face of the energy currently saturating the air. High above, Lu Sheng continued to reflect on his progress, muttering to himself as he tested his limits. "Excellent. By utilizing the undying cells as key nodes and the undying star body as the central fulcrum, I can transmit energy perfectly throughout my entire frame. In this state, a casual punch easily reaches the power of 100 stars, and a simple kick is enough to displace the weight of a 1,000-meter deep ocean." "The ripples of the future have shifted once more," Lu Sheng mused, his gaze drifting. "The vision has moved from seriously injured and fleeing to merely injured and fleeing. A single word's difference, yet it represents a monumental leap in progress. But even so, that is not the destiny I am aiming for." A powerful, oppressive aura began to emanate from him as he turned his attention to the present. With a deliberate flex of his power, Lu Sheng hauled out his own loot bag, and the collective jaws of the spectators dropped in unison. It was nearly 10 times larger than the pathetic pile Dong Patian had gathered. Lu Sheng's aura flared like a white-hot inferno as he squinted down at the man below. You must be Dong Patian." He vaguely remembered someone interrupting his deep-sea cultivation and had planned to school them quickly, but then he realized, This was Dong Shengyi's brother. Whatever, he thought. It's too late to retreat, but I suppose I'll have to pull my punches and go easy on him. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of genuine guilt as he saw the hesitation and growing dread on Dong Potion's face. On the other side of the clearing, Dong Patian was sweating buckets, his internal monologue screaming in terror. Who is this guy? This level of pressure. He's too strong. This shouldn't be possible. He is overwhelmingly, suffocatingly strong, Dong Patian admitted to himself, clenching his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. He gritted his teeth, his ego refusing to accept the reality before him. No, it's impossible. There is no way a star general exists who is stronger than I am. With a roar of pure, desperate denial, he began to lose his grip on rationality. He launched himself forward like a feral, cornered beast. His eyes were shot through with broken capillaries, turning bloodshot and overflowing with an unbridled, primal bloodlust. The surge of adrenaline and rage fried his higher brain functions, leaving only the instinct to destroy. He locked his sight onto Lu Sheng, channeling every ounce of his cultivation and life force into a single, devastating punch. Boom! The resulting shockwave from the strike carried a terrifying, pulverizing power, as if he intended to grind Lu Sheng into microscopic dust. Lu Sheng stood perfectly still amidst the howling gales and the approaching storm of violence, looking like an unyielding ancient pine weathering a hurricane. His eyes remained as calm and deep as a mountain lake, coldly watching as Dong Patian charged with his earth-shattering attack. But just as the massive fist was about to make contact, Lu Sheng lazily, almost boredly, raised a single hand. It was a simple, effortless gesture, no more complex than waving away a gnat. Yet, the moment contact was made, it completely neutralized Dong Potion's momentum and dissipated his rage. That mighty fist was halted by an invisible, immovable wall, frozen solid in midair. Dong Patian felt an icy, absolute power locking his joints in place, rendering him unable to move an inch. He was utterly shook. What is this? How can this possibly be happening? While Dong Patian was suffering a total mental breakdown, Lu Sheng was preoccupied with his own thoughts. I really can't go too hard on my future brother-in-law, he mused internally. I don't want to make things awkward later. How about I just give you a cool breeze instead? Lu Sheng said casually, his tone sounding as if he were merely playing with a small child. With a flick of his wrist, he threw a return punch that looked as light and careless as swatting at a fly. However, that seemingly gentle strike caused the air to warp. Before the punch even landed, the pressure began to distort Dong Potion's face. He let out a strangled scream, his eyes bugging out in pure terror. He couldn't process the sheer scale of what was coming. Lu Sheng's punch, despite its outward lightness, was carrying a literal tsunami of compressed power that obliterated the air and everything else in its trajectory. To Dong Patian, it felt as if a rocket engine had been ignited directly against his chest. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the nearby mountains, sending tremors for miles. Dong Patian was sent hurtling backward like a discarded ragdoll, flying hundreds of meters through the air before slamming violently into a distant cliffside. His military uniform was shredded to ribbons by the friction, and he collapsed into a heap of motionless rubble at the base of the rock. Knocked out cold in one hit, huh? The legendary Dong Emperor had been one-shot with zero effort. Witnessing this horrific display of power, the crowd stood in a state of catatonic shock, their jaws literally hanging open. The man they considered the pinnacle had been swatted aside like an insect. A heavy, suffocating fear gripped everyone present as they looked at Lu Sheng with a new, terrified respect. His strength was simply off the charts, beyond any known metric. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the whistling wind. Some soldiers trembled openly, others turned pale as ghosts. They all felt the same thing, pure terror at Lu Sheng's godlike power. Even after unleashing such an insane and visually spectacular attack, Lu Sheng looked genuinely awkward. A small bead of sweat appeared on his brow, not from the exertion, but from embarrassment. He waved his hands dismissively, looking quite flustered. It seems my future brother-in-law is a bit too weak for this, he muttered, feeling a bit helpless. He hadn't fully realized that his light, punch was now equivalent to a natural disaster. In an attempt to salvage the awkwardness of the situation, Lu Sheng scratched the back of his head, his thoughts racing for an excuse. Well, what's done is done. It's a bit too late for apologies now. I'll just have to make sure I'm extra nice to him the next time we meet, he decided. Meanwhile, back in the High Command War Room, the old marshals and generals all jumped to their feet, their eyes bulging. Dong Patian, the pride of the Central Region, had just been yeeted like trash. One general frowned deeply, his voice trembling. That was Dong Patian, the undisputed #1 of the Central Region. How can the power gap between them be this vast? The marshal of the Central Region fell into a state of profound, heavy thought. Lu Sheng's combat power, it has reached a stratospheric height that even we, the old guard, can only look up to with envy, he concluded firmly. Based on this display, he isn't just a candidate. He is already qualified to be the youngest marshal in the history of our nation. In the distance, Lu Sheng's senses suddenly sharpened as he detected the approach of several uninvited and powerful guests. So, they finally decided to show up, he thought. Suddenly, an intense, fiery chi erupted from Lu Sheng's body, merging with the very essence of the atmosphere above his head until the sky itself seemed to burn. He turned a cold, piercing glare toward the horizon, his voice ringing out with an iron will. Today, I am going to crush the God platform and defy the heavens themselves. To do that, I must cultivate an absolute, invincible momentum that no one can challenge. I'll be counting on you guys to cheer for me when the real fight begins, he said, though it sounded more like a command than a request. Every single word, action, and even the subtle shift in Lu Sheng's gaze was being recorded and reported back to the High Command in excruciating, terrifying detail. The moment the final syllable leaves Lu Sheng's lips, a heavy, suffocating silence descends upon the gathered masses. Countless high-ranking generals and seasoned soldiers exchange bewildered glances, their minds struggling to process the sheer audacity of his declaration. A chorus of disjointed stammers. What did he say? And is he mad? Ripples through the ranks like a wave. Standing at the forefront, Yu Fei, the marshal of the Eastern Military Region, finds himself drenched in a cold, visceral sweat, his features contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated confusion and dread. To crush the God platform, to defy the very heavens themselves? The words hang in the stagnant air, vibrating with a blasphemous resonance that chills the marrow of everyone present. It is a proclamation of war against the established order, a challenge to the divine hierarchy that governs their martial world. Lu Sheng, what in the name of the ancestors are you doing? Yu Fei's voice is a strangled whisper, lost in the sudden surge of power. Lu Sheng ignores the world around him, drawing a deep, focused breath as he channels every drop of his surging inner strength toward his right fist. He tilts his gaze toward the infinite expanse above, unleashing an earth-shattering punch that defies logic. Boom! Thunderous explosions tear through the fabric of the silent space, and a pillar of incandescent golden light erupts from his knuckles. Like a divine sword forged in the heart of a star, the beam pierces through the heavy cloud layer, lancing into the high heavens. The blinding radiance spills outward, illuminating the entire region in a haunting, celestial glow, while the sheer pressure of his strike begins to visibly distort the surrounding space. Lu Sheng lets out a primal roar that shakes the very ocean. There is no longer any need to lurk in the shadows. I sensed your presence long before you dared to draw near. Lu Sheng's voice booms, carrying a weight that cuts through the roar of the sea. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei's eyes snap upward toward the broken sky, and he freezes in absolute terror. His mouth falls open, gasping for air that feels suddenly too thin, as an intense, suffocating martial saint aura begins to radiate downward from the swirling vortex of clouds he had just been watching. Who is it? Identify yourselves at once. Yu Fei shouts, his military instincts momentarily overriding his fear as he soars into the sky like a bolt of jagged lightning. From his new vantage point, looking down upon the roiling waters, the full gravity of the situation begins to unfurl with terrifying clarity. However, a mere 3 seconds later, a sight so horrifying it threatens to shatter the marshal's very soul comes into view. You, You are the 4 symbols of the Ji-Dao and the 28 constellations. He gasps, his blood running cold as he recognizes the elite enforcers of the martial saint's inner circle. These 32 figures materialize as if stepping through a rift in reality, hovering with cold precision at the center of the sea region. The sight of 32 Grandmaster-level experts appearing simultaneously is a spectacle of such overwhelming martial might that every soldier below feels the weight of their combined presence pressing down like a mountain, drawing the terrified attention of every last troop in the fleet. One of the regional marshals, his face pale but resolute, steps forward through the air. He squints toward the lead figure, a man who looks more like a weathered old farmer than a killer, and demands, "Elder Xian, today is the designated date for our military's joint forces drill. What is the meaning behind the Ji-Dao Martial Saint Hall trespassing upon this sovereign exercise? State your business." The elderly man's aura is deceptively calm, yet exponentially more powerful than those around him. Without a flicker of emotion or a change in his weathered expression, he replies in a voice that resonates with authority. "We act under the direct, absolute mandate of the Ji-Dao Martial Saint, Zhao Ji. We have come to claim the head of the military's greatest fiend and transgressor, Lu Sheng." Elder Xian's voice is not particularly loud, yet it possesses a supernatural quality that allows it to glide across the surface of the water and penetrate the deepest hulls of the ships. It reaches the ears of every soul in the vicinity with crystalline clarity. Though the sea itself remains unnaturally calm for a moment, the hearts of the spectators are churning with waves of shock and disbelief that threaten to drown their senses. The 5 regional marshals stand as one, taking a defiant step forward as their eyes flash with an intense, burning light. You still refuse to let the matter rest, even after we dispatched those low-level wastes from your Ji-Dao Martial Saint Hall? Do you truly believe the military is so devoid of power that you can simply walk in and execute our finest? Towering pillars of chi erupt from the marshals, shooting toward the zenith as the majesty of 5 peak powerhouses is amplified by the thousands of soldiers below. Their collective aura swells until it physically stirs the atmosphere, darkening the sky and causing the previously still ocean to bubble violently, as if a catastrophic storm is being born from their combined indignation. Facing this staggering display of military defiance and raw power, Elder Xian remains completely unfazed. He offers a slow, pitying shake of his head and replies calmly, "You are fundamentally mistaken in your assumptions. You are dead wrong about the nature of our grievance." As he speaks, the old man's calm exterior finally cracks, going berserk with a sudden, terrifying murderous intent. He points a gnarled finger toward Lu Sheng and shouts with a voice like cracking stone, "If it were merely 2 pieces of trash from our hall who had perished, we might have let the debt go unpaid. But this fiend did the unthinkable. He murdered the wife of the martial saint, Lian Su, and in doing so, he extinguished the martial saint's unborn heir. That is a crime that transcends the laws of men. Therefore, he must pay for that blood with his own life." What? An heir? The moment Elder Xian finishes his grim revelation, the air is filled with gasps of horror and a chaotic commotion. Thousands of heads turn in unison toward Lu Sheng, their faces etched with shock. To kill the wife of a martial saint is one thing, but to slaughter his unborn child is an act so outrageous, so profoundly taboo, that it stuns the very soul of the audience. Is this true? Can such a claim be verified? Even the 5 regional marshals exchange looks of deep suspicion and concern, their brows furrowing as they weigh the gravity of the accusation. They realize with a sinking feeling that if this is true, Lu Sheng is in deeper trouble than any military protection could ever hope to mitigate. Amidst the rising tide of accusations and the weight of 32 grandmasters, only Lu Sheng remains strangely composed. A faint, inscrutable light flickers within the depths of his eyes, betraying no fear, only a cold, analytical realization. The youth slowly closes his eyes, his mind racing through the fragments of his past actions. No wonder, he thinks to himself, the puzzle pieces finally clicking into place. Lian Su must have been carrying Zhao Ji's bloodline within her womb when she died. He has finally found the root cause for the Fireseed Resource Vault's failed prediction. Lu Xing deduces that when he ended Lien Su's life, she had likely only been pregnant for a matter of days, or perhaps even minutes. At that stage, there were no biological markers for him to detect, and certainly no data for the dream space to collect. This microscopic variable had spiraled into the massive discrepancy between the predicted future and the brutal reality he now faces. A fleeting question crosses Lu Sheng's mind. If I had known Lien Su was pregnant, would I have stayed my hand? He quickly discards the thought as a meaningless exercise in what-if scenarios, for the blood is already dry. He knows his own heart. He is no saint, and he lives by a simple creed. He repays all debts in full, whether they be kindness or slaughter. He calmly erases the slight ripples of emotion from his face, his resolve hardening into a cold, diamond-like stillness. At that moment, Yu Fei, the Eastern Military Region Marshal, points an accusing finger at the Jidao enforcers and speaks with a voice of ice. Elder Xian, what concrete evidence do you possess to prove Lu Xing committed such an act? Our military will not be bullied. We will discuss this matter with the martial saint himself through the proper channels. He continues firmly. Until an official investigation is concluded, I will ensure that no one, not even the Jidao Hall, touches a single hair on Lu Sheng's head. However, before Yu Fei can even finish his defiant sentence, his voice dies in his throat. His eyes widen at the sight unfolding before him, and a chill more profound than the deep sea washes over him. In a sudden, synchronized movement, the Jidao 4 symbols and the 28 constellations drop to their knees in midair. Their faces are masks of profound, absolute reverence as they shout in a thunderous unison that vibrates through the very hulls of the ships. The saint has descended. We welcome the Lord. The entire assembly is stunned into a paralyzed silence. But before anyone can even draw a breath to react, the world itself undergoes a terrifying transformation. The previously clear sky roars with a primordial anger. Dark, obsidian clouds surge from nowhere, blanketing the firmament in shadows, while a dazzling, ethereal light begins to envelop the sea. Violent arcs of lightning flash across the darkened sky, their thunderous echoes booming across the vast expanse of the sea like the drums of war. Immediately following the storm's peak, a golden figure radiating a faint, divine luminescence emerges from the void. The figure exudes an aura of unrivaled dominance, making the very air feel heavy and thick. Then, a voice rings out from the heavens, cold and absolute. Kneel. The command is not just heard, it is felt in the bones. Every star general present finds themselves forced to the ground, their bodies moving of their own accord as they shout in unison. We welcome the martial saint. They had expected only the elite enforcers to challenge them, but they never dreamed that Zhao Ji himself would grace this mundane drill with his presence. The martial saint's arrival causes thousands of soldiers and high-ranking officers to collapse into a kneeling position. An inexplicable, crushing force envelopes the sea region, as if a mountain-sized stone is pressing directly onto everyone's chest, leaving them gasping for air. To understand this terror, one must look back at the history of their world. Before the first year of the great martial arts revolution and the dawn of high-tech integration, humanity lived in the era of firearms. In those days, even the most legendary martial masters could only hope to shatter boulders or perform feats of light-footedness on rooftops. In that bygone era, the greatest master could not withstand the trajectory of a simple lead bullet. Humanity worshipped the cold logic of science and technology, which allowed them to achieve miracles, reaching for the stars and plumbing the depths of the earth. In that world, political and technological power sat far higher than the strength of a human fist. But the world changed when the cracks appeared. When terrifying abyssal beasts descended from the sky and rose from the earth, the science humanity was so proud of failed them. Their weapons could barely scratch the hides of the weakest monsters. It was then that the limits of human flesh were shattered, and civilization shifted its trajectory toward the martial path. Power returned to the fist. Martial powerhouses became the new walls, guarding cities, provinces, and entire nations with their individual strength. They usurped the roles once held by ancient gods, and the faith of the people found a real, living target to worship. Among these titans, The strongest rose above all else. They broke the laws of physics, fought against the heavens, and turned ancient myths into living reality. In this new era, the martial saint is not just a rank. He is the living god of the modern age. In a single heartbeat, the collective martial aura of the thousands of military personnel present collapses like a house of cards. Countless people, including the 5 legendary regional marshals, find their defiance evaporated, replaced by looks of involuntary reverence as they bow their heads low toward the golden figure in the sky. Our greetings to the Jidao martial saint, Zhao Ji. Yu Fei, the old Eastern marshal who had stood by Lu Sheng, bows his head while cursing bitterly in his heart. Damn it all. Why has he come here in person? This moment is the brutal reason why the military is desperate to nurture its own level 9 martial saint. Without a peak powerhouse of their own, once a saint decides to flip the table and discard the rules, all the grandmasters and marshals in the world are nothing more than a tragic joke. The oppressive, suffocating weight of Zhao Ji's gaze falls directly upon Lu Sheng, yet the saint's words are directed at the bowed Yu Fei. I am here now. The saint's voice vibrates through the ocean. What was it you were just saying about discussing things with me? What evidence do you require beyond my presence? My word is the law. My word is the evidence. The martial saint's eyes flare with a murderous, golden light as he growls, his voice sounding like grinding tectonic plates. I want him dead. He must die here today. The aura of unrivaled dominance radiating from Zhao Ji intensifies, threatening to crush the very ships into the sea. From his high vantage point, Zhao Ji casually places his hands in his pockets, looking down with a detached, divine arrogance as he questions the youth. Little brat, do you have any objections to your sentence? Amidst the sea of thousands of kneeling bodies, there is still one figure standing tall and defiant, the badass Lu Sheng. Hearing the cold question of a god, Lu Sheng's expression darkens further. He remains silent for a long moment, his mind a whirlwind of calculations and burgeoning power as he ponders his next move. The Jidao martial saint continues to radiate an overwhelming, soul-crushing power from above, while the 4 symbols and the 28 constellations lock their predatory gazes onto Lu Sheng, waiting for the slightest signal to strike. Elder Xian's voice echoes across the water once more as he slams his gnarled wooden staff against the surface of the sea, creating a shockwave that ripples outward. Since the Great Lord has personally graced us with his presence and forced the entire army to its knees, we must act with the efficiency of a lightning strike. The Elder commands. Hit him hard and fast. Leave him zero opportunity to retaliate or flee. The 4 symbols and the constellations respond by unleashing a bone-chilling, concentrated killing intent directed solely at the youth. The purple-haired man among the 4 symbols, the white tiger, lets out a cruel smirk as he observes Lu Sheng's figure in the distance. He notices the boy's frame is visibly trembling. It seems we significantly overestimated the boy's resolve, he mocks. Indeed, the young Lu Sheng is currently trembling from head to toe, though the true catalyst for his shaking remains a mystery to the onlookers. Sweat pours down his face like a summer rain, yet he remains eerily silent. The purple-haired white tiger continues his smug commentary, enjoying the sight of the genius crumbling. His courage has been utterly shattered by the saint's presence. His spirit is broken before the fight even begins. Ending his life will be as simple as breathing. The white tiger sneers, readying his weapon. The resolute woman standing beside him, the vermilion bird, adds with a casual, dismissive shrug. With the martial saint standing above us, even the 5 marshals must bow their heads. For a mere brat like him, such fear is only natural. She continues to belittle Lu Sheng with a cold, predatory smile. So this is the pride of the Eastern District? How pathetic. Everything is as it should be, she concludes. The group begins to rapidly close the distance, gliding over the water toward Lu Sheng. Elder Xian slams his staff down once more, signaling the start of the execution as the 4 symbols begin to strike theatrical, badass poses. Lu Sheng's face is cast in deep shadow, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turn white and his skin begins to split. Even the calmest water will eventually overflow if it is pushed too far, he mutters, his voice low and vibrating with a strange energy. The Jidao Force symbols are briefly puzzled by his cryptic words, but they quickly regain their composure and arrogance. Oh, so he still harbors the delusion that he can resist us. The purple-haired white tiger grins, his eyes widening as he notices Lu Sheng's speed suddenly beginning to increase. Interesting, and quite amusing, the white tiger laughs. He snaps his fingers with a sharp crack, summoning a gleaming scepter into his palm. The scepter immediately unleashes a powerful, jagged bolt of light as his eyes flash with an icy, murderous intent. His body begins to stretch and expand, his muscles producing the sound of clashing steel as they harden. The Azure Dragon, still looking like a humble farmer, offers a stern reminder. Be quick and decisive, White Tiger. Do not allow a mere ant to damage the prestigious reputation of our Jidao Hall. The purple-haired warrior strolls forward with immense confidence, his every gesture dripping with a sense of superiority. Relax, elder. Even if he regained his senses, killing a man who has already been scared shitless won't take me more than 3 breaths. If I cannot handle such a pathetic opponent, I don't deserve the title of the Jidao White Tiger, one of the legendary Force symbols. As the final word leaves his mouth, he stomps down with such force that the sea water erupts in a massive geyser. His body shoots into the air like a cannonball, his scepter blazing with a lethal, incandescent light as he aims a killing blow directly at Lu Sheng's head. Torrents of jagged lightning roar down from the dark clouds, converging onto the scepter in a blinding display of elemental power. This causes the white tiger's aura to explode violently, overwhelming the senses of everyone nearby as he descends like a vengeful deity. Die, you miserable cur, he roars, his face contorted in a mask of bloodthirsty joy. At that exact moment, the young Lu Sheng finally lifts his head, and a chilling, razor-sharp sneer carves its way across his lips. Lu Sheng's voice rings out, cutting through the thunder and the roar of the wind with a terrifying, melodic clarity. You misunderstand. I am not trembling with fear. He looks up at the descending white tiger, his eyes shining like twin stars in the dark, filled with an exhilaration and anticipation that seems almost ready to burst from his sockets. He lets out a low, predatory chuckle. I'm just excited enough to tremble. With eyes ablaze with a terrifying, newfound power, the young man clenches his fist and throws a punch that seems to pull the very world along with it. With a sharp, atmospheric whoosh that seemed to slice the very air, the Jidao White Tiger's body was suddenly bifurcated with surgical precision. An unprecedented, visceral sense of existential crisis erupted from the depths of his soul, a terror so ancient and raw it made his scalp tingle and every hair on his body stand on end. His Jidao martial instincts, honed through 1,000 battles, forced his torso into a desperate defensive posture, but his nervous system was already lagging behind the reality of his demise. As he frantically raised his hands to guard a head that was no longer attached to his legs, he realized with a sickening lurch that his field of vision was inexplicably tilting and plummeting toward the ground. Looking down in a daze, he saw his own lower half still standing firmly on the blood-stained arena, a macabre statue of his former self. A searing wave of agony finally caught up to his brain, causing his pupils to contract into pinpricks as he reached out a trembling hand, wordlessly begging for a salvation that would never come. Nearby, the Jidao Azure Dragon watched in paralyzed horror as his comrade was cleaved apart like a common beast. The Jidao Azure Dragon completely lost his composure, his face twisting into a mask of feral rage as his aura flared uncontrollably. Lu Sheng, you absolute monster! How dare you lay hands on a member of the Jidao Hall? He roared, his voice cracking with the weight of his fury and burgeoning fear. In that moment, a dazzling, incandescent golden light erupted, possessing an overwhelming power that seemed to pierce through the very souls of the Jidao Force symbols and the 28 constellations. The onlookers were plunged into a state of total cognitive dissonance, their minds unable to register the golden streak that had just decimated their elite ranks. What was that flash? Someone stammered. By the time the question left their lips, Lu Sheng had already manifested at the far end of the battlefield. The youth didn't even look back, casually assuming his signature stance, hands tucked deep into his pockets, his expression one of bored indifference. He moved with a speed that wasn't just fast, it was a lethal distortion of reality. One of the elite members of the 28 constellations stood frozen, his body having been cleanly bisected without him even perceiving the moment of impact. With a look of profound, vacant confusion, he blurted out a final, clueless sentence to the wind. Wait, when did he even have time to swing? The temporal displacement of the attack was so severe that the heads of the Jidao Azure Dragon and the Jidao Vermilion Bird began to rotate a full 360 degrees on their necks, a gruesome mechanical response to the vacuum left behind by Lu Sheng's high-speed passage. Disbelief etched itself into the Jidao Azure Dragon's failing consciousness as he realized the truth. He had been fundamentally wrecked before he could even process the intent to fight. Lu Sheng's power was no longer within the realm of human comprehension. These so-called Jidao Force symbols possessed individual strength far eclipsing the underworld syndicates Lu Sheng had dismantled previously. Yet in the wake of this single pass, their legendary defenses were as fragile as wet parchment under the edge of a celestial blade. The dull thuds of heads hitting the surface of the sea sounded like heavy coconuts falling from a great height. This entire sequence of god-tier execution had unfolded within a single, infinitesimal blink of an eye, leaving the world to catch up to the carnage. A bone-chilling, domineering killing intent suddenly flooded the area, plunging Lu Sheng into a conceptual world of absolute obsidian darkness. He knew that if he allowed the Jidao Martial Saint to intervene personally, his window of opportunity to cleanse these ranks would vanish. He had to be faster, a living personification of extinction. Activating the martial god state, he opened the God's Eye Palace, merging the Lord's path of slaughter with his wind-breathing technique to achieve a theoretical maximum velocity. Every one of the 22 immortal cells within his body flared like miniature suns, erupting with a brilliance that blinded the sensors. High above, Yu Fei, who had always maintained a sliver of hope for the boy, could only watch with a twisted expression as he muttered, "Gods help us. That killing intent is reaching levels that shouldn't exist in a mortal body. Is this the true, uninhibited magnitude of Lu Sheng's power?" Yu Fei wondered, his heart hammering against his ribs. The youth was systematically erasing world-class martial masters in the time it took to draw a breath, moving like a living code of law, a silent, golden judge enforcing the finality of life and death upon the arrogant. The remaining regional marshals stood paralyzed, their eyes bulging from their sockets and their mouths agape as they struggled to form words. "Look down there. Look at the sea," one finally stammered. Below them, a horrific ballet of flying limbs and severed heads painted the atmosphere in shades of crimson, a sight that defied every military strategy they had ever studied. Geysers of blood erupted sky-high, painting the horizon in a macabre mist that resembled the bountiful harvest of a dark god. As Lu Sheng's invisible scythe swung, the elite wheat of the Jidao Hall fell in neat, silent rows. Within seconds, the proud Jidao Force symbols and the 28 constellations were reduced to a floating mass of mangled corpses. The sea was no longer blue. It was a silent Asura battlefield where severed limbs bobbed rhythmically in the waves. From an aerial perspective, a vibrant red ring was rapidly expanding outward from the center of the conflict, the thickening gore quickly turning the water an inky, necrotic black. The upper torso of the Jidao White Tiger, still buoyed by his powerful chi, desperately clawed at the air as he bobbed in the red surf. His eyes were wide with a pathetic, mewling terror as he screamed toward the sky, "Lord Zhaoji, save me. Please, save me." Above, the central marshal, Zhong Jinghua, stared down in absolute, shattered disbelief, his mind refusing to accept the annihilation of the nation's elite. It's impossible. Only one of the legendary Jidao Force symbols remains even partially intact, Zhong Jinghua whispered, his voice trembling. The rest of them, they haven't just been defeated, they've been shredded into unrecognizable meat. The scene was a literal depiction of an Asura's wrath. The other marshals snapped to attention, their analytical minds noting a terrifying detail. Grandmasters were supposed to possess a vitality far beyond normal men, allowing them to survive even decapitation for a short duration. Yet, The killing intent pouring from their wounds was so concentrated and corrosive that it was actively devouring their life force, ensuring that not a single cell could regenerate. The Jidao white tiger served as the ultimate, grisly testament to this. With only his upper body remaining, he thrashed in the water, his face drained of all color and drenched in a cold, deathly sweat. Tears of pure, unadulterated fear streamed down his face as his pupils vibrated with the shock of his impending end. "My lord, please save me," he wheezed, the light in his eyes rapidly fading as the ocean claimed him. From the moment Lu Sheng initiated his first strike to the near-total extermination of the Jidao Force symbols and the 28 constellations, barely a handful of breaths had passed. High above the carnage, the Jidao martial saint, Zhao Ji, bore silent witness to the systematic slaughter of his life's work. From the swirling vortex of the sky, Zhao Ji's eyes ignited, shooting out two beams of incandescent light that were visible even to the naked eye. His voice boomed like a clap of heavenly wrath, echoing between the pillars of the world. "Lu Sheng, you dare commit such atrocities in my presence." The golden silhouette of the Jidao martial saint blurred, descending toward the last survivor, the Jidao Azure Dragon. He moved like a streak of golden lightning, bridging the gap in a fraction of a second. The Jidao martial saint's radiant form and the fleeing Jidao Azure Dragon were like two celestial meteors racing toward a convergence point. As Zhao Ji reached out a hand to shield his subordinate, the Azure Dragon's face lit up with a look of pure, ecstatic relief. "My lord," he cried out, certain of his salvation. Suddenly, at that precise moment of hope, Lu Sheng's figure flickered back into existence like a glitch in the universe. With a predatory grace, the youth reached out and snagged the Jidao Azure Dragon by the hair. The image was striking, reminiscent of a mountain hawk swooping down to snatch a prize directly from the fingers of a hunter. But in this deadly game, the roles of predator and prey had become blurred beyond recognition. The Azure Dragon's pupils contracted into terrified pinpricks as he gasped, "Lord, save me." But the plea was cut short. A thin, crimson line manifested across his throat, and a fountain of hot blood erupted with the force of a geyser. Before Zhao Ji's hand could close around him, Lu Sheng stood there, holding the severed, coconut-like head of the Jidao Azure Dragon high for the world to see. Zhao Ji, the Jidao martial saint, froze in midair, his hand still outstretched toward an empty space. He had allowed his most loyal subordinate to be decapitated mere inches from his grasp. His divine pride surged and boiled over, a vow of absolute annihilation forming in his mind as he resolved to tear Lu Sheng into a million fragments for this insult. Floating effortlessly in the sky, the young Lu Sheng turned to face the Jidao martial saint, a chilling, wide grin stretching across his face to reveal rows of snow-white teeth. His eyes danced with an eerie, starlit madness as he taunted the living god. "Zhao Ji, look at what I've done. I've slaughtered every last one of your mangy dogs. Zhao Ji, I've slaughtered every one of your dogs." Lu Sheng's voice was unervingly relaxed, carrying a playful, melodic lilt that echoed between the heavens and the churning sea. His simple, mocking words felt like a psychological storm, punctuated by bolts of lightning that tore through the obsidian clouds, as if the very space itself was being rent asunder by his audacity. Below them, every general, soldier, and rising star of the military felt their bodies stiffen in a state of paralyzing horror. They stared up at the youth holding the severed head of a grandmaster, their nervous systems overloaded. It felt as if countless electric currents were surging through their veins, causing their limbs to tremble with an uncontrollable, primal fear. Witnessing this scene of absolute madness and defiance, the old central marshal, Zhong Jinghua, could no longer contain his shock. What a complete madman! He isn't just a genius. He is a force of pure, unhinged insanity, he exclaimed, his voice cracking. The Jidao Azure Dragon's head slipped from Lu Sheng's fingers and tumbled toward the waves. Even in its final moments of neural activity, the head seemed to wear an expression of profound confusion, its dying thoughts a loop of disbelief. How could I die? My lord was right there. He was right in front of me. Why did I die? Why was even a martial saint unable to snatch me from the jaws of death? Why? The silent scream of the azure dragon's soul vanished into the roar of the ocean as his head disappeared beneath the bloody surface. Standing firmly upon the surface of the roiling sea, Lu Sheng slowly clenched his fists, his gaze locking onto Zhao Ji with the intensity of a dying star. He stood ready, poised for a showdown that would decide the fate of the new era. Zhao Ji, the Jidao martial saint, gnashed his teeth with such force they sounded like grinding tectonic plates, his rage manifesting as a physical heat. Good, very good, Lu Sheng. It has been nearly a century since anyone has managed to provoke me to this degree. You have done well to get this far, Zhao Ji hissed, but Lu Sheng merely tilted his head back, his eyes lighting up with a sharp, analytical brilliance. So, Lu Sheng retorted, is this the will projection you've crafted from the mindless praise and worship of billions? This is the so-called martial arts divine power. Lu Sheng was intimately familiar with the concept of will projections from his dream space studies, allowing him to see through the Jidao martial saint's grand entrance. To the utter shock of everyone watching this standoff between a mortal and a god, the young Lu Sheng actually let out a short, mocking smirk, his confidence unshaken. Then, with a flourish of pure arrogance, the youngster raised a single finger and pointed it mockingly at Zhao Ji. You know, you're actually a pretty decent warm-up. You should feel incredibly lucky to face me today. Meeting me in battle is a blessing you must have earned through 3 lifetimes of impeccable karma. Following his daring challenge, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his eyes narrowing into daggers of intent that seemed to pierce through Zhao Ji's projection. The projection of the Jidao martial saint was no pushover. He glared back with an imposing aura that felt like it was physically crushing the atmosphere. The surrounding space suddenly froze, the laws of physics suspended as their clashing gazes created literal sparks that flew like molten metal between them. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a sub-zero coldness. His proud, arched eyebrows twitched as he raised a hand, focusing his vast reservoirs of true qi to unleash one of his ultimate techniques, the Azure Sea Spear. With a sharp whoosh, a surge of concentrated orange energy began to spiral outward from his palm. An invisible, gravitational force began to pull at the surroundings, resembling a cosmic waterfall pouring toward Zhao Ji from every direction. All the latent energy hidden within the essence of heaven and earth, the very power of all living things, flowed into the center of his palm. Zhao Ji's body seemed to transform into a miniature cosmic black hole, sucking in endless energy from the local space and causing the air to vibrate with a violent, low-frequency hum. His palm appeared to contain the weight of an entire galaxy, radiating a dazzling, mystical light that inspired a primitive awe at the destructive power coalescing there. Witnessing this earth-shattering buildup, even Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a bead of cold sweat trace its way down his spine. Is he really gathering all the ambient free energy in the heaven and earth? He wondered. The various cosmic energies were converging into a colossal vortex that roared in the sky, pushing Zhao Ji's combat power to an astronomical, terrifying height in an incredibly short span of time. The Jidao martial saint's hand was now indistinguishable from the center of the universe, the absolute convergence point of all things. His palm had become an endless black hole emitting a suction force so terrifying it pulled the celestial vortex itself into his skin. Brilliant lightning, howling gales, the essence of the sun and moon, all were absorbed. This swirling power condensed into a dazzling energy sphere that thrummed with enough destructive potential to level a continent. Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a cold, predatory light. Bang! Bang! The words were gritted out as if each one carried the physical weight of a 1,000-pound hammer. This small fraction of my power should be enough to ensure you die a little more comfortably. Facing the catastrophic pressure radiating from Zhao Ji, Lu Sheng felt as if millions of needles were being driven into every inch of his skin. Oppressed to his absolute limit, the youth gritted his teeth, his jaw clenching so tightly the sound was audible over the wind. He struggled with every fiber of his being to withstand the weight of the martial saint's presence, but despite his iron will, he couldn't stop the torrent of sweat drenching his clothes. Zhao Ji's power was a force of nature far beyond anything Lu Sheng had dared to imagine. Watching this world-ending scene from the sidelines, the old marshals and generals felt as if their very souls were being ripped from their bodies. Their eyes were wide, their faces ashen, and their mouths hung open in silent screams of disbelief. One veteran general pointed a trembling finger at Zhao Ji, stammering, What godforsaken power is this?" Another completely lost his military bearing, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Lu Sheng, run. You can't fight that. Get out of there before you're erased from existence." His voice echoed across the water, carrying the infection of his terror to everyone listening. At that moment, the title of Jidao Martial Saint became a terrifying, inescapable obsession in the hearts of all who watched. Zhao Ji was not a man to grant his enemies the mercy of escape. He let out a cold, contemptuous sneer, his eyes filled with the disdain of a god looking at a bug. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist forward to release the trapped galaxy within his palm. "You believe you have the luxury of flight? There is nowhere left for you to run in this world," Zhao Ji declared. As the words left his mouth, the entire reservoir of heaven and earth power he had gathered was unleashed in a focused beam toward Lu Sheng. It was an earth-shattering force that promised to sweep away and annihilate everything in its path. Lu Sheng's eyes flared with a brilliant, starlit intensity as he entered the third layer of the void state. From this heightened perspective, he could see the palm strike of the Jidao Martial Saint with crystalline clarity. The energy had manifested into a colossal, roaring dragon. He felt himself momentarily frozen by the sheer scale of it, thinking, Zhao Ji is truly a monster. To be able to gather all these disparate cosmic energies into a single point of impact. The sheer density of this palm strike, its destructive potential has been forced upward to a level that defies the standard laws of martial arts, Lu Sheng noted, his internal systems screaming warnings. 200 stars, 300, 400. It had become mathematically impossible to determine Zhao Ji's true strength at this moment. In Lu Sheng's heightened vision, a hypothetical status board appeared, its numbers flickering and blurring as they tried to track the exponential rise in Zhao Ji's combat power during the strike. The data on the mental board jumped crazily, unable to find a ceiling. Is this the true, unbridled power of a martial saint? The youth wondered, his teeth gritting as an involuntary shudder of excitement and fear ran through his frame. Lu Sheng immediately pushed his body into the dual activation of the martial god state and the unparalleled state. Deep within his mind, the Dharma aspect of the gods and the Dharma aspect of slaughter, residing above the ancient gray compass, unleashed a blinding radiance that flooded his martial body. His 22 immortal cells began to burn like fuel in a fusion reactor. The star chart meridians within his body were completely ignited, glowing through his skin. The concentrated might of the constellations poured into his limbs, and the perfect martial Tao God's Illumination King scripture amplified his output by a staggering 70%. This was the true weight of martial saint blood flowing through a warrior's veins. My skill intent is the blade of slaughter. Lu Sheng roared. Boom! An explosion that seemed to tear the very fabric of reality apart rang out as the two terrifying forces collided. The impact created a shockwave that threatened to shatter the space between heaven and earth, making the sky and the sea shake with a violent, tectonic instability. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth against the backdraft of the collision, his muscles screaming under the strain. Too terrifying, he realized, the force of the martial saint's strike threatening to overwhelm his defenses. It's completely impossible to withstand this head-on. A sharp, sickening crack echoed through the atmosphere, the unmistakable sound of structural bone failure, erupting in perfect, brutal synchronization with the terrifying pressure of the shockwave. The air itself seemed to splinter as the acoustic signature of the impact drowned out the roar of the ocean. As the blinding mist of the collision began to dissipate, the figure of Lu Sheng emerged in a state of horrific devastation. His military fatigues were reduced to scorched, blood-soaked tatters. One of his shoulders had been completely caved in, his arm hanging by a few strands of ravaged muscle, and not a single shard of his reinforced stellar bone remained intact. The youth gritted his teeth, his features contorted in a silent scream as he bore witness to the absolute, earth-shattering power that had just descended upon him. The veteran marshals watching from the command vessels were seized by a cold, visceral terror upon witnessing Lu Shang's mangled condition. Cold sweat poured down their weathered foreheads as their faces turned ashen, their hearts sinking with the realization of the tragedy unfolding before them. Yu Fei, the marshal of the Eastern Military Region, let out a panicked, strangled cry that cut through the bridge's silence. Lu Shang, the high-ranking stellar generals of the military stood frozen, their mouths agape, and their very souls seemingly fleeing their bodies in the face of such overwhelming destruction. To see a youth who could effortlessly suppress the Eastern Emperor and other titans of his generation be annihilated so casually by the Jidao martial saint was a sobering nightmare. It was the ultimate, cruel proof of the ancient adage, beneath the feet of a martial saint, all living beings are nothing more than ants to be crushed. In that instant, Lu Shang was launched backward like a spent cannonball, his body trailing a mist of crimson fluid that splattered across the horizon. He impacted the water with such velocity that a massive crater formed on the sea's surface, displacing thousands of tons of water and sending white, frothing waves soaring toward the heavens. The momentum of the martial saint's strike carried the broken youth deep into the lightless abyss of the ocean, his consciousness flickering as the freezing pressure of the deep sea began to envelop his battered frame. With the grace of a falling star, Zhao Ji descended from the high clouds toward the surface of the roiling water, moving with a speed and precision that defied the natural laws of physics. Upon landing, his features settled back into a mask of chilling indifference. He calmly tucked his hands into his long sleeves and returned them to their habitual position behind his back. The Jidao martial saint cast a dismissive glance over the sea's surface, which was only now beginning to settle into a deceptive calm, and remarked with a tone of icy finality, "It is over. The nuisance has been dealt with." The elderly military marshals felt a wave of profound bitterness and regret wash over them. Their shoulders slumped in defeat. "It is truly over," one whispered, his voice cracking. "The military's greatest hope for a new era, the dream we have nurtured for hundreds of years, has been extinguished in a single strike. No, I refuse to accept this." Yu Fei roared, his eyes wild with grief as he prepared to leap into the churning depths. "Lu Shang cannot be allowed to perish in such a manner. I am going down to find him myself. I will bring him back to the surface, even if I am only retrieving a cold, broken corpse. Trying to play the hero at your advanced age will only result in you being turned to ash," Zhao Ji sneered, his voice dripping with condescension. That strike was infused with the primordial power of heaven and earth. Unless that brat possessed a physical constitution comparable to a martial saint, he has already been reduced to molecular dust beneath the waves. Believing the debt of blood had been settled and the task completed, Zhao Ji decided it was time to depart, his interest in the remaining military personnel vanishing instantly. Just as Zhao Ji turned to leave, a thunderous boom erupted from behind him, accompanied by a colossal wave that threatened to swallow the sky. The Jidao martial saint stopped dead in his tracks, slowly turning his head as his pupils contracted in sudden, sharp realization. A massive, jagged crack had split the azure sea wide open, flanked by sky-high walls of frothing white water. Zhao Ji squinted through the mist, recognizing the indomitable aura of the sixth saint, and muttered under his breath with a hint of genuine surprise, "Truly unexpected. You managed to survive that." If one intends to exterminate a threat, one must be thorough, Zhao Ji thought, his face hardening as he prepared to unleash another devastating technique to finish what he started. A petty trick like surviving the first blow will not save you. It only delays the inevitable break. However, before he could launch his next assault, Zhao Ji was visibly startled by the sight that emerged from the heart of the wreckage, his divine composure momentarily slipping. The silhouette of the sixth saint, Lu Shang, rose majestically from the center of the crashing waves, standing upon the water as if he were an ancient god of the sea rising to reclaim his throne. The elderly marshals on the ships found themselves clenching their fists in a sudden surge of overwhelming joy, their ashen faces flushed with renewed hope. "It is the sixth saint. He lives. He still draws breath." In a flurry of motion, The 5 old veteran marshals ignited their respective auras, soaring through the air like streaks of light to converge on Lu Sheng's position. They formed a protective perimeter around him, their faces grim and resolute. One of them shouted urgently, "Go, Lu Sheng! We will risk our lives and burn our very essences to stall the Jidao martial saint. Even if we can only buy you a few breaths of time, you must escape." Yu Fei placed a heavy hand on the youth, pinning all his hopes on him. "You are the only hope the military has left. You cannot die here." In that critical, heart-pounding moment, the young man simply reached out and gave Yu Fei's shoulder a gentle, reassuring pat. "There is no need for such sacrifices, Marshal," Lu Sheng replied, his voice calm, serious, and ringing with an unwavering firmness that halted the old men in their tracks. Almost instantly, a terrifying phenomenon began to occur. Lu Sheng's entire body began to pulsate as his qi and blood surged with renewed vigor, initiating a process of rapid, supernatural regeneration. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, his shattered right arm began to knit itself back together, the bone and muscle weaving into existence with a visible, golden vitality until it was whole once more. The marshals were hit with one shock after another, their hearts oscillating between frantic joy and sheer incredulity. They stood paralyzed, unable to fully comprehend the miracle occurring before their eyes. "Sixth Saint, are you truly all right? Such a recovery power. It borders on the divine." Zhao Ji's face remained a mask of stone, though his eyes, deep and unchanging like glacial rivers, betrayed a flicker of newfound interest as he observed the youth's miraculous healing. He spoke with a terrifyingly calm cadence. "Interesting. Truly interesting." Encountering a genius of this caliber sparked a rare desire in Zhao Ji to recruit rather than destroy. He offered a proposition. "It has been a long time since I have met someone who piqued my curiosity this much. How about this? You slaughtered my 4 symbols and withstood a direct strike from my person, proving your talent is peerless. Enter my outer sect, honor me as your master, and I personally guarantee you shall ascend to the rank of martial saint within a century." The veteran military leaders froze, their minds reeling at the sheer absurdity of the offer. What? Is he serious? What the hell is happening? The Jidao martial saint, the man who had come to kill him, was now openly recruiting the 6th saint as his disciple. Yu Fei felt a desperate urge to answer for the boy, his mind racing with pragmatism. "Agree, Lu Sheng. What are you waiting for? A martial saint's promise is worth more than gold. If he forgives you, you survive. Temporarily bowing your head is a small price to pay. Survival is the only thing that matters right now." However, the young Lu Sheng merely let out a long, weary sigh, his expression shifting from calm to one of sharp, biting mockery. "Relying on such mediocre strength and actually having the gall to try and recruit me? Was that really the full extent of your level 9 power?" Lu Sheng's tone turned cold and derisive. "Tricky, opportunistic, and utterly despicable. That is all you are." The old marshals were thunderstruck, their souls trembling. Good Lord, this kid didn't just reject him. He openly mocked a martial saint to his face. Is he truly that insane? "Since you're so fond of teaching, let me show you what true, unadulterated power looks like," Lu Sheng declared. He formed a claw-like gesture with his left hand, and a massive, localized vortex of heaven and earth energy began to coalesce in his palm. Zhao Ji's pupils contracted rapidly as a sudden wave of panic washed over him. "Impossible," he hissed. It was clearly the Azure Sea Sky Vault technique, but this time, it was being wielded by Lu Sheng with even greater efficiency. The atmospheric power within a radius of dozens of kilometers was violently affected, and a gargantuan tornado erupted from the sea, drawing in raw energy from every direction. The violent qi surged and swirled around Lu Sheng like a protective cocoon. The youth stated with detached clarity, "I admit that your previous strike was difficult to halt entirely. However, your actual strength is simply too weak to finish the job. It lacks the lethality required to kill me. But my counterattack? It might be a bit more effective." Zhao Ji's face twisted as he watched the phenomenon unfold, a bead of cold sweat finally dripping down his cheek. He couldn't fathom the logic behind it. How? Why are you, a mere mortal, also able to grasp and manipulate the primordial power of heaven and earth. He shook his head in frantic disbelief. Impossible. This is logically impossible. You are merely at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm. At that stage, you should only be able to borrow power, not command it, as if it were your own. Lu Sheng offered a faint, chilling smile in response to Zhao Ji's confusion. What is there to be so surprised about? You couldn't even kill me with your supposed ultimate move. There is far more to this world than you understand. If you truly wish to know the secret, I will have mercy and enlighten you. Power only submits to a greater authority. I call it the power that crushes everything beneath its heel. Lu Sheng's single gesture caused the entire atmospheric chi flow within a 50-kilometer radius to destabilize. Multiple tornadoes roared into existence across the sea, spinning in from all directions and creating visible, violent ripples on the ocean's surface. Even the massive iron warships and white-sailed vessels anchored miles away began to sway and groan under the sudden, localized pressure. The youth clenched his fists, his muscles bulging with such force that his remaining clothes shredded further. With his aura burning like a supernova, he glared at the saint and roared, "You had better bite down hard, because this is going to hurt." In his preparations for this fateful clash, Lu Sheng had cultivated far more than just his immortal cells. His fist art had long since entered the 4th realm of domain. After absorbing the ancestral inheritance of Jiu Pingguan, the founder of the heavenly water firm Rock School, his mastery of the fist had reached a pinnacle comparable to peak blade techniques. To Lu Sheng, the fist was his first and most fundamental weapon. The projection of martial Saint Zhao Ji stared back, and for the first time in a century, he felt a flicker of genuine timidity. He clenched his teeth, his pride struggling with his instincts, but he found himself unable to utter a single word of retort. An unprecedented aura ignited across Lu Sheng's skin as he concentrated 10 of his immortal cells into his legs. Beneath his feet, the sea water began to converge frantically, piling up into a towering, solid pillar of water that rose from the surface like a gargantuan rock emerging from the seabed. An invisible stream of celestial water seemed to descend from the heavens, causing the ocean to boil and splash. The fundamental flow of the world, which had previously belonged to Zhao Ji, was forcibly torn open with a massive crack as everything began to gravitate toward this one singular punch. The momentum was like that of a celestial dragon finally breaking its shackles, shattering every invisible constraint in the air as it soared toward the zenith. Using the extreme cloud step, Lu Sheng launched himself toward the floating Zhao Ji. Zhao Ji broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes widening in pure horror as he screamed, "What? This speed is impossible." Before he could even raise a hand in defense, Lu Sheng had traversed the distance and appeared directly in front of him, less than a meter away, face to face. In that fraction of a second, all the gathered power contracted and surged into Lu Sheng's right fist. Within his body, all 22 immortal cells shone with a blinding intensity, and every branch of his star chart was fully illuminated. A terrifying energy moved through him, and his eyes reflected a rising sun of extreme brilliance. His right hand had become a terrifying black hole anomaly, a gravity well from which nothing could escape. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji was so disoriented he hadn't even realized Lu Sheng was upon him, wondering, where did he vanish to? The Jidao martial saint's expression finally shattered, a rare look of raw emotion appearing in his eyes as he finally perceived Lu Sheng's fist hovering inches from his face. Before his reflexes could trigger, Lu Sheng's heaven-sent punch slammed directly into Zhao Ji's face with the weight of a falling moon. Lu Sheng let out a guttural roar, "Break!" The power of this strike was too monumental, too rapid, and far too precise for Zhao Ji to avoid. Boom! A world-shaking vibration rippled through reality. Every ounce of Lu Sheng's power erupted into Zhao Ji's features like a concentrated storm. In that moment of contact, a profound realization flashed through Lu Sheng's mind. Engaging an enemy as powerful as a martial saint had subjected him to such immense pressure that it served as a crucible for inspiration. His mind entered an extremely vivid, boiling, and exhilarated state. Today, this battle was the catalyst he needed. Countless insights regarding the ultimate truth of the fist flowed through his heart like a river. At this precise moment, his fist art underwent a miraculous, divine sublimation, leaping from the peak of the fourth realm toward the legendary fifth realm. His spiritual power and physical technique fused into a singular, perfect entity, causing the power of the punch to escalate to a new tier of destruction. His fist advanced through Zhao Ji's defenses like a hot needle through silk, crushing everything in its path. Lu Sheng let out a long, defiant roar. I will use these fleshy fists of mine to shatter your hollow clay statue. I want to see what your true form looks like beneath the lies. Zhao Ji's projection was sent hurtling backward across the sky. Had it not been a saint's will, he would have been erased instantly. Looking back at the drifting figure, Zhao Ji's projection was now covered in a web of glowing, jagged cracks. The martial saint went completely berserk, his voice a distorted howl of rage. Look at what you have done, you miserable insect. My mortal god body, the vessel of my will, has been shattered by your hand in such a humiliating manner. A blinding, incandescent radiance flared within the eyes of the Jidao martial saint, Zhao Ji, reflecting a depth of shock that bordered on the divine. It was as if 1,000 stars had simultaneously ignited and then imploded within his very pupils, marking the first time his composure had truly been shaken. Upon witnessing this monumental shift in the tides of battle, the venerable old Marshal Zhang Yu felt a surge of unbridled adrenaline coursing through his aged veins. Lu Sheng is the beacon we have searched for, he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He is, beyond any shadow of a doubt, the greatest hope our military has ever fostered. The primal, surging flow of worldly essence that had condensed around Zhao Ji's colossal fist flickered for a mere heartbeat before it disintegrated, echoing the sound of a rushing mountain torrent being pulverized against jagged rocks. The Jidao martial saint's spectral projection began to spiderweb with luminous cracks, resembling fragile porcelain struck by an invisible hammer, until it finally splintered into 1,000 crystalline fragments that dissolved into the salt-heavy air. Lu Sheng exhaled a long, steady breath, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy as a formidable and even more intense fighting intent radiated from his frame. His eyes burned with a focused clarity, his hands were clenched into iron-like fists, and a sharp crack echoed as he rolled his neck. His entire body seemed to mimic the sun itself, emitting a brilliance that challenged the very horizon. Very well, he murmured. The godhead has been shattered into nothingness. What remains is for your true body to face me. With a voice that echoed across the vast, churning expanse of the ocean, Lu Sheng issued a challenge that froze the very marrow of those who heard it. Zhao Ji, he bellowed, his tone dripping with lethal intent. Watch closely, for today marks the beginning of a new era. Today, I commence the ritual of slaying a saint. The once calm azure of the sea and sky was instantly swallowed by a primordial chaos. Without warning, a violent storm erupted, dark, oppressive clouds coalescing in seconds to blot out the light as thunder roared like a wounded beast and a torrential downpour began to lash the surface of the ocean. The 5 regional marshals, the seasoned generals, and the elite star generals stood paralyzed, their faces a kaleidoscope of bewilderment, tension, and a desperate, rising eagerness. An incomprehensible emotion stirred within their chests, a realization that the world they knew was shifting beneath their feet with a terrifying, irreversible gravity. The figures of the 5 supreme military marshals swayed as if buffeted by an invisible wind, their expressions caught between awe and disbelief. Behind the high command, the ranks of generals and star generals who had participated in the drill were gripped by a profound sense of shock. A single sentence Lu Sheng had uttered previously now resonated in their minds with the weight of prophecy. I will shatter the godhead, and I will defy every odd. Only now, witnessing the impossible, did they finally grasp the true, terrifying depth of his resolve. In the heavy silence that followed, old Marshal Zhang Yu blinked as if waking from a dream, turning to his peers to ask, what did Lu Sheng just declare? Did I hear him correctly? Did he truly claim he was going to slay a saint? Behind the central marshal, a star general's voice trembled with fear and excitement as he stammered, Lieutenant General Lu Sheng. He intends to slay a martial saint. The observation deck erupted into a chaotic uproar as the reality set in. Lu Sheng had anticipated the Jidao martial saint's arrival and had come prepared to wage war against the divine, a feat that had never been achieved in the 300 years since the martial Dao's revival. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. The chasm between the 8th and 9th realms, a gap that was widely considered to be as vast as the distance between heaven and earth, had been bridged. Lu Sheng had relied on nothing more than his own flesh and blood to pulverize the will projection of a martial saint. Even if it was merely a projection of intent, the feat proved that his strength had touched a level beyond human comprehension. "This is a miracle without precedent," Zhang Yu exclaimed, his voice shaking with pride. An indescribable brilliance danced in the eyes of the 5 military marshals as they witnessed the impossible. "Should we intervene? Should we support him?" Zhang Yu asked, his eyes scanning the horizon. The central marshal was vibrating with a hype that bordered on the manic. "By the gods, we have to do something. Artillery, missiles, anything. Even if it doesn't leave a scratch, we must make a definitive statement of whose side the military stands on." Within moments, the marshals exchanged a series of sharp, decisive nods and issued a flurry of high-priority commands. The star generals on the bridge felt a jolt of shock at the orders, but the hesitation lasted only a second before they drew in deep breaths and saluted with iron-jawed determination. "Understood, sir. The marshal's word is law. We are engaging immediately. Unleash the full might of our batteries." Old Marshal Zhang Yu roared, his voice more bloodthirsty than it had been in decades as he pointed a trembling finger toward Zhao Ji's flickering projection. "The spine of the Dragon Country's military has been bowed under the weight of these saints for far too long. It is time we stood tall. Give them everything we've got. Fire until the barrels melt. Damn you. If the godhead is broken, then he is just a target. Fire." A symphony of destruction erupted as every warship across the sea adjusted its bearing, aiming their massive cannons directly at Zhao Ji's spectral form. The world was filled with the thunderous roar of countless explosions as a barrage of shells was launched. While no one truly expected these conventional weapons to kill a martial saint, the act itself was a monumental declaration of the military's absolute and unwavering support for Lu Sheng. These old fools, they must have consumed the heart of a leopard and the gall of a bear to find such audacity, Zhao Ji's projection whispered, his eyes widening in sheer, insulted disbelief. He could only glare through the smoke with a freezing coldness, his pride stung by the realization that the mortal army no longer feared his shadow. A torrential rain of steel and high explosives locked onto Zhao Ji's coordinates, saturating the air with fire. Lu Sheng, standing amidst the chaos, felt a surge of grim satisfaction. In the rhythmic thud of the cannon fire, he could feel the previously fractured and cowed spirit of the army begin to coalesce once more, forging a new, unbreakable momentum. As the first wave of artillery shells shrieked through the air toward him, Zhao Ji's expression remained one of disdain. He reached out with a single, languid hand, his movements carrying a supernatural grace that seemed to slow the passage of time. An invisible, shimmering kinetic shield instantly expanded around his person, creating an absolute sanctuary. The gunfire was relentless, shell after shell soaring toward his heart, yet they all ground to a halt exactly 10 meters from the Jidao martial saint, suspended in the air like flies caught in amber. In the following second, Zhao Ji's eyes flashed with a cruel intent, and all the densely packed artillery fire reversed its trajectory with twice the speed. In a horrific display of power, fire began to bloom across the fleet. Warships erupted into pillars of flame as their own shells struck them. "Damn it! He's redirecting the fire," a general screamed over the comms as the sea became a graveyard of burning steel. Zhao Ji cast a murderous, chilling gaze toward Lu Sheng, his voice carrying through the din of battle. "Look upon this carnage and remember it well. Every soul that perishes today dies because of you, Lu Sheng. They die because of your infantile, idiotic resistance against the natural order." Lu Sheng stared intently at the burning sea for a moment, his expression unreadable, before slowly raising his head. In his eyes, there was no trace of the guilt or self-reproach that Zhao Ji had hoped to provoke. Instead, There were two raging, primordial infernos of willpower. "You have it backward," Lu Sheng said softly, his eyes flashing with a strange, terrifying light. "They are warriors, soldiers with spines that remain unbent. They are unafraid, even when standing before a monster like you. And as for you," Lu Sheng continued, a sneer curling his lips as he mocked the saint, "triggering a pathetic loser who lacks the courage to show his true face is beneath me. You don't need to understand my motivations, because you are nothing more than a coward, a turtle hiding within a shell of divinity while the world moves past you." The moment the final word left his lips, Lu Sheng's aura exploded. He clenched his fist, his eyes blazing with a predatory focus, and charged forward with a velocity that shattered the sound barrier, leaving a wake of white foam in his path. Zhao Ji was triggered beyond reason, his teeth grinding together as a guttural roar of "insolent fool" tore from his throat. Lu Sheng gave him no room to breathe, immediately engaging his five-realm fist techniques. He unleashed a blistering barrage of strikes that carried an unprecedented momentum, each punch impacting Zhao Ji's chest with the force of a falling star, sending the martial saint's projection tumbling backward across the waves. "Do not presume to have won." Zhao Ji seethed, his rage manifesting as a visible heat haze around his body. His veins bulged like serpents on his forehead, his knuckles cracking with a sound like snapping timber. Without a heartbeat of hesitation, he unleashed a series of devastating counterattacks, each blow a storm of compressed force that distorted the very atmosphere around them. The collisions echoed like continuous claps of thunder, the sound vibrating through the very marrow of those watching from the warships. Lu Sheng and Zhao Ji's movements became a blur of intertwined fists and kicks, a dance of light and shadow. Zhao Ji's strikes carried an earth-shattering weight, yet they were met by Lu Sheng's fluid, unpredictable maneuvers, each impact causing the surrounding air to detonate in a series of violent pressure waves. The two titans clashed like savage tigers in a lightless jungle. Zhao Ji saw an opening and unleashed a lethal uppercut meant to decapitate his opponent. However, Lu Sheng remained remarkably composed, his expression one of absolute confidence. With one hand tucked casually into his pocket, he performed a subtle, lightning-fast tilt of his head, letting the fist whistle harmlessly past his ear. A look of pure, unadulterated astonishment washed over Zhao Ji's features. He had never expected a mere mortal to evade a strike backed by his saintly intent with such effortless grace. That perception, that fourth-realm body technique. He growled, his voice laced with a growing, terrifying disbelief. Before he could even begin to recalibrate his defense, Zhao Ji saw Lu Sheng's fist already closing the distance toward his jaw. The counterattack was launched with a speed that bypassed the conscious mind, leaving the martial saint no time to react. The blow was too fast and far too dangerous. Zhao Ji took Lu Sheng's sky-splitting uppercut full in the face, the force of the impact threatening to tear his projection apart. On the flagship bridge, the marshals were practically jumping with excitement, watching as the invincible saint was battered. Magnificent. He actually landed it. The saint is being humbled. Zhao Ji clutched his aching, shimmering cheek, his expression turning bitter and salty in the extreme. "Fine," he hissed, the golden light of his projection flickering with malice. "You have guts, boy. It seems I cannot put an end to your life without drawing upon the true depths of my power. Consider that a mere warm-up for what comes next, you arrogant brat," Zhao Ji sneered, a dark, triumphant smirk playing on his lips. He began to chant, his voice resonating with a frequency that vibrated the sea itself. "All the faith of my followers, all my divine essence, be concentrated in this singular moment." His spectral figure swayed, and a heartbeat later, the entire sea region plunged into a darkness far more profound than the storm, as if the world had transitioned from noon to a moonless midnight in an instant. Yet, amidst this gloom, a singular patch of brilliant, clear sky remained anchored to Zhao Ji's aura. He had transformed into a living light source, drawing the grand celestial power of the entire region into himself, causing the seawater below to surge upward in a massive, swirling pillar. Every soldier and officer present felt an agonizingly heavy pressure settle onto their chests, a weight 100 times more suffocating than the air before a hurricane. Then, countless motes of starlight appeared in the darkened sky, converging upon the martial saint. These points of light wove together into intersecting lines, rapidly constructing a gargantuan avatar hundreds of meters tall, a titanic figure that towered over the ocean like a god of old. The massive construct radiated a blinding brilliance, its form reminiscent of the giant spirit god from ancient myths, with Zhao Ji's true essence acting as its glowing heart. The Jidao martial saint's voice boomed from the giant's chest, echoing for miles. Lu Sheng, in the face of this absolute power, where do you think you can possibly run? Looking up at the martial Dao avatar, the 5 military marshals were struck speechless, their expressions a complex mix of fear and reverence. This was a mythological technique brought to life, the true foundation of a rank 9 martial saint. This was what it meant to be a god among humans. The avatar and the physical body were perfectly synchronized, projecting a supernatural presence that seemed to rewrite the laws of reality. Old Marshal Zhang Yu's hands trembled as he watched the light show. Those rank 8 grandmasters. They are but children playing with toys compared to this. They still rely on their hands to kill, but a martial saint with an avatar of this scale sees even a great grandmaster as nothing more than a common ant. He is burning the divine power of worship to fuel this. He is prepared to kill Lu Sheng even at the cost of his own standing. He has completely abandoned any shred of dignity or face. The central marshal stared at the towering giant in disbelief. This is it. This is the martial saint's final trump card, the peak of his martial manifestation. We have to find a way to shield Lu Sheng from that thing, the marshal shouted, but it seemed too late. Zhao Ji's avatar looked down with a smug, godlike smirk, sensing the inevitable end of his rival. Die, you insignificant insect, the giant roared, raising a hand the size of a city block to crush the youth below. In that final moment, Lu Sheng calmly tilted his head back, his eyes steady and cold as he retorted, I've heard enough of your voice. Listen carefully. Cease this hollow grandstanding at once. Lu Sheng barked, his voice cutting through the giant's roar. Do you truly believe a man of your character has the right to represent the light of this world? Spare me your sanctimonious drivel and your feigned suffering. It is nothing more than a pathetic facade that I am tired of looking at. Lu Sheng's face darkened with a focused rage. I used to waste my time worrying about the future, constantly calculating probabilities and seeking the most efficient solutions. I realize now how incredibly stupid that was. Jagged bolts of lightning suddenly flickered within Lu Sheng's pupils, and he let out a hearty, booming laugh that resonated with a strange, transcendental power. Isn't it far more enjoyable to simply turn on the hacks and end this farce? Martial God state, perfect fusion, Lu Sheng roared as the crushing pressure of the avatar bore down on him. Transform faster. I know you have more to give. Do not fail me now. Space-severing, initial stance. In the awakened martial God state, every aspect of Lu Sheng's biology and spirit was pushed beyond its theoretical maximum. He focused the entirety of his 8-realm space severing slash into a single, localized point of absolute destruction. To many, the notion of a mortal overcoming a rank 9 martial saint would seem like a fever dream, but for Lu Sheng, it was merely the logical conclusion. His figure blurred, flickering through dimensional folds to reappear instantaneously at the Jidao martial saint's flank. With a roar of focused power, he struck. The impact was cataclysmic. Zhao Ji was blasted backward, and the towering spirit god avatar swayed violently before crashing into the sea and detonating into a million shimmering white points of light. My avatar! My divine form! Zhao Ji's scream echoed across the water. His martial god avatar had been physically face-slapped and dismantled by a mere youth, a humiliation that burned hotter than his wounds. Zhao Ji floated in the air, his form flickering and unstable, his eyes filled with an utterly unwilling and desperate rage. Lu Sheng, what is the true nature of your strength? Zhao Ji wheezed, his projection failing. The young man merely glared at him with a cold, savage indifference. What strength? It would be far too difficult to explain the complexities of the world to a country bumpkin martial saint like you. You are simply too weak. so weak that I cannot even be bothered to waste the breath required to explain it. Zhao Ji, the Jidao martial saint who had once caused the entire world to tremble at his name, was now reduced to a shattered, fading afterimage. His colossal projection, which had once stood like a giant spirit god propping up the firmament, was now in a terminal free fall, plunging into the dark, deep sea like a fading shooting star destined for oblivion. The celestial brilliance that once wreathed his form flickered and died, dissolving into a shower of crystalline shards that fell like the ruins of a collapsed temple. Yet, the torrential fury burning within Lu Sheng showed no sign of waning. It only intensified. As Zhao Ji plummeted toward the earth, Lu Sheng ignited his speed, a streak of jagged lightning across the battlefield. His calloused hand clamped onto the back of the elder's collar with bone-crushing force, hoisting him upward. This was Zhao Ji, the man who had occupied the absolute apex of the martial world, a figure once worshipped as a living deity, now reduced to a pathetic weight, dangling from the youth's grip like a wet, trembling chick. Suspended in the frigid air, Zhao Ji's legs flailed uselessly against the void, his movements devoid of any martial grace. His regal features were now a mask of agony, twisted and contorted into a grotesque grimace that mirrored his shattered ego. Every ounce of his former, suffocating arrogance had evaporated, replaced by a visceral, bone-deep horror and a sense of absolute helplessness. In the midair suspension, Zhao Ji struggled to force words past his trembling lips, his voice a broken, raspy whisper that carried the weight of his defeat. I lost. It was a confession born of a harsh reality he could scarcely comprehend. Lu Sheng merely stared at him with eyes as sharp and unforgiving as honed daggers, the sheer intensity of his gaze causing Zhao Ji to shudder uncontrollably. Lu Sheng's grip tightened around the other man's throat, his knuckles whitening as he seemed intent on crushing the very life out of the fallen idol. The youth let out a low, guttural growl that resonated with raw power. "What's the matter? You look so surprised, old man. Does it sting that much?" He leaned in, his voice dripping with venomous mockery. "A rank 8 combatant beating a rank 9. Is that too bitter a pill for your exalted self to swallow? Tell me, where is that god of humanity you were so proud of? I make it my personal business to beat the absolute hell out of your kind," Lu Sheng declared, his voice devoid of any mercy. Without the slightest hesitation, he wound back and delivered a thunderous slap across the face of the Jidao martial saint. It wasn't merely a physical strike, but a blow infused with a heavenly sense that carried the weight of a mountain. The impact was so violent that it instantly deformed Zhao Ji's face, sending a spray of blood and broken pride into the wind. "An avatar of light, you said? Nothing but a hollow shell full of pretense." Each word was punctuated by a rhythmic, brutal succession of strikes. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Sheng's fists moved with a terrifying cadence, a systematic destruction of the Jidao martial saint's dignity. He struck like an unleashed storm, each punch carrying earth-shattering power that vibrated through the atmosphere. Zhao Ji could do nothing but endure the onslaught, his head snapping back and forth as blood erupted from his nose and mouth like a crimson fountain. Each of Lu Sheng's strikes was precise, decisive, and cruel, twisting the face of the once proud saint until he resembled nothing more than a pathetic, cornered beast. Lu Sheng's strikes grew heavier and more relentless with every passing second, each blow fueled by a cocktail of righteous rage and cold contempt. The youth was venting more than just physical force. He was pouring years of frustration and the weight of his hatred onto this cruel adversary. The spectacle was simultaneously terrifying and morbidly satisfying, a display of raw dominance that made the watching crowd tremble. Below, the ranks of military officials stood in paralyzed silence. They had spent the battle imagining various tragic ends for Lu Sheng, yet none of them had envisioned a reality where the Jidao martial saint would be the one reduced to a human punching bag, utterly dismantled by a rank 8 warrior. Among the spectators, a new light began to kindle in their eyes, growing more solemn and profound by the moment. Like a single spark igniting a massive prairie fire, a wave of realization swept through the chaotic wreckage of the warships scattered across the churning sea. Every military officer present, from the lowest rank to the highest, felt their spines straighten with newfound pride. They shared the singular, awe-inspiring thought that had crossed the mind of the old Eastern marshal. My God! From this moment forward, our military finally has a god of its own. The 5 marshals of the military exchanged looks, their faces breaking into rare, triumphant smiles as their eyes flashed with brilliant resolve. Gentlemen, mark this date in your memories, one of them remarked, his voice thick with emotion. This is the day the military ushers in a bright and glorious future, a golden age the likes of which we have never seen before. Lu Sheng showed no signs of stopping his assault. He wound up for another punch, his movements deceptively slow, yet following a terrifyingly specific trajectory that seemed to obey the fundamental laws of heaven and earth. In that moment, his fist was the law, his fist was the absolute rule of the universe. It was only when the Jidao martial saint's wrist went limp in his grasp that the youth finally brought his bombardment to a temporary halt. The Jidao martial saint had been pummeled into a state beyond recognition, his face swollen and bruised until he resembled little more than a pig's head. Every ounce of his elegant, celestial demeanor had vanished, leaving no trace of the god of humanity. His once dignified and cold visage was now a ruined landscape of purple flesh, looking like an overripe tomato that had been mercilessly trampled into the dirt. His eyes were mismatched, one swollen shut and the other bulging, while his lips were torn into a bloody pulp. His perfect teeth had been shattered, leaving only 2 jagged, protruding incisors that made him look like a gnawing rat. Despite the pathetic sight, a flicker of desperate fire burst from Zhao Ji's eyes as he flailed his limbs. You deserve to die, he hissed. Lu Sheng merely sneered in response. Me? Look at yourself, old man. You're the one with 1 foot in the grave. Zhao Ji ground his shattered teeth together, his breath coming in ragged, wet gasps. Have you hit me enough? He forced out, a cold, unsettling laugh beginning to bubble in his throat as energy began to surge around him once more. In a terrifying display of rank 9 power, the horrific injuries on his face began to dissipate with unnatural speed. Within seconds, his skin smoothed over, his complexion regained its rosy hue, and his eyes regained their terrifying spirit. It was as if the brutal beating had never occurred. However, his chest heaved with violent indignation, his eyes burning with a resentment so deep it felt as though he might explode. A god of humanity for over a century, revered by billions, had been humiliated by a rank 8 child. The pain of any previous loss paled in comparison to this indignity. He wanted to tear the flesh from Lu Sheng's bones. Lu Sheng, watching with cold blue eyes, raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Oh, you've actually recovered already. Impressive. The Jidao martial saint realized with a sinking heart that Lu Sheng's ability to bridge the gap between rank 8 and rank 9 was not a fluke. It was rooted in a level of martial skill that bordered on the divine. Fear and jealousy, like a twin-headed serpent, coiled in his chest. Zhao Ji stretched his restored body, his voice dropping into a gloomy, menacing tone. So what if your skills are superior? You are still a child playing at war. You have no true comprehension of the terrifying depth of a rank 9 martial saint. He tried to regain his composure, asserting that the distance between their ranks was an uncrossable chasm. While Zhao Ji grew smug with his renewed form, Lu Sheng simply maintained a faint, unsettling smile. Oh, is that really what you think? Zhao Ji unleashed a violent surge of lightning that crackled around his form, lighting up the sky as he continued to boast. I am connected to the very essence of heaven and earth. My power is not merely my own, it is infinite. My martial body has been tempered and nourished by a century of the world's great trends. I have ascended to a height that your tiny mind cannot even begin to imagine. How could a pittance of rank 8 power ever hope to truly kill me? Lu Sheng couldn't help but shake his head, a pitying smile playing on his lips. I called you a country bumpkin martial saint, and it seems I was being generous. You really are just a provincial fool. He chuckled, the sound chillingly calm. To say I don't know the power of a rank 9, it's beyond ridiculous. I've witnessed the might of rank M and rank G powerhouses that would make you look like an ant. You're living in a very small well, Zhao Ji. Lu Sheng slowly clenched his fists, the air around them beginning to warp from the sheer density of his intent. His voice was flat, carrying the weight of an absolute truth. With the level of strength you've shown today, you aren't even worthy of the title of rank 9. You're a disgrace to the rank. Next, I am going to thoroughly and completely beat the life out of you, the youth declared, his finger pointing directly at the center of the Jidao martial saint's face. He spoke with a casualness that was more terrifying than any scream, as if he were simply stating a mundane fact rather than a death sentence. I want to see if you can still manage that pathetic laugh when your soul is being extinguished. The Jidao martial saint's pupils constricted into tiny pinpricks as a cold, alien tremor surged from the depths of his being. This was the primal warning of a rank 9's martial intuition, a sense that had kept him alive for over 100 years. Why? He thought frantically. Why do I feel the literal shadow of death clinging to that boy's fist? This intuition screamed at him with deafening intensity, telling him that Lu Sheng's next attack wouldn't just hurt. It had the power to permanently unmake him. The Jidao martial saint opened his mouth to speak, perhaps to retort or to cast another spell, but the words died in his throat. Lu Sheng didn't wait. With a terrifyingly calm expression, he simply threw a punch. Void-shattering, full-bloom state. Lu Sheng unleashed his ultimate technique. He had once remarked that when this move was finally manifested in the real world, his hands would be stained with the blood of martial saints. In that heartbeat, the world fell into a localized stasis. The wind ceased its howling, and the sea beneath them became a sheet of glass. Taking Lu Sheng as the epicenter, over 200 distinct spectral images of the youth manifested around the Jidao martial saint, each one radiating a lifelike and overwhelming pressure. Within the sanctuary of Lu Sheng's mind, over 100 distinct martial wills, each burning with its own vibrant and terrifying color, ignited upon the surface of the gray compass. The ultimate truth of the 10 perfect Grandmaster Daos was being articulated in the physical realm. All 200 spectral versions of Lu Sheng struck simultaneously, a synchronized execution of 3 different martial saint-level skills and over 10 Grandmaster techniques. A chaotic symphony of martial control and supernatural abilities converged on a single point of impact. In that instant, the very flow of time seemed to stretch thin, turning seconds into agonizing minutes. In Lu Sheng's perception, the Jidao martial saint's form lost all its structural integrity, becoming as malleable and pathetic as a lump of wet clay. Every part of the saint's body was dented, shattered, and distorted. Bones snapped like dry twigs and flesh was reduced to a chaotic spray of crimson fluid that hung suspended in the warped space. As the 200 spectral images of Lu Sheng flickered out of existence, all that remained in the center of the vacuum was a blurred, unrecognizable mass of mangled flesh and blood. The body was a ruin of deep dents and protrusions, soaked entirely in a thick, red liquid. However, the great trend of heaven and earth began to stir once more, creating a massive energy vortex that funneled power into the gore. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the flesh began to knit itself back together, starting with the reconstruction of the Jidao martial saint's head. Next, the mouth formed, its lips trembling as it forced out words in a wet, hoarse voice that still managed to sound triumphantly arrogant. Is that it? Is that the absolute limit of your puny abilities? You can shatter my form 1,000 times over, boy, but in the end, it is merely flesh. I am eternal. Lu Sheng stood back, staring at the squirming, pulsating mass of gore with narrowed, analytical eyes. Oh, so that wasn't enough to do the trick, he mused softly. Amidst the carnage of Zhao Ji's reforming body, he could sense a faint, shimmering trace of divinity. It was remarkably similar to the essence of his own immutable cells, though it existed at a significantly lower, more primitive level. This was the residual aura Zhao Ji had cultivated over a century of being hailed as a god. As Zhao Ji's body continued its grotesque healing process, he didn't miss the chance to further provoke his opponent. If you truly have the power to end me, then show it. Increase your strength. But you can't, can you? I am the god of humanity. I am immortal and unbound. What can a nameless nobody like you possibly hope to achieve against eternity? Ha! Lu Sheng ground his teeth, a flicker of genuine annoyance crossing his face. He hadn't quite expected that this man would have stumbled upon a divine power akin to blood-flesh rebirth during his long tenure as a martial saint. He had to admit, the realm of rank 9, once it began to graze the true mysteries of the natural universe, offered some truly persistent and interesting survival mechanisms. Lu Sheng watched as the Jidao martial saint's face became clearer, noting the twisted, smug expression forming on the partially healed features. He spoke in a voice that was soft, calm, and utterly terrifying. "If that is truly your wish, then I will be happy to oblige. I'll add a little more strength to the mix." The Jidao martial saint's hysterical laughter cut off, as if his throat had been slit. His face paled, his features freezing in an expression of pure, unadulterated horror as he stared at Lu Sheng in total disbelief. The mere suggestion that the previous display wasn't the youth's full power was a concept he couldn't reconcile with reality. "What? You can still increase your output? You're lying. Are you kidding me?" Zhao Ji shrieked. Ignoring the outburst, Lu Sheng extended the index finger of his left hand and pressed it gently against his own forehead. In response, invisible ripples began to emanate from the point of contact. Deep within his biology, every single one of his immortal cells began to vibrate, their collective energy concentrating entirely into his right arm. The energy continued to circulate, flowing down the length of his arm until it gathered in the center of his palm. The immortal cells were now shining with an intensity that rivaled a collapsing star, their brilliance so extreme that they threatened to bleach the very world of its color. "Immortal strike." As the words left his lips, the very foundations of heaven and earth seemed to shift in alignment with his will. Before Lu Sheng's mounting rage, ambient power from every corner of the battlefield converged upon his right fist, transforming it into a dazzling, blinding orb of pure destruction. Lu Sheng braced his stance, his eyes locking onto the Jidao martial saint with predatory focus. "Die, you insignificant insect!" the youth roared, his divine fist carrying a force capable of cracking the world as it surged toward Zhao Ji. Pshhh, a golden flame ignited upon every single immortal cell, a holy, undying fire of absolute purity. As these flames manifested, the brilliant star map within Lu Sheng's body was instantly flooded with an inconceivable tidal wave of force. This star map began to project itself directly onto his skin, covering his upper torso in a complex, mystical pattern of golden light that resembled the most exquisite and ancient tattoo. His forehead was traced with veins of molten gold. At this moment, Lu Sheng was no longer human. He was a celestial god stepping out of primeval myth. "I am the god now," he whispered, throwing a punch wrapped in golden divine flames. As the strike traveled, the void itself collapsed into a jagged rift of darkness, unable to contain the potential of the immortal cells unleashed in his martial god state. True, visceral fear finally shattered the Jidao martial saint's mind. His martial intuition wasn't just warning him now. It was screaming that if this golden flame touched him, his existence would be erased from the annals of time. "Death. I'm going to die. No, this isn't possible." He panicked, realizing that his immortality was a lie in the face of this strike. For the first time in over a century, the specter of the end stood directly before him, and his composure broke into a million jagged pieces. As he struggled to move, the fist wrapped in golden flames grew larger in his vision, reflecting in his wide, terrified eyes. In a final, desperate act of survival, he coughed violently, and a shimmering gold card was spat out from the depths of his throat. With a trembling, frantic hand, he snatched the card from the air. It immediately flared to life, revealing complex, illegible runes engraved deep into its surface that hummed with a forbidden, ancient power. A look of absolute, suicidal madness took hold of the Jidao martial saint's eyes. "Lu Sheng, if I must go, then let us burn together in the abyss." Without a second of hesitation, he used his newly regenerated, trembling arm to crush the golden card into a fine, glowing dust. In an instant, Lu Sheng felt a sudden, piercing agony lance through his forehead, as if an invisible sword had been driven into his brain. The warning from his intuition was unprecedented, 100 times more violent than the shock that had cracked his martial will earlier. He had anticipated that the saint might have a hidden trump card, perhaps even the flesh rebirth move he'd just seen, but this golden artifact was something else entirely. A sense of profound danger gripped him. Before he could even attempt to arrest his momentum, the broken card released a strange, reality-bending fluctuation. For a fleeting second, Lu Sheng felt the icy touch of regret and despair. However, the youth's mental discipline was peerless. He regained his cold composure in a heartbeat. If the die was cast, he would simply face whatever came with his head held high. A murderous, freezing intent flashed in Lu Sheng's eyes as he ignored the pain. Forget it, Zhao Ji. It doesn't matter what you do. You are dying today. Even the heavenly king himself couldn't descend to save your miserable soul. Those were Lu Sheng's final words before his fist, condensing the full weight of the divine flames, slammed directly into the center of the Jidao martial saint's forehead. Without any resistance, Zhao Ji's head simply exploded into a cloud of ash and golden sparks. The body that had just painstakingly reconstructed itself began to melt like wax under the intense heat of the immortal strike, red fluid splashing into the void. Strangely, a brilliant golden glow manifested on the remains of the saint's back. Suddenly, a miniature figure, looking like a small, translucent child, popped out from the melting corpse and scurried away into the distance, fleeing for its life. Lu Sheng watched, slightly taken aback. Even after all that, you still have a way to run. What a persistent cockroach you are. But I will end you today, once and for all. Lu Sheng's hand suddenly expanded, becoming a gargantuan projection of gold and shadow that reached out to crush the fleeing soul fragment. His eyes flickered with a relentless, hunting light. The youth was radiating an aura so powerful it felt as though the atmosphere itself was being compressed. Just as he was preparing to deliver a final, soul-extinguishing blow to the miniature Zhao Ji, a strange, oscillating ripple suddenly warped the space directly beside him. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed, and cold sweat began to bead on his skin as he sensed the fundamental laws of the world being tampered with. This is the manipulation of space itself? He wondered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. Before he could act, he was suddenly and violently engulfed by a terrifying, purplish-black darkness that seemed to swallow all light and sound, isolating him in a void of nothingness. A massive space gate, oval in shape and pulsating with an eerie light, manifested abruptly in front of Lu Sheng. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing a vista of something fundamentally mysterious and lethally dangerous. Within seconds, a shifting mass of absolute light and deepest shadow coalesced into a figure before the youth's eyes. This illusory, translucent figure stood with a terrifying stillness, then slowly raised a single hand toward Lu Sheng in a gesture that felt like the closing of a tomb. Long fingertips ending in sharp, obsidian claws reached out, gently touching the center of Lu Sheng's forehead. He couldn't see the entity's face clearly. It was shrouded in cosmic mist. The figure was tall and majestic, radiating an energy that seemed to hail from the furthest stars. Even the clothing was alien, a strange, intricate style that bore no resemblance to anything found in this world. Suddenly, a bolt of terrifying energy, resembling the lightning used by ancient gods to strike down titans, tore through the space gate. It rushed toward Lu Sheng at a speed that defied the concept of time, carrying a destructive force that caused the surrounding reality to distort and shatter. Despite Lu Sheng's god-tier martial reflexes, he was too slow. The energy pierced through his body as easily as an arrow through parchment, leaving a trail of shattered space in its wake. Lu Sheng's body was violently hurled backward, a spray of hot blood erupting from his mouth. A massive, charred hole had been punched clean through his chest where his heart should have been. His heart had been vaporized in an instant, leaving only a single, solitary immortal cell burning with a desperate, fierce light amidst the wreckage. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking stone echoed through the void. Lu Sheng's body began to fracture, large web-like cracks spreading across his limbs as his very physical form threatened to collapse into dust. He hung there like a shattered statue, his eyes wide. This power, damn it all. Lu Sheng's descent was slow and agonizing, his body a heavy weight surrendered to the unyielding pull of gravity. The youth's pupils contracted with a sudden, violent intensity as he felt the last flickers of his life force guttering like a candle in a gale. A desperate instinct screamed within him to replenish his depleted energy reserves immediately, yet every fiber of his being was paralyzed, unresponsive to his mental commands. A cold, hollow thought echoed through the chambers of his mind. Is this truly the end? Is the curtain finally falling on my path? Whatever, he thought, a weary resignation washing over him like the encroaching tide. He had fought with every ounce of his soul, had endured suffering that would have shattered 1,000 lesser men, and had pushed the boundaries of mortality. But a bitter question burned in his throat. Why? Why does a power so far beyond the constraints of rank 9 even exist in this world? It felt like an anomaly, a divine cruelty designed to crush those who dared to ascend too high. Lu Sheng strained his fading vision, desperate to catch one final glimpse of that enigmatic, terrifying figure that had manifested in the rift. However, the illusory silhouette dissolved with haunting speed, vanishing into the nothingness as if it were a mere trick of the light or a dying hallucination. A wave of profound regret washed over him. He had been careless, far too arrogant in his own burgeoning strength. With a thunderous splash, Lu Sheng's broken form collided with the sea, the impact force momentarily stunning his senses before the silent, crushing weight of the ocean began to pull him into its lightless depths. Lu Sheng, what just happened? A pervasive, stunned confusion settled over the faces of the onlookers, their minds struggling to process the cataclysmic events they had just witnessed. Some began to blink rapidly, doubting their own sanity and wondering if the celestial battle and the subsequent disappearance of their champion were nothing more than a fever dream. For a long, harrowing moment, time seemed to stand still until the harsh reality of their duty jolted them back to consciousness. The old marshal of the eastern region was the first to break the silence, his voice a ragged roar that tore through the salt-heavy air. All-star generals, officers, and soldiers, everyone, into the water now. He gestured wildly toward the churning waves where the youth had vanished. Scour every inch of the seabed. Search for Lu Sheng's whereabouts with everything you have. We do not leave him behind. Immediately. Do you hear me? Move. The command rippled through the ranks like a shockwave, transmitted with frantic urgency across the communication channels of the entire fleet. Without a second thought, countless soldiers, driven by a mixture of duty and desperate hope, plunged into the sea. They dove into the turbulent area where Lu Sheng had disappeared, their figures disappearing beneath the surface as they began a frantic race against time and the suffocating pressure of the deep. The 5 marshals of the military department stood gathered on the bridge of the flagship, their gazes fixed intently on the distant, mocking horizon. The initial spark of joy that had accompanied Zhao Ji's defeat had evaporated, replaced by a grim solemnity and a gnawing, silent worry that weighed heavy on their chests. The marshal of the central region finally broke the oppressive silence, his voice low and uncertain. That devastating power we just witnessed, do you truly believe Lu Sheng could have survived it? The others remained mute for a moment, the weight of the question hanging in the air. Finally, the marshal of the eastern region spoke, his voice tinged with historical weight. In the 300 years of the martial arts era, Lu Sheng stands as the most terrifying, most monstrous genius this planet has ever birthed. To use a rank 8 body to defy the very laws of nature and humiliate a Jidao martial saint in such a fashion, it is unprecedented. He was destined to shine like the midday sun, a beacon of power that would illuminate the entire human world and lead us into a new age of prosperity. But to think he might have been snuffed out so prematurely, can any of you truly accept that? The marshal of the eastern region's expression was etched with a terrifying seriousness, his brow furrowed in deep lines of denial. The old man shook his head slowly, his eyes reflecting a stubborn resolve. No matter what logical arguments you present, no matter how final that strike looked, I refuse to believe he is gone. The old marshal of the eastern region clenched his fist with such ferocity that his veins bulged like cords under his skin, and his knuckles let out a series of sharp, rhythmic cracks. His face was a mask of stern determination, his eyes flashing with an inner fire that brooked no contradiction. He ground his teeth together and spoke each word with the weight of a decree. A figure of Lu Sheng's magnitude, a man who reshapes destiny itself, does not simply perish here, in this place, under these circumstances. Fate is not that cruel. His voice, resonant and saturated with conviction, echoed through the command deck like a solemn vow. It was a declaration intended to bolster the flagging spirits of those around him. Spread the news of today's events immediately. Ensure that every corner of the Dragon Country learns of what transpired here. Let the world know the truth of the battle at the Ninghai Sea. The message was clear. The Jidao martial saint, Zhao Ji, has been utterly dismantled and defeated by the rising god of our military department. Even in the face of Lu Sheng's disappearance, the victory was absolute. Yet, at this very moment, far beneath the surface of the Ninghai Sea, Lu Sheng's broken and unresponsive body continued its lonely, silent descent through the freezing currents. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 5,000 meters. Lu Sheng plummeted into the crushing, dark abyss where the sun's rays had never reached. As he sank, news of the battle spread like a wildfire across the vast territories of the Dragon Country. The reports were staggering. Lu Sheng had single-handedly annihilated 32 Jidao experts, for symbols, and 128 trigrams of the Jidao Martial Hall. He had sent them all to meet King Yama before facing the Jidao Martial Saint himself, forcing the legendary Zhao Ji to flee, broken and humiliated, for his very life. What? Lu Sheng did all that? That young kid. Within the span of a single hour, the entire upper echelon of the Dragon Country was thrown into a state of total upheaval. High-ranking officials and legendary warriors alike were left stunned, horrified, and utterly speechless. Men of power choked on their morning tea and kanji as they digested the earth-shattering implications. If the first half of the report, the destruction of the Jidao disciples, was an earthquake, then the revelation of the martial saint's defeat was a strategic nuclear strike on their reality. The populace was paralyzed by a sense of numb disbelief, many feeling as though they might faint from the sheer impossibility of the news. Defeated a Jidao martial saint? Such a feat was unheard of. In the current Dragon Country, only 3 martial saints stood as the pillars of the nation, figures as solid as mountains and as revered as gods among men. To hear that one had been nearly slain and forced into a pathetic escape was world-altering. Zhao Ji was a veteran of the Great Lion War, a conflict so brutal it had forged the current world order, yet he had never come this close to death. The fact that his conqueror was a mere 20-year-old youth was nothing short of insanity. People stood frozen for long stretches of time, unable to reconcile the legend of Zhao Ji with the reality of Lu Sheng. If this news were a fabrication, the messenger deserved execution, but if it were true, the name Lu Sheng would be etched into the soul of the nation forever. Meanwhile, in the heavy silence of a remote command room, Qin Xiaojun and Dong Qingxue sat staring blankly at one another. Neither could find the words to break the tension, the air in the room thick and suffocating as they stared at the official military dispatch. The weight of the unknown status tag on Lu Sheng's name felt like a physical pressure on their chests. This is impossible, Qin Xiaojun finally mumbled, his voice cracking under the immense strain of the shock. He white-knuckled his fists on the table, desperately trying to force his body to stop trembling, but the tremors remained. Dong Qingxue was in a similar state of distress. Her usually vibrant complexion was now deathly pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of pride and visceral horror. Neither could reconcile the image of the Lu Sheng they knew with the Titan described in the reports. Qin Xiaojun wiped cold sweat from his brow, whispering in disbelief, the Jidao martial saint. Zhao Ji survived the horrors of the Lion War. He was a man who walked through hell and came out unscathed, to be beaten to the point of near death by a student. Qin Xiaojun's mind flashed with images of the Lu Sheng he had mentored, a youth full of quiet vigor and hidden depths. He continued to mutter to himself, his voice shaking. Zhao Ji led a literal army of elites to besiege him, and Lu Sheng, he soloed them all. The gap is too wide. He's too powerful. If a monster like Zhao Ji was in mortal peril, just how terrifying has Lu Sheng truly become? It's beyond our comprehension. Qin Xiaojuan's eyes were fixed on the final, chilling line of the report. Lu Xing sank into the depths of the sea following the conclusion of the battle. Current status, unknown. He let out a long, ragged sigh, a cold current of dread racing down his spine. The army lists him as unknown. Does that mean? Is there even a chance he survived? He spoke the words heavily, clinging to them like a drowning man to a piece of driftwood. But deep down, he knew the physics of the situation. After such a cataclysmic fight, the odds of surviving the pressure of the deep ocean were infinitesimally small. Dong Qingxue, usually the most resilient and stoic of warriors, could no longer mask her vulnerability. Her eyes were rimmed with red, and a single, glistening tear traced a path down her cheek. She closed her eyes, picturing Lu Sheng's warm smile and the piercing sincerity of his gaze. In the silence of the room, she found a core of unshakable faith. "He is alive," she whispered, her voice barely audible but firm. "I can feel it. He hasn't finished his journey yet." Her words were more than a hope. They were a fierce affirmation of her belief in her future husband's indomitable will. Qin Xiaojuan's composure finally snapped. The rising tide of his anxiety boiled over into a sudden, angry roar that echoed off the metal walls. "No, Lu Sheng cannot be dead. He refuses to die." He stood up, pacing the room like a caged animal. "The entire military is already in those waters. They'll drain the damn ocean if they have to. They'll sift through every grain of sand on the sea floor to find him. We have to believe he's out there, waiting." Amidst the chaotic whirlpool of his thoughts, Qin Xiaojun suddenly froze, a realization striking him. He remembered Lu Sheng's family, the humble parents and the spirited little sister who adored him. His heart tightened in a vice of empathy and grief. A sharp pang of sadness pierced his chest as he thought of the devastation they must be feeling. He turned to Dong Qingxue, asking with a voice thick with anxiety, "Wait, what about his family? How are they holding up in the wake of this?" Dong Qingxue's voice wavered, her eyes welling up again as she spoke. "Auntie, Lu Sheng's mother. She has collapsed and fainted several times from the sheer heartache. It's unbearable." She paused, swallowing hard to stifle a sob. The mental image of the woman wailing her son's name was enough to break her. But Lu Hai and Lu Qinghe, they refuse to mourn. They are holding onto the belief that he will walk through that door again. They have to believe it. Her voice trailed off into a hollow whisper, as if she were trying to convince herself as much as Qin Xiaojun. Suddenly, Qin Xiaojun gestured wildly, his grief manifesting as a strange, manic optimism. "Wait, look. Maybe we don't need to worry. Think about it. Not finding a body is the best news we could get. It means the situation is unclear. Maybe he was injured, found some high-tech gadget or ancient relic, and is just hiding out to recover. I bet the next time we see him, he'll be twice as strong." Dong Qingxue stared at him, then slowly raised a hand to her face in a frustrated facepalm. Even in her grief, she found Qin Xiaojuan's blockhead logic exhausting. Qin Xiaojun pouted, twisting his face into a bizarre, strained expression as he tried to stabilize his own breathing. He looked toward the window, as if he could see across the miles to the Ninghai Sea. "Lu Sheng, you bastard, you better come back soon. Just give us a sign that you're still breathing." At that very moment, atop the frozen, jagged heights of Tian Shan Peak, within the walls of a magnificent and hidden mountain sanctuary, a blood-curdling scream of agony tore through the atmosphere. The sound echoed through the vast, vaulted chambers of the hidden palace. A broken figure was hunched over, clutching his midsection and kneeling on the cold, polished brick floor. He was frantically, pathetically lapping up a glowing blue liquid that had been spilled across the ground, his body racked by spasms of pain that were clearly almost beyond human endurance. The man gasped for air, his lungs wheezing in a rhythmic, desperate struggle. His face was a deathly pallor, completely devoid of blood. Laboriously, the youth, or what remained of him, raised his head, his muscles twitching uncontrollably with every micro-movement. The damage was catastrophic. The Jidao martial body he had spent over a century meticulously nurturing and tempering was a total ruin. Zhao Ji glared into the shadows, his teeth gnashing together in a feral display of spite. "Thank the gods. I had the foresight to trade for that bottle of soul fusion liquid. Without it, even if my martial Dao soul had escaped that monster, it would never have taken root in this substitute vessel. Damn that boy, Lu Sheng. The Jidao martial saint couldn't stop the involuntary grinding of his teeth at the mere mention of the name. But beneath the surface-level resentment lay a much deeper, more primal emotion, a bone-chilling fear that had rooted itself in his very marrow. The older a man gets, especially one who has attained the heights of a martial saint, the more he clings to life and dreads the encroaching dark. Zhao Ji was a relic of a bygone era, an old artifact of the Lion War, and yet he had never known terror like this. He replayed the memory of being stepped on and toyed with by Lu Sheng, a helpless victim to the youth's overwhelming power. Cold sweat drenched Zhao Ji's back as he recalled the final punch, the strike that had bridged the gap between life and total annihilation. If he hadn't activated the life-saving talisman, a treasure containing the absolute martial Dao will of a rank powerhouse, he would have been erased from existence. Damn you, Lu Sheng. A century of cultivation, my perfect body, all destroyed by a mere child. He realized with a surge of bile that it would take decades, perhaps an entire lifetime, to return to his former peak. He cursed the heavens until he felt like he might vomit blood from the sheer stress of his hatred. Without the fusion liquid, he would be a ghost. Now, he was merely a dying man clinging to a surrogate shell. The soul fusion liquid was a temporary reprieve, preventing the violent physical rejection between his high-level soul and this inferior substitute body. However, the process of truly harmonizing the two was a slow, agonizing labor. It would take at least 10 years of constant, focused cultivation just to stabilize, and even then, his total combat power would likely be slashed by 30%. And that was assuming the best-case scenario. Currently, his martial Dao soul was like a flickering candle in a hurricane, prone to being extinguished by the slightest disturbance. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ji used the last of his strength to crawl toward his medicine shelf. With shaking hands, he began to down bottle after bottle of high-grade elixirs, draining them in single gulps as if he were a man dying of thirst. Between swallows, he continued to rave like a madman. It's unbearable. It's impossible. Is Lu Sheng even a human being? I am a rank 9 saint. I am a god among men. Yet I was forced to use an M-level trump card just to escape a teenager. He shook his head, unable to find the vocabulary to describe the sheer, unbridled power Lu Sheng had displayed. More. It's not enough, he screamed into the empty room. The internal bleeding won't stop. Driven by a hysterical survival instinct, Zhao Ji used a burst of mental power to sweep every remaining vial and jar off the shelves, the glass shattering around him in a chaotic heap. He didn't even bother drinking the rest. He simply smashed them and allowed the potent medicinal fluids to soak into his pores and open wounds. He rolled in the puddle of elixirs, desperately trying to force the healing properties into every damaged corner of his new, frail physique. The floor beneath his feet was soon stained a deep, medicinal red, a mixture of spilled potions and the dark blood leaking from his own failing body. The scent in the room was overwhelming, a cloying, metallic aroma of ancient herbs and modern chemicals. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Ji finally regained a semblance of lucidity, though the psychological trauma of the battle remained etched into his mind. He continued to mutter a stream of consciousness to the empty walls. How can a rank 1 resource planet produce such a monster? At rank 8, he already had the power to shatter a saint. If he had reached rank 9, he would have punched a hole in the atmosphere. He paused, a dark smile touching his lips. But it doesn't matter. He's dead. No one survives a direct hit from a rank M strike. His body hadn't even been tempered by the great trend of heaven and earth. He's stardust now. Steeling himself, the Jidao martial saint reached out for a discarded coat and draped it over his shivering shoulders. It had been decades since he had felt this level of pathetic powerlessness. I can't stay here, he realized, his eyes darting around the room. The military will come. My rivals will come. I need a sanctuary. I need to find Tan Zhongyu or Lin Zhenghua. I need a shield. As he moved to leave, his eyes caught on a small, heavy suitcase tucked into a hidden alcove. He froze, a glimmer of calculation returning to his gaze. Right? I almost forgot. My insurance policy. With these high-purity energy crystals, even those two old fossils will have to show me some modicum of respect, he whispered. This stash was his ultimate leverage, enough to buy the protection of another martial saint for a decade. Zhao Ji was truly alone now. His elite guard, the 4 symbols and 28 constellations, had been wiped from the face of the earth by Lu Sheng. The Jidao Martial Hall might still stand, but his inner circle was gone. He couldn't trust the secondary disciples. He knew the vultures were already circling, waiting for a sign of weakness to seize his legacy. He was at his absolute nadir. Once the full details of his humiliating defeat at the Ninghai Sea became public knowledge, every bloodthirsty opportunist in the country would be at his throat. I have to vanish, he decided. The legacies in my holy see, they are too valuable. If the Dragon Country doesn't come for them, foreign powers surely will. My life is on the line every second I remain in the open. He began to grab only the most portable and precious items, prepared to abandon his centuries of accumulated wealth for the sake of survival. Zhao Ji finished his frantic packing and began the long descent down the mountain. He didn't look back once. He felt no attachment to the grand halls of Tian Shan Peak, and he spared not a single thought for the corpses of his wife and children who were buried beneath the frozen waters of the lake. To him, they were merely casualties of a failed era. Far across the sea, on the sun-drenched coast of Nationar, a strikingly beautiful woman leaned against a railing, turning her gaze toward the blond man standing beside her. So, tell me, she purred, how was your little excursion to North Lion Province? Did you find what you were looking for? I've always heard the scenery up there is breathtaking this time of year, she continued, her tone light and conversational. I've been meaning to book a trip for ages, but the work never seems to end. Did you at least get to enjoy the view? The blond man let out a weary sigh, shaking his head as he stared out at the waves. It was nothing but tedious routine work. No breakthroughs, no unexpected windfalls, just a waste of time. The woman tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. You've been traveling nonstop for years now. What exactly is the big boss so obsessed with finding that he keeps you on a plane 8 months out of the year? The man remained silent for a long moment, weighing his words before speaking 2 simple, heavy words. Energy crystals. The woman blinked in surprise, her eyebrows shooting up. Energy? Like fuel? I've never heard of anything by that name in our circles. Is it some kind of new technology? The man looked at her with a calm, almost pitying expression. Of course you haven't. It's not something meant for your level. Noting her genuine intrigue, the man decided to indulge her with a brief explanation. Energy crystals are a unique crystalline formation containing the highest density of pure energy known to exist on this planet. They are the ultimate power sources, the batteries of the gods, if you will. They are incredibly rare, with only a handful of known deposits globally, all of which are strictly controlled by the world's major superpowers. That rare? She asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. But what do they actually do? How do they affect the world of martial arts? Surely a battery can't make a punch stronger. The man's nod was slow and deliberate. Oh, it does. But it's a resource reserved exclusively for the true masters, the martial saints. For a rank 9, these crystals aren't just a way to accelerate cultivation. They are the primary currency of their world. For over a decade, I've been scouring half the globe trying to locate a virgin mine for the boss. Whoever controls the crystals controls the future of the saints. Wait, is it okay that you're telling me this? The woman suddenly pulled back, her eyes narrowing with a touch of wariness. You aren't going to tell me that now you have to kill me to keep the secret, right? That's how these stories usually go. The man let out a short, genuine laugh and shook his head dismissively. You've been watching too many spy films. While it's technically a secret, the truth will inevitably come out as the world changes. I'm just giving you a head start on reality. The World Grandmaster Tournament is slated to commence in precisely 1 year, a temporal horizon toward which every elite warrior is inevitably drawn. By then, your participation will no longer be a mere choice, but a narrative necessity on your path to true power. Naturally, as you ascend into those rarefied ranks, the classified intelligence regarding the true nature and strategic value of energy crystals will be unveiled to you by those within the inner circle. The woman found herself buffeted by one wave of revelation after another, her mind racing to keep pace with the implications. Unable to contain her burgeoning curiosity, she pressed him further, her voice edged with a mix of awe and skepticism. What possible connection could there be between the prestigious World Grandmaster Tournament and these mysterious energy crystals? How are they linked in the eyes of the global powers? The man offered a rare glimpse into the underlying global power structure. Of course, the connection is fundamental. The tournament was originally conceived by the world's superpowers as a civilized mechanism to determine the distribution of energy crystals without resorting to total war. Every crystal unearthed across the globe is funneled into a central reserve. From there, Grandmaster-level exponents dispatched by each nation battle for supremacy, and the precious spoils are redistributed based strictly on the final rankings of the competition. Is that the true reality of the world? The quick-witted woman continued to probe, her analytical mind piecing together the layers of conflict. So, there is a constant, high-stakes competition between the martial saints of different nations on the world stage, just as there is a fierce rivalry between the martial saints within our own borders. The man nodded grimly. Indeed, that is the very reason for the existence of our bright Jade Hall, to serve as the vanguard against the Jidao Martial Hall's 4 symbols and 28 constellations, and the 100 great sects under the Transcendence Martial Hall. The man finished speaking and let out a soft, weary sigh, his expression clouding with a sense of helplessness. Our big boss is the youngest of the 3 martial saints in the Dragon Country and has held the title for the shortest duration. Because of this, our foundation is inherently weaker, and there is a significant, measurable gap between us and the established powers of the Jidao Martial Hall and the Transcendence Martial Hall. Consequently, our hall receives the smallest allotment of energy crystals every cycle, while the Jidao Martial Saint consistently secures the lion's share, followed closely by the Transcendence Martial Saint. The woman with the ponytail felt the palpable weight of the pressure resting on the man's shoulders, and her own expression shifted into one of complicated empathy. She now understood the desperate urgency driving the big boss to locate a new, untapped energy crystal production site. It was a race against time and tradition to finally catch up to the overwhelming influence of the other 2 martial saints. The heavy silence between them was suddenly shattered by the sharp, insistent vibration of the man's wristwatch, triggering a high-priority alarm that cut through the air. A look of profound surprise flickered across the man's face. What? Why would I receive an encrypted email at a time like this? He moved with frantic haste, his eyes darting across the small screen as he devoured the contents of the message, his brow furrowing with every line he read. After several tense seconds of silence, the man let out a choked exclamation of pure shock. What? This can't be. The woman in the ponytail looked on in total confusion, her concern mounting. What is it? What's happened? She watched as the man, who had been speaking with such calm patience only moments before, fell into a stunned silence, his features contorted into a bizarre expression of disbelief that he seemed unable to articulate. The man slowly turned his head to look at her, his voice dropping into a quiet, eerie tone that carried a weight she couldn't identify. He opened his mouth, his words measured and deliberate. It appears that this time, the big boss won't have to settle for the smallest portion of the energy crystals at the World Grandmaster Tournament after all. Why? What could have possibly changed? The woman asked, her heart hammering against her ribs for no apparent reason. Cold sweat began to pour down the man's neck like rain. His voice was deep and laced with a terrifying gravity. Because the Jidao Martial Hall's legendary 4 symbols and 28 constellations have been completely annihilated by a single individual. The Jidao Martial Saint, Zhao Ji, has been grievously wounded and forced into retreat. The entire Jidao lineage is effectively finished. What? The woman's eyes widened sharply, her expression mirroring someone who had just looked upon a ghost. That's unbelievable. How can that possibly be true? Is the source reliable? Who could possess such terrifying power to dismantle an entire martial saint's lineage? Has a 4th martial saint suddenly emerged within the Dragon Country without our knowledge? The man didn't offer a direct answer. Instead, a strange, almost hysterical expression crossed his face. You would never guess the identity of the person responsible for this cataclysm, even if I gave you 1,000 tries. The woman leaned in, her voice hushed. Who is it? Do I actually know this person? The man replied, Oh, you know him. One shock after another battered the woman's senses, leaving her reeling as she waited for the final revelation. A predatory gleam of light flashed in the man's eyes as he enunciated each word with meticulous care. It is the very same young man who dared to offend the Jidao Martial Hall all those years ago. The one the big boss sent you to protect out of pity, but who instead relied on his own monstrous strength to slay the Jidao Celestial Star. It is him. Lu Sheng. The name hit the woman like a physical blow, a bolt of lightning that left her mind reeling. Her mouth hung open in a silent gasp, and her entire body went completely rigid on the spot, her limbs refusing to move as she struggled to reconcile the image of that youth with the titan described in the report. The man paid her no further mind, his professional instincts kicking back into gear as he began to run toward their transport. I need to report this energy crystal update and the Jidao situation to the big boss immediately. This changes everything. I'll see you later. Soon, the woman was left standing alone on the pier, the salt-heavy sea breeze whipping her ponytail around her face. She stared out at the horizon, her mind stuck in a loop of denial. How could Lu Sheng have achieved this? The last time they had crossed paths, he was undoubtedly a genius, but to challenge a martial saint was a feat beyond human reckoning. While the world above was thrown into chaos and countless search parties scoured the waves for him, Lu Sheng lay at the bottom of a crushing sea abyss, 30,000 meters below the surface. In the lightless depths of an oceanic cave, a rhythmic golden glow pulsed, illuminating the absolute darkness. Lu Sheng was motionless, his broken body submerged in the frigid, high-pressure waters. The deep-sea currents slowly swept away the trails of crimson blood leaking from his many wounds, most notably the horrific, jagged void in his chest where his heart had been targeted. The youth's once sturdy clothes were reduced to tatters, revealing the brutal, circular wound that stood as a silent testament to the cruelty of the mysterious finger that had emerged from the spatial rift. In the heart of the freezing water, Lu Sheng's eyelids suddenly twitched and snapped open, the blank, deathly look on his blood-stained face instantly replaced by a sharp clarity. The strange light radiating from his pupils seemed to pierce through the obsidian sea water like twin stars flickering in the void of night. A sudden, violent surge of vitality erupted from the depths of his being, a primal force of nature that rose up to challenge the very concept of death itself. Back on the mainland, at the Transcendence Martial Arts Center, a lazy and disheveled youth sat slumped in the shade of an ancient locust tree beside the central square. He appeared entirely detached from the world, slowly nursing a bottle of cheap liquor as the afternoon sun filtered through the leaves. The youth's hair was a matted, long mess, and his beard was scruffy and untended, framing a face dominated by dull, listless eyes. His clothes were stained and worn, and a small graveyard of empty liquor bottles lay scattered across his table, the surrounding air thick with the cloying, sour stench of booze. To any casual observer, he appeared to be nothing more than a common vagrant who had lost his way. Two disciples from the Transcendence Martial Arts Center, one an experienced senior and the other a fresh initiate, walked past the square. The younger disciple caught sight of the man under the tree and the mess of bottles, his expression shifting to one of mild disgust. He couldn't help but whisper, "Holy crap, senior brother. Is that guy actually trying to follow some legendary path of enlightenment through alcohol? I've read about those drunken immortals in novels, but I never thought I'd see a bum like that in real life. Our Transcendence Martial Arts Center truly is a magnet for unique talents," the younger one joked. The older disciple's eyes widened in panic, and he quickly clamped a hand over the novice's mouth. "Quiet. What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Do you have no idea who that is?" The older disciple trailed off, unable to find the words to finish the sentence. He let out a long, mournful sigh. His martial path was severed by force, and he ended up in this state. A severed martial path. The younger disciple's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Wait, is that senior brother Dongxingi?" "Yeah, that's him." The older disciple glanced toward the youth under the distant tree, his expression a complex mix of pity and reverence. This man was once hailed as the greatest genius the Transcendence Martial Arts Center had seen in generations. He was one of the 3 core disciples of the martial saint himself, having ascended to the peak Great Grandmaster realm before he even hit 40. He set out to challenge the entire martial world, but somewhere out there, his martial path and his very mind were ruthlessly shattered by a superior power. From that day on, he fell into this decline and has never truly recovered. A peak Great Grandmaster before age 40. The younger disciple whispered, his voice trembling with awe. That is an incredible height. To think someone so powerful could still be defeated so thoroughly that they lost their will to live. Who did it? Who was capable of breaking someone like that? The novice asked. The older disciple replied, rumor has it that it was a monstrous martial arts genius from the military, though the specifics are kept under lock and key. Regardless, remember this. There are too many freaks and hidden masters in this world. While we must be brave and diligent in our own cultivation, we must always remain humble and maintain a heart of awe for the truly strong. I understand, senior brother, the novice replied. The two continued their conversation as they hurried away, leaving the square in silence. The depressed youth beneath the locust tree, Dong Xingyi, slowly lowered his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips as he muttered the novice's words back to himself. Always be humble. Have a heart of awe for the strong. How poetic. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from behind him, accompanied by a voice calling. A beautiful, lithe figure skidded to a halt behind him. It was Lin Wanwan. Her face was flushed deep red from exertion, her breathing was labored and shallow, and she moved with a frantic energy. Lin Wanwan didn't respond to his sarcasm. Instead, she stamped her foot in frustration and quickly squatted down beside him, leaning in to whisper several urgent sentences directly into his ear. No, senior brother, stop the self-pity and listen to me. You need to hear this right now. As she finished her hushed explanation, the turbid, lifeless look in Dong Xingyi's eyes was instantly replaced by a piercing, fierce light. His entire face. Dong Xingyi stood up so abruptly that several half-full wine bottles were swept off the table, shattering on the stone tiles below. He stood there, stunned into silence, as the light in his eyes grew increasingly intense, as if something ancient and powerful was slowly awakening from a deep slumber within his soul. A strange blue light flashed deep within his pupils as he blurted out. The Jidao martial saint himself, Zhao Ji, was beaten half to death by him. Then what am I? I'm nothing more than a joke. I'm a complete non-entity. A self-deprecating laugh bubbled up from his chest. What was I even doing, comparing my own petty struggles to an overpowered existence like that? Suddenly, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from Dong Xingyi's body, a wisp of martial essence rising like smoke into the sky. He let out a primal roar, his fist clenching with the strength of iron pliers. Gathering every ounce of his dormant power, he unleashed a fatal, explosive punch directly into the trunk of the ancient locust tree. A dry, bone-cracking sound resonated through the square as the old tree, which had stood firm for centuries, swayed violently under the impact of his rage. The thick, gnarled bark shattered and peeled away, exposing the jagged white wood beneath. The lush canopy of the locust tree trembled as heavy branches snapped and plummeted to the ground, and a rain of green leaves carpeted the area. Dong Xingyi looked at his hand with a decisive clarity. I cannot stay here. I must see the truth for myself, the man alive or his body recovered. If he is still out there, I will be the one to find him. Lin Wanwan could only stare at him in stunned silence. She watched Dong Xingyi's back as he began to walk away, her eyes shimmering with a sudden, infectious excitement. Senior brother Dong, you're finally back. She realized then that her father, the Transcendence Martial Saint, might have deliberately allowed her to overhear the news, knowing she would run to Dong Xingyi. He had used the towering waves of the Ninghai battle to finally wash away the stagnation in his disciple's heart. Far out at sea, the military's desperation had reached a fever pitch. Fleets of warships and submersibles continued to comb the Ninghai Sea area for any sign of Lu Sheng's whereabouts. The search area had been expanded to cover a radius of over 100 kilometers, and specialized deep-sea drones had pushed to their operational limit of 8,000 meters. Yet, Despite their exhaustive efforts, the Central Marshal received the same report over and over. No trace of Lu Sheng had been found. The Central Marshal's face was slick with sweat, his teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached. He turned his sharp, dagger-like gaze onto his subordinates, the urgency and frustration etched into every line of his resolute face. His voice boomed across the deck like a clap of thunder, heavy with the weight of an absolute order. Then what are you still standing there for? Expand the search area again. Go deeper. I want every underwater crevice and cavern searched. I refuse to believe a man like Lu Sheng can simply vanish into thin air. Continue the search, and let it be known. Anyone who finds so much as a clue will be rewarded beyond their wildest dreams. A naval general, clutching a thick stack of telemetry documents and sweating profusely despite the sea breeze, stepped forward to report. Sir, our teams have already entered the periphery of the Haiyuan Abyss. Going any deeper with our current equipment is proving to be extremely difficult, if not impossible. The military region marshal tilted his head, his eyes narrowed as he glared at the general, his voice dripping with a dangerous intensity. Do you truly think it is more difficult to navigate an abyss, or to spend another 200 years trying to cultivate a warrior strong enough to suppress a martial saint? Which of those tasks do you think the military would prefer you to fail at today? The naval general's face drained of color, and he quickly bowed his head in a submissive response. I understand, Marshal. I will make it happen. After a brief, hesitant pause, he spoke up again. Marshal, should we mobilize the specialized Star General squads for this, or perhaps reclassify this as a high-priority meritorious service mission? If we have a large number of Level 7 and Level 8 Star Generals assisting the dive, our progress will accelerate tenfold. The Marshal shook his head firmly. Not yet. The news of Lu Sheng's disappearance must be strictly contained. Ensure his family and friends are treated with the highest level of care and honor, but do not breathe a word of this uncertainty to them. We tell them nothing until Lu Sheng returns. Yes, sir. The general saluted and hurried away. At the same time, the Eastern Marshal stood silently on the deck of his own vessel, his gaze lost in the vast, undulating expanse of the distant sea. His eyes were deep and unreadable, though a faint, flickering glimmer of hope seemed to dance within them as he watched the waves. Lu Sheng, he whispered to the wind. I truly hope that the military's 200 years of blood, sweat, and effort do not end in these cold waters. You are the culmination of everything we have built. It definitely won't end like this, he added as a final, silent affirmation. While the military searched the upper layers, Lu Sheng was far below them. At a staggering depth of 30,000 meters within the Haiyuan Abyss, where the pressure was enough to crush steel like paper, a tiny, persistent golden light continued to illuminate the eternal darkness. This golden radiance was an alien intrusion in the lightless depths of the crevice, acting as an irresistible lure for the apex predators of the abyss. A ferocious mutated beast, boasting a massive body nearly 20 meters in length and resembling a prehistoric, armored whale, gently flicked its powerful tail. It sensed the light and began to swim with predatory intent toward the source of the golden bloom. The giant, whale-like behemoth accelerated, its massive bulk gliding through the dark water with surprising grace as it closed the distance to the mysterious golden light. As it reached its target, the beast unhinged its massive jaws, its upper head flipping back to reveal row upon row of spiral, serrated teeth that functioned like a biological meat grinder. It aimed its maw at the golden light and inhaled with terrifying force, creating a localized whirlpool. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were instantly sucked into its gullet, pulling the golden source toward its doom. The golden light was swept into the vortex, moving toward the beast's waiting maw, but in the instant before it was consumed, the hazy radiance underwent a violent transformation. It became icy, sharp, and overwhelming, like a predator dropping its disguise to reveal a cruel, hungry nature. Two long, black tentacles erupted from the light, as sharp and sturdy as obsidian spears. Using the beast's own suction against it, the tentacles plunged into the spiraled walls of the creature's mouth, piercing deep into its vital organs. They began to pump rhythmically, draining the beast's life essence like a high-pressure pipe. The mutated whale let out a silent, agonizing roar, its suction turning into destructive sound waves, but the black, scale-covered tentacles remained unyielding. Within seconds, the 20-meter-long Level 8 beast was reduced to a hollowed-out skeleton, which drifted away aimlessly in the current. The two black tentacles, gorged on fresh essence and flesh, slowly retracted with a sense of lazy satisfaction. As the golden light stabilized, it revealed the complete, terrifying form of the apex predator. At the top was the head of Lu Sheng, his skin snow-white, his features handsome and perfect, every strand of hair and every inch of his upper musculature resembling a heart-stopping masterpiece of creation. However, this divine beauty was severed at the chest by a gaping, horrific wound that exposed a hollow emptiness within his torso. Within that hollow chest cavity, a solitary orb of golden light flickered with a tenacious radiance, serving as the source of the bioluminescence. Below the line of the wound, the transformation became truly grotesque. Countless black flesh buds sprouted like writhing parasites, simultaneously growing and withering in a cycle of perpetual agony. A lingering destructive force at the site of the chest wound acted as a barrier, ruthlessly annihilating any attempt the body made to close the gap. Further down, his humanity ended entirely. A fist-sized eye sat embedded in his abdomen, while his lower limbs had been replaced by obsidian, scale-covered tentacles. Half-man above the waist, an eldritch horror below. Lu Sheng looked at his reflection and sighed. His body was mutating under the influence of the shattered golden Dao stone, evolving towards something altogether alien. Internal and external disasters, he noted, but a small smile touched his lips. I suppose chugging that entire bottle of Sage's Lament right before the end was the only reason I'm breathing, he mused. While the potent energy had saved his life, it had also catalyzed this half-human, half-monster mutation. His biological structure was in a state of chaotic flux, and the damage to his chest was seemingly permanent. But the fact remained that he had survived. Despite the nightmarish reality of his form, Lu Sheng found himself in a surprisingly good mood. The youth continued to marvel at his own resilience. At the very least, I'm still alive, and I didn't die from a single strike from a level M powerhouse. I suppose I really am a bit of a monster myself. Lu Sheng had managed to overcome a gap of 2 major ranks. While only a level 8, he had weathered the killing move of an M-level entity and emerged with his life intact, even if he was currently a fractured, mutated remnant of his former self. That level of strength is already absurdly high. Damn it all. This world actually possesses the lingering traces of a rank M powerhouse. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a turbulent light, his mind straining to reconstruct the fleeting image of the entity that had delivered the nearly fatal blow. The creature's attire, its aura, and its very essence felt utterly alien, bearing no resemblance to any record or civilization known to him. Was that being truly not of this world, or did it perhaps hail from an era lost to time? Lu Sheng's thoughts spiraled into deep speculation. The rank 10 powerhouses of this planet were either intergalactic interlopers or figures emerging from the shadows of the era preceding the Martial Dao Prime. The Martial Dao Prime was widely understood as an age of sterile technology, devoid of any mention of ancient martial civilizations. If it weren't so, it wouldn't have earned the title of the Prime. It stands to reason that this being is either a traveler from another planet or a remnant of a far more advanced martial society. Lu Sheng weighed this theory, finding it increasingly plausible. When examined closely, the history of his current world felt undeniably strange. Consider the timeline. It has been a mere 3 centuries since the first mutated beasts crawled into the light and sparked the rise of martial arts. Zhao Ji ascended to the status of a martial saint over 100 years ago. To evolve from a basic rank 1 novice to the absolute pinnacle of rank 9 in a single century. That is an astronomical rate of progress. When I was a student reading those facts in textbooks, they felt like unremarkable history. But now, with the weight of experience on my shoulders, isn't that pace of development terrifyingly fast? It feels artificial, as if the natural order was being pushed by an invisible hand. Think about the logistics. Even now, with the entire roadmap from rank 1 to rank 9 clearly defined and the military pouring every conceivable resource into cultivation, They haven't produced a new rank 9 martial saint in 100 years. How, then, could such a height be reached during the dawn of the era, when the world was still groping blindly in the dark for even the most basic techniques? What special quality or hidden virtue did Zhao Ji possess that allowed him to summit the mountain of rank 9 in just a century? It defies the logical progression of power for a civilization in its infancy. The pieces only fit if an external force, a higher martial civilization, intervened to carve out the path. The difference between a self-taught world and one guided by a master is a chasm wider than the stars. They are entirely different paradigms of existence. Lu Sheng stared into the dark water, pondering in utter confusion. Why would an advanced civilization bother to gift this world the secrets of the martial Tao? Lu Sheng's intellect accelerated, immediately seizing upon the missing link. The mutated beasts. The cataclysmic invasion of those monsters was the catalyst for everything that followed. Picture a fragile technological civilization suddenly besieged by nightmare creatures from a foreign dimension. Without an immediate evolution of power, that society would be extinguished in a matter of decades, leaving nothing but dust. At that critical junction, a higher power intervenes, bestowing the knife and the fire of martial arts upon the weak. They provide the endangered species with the means to defend their home, giving them the strength to resist alien predators on their own terms. The sequence is too logical, too clinical. It feels as if a grand architect has laid out a mature, reasonable response plan for a predictable crisis, and the world is merely following the script. I see it now, Lu Sheng thought, struck by how suspiciously smooth the transition from tech to martial arts actually was. As if the crisis was a standardized test they were being coached to pass. But why does this realization leave me with such a foul taste in my mouth? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed as a daring hypothesis took root. If this planet is being groomed, then the battlefield against the mutated beasts is exponentially larger than I ever dared to imagine. The higher civilization helped us because they have been fighting this war for eons. Blue Star is likely just a small, newly opened front in a cosmic war. Much like when the Eastern Military Region deploys troops to a new dungeon, setting up defenses because they've seen it 1,000 times before, this advanced civilization is simply applying established protocols to a new disaster zone. Lu Sheng exhaled sharply, the swirling brine of the abyss entering his mouth and exiting through the gaping, empty cavity in his chest. His heart was gone, but his spirit shuddered as he realized the dreamscape might be a reflection of a much larger, grimmer reality than just a potential future. The crushing urgency in his heart had begun to ebb, replaced by a cold, calculating resolve. He had believed he just needed to clear the current obstacles to save his world, but now a weight 10 or 100 times heavier pressed down upon him. He realized with a start, everything I have faced so far, the saints, the invasions, the struggles, is likely just the visible tip of a massive, dark iceberg. This realization caused Lu Sheng's mutated lower half to twitch, his tentacles thrashing in a momentary loss of control. To steady himself, he lashed out, ensnaring a passing rank 8 mutated beast that had strayed too close. The tentacles coiled around the creature like pythons, piercing its chest and siphoning its essence to mend the void in his own. As the energy flooded in, the gaping wound in Lu Sheng's chest narrowed slightly. This was the only saving grace of his current state, the ability to hunt and consume the monsters of the abyss as a source of infinite, raw fuel. Even though the rank 10 powerhouse had left behind a residual force as immovable as bedrock within his chest, Lu Sheng remained defiant. That alien power is immense, but if I continue to funnel this harvested energy against it, I can grind it down molecule by molecule until it is eventually worn away into nothing. Furthermore, because he was trapped within the deep dungeon, the standard laws of heaven and earth were muffled, allowing his mutated cells to thrive without withering. If his theory held, the dreamscape was another front in this universal war, one that had been fought longer and more desperately until it finally succumbed to the rot. Compared to that ruins, his current world was a newborn battlefield. He wondered if the dreamscape was a parallel world in this universe or a fragment of a different universe entirely. A fierce, burning desire for absolute power ignited in Lu Sheng's soul. Only by becoming a titan who can tread through the stars in both reality and dreams could he hope to find the truth. He needed to verify the nature of these battlefields, and that journey began with reconstruction. Lu Sheng surveyed his mangled, monstrous form and the chaotic abyss surrounding him. Taking a deep breath, he said with chilling calm, "Very well. From this moment on, I shall restore the order of the old world." He felt no fear in the Hyuan abyss. The biological instincts of his mutated cells were so dominant that even without conscious control, they would drive him to slaughter and consume everything in his path. His tentacles flickered like whips, harvesting the local fauna to provide a steady stream of life force. In simple terms, Lu Sheng had activated an evolutionary auto mode. Even while resting, his body would continue its relentless process of healing and consumption. Seizing this window of safety, he decided to retreat into the dreamscape to focus on his internal cultivation. Lu Sheng closed his eyes, his consciousness slipping away from the crushing pressure of the sea. While his mind departed, his physical form remained an active predator. The tentacles worked tirelessly, seizing, crushing, and absorbing the mutated beasts of the deep, the only sound being the rhythmic burbling of bubbles rising from the carnage. Lu Sheng drifted into the familiar gray world of the dreamscape. However, his mental energy had been so thoroughly taxed by the battle that he felt a wave of profound weakness upon his arrival, his spiritual form flickering like a dying ember. Inside the dreamscape, Lu Sheng stood before a long, desolate road flanked by the ruins of a forgotten civilization, the air thick with the dust of centuries. The youth began to strike out with his fists, his movements sharp and purposeful. "First, I must harvest memories to mend my tattered psyche," he muttered. The golden gemstone figure representing his mental core in his mind was a tragic sight, shattered like a crystal sculpture and riddled with cracks. Repairing it was a Herculean task, but the dreamscape offered an endless supply of spiritual fodder. By combining the crystal visualization technique with the energy of harvested souls, he could accelerate the process. He realized that this destruction was actually a hidden blessing, a chance to rebuild his mental core not as gold, but as indestructible amethyst. He began to systematically hunt the spirits of the fallen grandmasters. Lu Sheng blurred across the ruined pavement of the uncleared road. His mental sense swept the area, confirming that the street was populated only by low-tier fodder and rank 8 zombies. He charged into the fray like a whirlwind. The young man unleashed a torrential barrage of strikes, his murderous intent filling the air as the undead collapsed in heaps. In a mere moment, he had cleared 3 entire city blocks, extracting 5 distinct martial wills from level 7 masters and 3 high-tier wills from level 8 grandmasters. As the zombies dissipated into plumes of black smoke, their essence surged into Lu Sheng's form. His omnipotent martial Dao now boasted 50 different martial arts wills, all meticulously woven into his own central intent. He had hoped for more, but many of the master-level wills were too redundant or weak, so he simply compressed them into his own foundation. As the number of integrated wills grew, the gray martial Dao compass in his mind, the symbol of his path, expanded significantly. A wondrous thought occurred to him. If I can integrate 100 distinct types of martial Dao will my path undergo a fundamental qualitative evolution? He sat amidst the ruins, closing his eyes to practice the crystal visualization technique. The harvested memories were ground down into pure spiritual fuel, flooding his mind with revitalizing power. Once these spiritual wounds are mended, he told himself, I will purge the monstrous traits from my physical body and return to the world of men. During his meditation, a sudden spark of remembrance lit up the young man's eyes. Oh right, I almost neglected to inspect the data within the Fire Seed Resource Vault. The young man projected his intent toward the system's AI assistant. Hey, move it. Pull up my updated personal records and background data immediately. Understood. The AI replied with mechanical efficiency, executing the query in an instant. Lu Sheng scrolled through the scrolling lines of code and text, reaching a conclusion. I can now confirm that while the specific personal history data for my current timeline in the Fire Seed Vault is fabricated or projected, the raw technical data and stored storehouse information are absolutely authentic. The young man stroked his chin, lost in thought. How did this vault manage to compile and organize the martial inheritances, chemical formulas, and resource locations of my real world? Despite the mystery of its origin, the dreamscape remained an unparalleled treasure trove, and the master key to its riches was his level of authority within the system. As he continued to scan the files, something caught his eye that caused him to recoil in genuine shock. Huh? This is the report on the battle at Ninghai. He read with bated breath. In the battle with the Jidao martial saint, Lu Sheng was severely wounded and vanished. 3 years later, he returned to execute Zhao Ji and proceeded to defeat martial saints Lin Zhengyue and Tan Zhongyu. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "So Zhao Ji survived after all." He recalled seeing the saint's martial soul flicker away as a streak of light before he fell. "It doesn't matter. He's a dead man walking anyway. I destroyed his original body. Even if he's clinging to some backup shell, he's nothing more than a beggar living on borrowed time." Lu Sheng continued to read, his expression calm but focused. At age 25, he ascended to rank 9, becoming the youngest martial saint in the annals of history. Revering him as the omnipotent martial saint, the world saw him remain undefeated in every global conflict. Unrivaled. At age 30, he founded the Holy Martial Hall, codifying martial arts for the masses and accelerating the evolution of human civilization on a global scale. Lu Sheng felt a modest sense of satisfaction seeing these projected achievements, yet he remained curious. He had once been titled the strongest under the heavens. Why did that title seem to vanish as his accomplishments grew? He kept reading, still puzzled by how the dreamscape harvested its future data, especially given the previous errors regarding his supposed family life. His eyes traveled further down the digital scroll, and suddenly, they stopped dead. At age 100, he broke through to rank 10, becoming the first rank 10 powerhouse in recorded history. By pioneering this path for all future generations, he was honored as the martial ancestor. 2 years following his ascension, his whereabouts became a mystery. Scholars speculate that martial ancestor Lu Sheng departed the Blue Star to traverse the wider universe. Martial ancestor. Lu Sheng's brain buzzed with a violent intensity. They actually call me the martial ancestor. A wondrous feeling swept over him, as if a brilliant, divine halo had descended from the heavens to crown his head. What was a martial ancestor? It was a status akin to Confucius, a name that transcends the title of God and enters the realm of eternal, supreme legacy. The joy lasted only a moment before Lu Sheng's analytical mind kicked back in. Wait, something is fundamentally wrong here. Zhao Ji possessed a talisman from a rank 10 powerhouse, which proves that rank 10 entities already exist in the shadows of this world. So, how could I be the one to open the path for future generations? And why would I vanish only 2 years after reaching that peak? The discrepancies in the text were screaming at him, filled with a profound sense of strangeness. It was deeply suspicious. Was the data collection incomplete, leading to massive deviations in the AI's predictions? Or, Lu Sheng's eyes flashed. Perhaps there are secrets at the very top of this world's power structure that have been hidden even from history. He eventually shook his head. He couldn't solve that puzzle yet. He shifted his focus to his current standing. If I am the martial ancestor, surely my system clearance has been updated. He turned back to the AI assistant. Check my current authorization level. The AI replied instantly. Historical figure evaluation, 10 stars. Fire Seed Resource Vault Authority, level 10. Lu Sheng's spiritual body trembled with pure exhilaration. The title of martial ancestor was more than just a label. His previous level 7 authority had been eclipsed. The system had granted him the highest possible clearance. Based on his experience, level 10 authority was the key that unlocked the secrets of level 11, a tier of power that surpassed everything he knew. I now have the roadmap from rank 9 to rank 11, Lu Sheng whispered, his eyes glowing with a sharp, predatory light. He issued a command to the AI without hesitation. Retrieve every M-level cultivation technique and secret manual stored within the Fire Seed Resource Vault. Show me everything. The AI flickered. Acknowledged, sir. Compiling data. A massive, shimmering data sheet materialized in the gray air. 9 distinct, heavenly cultivation methods appeared before Lu Sheng's eyes. each radiating an aura of ancient power. Lu Sheng finally allowed himself to relax. As he suspected, the vault's deepest secrets were now fully bare before him. 9 ranked 10 arts. Lu Sheng examined them one by one, his heart racing. He saw the constellation Undying Art, Water Crystal Visualization, Natural Breathing, Yamasutra, and the 7 Wishes Wheel. Among them were the 5 he had already glimpsed and 4 new, legendary scripts. One in particular caught his attention, the 5/4 fist technique, authored by the mythical Wang He himself. The manual spoke of a profound cosmic truth. Between the fabric of heaven and earth, existing beyond the cycles of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, there resides a hidden 5th season. Legend says that when this 5th season dawns, 10 suns will ignite simultaneously in the firmament, scorching the mountains to ash and turning the mighty rivers into dry dust. It is a time when the world becomes a celestial kiln. The 5/4 fist mimics this apocalyptic scene, recreating the ferocity of 10 blazing suns through the medium of the fist. Lu Sheng inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the text. An ancient fist, a mythical art. The sheer scale of this concept surpassed every technique he had mastered thus far. It was vast, majestic, and terrifying. He realized now why Shi Shengming's ultimate move was named 10 Suns Concurrently Blaze. He was merely a pale imitator, a student trying to copy a fraction of Wang He's true cosmic fist technique. Lu Sheng recalled the moment he had first encountered that signature move, realizing how far he still had to go. Lu Sheng could still vividly recall Shi Shengming's ecstatic, almost religious reaction when he had first glimpsed the profound intent left behind by Wang He. At that time, Lu Sheng had harbored the cynical belief that Shi Shengming was so far beneath that level of mastery, he couldn't even grasp a single strand of Wang He's true power. However, as he matured in his own path, his perspective shifted. He now recognized that Shi Shengming had, at the very least, managed to perceive a genuine sliver of the divine meaning hidden within the legendary fist. Although Shi Shengming lacked the talent to replicate the technique in its totality, his earnest efforts to channel even a fraction of that cosmic force were evident. While the two martial artists existed on entirely different planes, like a novice compared to a god, Lu Sheng found Shi Shengming's tenacious spirit truly admirable. He mused silently. If a man like Shi Shengming were granted another century of life, he might actually carve out a legacy of genuine significance. Turning his attention back to the ancient scrolls, he began to decipher the next chapter. The inner universe, the trinity of upper, middle, and lower heavens. The moment Lu Sheng's eyes locked onto the descriptions of these 3 esoteric cultivation arts, a cold chill swept through his system, and he found himself breaking out in a sudden, nervous sweat. He managed to parse only a few cryptic lines before his mind seemingly short-circuited, leaving his face utterly blank and devoid of expression. His mental landscape was instantly cluttered with 1,000 jagged question marks. Overwhelmed by the sheer complexity, Lu Sheng couldn't help but blurt out in frustration, "What in the name of the ancestors is this supposed to be? What do these words even signify?" He stared at the name of the founder, Yang Ezhou, wondering what could have possessed a human mind to conceive such abstractions. How does any of this relate to the physical reality of martial arts? It doesn't read like a manual. It reads like a dry, clinical dictionary of cosmic metaphysics. The sensation was akin to a total cerebral meltdown. The concepts were simply too alien to grasp. This particular art didn't focus on strikes or footwork. Instead, it meticulously detailed the structural architecture of an inner universe and the precarious bridge connecting it to the vast, external cosmos. It was a dense thicket of theoretical possibilities and existential musings. Isn't this just a scientific thesis? Lu Sheng wondered, his brow furrowed. Can something so academic even be categorized as a cultivation art? The required rank is astronomical. Could this be the blueprint for the evolution from rank 11 into the mythical rank 12? A deluge of unanswered queries flooded his consciousness, threatening to drown his focus. I am currently only a rank 8 martial artist. Expecting to comprehend the secrets of the gods is a fool's errand. I'll table this for a later date. Lu Sheng decided not to waste his precious mental energy on a word-by-word analysis of a text that felt like the Book of Revelation. Trying to understand it now was like forcing a pure science student to endure a lecture on abstract humanities. The brainwaves simply refused to synchronize, leaving him staring into a thick, conceptual fog. He pushed the three arts of the inner universe to the periphery of his mind. He would wait until he reached the bottleneck of rank 11 before attempting to unravel these Gordian knots. Focus on the tangible, he told himself. Let's examine the 5/4 fist instead. Just skimming the introductory principles of the 5/4 fist was enough to set Lu Sheng's heart racing with a wild, predatory excitement. To be completely honest, if a martial artist ever truly managed to ascend to the inner universe realm, they would become an unparalleled force of nature. What conventional martial technique could possibly hope to withstand the impact of being struck by the concentrated mass of an entire universe? Having already attained the legendary fifth realm of mastery, Lu Sheng realized that if he combined his current insights with the power of this rank 11 fist technique, the resulting destructive potential was essentially uncalculable. A restless fire began to burn in Lu Sheng's palms, his fingers twitching with the phantom sensation of the technique. He began to wonder with a dark grin, could I perhaps one-shot a Jidao martial saint and treat him like a wayward younger brother? Or better yet, could I take on a much higher-ranked saint and force him to call me Big Brother? His grim humor was, as always, an unstoppable force of its own. Deep down, Lu Sheng still harbored a cold, sharp grudge against the rank 10 powerhouse who had dared to injure him. He instinctively patted his chest where the wound had been and clenched his fist until the knuckles turned white. To that rank 10 bastard who thought he could break me, mark my words. When we cross paths again, I won't just survive. I will end you. After concluding his preliminary review of the high-level cultivation arts, Lu Sheng paused to collect his thoughts. He then projected his mental intent to his AI assistant, Mr. Y, commanding him to retrieve every scrap of information regarding the elusive Project Fire Seed. However, before the first line of data could even materialize, a system notification flashed across his vision like a bucket of ice-cold water dumped over his head. Insufficient authority level. Access denied. Lu Sheng felt a twinge of annoyance, but he wasn't truly disappointed. He had anticipated this outcome. Just as I suspected, he mused. It seems I'll have to wait until I actually summit rank 11 before the dreamscape is willing to unveil its deepest, darkest secrets to me. Choosing to ignore the setback for now, Lu Sheng redirected his focus toward the martial Saint Heaven section of his 3 foundational cultivation arts. Reaching the status of a rank 9 saint was his most immediate and vital objective. He needed to understand the core mechanics of that transition. Thus, he dedicated his full attention to researching the grueling process and the fundamental principles required to bridge the gap from rank 8 to rank 9. He closed his eyes, extending his internal senses to commune with the techniques. He started with the constellation Undying Art. After absorbing the wisdom of the martial Saint Heaven, Lu Sheng realized the process was largely in line with his existing theories. The 3 internal treasures, essence, qi, and spirit, must undergo a total, seamless fusion. Once unified, the practitioner connects with the vast rhythm of heaven and earth, drawing upon the primordial power of the universe to forge a unique martial Dao imprint and manifest a martial Dao avatar. This was the true crossroads where the power gap between elite martial artists expanded into a chasm. The nature and scale of these avatars served as the definitive metric for a martial saint's prowess. According to the manual, these avatars were strictly graded by their initial height at the moment of birth. An avatar under 1,000 meters was dismissed as low-grade. Those between 1,000 and 2,000 meters were considered mid-grade, while anything surpassing 5,000 meters was deemed high-grade. Most impressively, the constellation Undying Art offered the path to condense the ancient Golden Crow avatar, a legendary entity that would stand over 10,000 meters tall at its inception. Lu Sheng's expression shifted subtly as he reached back into his memory, meticulously recalling the details of the Jidao martial saint's avatar during their clash. A wave of disdain washed over him. Good grief. Zhao Ji's pathetic, raggedy avatar barely reached 500 meters. He was nothing more than low-grade trash. He realized that calling the man a country martial saint was a factual observation, and even rural martial saint, was a kindness he didn't deserve. Lu Sheng scoffed at Zhao Ji's memory, realizing the man had relied entirely on the shallow incense offerings of a deluded populace to prop up his mediocre cultivation. Utterly pathetic. Lu Sheng stroked his chin in deep contemplation. He noted that the avatars generated by natural breathing and water crystal visualization were also categorized as top-tier, super-great entities. I possess a multitude of high-level cultivation arts and diverse martial daos, he pondered. If I can find a way to weave all these super-great avatars together and forge them into my own perfect martial dao, what kind of monstrous grade of avatar would be born from that union? Could it be a super great? A tier that defies conventional classification? The possibilities are staggering. He abruptly closed the mental ledger, forcing himself to settle down. Don't let your imagination run wild, Lu Sheng. Getting ahead of yourself is a recipe for disaster. He whispered as self-correction. Theory is cheap. Execution is everything. Fusing the daos of 3 different rank 10 arts into a singular path is a task of unimaginable difficulty. I haven't even found the first thread to pull yet. But this was the path he had chosen, to shatter the shadows and shackles left behind by 3 rank 10 giants. To be their equal was not enough, he had to surpass them. There's no rush. I'll begin by meticulously refining my essence, chi, and spirit into a single, unbreakable point. Besides, with the 5/4 fist in my arsenal and my immortal cells growing more potent by the hour, I can afford a little patience. Even if I remain at the peak of rank 8 for a while longer, I can still slaughter martial saints as if they were common barnyard chickens. This thought brought a wide, satisfied grin to his face. For Lu Sheng, the mere anticipation of such dominance was almost intoxicating. For the next month, Lu Sheng remained ensconced in the dreamscape, meticulously refining the new skills he had acquired. By the end of 30 days, he had mastered the fundamental movements. His external wounds had vanished, leaving smooth skin behind, and his internal organs had completely regenerated into a more robust state. This period of quiet allowed him to fully purge the lingering, stubborn energy of the rank M powerhouse from his system, leaving him with nothing but a minor sense of mental fatigue that would soon pass. Throughout that entire month, Lu Sheng had capitalized on his recovery time to perform a radical internal transformation. He had successfully shifted his gold luster stone humanoid form into a far more advanced, purple crystal humanoid form. While balancing healing with this deep cultivation had slowed his overall progress, the result was a far more refined foundation. The youth clenched his fist, his resolve hardening like the crystals within him. It's time. I'm done with this place. However, before he could depart, Lu Sheng had to address one glaring complication: the grotesque mutation of his physical body. He reasoned that the mutation issue would likely resolve itself once he exited the Abyssal Sea dungeon. Without the constant saturation of mutated beast essence and the thick, rule-masking black mist of the dungeon to sustain it, the aberration wouldn't be able to survive the laws of the outside world. Though the solution seemed straightforward, Lu Sheng's mind began to race with a more ambitious idea. What if I could upgrade these mutated cells into undying cells? He toyed with the concept of concentrating all the volatile mutation energy into a singular cell. But he knew this was easier said than done. Mutated cells were the antithesis of undying cells. They were saturated with a savage, chaotic, and murderous intent. Forcing them to sacrifice their individuality to empower a single host cell was like trying to domesticate a pack of starving dragons. Just as he was weighing his options, a series of strange, localized fluctuations rippled through the water surrounding him. These weren't mere currents. They carried a distinct, oily consciousness that whispered to him, a seductive call urging Lu Sheng to dive deeper into the lightless trenches. Under the influence of this psychic pull, Lu Sheng's mutated lower body seemed to engage its own metaphorical nitro boost. His 4 tentacles began thrashing with a hyped-up frenzy, desperate to drag him down, only to be snapped back into place by the iron grip of Lu Sheng's will. Lu Sheng glared down into the abyss, his eyes burning with a mix of curiosity and cold irritation. That persistent punk is back for another round, I see. His mental power erupted in a sharp, focused burst, lashing out at the consciousness rippling through the water. The oily fluctuations instantly dissipated into the dark. Lu Sheng's face remained an unreadable mask. This wasn't the first time he'd dealt with this lure. The Abyssal Sea dungeon was essentially the same as the other high-tier dungeons he had conquered. Deep within its core resided the lingering will of a powerhouse from an alien world, a predatory consciousness seeking a host. Perhaps my extended stay has made me look like an ideal candidate, Lu Sheng mused. With my lower half already mutated, they probably see me as a good seed, a perfect vessel to be lured and eventually consumed by their influence. In a display of cold dominance, the youth reached down and seized one of the thrashing, rebellious tentacles, yanking it back with brutal force. The 4 tentacles of his lower body writhed in protest, their bellies and the eyes embedded in their flesh conveying a pitiful, reluctant longing. They were clearly devastated that Lu Sheng had severed their connection to the embrace of the Abyssal Sea's depths. But they had made the mistake of underestimating Lu Sheng's ruthlessness. He didn't hesitate to tear the tentacle with the largest eye right off his own body. If you're still feeling reluctant to follow my lead, he hissed at his own flesh, don't blame me for getting even rougher. This is my body, and I am the one who gives the orders, Lu Sheng growled through gritted teeth. I'm leaving. The self-awareness of these mutated cells is growing far too fast for my liking. There's no telling what kind of monstrosity they'll try to turn me into if I stay. Lu Sheng's patience was at its absolute limit, his face dark with resolve. If he allowed himself to sink any further, he knew these rogue cells might commit some form of biological suicide just to stay in the abyss. He fought back the thrashing of his 4 tentacles, holding them in a mental vice. Like a golden arrow released from a bow, he began to propel himself toward the surface. He felt the 22 undying cells within him. Their light was currently dim and flickering, starved of energy for far too long. While the mutated cells had been hunting, the vast majority of that energy had been consumed by his internal repairs. Exiting this Abyssal Sea dungeon will finally kill the mutation and allow me to reconstruct my undying battle body, he thought. In another month, I'll be back to my peak, dealing with these saints one badass at a time. But as the thought crossed his mind, the undying cell nestled between his eyebrows suddenly flared, sending out a piercing, staccato alarm. That alien consciousness wasn't just calling to him anymore, it was actively hunting him. His mental senses confirmed the source of the alarm. A gargantuan black shadow was rising from the lightless trenches of the Abyssal Sea dungeon, closing the distance with terrifying speed. That shadow felt like a predatory gaze fixed solely upon Lu Sheng. Suddenly, the Abyssal Sea dungeon began to undergo a violent structural collapse, and the seawater began to flow backward in a massive, gravity-defying surge. At a depth of 30,000 meters, an impossible vacuum area, a bubble of airless space, formed around the epicenter. A split second later, an unimaginable suction force erupted from below, dragging Rank 7 and Rank 8 mutated beasts into the darkness like leaves in a storm. Lu Sheng found himself caught in the irresistible pull, hurtling downward. Looking down, he saw a colossal vortex stretching tens of thousands of meters across. It was as if the very bottom of the ocean had been unplugged. Just how massive is the beast creating this nightmare? He wondered. Suddenly, a thicket of tentacles lashed out toward him. Lu Sheng clicked his tongue in annoyance. I see. If seduction fails, you resort to kidnapping. Lu Sheng's brow deepened as he realized he was the sole target of this localized apocalypse. The consciousness in the depths was clearly playing a desperate game. Since he refused to stay willingly, it intended to drag him down into the dark by force. A murderous aura flared around the youth's face, his eyes flashing with a cold light. We are not on the same path, you abyss-dwelling freak. Forcing a relationship is a very bad idea. As the tentacles closed in to bind his limbs, Lu Sheng's hands began to vibrate with a high-frequency energy, transforming his arms into twin heavenly blades. With a series of fluid, lightning-fast motions, Lu Sheng chopped through the water, releasing waves of transparent, pressurized energy. These sword-like ripples struck the blood-red tentacles, severing them as easily as a scythe cutting through tall grass, sending the severed limbs sinking back into the dark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of violent, Screeching sound waves erupted from the ocean floor, vibrating with a palpable sense of alien fury. Ever the sardonic warrior, Lu Sheng maintained his grim sense of humor even in the face of death. He stood at attention in the swirling current, gave a casual, mocking salute to the abyss, and said, "All right, bro. There's really no need for the grand send-off. Let's do this again some other time." With a final, calm glance at the encroaching darkness, he turned and unleashed a burst of speed to escape the pursuit. Suddenly, the sound of eerie, mocking laughter began to resonate through the water from below. Looking down, Lu Sheng saw a row of gargantuan red eyes igniting in the dark. A cold sweat broke out across his skin, and he felt a visceral, primal instinct of danger that made his very core shrink in fear. "What's so funny?" the youth wondered, a knot of unease tightening in his stomach. "What did I miss?" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying suction force from below vanished instantly, replaced by a massive, repulsive force that surged upward like an erupting volcano. This wasn't just water. This was the raw expansion of the abyss space. He realized with a jolt of horror that the pursuit and the suction were just a feint, a masterful distraction. The real objective was to herd him into the precise coordinate for an abyss space eruption. "Crap," he hissed, his body pinned by the pressure. "I can't dodge this." A heartbeat later, reality seemed to tear open, and Lu Sheng fell into a different dimension entirely. He found himself floating in a void of disorientation. Where am I? Is this truly the heart of the abyss space? This is going to be a problem. He surveyed his new surroundings with a wary eye. It was a bizarre, alien landscape. The space was claustrophobically small, bounded above and below by misty, gray, bubble-like planets. The air was dangerously thin. Lu Sheng attempted a few shallow breaths, finding just enough oxygen to sustain him. He turned to find the fissure he had fallen through, only to discover that the entry point had vanished. The space around him was smooth, flat, and entirely featureless, with no exit in sight. The surrounding space had undergone a terrifying transformation, coalescing into a singular, impenetrable block of static reality. There were no fissures, no vents, and certainly no mercy. It was as if the universe itself had decided to hold its breath, sealing everything within a claustrophobic, crystalline tomb. Lu Sheng looked past the immediate vicinity, catching faint, ethereal glimpses of a landscape composed entirely of similar gray expanses. They drifted like silent, iridescent bubbles or fragments of ancient crystal in a vacuum, devoid of sound or vibration. This was the abyss space, a realization that chilled him. He now understood with grim clarity why those who ventured into this fold never returned. Once the threshold was crossed, the path back didn't just close, it ceased to exist. Even if one survived the latent horrors of this realm, they would be doomed to wander these silent, monochrome spheres until their spirit simply withered away. "No, that assessment is flawed," Lu Sheng murmured, his eyes narrowing as he discarded his initial panic. The path hadn't been erased from existence. Rather, it had shifted its dimensional coordinates. It was a matter of perspective and discovery, not true absence. There had to be subtle fissures, microscopic tears in these gray bubbles, that acted as gateways. After all, the rank 9 powerhouses documented in the Dreamscape archives were capable of traversing these spatial depths with intent. The true challenge lay not in the existence of an exit, but in the methodology required to perceive it. Suddenly, a sharp twitch resonated through his mutated anatomy. The lidless eye embedded in one of his writhing tentacles began to dilate and contract rhythmically, its erratic movements suggesting an urgent, albeit silent, attempt at communication. Lu Sheng's intuition flared, and he addressed the sentient mutation with a measured tone. "Are you implying that you've identified the exit? You know the way out of this labyrinth?" He felt a surge of skepticism. How could a mere cellular mutation possess such navigation? Was it possible that these mutated cells were not just a burden, but a biological key specifically evolved for the ingress and egress of the spatial abyss? It matters little for now, he decided, the weight of the silence pressing in on him. "We shall investigate your lead. Point me toward the coordinates, and do not lead me astray." Lu Sheng's eyes ignited with a brilliance that rivaled the core of a distant sun. With a violent surge of kinetic energy, his entire form became a localized projectile, blasting through the clusters of gray, planetary bubbles with the unstoppable force of a cosmic phenomenon. As he tore through the monochrome expanse, Lu Sheng couldn't help but marvel at the sheer wrongness of the environment. "This space is fundamentally warped," he muttered, the silence of the void echoing in his mind. "It feels less like a physical location and more like a conceptual graveyard, a cosmic void where the laws of physics have gone to die." Led by the sensory feedback of his mutated cells, Lu Sheng continued to carve a path through the gray silence. He could feel the growing agitation within the tentacles. They were vibrating with a predatory sort of excitement, a biological hype that signaled they were nearing something significant. The goal was within reach, or so he hoped. As Lu Sheng approached the detected fissure, he attempted to expand his mental consciousness to scout the terrain. However, he quickly discovered that the gray bubble barrier was an absolute nightmare to penetrate. Even at his current level of cultivation, his mental range was severely suppressed, rendering traditional reconnaissance useless. Realizing that logic and data were failing him, he pivoted to his primal instincts. He projected his martial will instead, finding that sensing danger through the lens of pure intent was far more effective than trying to see through the spatial interference. With his five senses finally finding their footing, his mental power clashed against the gray membrane, manifesting as a spray of golden sparks that flickered against the void. Without warning, the undying cells within Lu Sheng's marrow began to vibrate with a frantic, warning cadence. A sharp, needle-like stinging pain radiated through his nervous system, a biological alarm. Lu Sheng looked up, his gaze piercing through the recursive layers of gray bubbles, and saw it. In the vast, oppressive blackness of the distance, the bubbles were shaking as if caught in a seismic event. A tidal wave of absolute darkness was surging toward him, accompanied by a consciousness fluctuation so massive and alien it defied description. It was expanding with predatory speed. As the shadow passed, the gray bubbles shattered like glass under a hammer. Lu Sheng felt the psychic echo of that destruction inside his own skull. "No, it's him," he hissed, the realization dawning with icy terror. "He's actually found me." Lu Sheng's heart hammered against his ribs. One glance at the approaching darkness confirmed his fears. This was the same primordial entity from the deepest strata of the Hyuan dungeon, the one that had lured him into this trap and used a rank 9 beast as a sacrificial pawn to shunt him into the spatial depths. "You absolute bastard," he growled. He looked toward the supposed exit his mutated eye had indicated, only to see the darkness converging there. Was it truly the exit, or had his own body betrayed him? Taking a deep, ragged breath of the thin, stale air within the gray bubble, Lu Sheng's eyes hardened into chips of frost. With a roar of defiance, he tore through the membrane in front of him and bolted. 1, 2, 3. He counted the bubbles he bypassed, the distance between him and his pursuer closing rapidly. A face-off was no longer a possibility. It was an inevitability. He weaved through the spatial spheres like a torpedo launched from the depths. The tidal wave of darkness moved with a terrifying, liquid grace, obliterating the gray bubbles en masse. As it closed the gap, the entity's consciousness radiated a sense of twisted, malevolent joy that felt like oily needles pricking at Lu Sheng's mind. "Found you." Within the surging darkness, 1,000 lidless eyes materialized, all of them locking onto Lu Sheng with singular, hungry focus. A massive, shadowy hand, large enough to palm a mountain, reached out from the void to snatch the youth from existence. The speed of the assault was blinding. Lu Sheng's face, however, remained an unreadable mask of stone. His eyes were eerie in their calmness, reflecting the approaching doom without a flicker of hesitation. The giant hand descended, its fingers closing like the jaws of a trap, intending to crush his physical form into a slurry of qi and blood. "You persistent bastard," the youth spat. Faced with a localized collapse of space that felt like a mountain falling on his head, he didn't even flinch. His eyes remained locked on the center of the dark palm, unblinking, as he executed a series of backpedals that defied the laws of momentum. In that moment of extreme peril, the 4 tentacles anchored to Lu Sheng's back underwent a sudden, violent change. They turned an abyssal black, their movements becoming erratic and frantic as they began to flail against him, attempting to entangle his limbs and deliver him to the darkness. "You traitorous filth!" the youth roared. With a surge of raw, brute force, he grabbed the mutinous appendages and ripped them away from his body, the sound of tearing flesh echoing in the silent vacuum. "Get the hell away from me!" Suddenly, a realization struck Lu Sheng like a lightning bolt. "Wait a minute. I understand now. I still have a part of you on me, don't I?" Lu Sheng's hand shot down to his lower body, targeting the largest, most sentient eye embedded in his leg. He dug his fingers deep into the mutated flesh and yanked the organ out by its roots. "You will guide me to the true exit this instant, or I will crush your essence into nothingness," he snarled, his voice a low, dangerous vibration. "You shall never know a moment of peace if you fail me." A cold, lethal glint flashed in his eyes as he began to apply pressure to the giant eye. He didn't care for its petty, parasitic schemes. To betray him and side with a cosmic predator when his life was on the line was an unforgivable sin. If he could not even exert absolute sovereignty over his own biological vessel, his entire path of cultivation was a farce. Under the threat of total annihilation, the giant eye and the remaining mutated cells in Lu Sheng's hands underwent a frantic, spasming reaction. In that instant, Lu Sheng had an epiphany. The psychic whispers from the deep space began to echo in his mind with crystalline clarity, though they were laden with a sickening, honeyed lure. "Return. Return to us. Return to the warm embrace of the deep." Behind the whisper, a horde of gargantuan, shadowy hands surged forward, their fingers reaching for Lu Sheng with a collective, grasping hunger. Lu Sheng steeled his resolve, his martial will becoming a pillar of iron. He issued a mental decree to his body, ordering the full power of his undying cells to saturate his system. 2 of his undying cells ignited with a celestial flame, and the shattered, incomplete star map of his undying star body began to glow, the constellations extending and reconnecting with newfound vigor. Every mutated cell that refused to submit was systematically annihilated, its base components converted into raw energy to fuel the 22 undying cells and the star body. With Lu Sheng's conscious will leading the charge, this was no longer a struggle. It was an all-out war for biological and spiritual dominance. Even the fundamental rules of the universe seemed to ripple as he pushed himself beyond the limits of a mortal frame. Whoosh! The youth became a streak of golden light, zooming away at a breakneck speed that left afterimages in the gray bubbles. The shadowy hands snapped shut around his trail, but each time they closed, he was already miles ahead, a phantom in the void. He hurtled toward the true spatial exit with the momentum of a falling star. "You'll have to do better than that, you amateurs," he yelled back at the darkness. The giant hand made one final, desperate grab, squeezing shut with enough force to shatter a planet. But it caught only the thin, echoing remnants of his trail. Lu Sheng had already slipped through the gap. The youth blasted through the spatial gate, the transition feeling like being squeezed through a needle's eye. As he breached the threshold, he couldn't resist one final taunt to the entity behind him. "Enjoy your solitude. You'll never catch me in the light." On the other side of the spatial rift, a massive, singular eye seethed with a fury that caused the very abyss to tremble. A psychic scream tore through the silence. "I will find you. I will have you." Seeing the entity's tantrum and the sheer, impotent rage it displayed, Lu Sheng finally allowed himself to breathe. He realized with a surge of relief that the entity was tethered. It was a prisoner of the Hyuan dungeon, unable to cross the threshold into the surface world or even leave the deepest, most corrupted strata of the abyss. Lu Sheng walked away from the fading rift, a sense of profound liberation washing over him. He allowed a bright, genuine smile to cross his face, a rarity in his line of work. "I am finally back in my own reality," he whispered. The sites where he had torn away the 4 traitorous tentacles were no longer painful. Instead, they were filled with a tingling, euphoric sensation. It was a feeling of pure, unadulterated bliss as his undying body began to repair the damage. Suddenly, the sound of rhythmic, slapping footsteps on ice startled him out of his reverie. "Huh!" He turned around, expecting another monster, only to see two plump penguins waddling toward him with curious, tilting heads. Stretching out before Lu Sheng were towering, majestic mountains of ice. They stood like colossal crystal walls of the gods, emitting a mystical, deep blue glow that shimmered with an inner light under the harsh, white glare of the sun. The sheer scale of the landscape stunned Lu Sheng into silence. The icy peaks shot upward like giant, frozen spikes intended to pierce the very vault of the sky. "Ice mountains," he exclaimed, his voice sounding thin and small against the howling, snowy wind that whipped across the frozen tundra. "What in the name of the ancestors is this place?" Amidst the desolate, silent, icy landscape, the harsh squawking of the penguins only amplified the strange, alien feeling of the wasteland. Lu Sheng watched the small, tuxedoed creatures waddle across the floe, his mind racing with doubt. "Penguins? Did I actually end up in Antarctica?" He muttered the words as an indescribable sense of panic began to rise in his chest. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that escaping the abyss would drop him at the literal end of the world, in a frozen desert of white and blue. As his divine energy began to circulate once more, Lu Sheng's lower body suddenly underwent a violent, spasmodic reaction. Several nascent tentacles and 2 additional eyes began to squirm and push through his skin, attempting to re-establish the mutation with a decisive, relentless energy. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate. He delivered a fierce, concentrated punch directly into one of the emerging eyes, smashing it back into the muscle. The 2 purple tentacles instantly recoiled, as if burned, and settled into a trembling calm. "You are an annoying piece of work," the youth growled, his voice a low threat. "Understand this. You exist within my body at my discretion. You will obey my will, or I will personally grind you into oblivion, cell by individual cell." Lu Sheng continued to mutter as he steadied his breathing. This mutated anatomy was troublesome, frequently exhibiting its own semi-sentient impulses. He could tolerate a bit of biological autonomy, but the moment it dared to betray him and surrender to a cosmic enemy, it crossed a line. If he could not exert absolute mastery over his own physical vessel, he had no business calling himself a martial artist. Within the depths of Lu Sheng's body, his 22 undying cells ignited like furnaces. The shattered star map of his eternal star body began to heal, the constellations glowing with a fierce, rejuvenating light. Each rogue mutated cell was systematically hunted down and annihilated, its essence being strip-mined for energy to supply the undying cells and the star body. With Lu Sheng's will fully engaged, the process became a war of attrition. At this moment, even the fundamental rules of heaven and earth began to resonate with his internal struggle. His entire lower body let out a low, agonizing groan as countless mutated cells met their apocalypse. "If you value your existence, then shrink back," he commanded. "Condense. Evolve. Ascend to a higher state or perish." Lu Sheng relentlessly transmitted his ironclad will to those groaning, failing mutated cells, forcing them to adapt to his standards. The light burning in his eyes was no longer merely human. It was brighter and more terrifying than the divine. He realized he was in the process of establishing a new set of biological laws for these mutated cells. This was an unprecedented, grueling effort, but Lu Sheng was driven by a burning curiosity. He wanted to know the exact evolutionary path required for a mutated cell to transform into a true, undying cell. What kind of hybrid entity would ultimately be born from such a fusion of darkness and divinity? Would such a cell be resilient enough to withstand the erasure of the fundamental rules of heaven and earth? Lu Sheng watched with clinical focus as his mutated lower body began to rapidly wither, the necrotic tissue falling away. In its place, brand new eyes and a physical structure belonging to the eternal star body began to emerge from the ruins. Under the constant impact of his refinement and the sublimation of his energy, each mutated cell began to actively choose death over stagnation. The undying cells in his legs took the vanguard position, fighting with a brave, relentless efficiency as they refined large swaths of the mutated territory. Finally, the few remaining mutated cells, humbled and broken, began to submit to his authority. Their chaotic power began to shrink, condensing into a localized point of potential. Each cell actively withered, its energy converging into a singularity. Lu Sheng's mental focus locked onto that coordinate, pouring every ounce of his available energy into it. He watched as the remaining king-tier mutated cell began to undergo a rapid, forced evolution under the massive infusion of energy. The process was eerily similar to the birth of his original 22 undying cells. In the span of a few heartbeats, this specific mutated cell completed 10,000, then 100,000, and then 1,000,000 cycles of evolution. Lu Sheng's eyes grew brighter with every passing second. He could feel the oppressive rules of heaven and earth gradually losing their grip on this king-tier cell. Its evolutionary speed slowed as it reached heights that defied nature, evolving millions and then hundreds of millions of times over. Just as it seemed the king-tier mutated cell was about to breach the threshold into a brand new, unknown realm of existence, the process abruptly halted. Lu Sheng was stunned, his breath catching. He discovered that his martial body had finished its growth cycle. That singular king-tier mutated cell, after its hundreds of millions of forced evolutions, had turned a shade of pure, abyssal black. It now lay quietly hibernating within his left leg, motionless and silent. The supply of mutated energy had been completely exhausted, bringing the transformation to a temporary, frustrating standstill. "What a wasted opportunity," the youth muttered, his gaze shifting to the lingering eye embedded on the back of his hand, wondering what could have been. At this precise moment, a fleeting shadow of regret flickered across Lu Sheng's features, though it failed to settle into true disappointment. He mused that since the theoretical foundation of this path appeared fundamentally sound, he simply required a greater volume of empirical data and future experimentation to refine the process. Suddenly, Lu Sheng was jolted from his thoughts, his sharp senses snapping toward the horizon. His eyes locked onto the distant expanse where the sky met the sea, and just as his focus sharpened, the mournful, low-frequency blast of a ship's horn rolled across the undulating waves. Emerging from the misty distance, Lu Sheng observed a medium-sized vessel, its hull painted in a stark contrast of pristine white and deep oceanic blue. The ship was slicing through the dark water at a significant velocity, rapidly narrowing the distance between them. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes into thin slits, a surge of curiosity rising as he wondered, what business could anyone possibly have in such a desolate, frozen reach? He had not materialized at his original point of entry after exiting the dimensional rift, a spatial displacement he had already mentally accounted for. This particular maritime region was choked with jagged icebergs, and the ambient temperature was noticeably more frigid than the waters of the Ninhai Sea. By calculating the sun's zenith overhead, Lu Sheng deduced that he had drifted toward the Antarctic Circle. This geographical realization was quite opportune, as he could now utilize the local environment to triangulate his exact coordinates on the globe. The world beneath his feet remained the same reality he knew, a fact Lu Sheng could confirm with absolute certainty. This was the same planet where he had spent the last 2 decades of his life, and a single inhalation of the crisp, biting air was enough to detect the familiar, fundamental flavor of his home world. Having gathered his bearings, Lu Sheng reached a decision. He channeled his immense mental power, manifesting a luminous, pale gold humanoid projection of his will that took flight toward the approaching vessel. In the span of a few shallow breaths, Lu Sheng's ethereal projection loomed silently above the ship's deck. With a subtle manipulation of his energy, he caused the golden light to fade into a translucent shimmer, perfectly harmonizing his presence with the surrounding atmosphere. To the eyes of an ordinary mortal, he was a ghost, entirely undetectable even if he were to stand directly in their line of sight. Peering down, he noted the ship bore the external markings of a standard scientific research vessel, but when he swept his mental tendrils through the hull, he detected the unmistakable, vibrant auras of several high-level martial artists. The youth's psychic perception quickly cataloged the strength of the onboard personnel: 30 combatants below level 7, 2 level 7 grandmasters, and a formidable level 8 great grandmaster acting as the hidden anchor. It was highly unusual for a mere research expedition to deploy a level 8 powerhouse for oversight, a detail Lu Sheng found quite intriguing. As his mental power continued to probe, he observed the crew and armed guards. Their physiological traits, from hair texture to skin tone, were distinctly alien to the people of the Long Country. Cross-referencing their features with the ship's registration and the Lion Country dialect they used for communication, Lu Sheng reached a definitive conclusion. They were undeniably operatives of Lion Country, and the sheer irony of running into them here was almost absurd. Maintaining his invisible vigil, the youth continued to systematically scan the structural interior of the vessel with his pervasive mental power, seeking the heart of the operation. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a mischievous light. With a casual disregard for the physical barriers of the iron bulkheads, he bypassed the ship's hold and focused his attention on a specific, secluded suite located on the uppermost deck. Now, let us observe the caliber of this level 8 Great Grandmaster, he thought. The target was localized instantly. In a matter of moments, Lu Sheng's mental eye provided a clear view of the interior, a spacious, opulently decorated cabin that served as a luxurious sanctuary amidst the harsh Antarctic environment. The man in question was currently preoccupied, engaged in a vigorous, huffing display of physical exercise with a blonde-haired woman. Lu Sheng noted with a dry internal monologue that this appeared to be the stereotypical indulgence of the Lion Country elite. It seemed this great grandmaster possessed a significant weakness for superficial feminine beauty. As Lu Sheng's gaze lingered, he noticed a distinctive ring resting on the bedside table. His eyes sharpened with recognition. He had encountered this specific design once before in his past dealings. The intricate, stylized engraving was the unmistakable seal of the Ring Seal organization. The organizational title echoed through Lu Sheng's mind, and after a brief observation of the level 8 martial expert, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. This was no ordinary research ship, but a specialized vessel commissioned by the Ring Seal Group. I should investigate the neighboring quarters, Lu Sheng mused. There may be significant tactical intelligence hidden in these cabins. Lu Sheng shifted his focus to an adjacent room, where he discovered a young woman, perhaps 20 years of age, with cascading, deep brown curls. She was hunched over a desk, her attention entirely devoted to recording her thoughts in a leather-bound diary. Driven by a flash of curiosity, Lu Sheng drifted closer to read over her shoulder, watching as the elegant Lion Country script flowed seamlessly from her pen. Day 14, Year 317. The sky is clear, yet I find myself celebrating the 25th Valentine's Day of my life in a state of academic exile. There is no vintage wine, no medium-rare steak from a Michelin-starred bistro, and certainly no melodic music to heighten the romance. Above all, there is no charming, handsome suitor to accompany me. Instead, I am entombed in the cabin of this exploration vessel, surrounded by the biting frost of the Antarctic Circle, the smell of formaldehyde from exotic beast specimens, and the occasional penguin. This marks the 28th day of my tenure with Professor Nelson's Scientific Research Collective. We are nearing the conclusion of our primary gene harvesting phase from the local exotic fauna, and soon, we shall begin our journey back to the city of Hangyin. If I were forced to summarize this expedition, I would call it a harrowing yet profoundly rewarding odyssey. Professor Nelson is truly a titan of genetic engineering, perhaps the greatest on the planet this century. His encyclopedic knowledge and his almost religious fervor for academic discovery are traits I aspire to emulate every single day. Gaining a position under Professor Nelson's tutelage is undoubtedly the crowning achievement of my career thus far. I owe an eternal debt of gratitude to my university mentor, Miss Selena, for her tireless and fervent recommendation. The girl's pen practically danced across the stationery. She had already produced nearly 2,000 words of fluid prose with no indication that her inspiration was flagging. By skimming the densely packed diary entries, Lu Sheng began to piece together a clearer picture of the ship's purpose. The long-winded narrative revealed that the vessel served as a mobile genetic laboratory for the Hangyin organization, tasked with procuring rare exotic beast DNA. Whether it was the Hangyin Group, the Dark Star, or the Black Mega Society, these clandestine international bodies were obsessively driven to integrate exotic genetic material into human martial artists. Having seen the raw power such modifications could yield, they worked with a tireless, fanatical zeal. This specific team was the genetic vanguard for hangin, which explained the presence of high-level grandmasters. Someone had to be powerful enough to subdue and slaughter the apex predators required for their research. The dynamic reminded Lu Sheng of the time Dong Xingyi had escorted Lin Wanwan into the subterranean rifts. The intellectual core of this operation was clearly Professor Nelson, the man lauded throughout the girl's diary. From her reverent descriptions, it was obvious that Nelson held an esteemed, pure gold status within the hang-in hierarchy, a scientist whose value outweighed that of a dozen generals. As Lu Sheng read further, he felt a jolt of genuine surprise. At this point in the entry, the girl's writing took a philosophical turn. It appeared that Professor Nelson possessed a highly unorthodox, almost heretical understanding of the origins of exotic beasts and human martial arts. He believed that both lineages could be traced back to the primordial demons and gods of ancient myth. He was obsessed with proving that modern biology was merely a primitive language used to describe mythological truth, often stating that the ultimate terminus of science is mythology. Lu Sheng found himself wondering if there was a grain of truth in that eccentric claim. That is quite enough for today's reflections, the diary entry concluded. The young woman laid her pen aside and arched her back in a deep stretch. At that exact moment, Lu Sheng's majestic, humanoid golden projection coalesced from the empty air directly in her line of sight. A subtle, hypnotic purple glow ignited within Lu Sheng's eyes as he released a targeted wave of mental energy. "Tell me," he commanded in a voice like a silken echo, "where can I find Professor Nelson?" The girl's body went rigid for a second before softening. Her pupils dilated until the irises were nearly gone, and her gaze became a hollow, vacant void. She had fallen instantly under his total mental domination. She spoke in a mechanical, halting monotone. "Who are you?" Without waiting for an answer, her hand moved automatically to a desk drawer, pulling out a photograph. She pointed a trembling finger at an elderly man with wild, frizzy hair that resembled a chaotic bird's nest, his face dominated by thick, black-rimmed spectacles. Between his disheveled appearance and his piercing, intense gaze, he was the literal archetype of a mad scientist. "This is the professor," she droned. Lu Sheng memorized the face instantly. "Understood. Farewell." With a sharp flicker of light, his projection dissolved into the atmosphere, leaving the room as silent as a tomb. Approximately 1 minute later, the girl gasped, snapping out of her hypnotic trance as if surfacing from deep water. Did I just lose consciousness?" she whispered, confused to find herself still clutching the photograph of Professor Nelson. As full awareness returned, she felt a surge of embarrassment and alarm. What on earth? Why was I daydreaming while staring at the professor's portrait? Oh, heavens! It must be the stress of Valentine's Day. Have I truly become so lonely that I'm developing a schoolgirl fantasy about an old man? Looking at the frizzy-haired scientist in the photo, she felt a sudden, violent wave of goosebumps crawl over her skin. Simultaneously, Lu Sheng had already reappeared in a different sector of the ship, a cluttered, high-tech research laboratory filled with humming machinery and bubbling vats. In the center of the lab, an old man who was a perfect match for the photograph was currently slumped over his desk in a shallow doze. He was mumbling incessantly in his sleep, his words a fragmented stream of consciousness. The myths of the Shang nation, so different from the rest. The ancient gods, they are the key. I need more data. New inspiration lies in the legends. Lu Sheng scanned the various texts scattered across the professor's desk, noting the titles with growing interest. A comprehensive compilation of great Dragon Nation mythology, the origins of the Xi nation gods, and the primal mythological roots of the Western nations. Lu Sheng was genuinely surprised. It was fascinating that such a well-funded, high-tech organization would mobilize an entire military-backed expedition based solely on the pursuit of unreliable ancient legends. Looking back at the sleeping Professor Nelson, a daring and slightly mischievous plan began to take shape in Lu Sheng's mind. The hanging organization must possess nearly bottomless financial coffers, he mused. Perhaps I should take this opportunity to fleece them for a significant sum. Yes, this could turn into a very entertaining diversion. The youth let out a soft, delighted chuckle at the prospect. Deciding it was time to put his plan into motion, the youth began to withdraw. Lu Sheng's ethereal projection blurred and softened, dissipating into the light and air like a morning mist under the rising sun. With a sharp, sonic whoosh, his physical form reappeared in the vicinity of the jagged iceberg he had noted earlier. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed through Lu Sheng's mind as he gazed at the massive block of ice. "I believe I shall borrow your mass for a brief performance," he whispered to the frozen monolith. He turned and accelerated toward the towering ice mountain. His body, propelled by a sheer explosion of force, resembled a kinetic cannonball as it violently collided with and submerged into the freezing surface of the Antarctic Ocean. The Hang-In scientific vessel continued its steady, rhythmic progress through the ice-choked waters. On the observation deck at the bow, the captain stood alongside a senior officer. "We should be clear to return to the mainland within a week," the officer noted. The captain raised his binoculars, scanning the horizon before replying. "With luck, it may be even sooner. I can tell the research staff are reaching their breaking point. They are becoming quite restless. Coordinating with a survey team is a grueling labor," the captain continued. "But we must remain subservient to Professor Nelson's whims. Do not be deceived by his fragile appearance. His influence within the higher circles of Hang-In is equal to that of the most powerful warlords. Even the most arrogant directors wouldn't dare to cross him." Suddenly, the captain's wrist-mounted comms unit began to emit a shrill, frantic alarm. Startled, he hurriedly patched through the transmission. "Report. What is the meaning of this alarm?" The helmsman's voice crackled through the speaker, high-pitched and laden with panic. "Captain, an massive, unexplained undercurrent has erupted beneath us. It's pulling the ship. We're veering wildly off our planned course. Please, sir, look at the horizon. Just look ahead." The captain's face drained of color, turning a sickly shade of green. "Great heavens, that iceberg, it's changing its entire trajectory. Reverse engines. Turn the ship around now." The officer beside him let out a shocked cry. "How is that possible? It wasn't in our path seconds ago. It's moving as if it's alive." One might wonder who was planting potatoes in the middle of the Antarctic. It was Lu Sheng, currently entombed within the heart of the iceberg. His expression was a mask of cold intensity as he manually manipulated the colossal frozen mass. He was steering the mountain of ice toward a direct collision with the Lion Country vessel. Suddenly, the narrative reality shifts. A cinematic scene unfolds where two transcendent figures are seen zooming through the air, exchanging punches that erupt in geysers of solar fire. A relentless barrage of strikes clash with head-on violence. One combatant is bathed in blinding gold, the other shrouded in an abyssal black. It is a collision of light and shadow, a primordial struggle reminiscent of the ancient wars between gods and demons. Under the weight of their combined might, the very heavens seem to fracture and the earth beneath them begins to cave in. The fabric of space itself trembles at their proximity. This cataclysmic duel rages on for an indeterminate age, until finally, the two combatants are thrown apart by a massive explosion of energy. The golden figure, his eyes burning with righteous fury, clenches his fist and lets out a thunderous shout. "Evil suppression force. You shall be purged. Die and remain forgotten," he roars, unleashing a devastating, wide-scale palm strike toward his adversary. The force of the blow is a concentrated nightmare of absolute, terrifying power. Boom. The impact is earth-shattering. The mountain range behind the black figure is reduced to dust as collateral damage. The dark combatant is hammered into the crust of the earth, creating a gargantuan crater that begins to vomit forth torrents of oily black energy and swarms of nightmarish, grotesque monsters. As the black figure is obliterated beneath the falling tectonic plates, only a pair of mysterious, glowing eyes remain visible, accompanied by a chilling, echoed voice. "I am the immortal core. You can shatter my form, but you can never destroy my essence. I shall respawn endlessly in this soil until the very world expires. I will return to claim what is mine." The golden figure, radiating a majestic and immense power, hovers in the air to observe the finality of the seal. With the ritual complete, he is revealed to be a strikingly handsome young man with cropped hair and pupils that flash with golden electricity. He stands as a perfect, celestial masterpiece of human design. his skin etched with golden patterns that pulse like the living roots of a cosmic star tree. The golden warrior slowly turns his gaze away from the horizon, his form finally fully visible against the sky. He stares silently at the devastation below, and the fierce golden flames wreathed around his body begin to flicker and die out. Without a word, he abruptly lets himself fall backward, relinquishing all control as he enters a state of freefall toward the depths. Boom! A massive, secondary shockwave erupts upon his arrival. His unconscious frame plunges from the heavens and slams into the frigid ocean, instantly becoming enveloped by the swirling seawater and the crushing weight of the ice. He sinks deeper and deeper, eventually surrendering to a timeless, never-ending slumber within a glacier so deep that the rays of the sun can never hope to reach him. At that precise moment, Professor Napsun jolted violently from the depths of a feverish slumber. He was utterly drenched in a cold, viscous sweat, gasping for air as though his body had just been hauled from the crushing weight of the lightless ocean depths. Was it nothing more than a fleeting hallucination of the mind? Professor Napsun paid no heed to reality, his consciousness still tethered to the remnants of the ethereal vision. It had been a miraculous and awe-inspiring dream, unfolding like an ancient epic saga across his subconscious. As Napsun mentally retraced the events, he found that every flickering image and minute detail remained etched in his mind with crystalline clarity. Most striking of all was the young man from the vision, a figure radiating a brilliance as fierce as the sun itself, whose visage was now permanently imprinted upon his memory. That youth who shines with such solar magnificence, he whispered in a tone of profound wonder and curiosity. Who exactly could he be? Perhaps this is not a mere dream, but a divine revelation delivered directly from the heavens, he mused. Emerging from the shadows of his own uncertainty, he felt a desperate compulsion to record the experience immediately before the details could dissolve back into the void. Professor Napsun frantically swept aside the chaotic mountains of books cluttering his workspace, scavenging for a fresh sheet of paper and a pen to transcribe the vision. However, before he could manage more than a few fragmented words, the desk beneath him began to shudder with violent intensity. The nib of his fountain pen tore across the page, leaving a jagged, unsightly black scar of ink as documents were scattered to the winds. "Damn it all," he hissed, jumping to his feet in an agitated state. He frowned deeply, decisively securing his writing materials as the vessel continued to groan around him. The magnitude of the impact was staggering, vibrating through the very marrow of the ship. When the rhythmic hum of the engines ground to a halt, a sense of dread took hold of him. He instinctively sensed that something had gone catastrophically wrong with the expedition. Professor Napsun bolted from the confines of his cabin, racing toward the upper deck where he witnessed a frantic swarm of sailors and martial artists surging toward the bow. Catching his breath, he grabbed a passing crewman by the shoulder. "What has happened? Why have we stopped?" he demanded. The sailor, his eyes wide with anxiety, stammered a reply. "Professor Napsun, with all due respect, the reports from the bridge say we've collided head-on with a massive iceberg." "An iceberg? At this latitude?" Upon hearing the news, Professor Napsun's expression tightened with tension, and he scratched his head in utter bewilderment. Then, like a bolt of lightning, a sudden epiphany struck the old man, leaving him visibly startled. "What? This cannot be." He joined the rush of sailors toward the bow of the ship. While damage to the structural integrity of the hull was a minor concern, any delay to his life's work and scientific research was an absolute disaster. By the time Professor Napsun reached the edge of the bow, a significant crowd of specialists and guards had already gathered to assess the situation. Observing several figures in sleek diving suits plunging into the frigid waters below, he turned to the captain with a sharp inquiry. "How could we possibly strike an iceberg with our current sensor array? What is the recovery protocol?" The captain, mopping beads of cold sweat from his furrowed brow, pointed toward the jagged white mass looming in the distance. He explained that erratic underwater currents had seized the vessel, forcing the hull to graze the surface of the berg with unexpected force. Fortunately, thanks to the swift intervention of our onboard martial artists, the hull only sustained a glancing scrape against the ice, the captain noted. "The structural damage is superficial, and we should be able to resume our primary course shortly. Despite the reassurance, a shadow of profound doubt flickered across Professor Napson's face as he prepared to press the captain for more information. If the damage is truly as negligible as you claim, then why are we idling here in the middle of the sea? Professor Napson queried. The captain turned to face him, his voice dropping to a low, uneasy tone. That particular iceberg is unnatural. Just as we grazed its surface, I thought I caught sight of something impossible, Professor. See for yourself, the captain urged, stepping aside. Professor Napson turned his gaze toward the massive block of ice, and the moment he beheld the silhouette encased within the translucent depths, his pupils contracted into needle-thin points of shock. He let out a shaky, strangled breath, muttering in a state of pure, unadulterated disbelief. That is an actual human being. Professor Napson's knuckles turned white as he gripped the ship's railing with iron intensity. His eyes widened to their limits, staring with predatory focus at the colossal block of frozen seawater. As he scrutinized the figure through the distorted lens of the ice, the horrifying truth was confirmed. A person was indeed suspended within the heart of the iceberg. It felt as though Professor Napson's mind had been struck by a bolt of high-voltage lightning. He recoiled 2 steps, his eyes locked onto the glacier as words failed him entirely. The figure within possessed a towering, athletic stature, a face of peerless masculine beauty, and short, raven-black hair. That face, it was the exact visage from his dream, an identical match to the solar entity he had just witnessed. Although his mind was reeling in a daze, he recognized this being instantly. So, Napson whispered, his voice trembling with religious fervor, the ancient gods truly do exist in this mundane world. A heartbeat later, the professor was overtaken by a tidal wave of unprecedented joy and hysterical excitement. He began to shake with a frantic energy, shouting orders at the top of his lungs. Quickly, mobilize the crew. Cut this block of ice from the main shelf. Transport him to my primary laboratory with the utmost care. Move. Meanwhile, in a private suite elsewhere on the ship, a high-ranking executive was casually indulging in a glass of vintage spirits. The man swirled a glass of premium, aged wine when a subordinate rushed into the room, bowing low as he delivered his report. The ship grazed a minor iceberg, sir. It was a trivial incident, nothing to be concerned about, except for the fact that the crew discovered an oriental corpse trapped within the ice. They say it looks unervingly lifelike. The executive took another slow, measured sip of his wine, his eyes half-lidded as he swayed rhythmically to the soft ambient music playing in the cabin. After savoring the complex notes of the vintage, he asked with an air of bored curiosity, "Just the remains of some Eastern savage? Why should that concern me?" The informant replied, "I investigated the matter personally. It appears to be a standard human body. The speculation among the guards is that he was some sort of ascetic cultivator who attempted to achieve a breakthrough in the extreme cold of the Antarctic, only to succumb to the elements and freeze to death." Upon hearing this mundane explanation, the executive's interest evaporated instantly. "How utterly disappointing," he muttered, while the reporter remained standing there with a puzzled look on his face. The subordinate continued his report. "But the strange thing is, Professor Napson is absolutely ecstatic about the find. He's raving to everyone that it's the physical body of an ancient deity, yapping incessantly about divine revelations and heavenly omens. He's even demanded that we terminate the expedition immediately to return to the mainland tonight." The man let out a condescending smirk, his eyes remaining closed in a state of relaxation. Napson has always been a complete lunatic, obsessed with the idea that exotic beasts and martial arts are the handiwork of a higher power. No matter. As long as the old fool is satisfied, let him have his way. These academic types are always prone to eccentricities. Besides, heading back early suits me just fine. Life on this ship has become a tedious drag. Both men shared a hearty, dismissive laugh at the professor's expense. Down in the specialized laboratory on the lowest deck, the massive, translucent block of ice stood upright like a monumental pillar. Inside the frozen prism, Lu Sheng, the youth with the countenance of a sleeping god, rested in a state of perfect, serene tranquility. Professor Napson stood before the ice, his voice cracking as he exclaimed, "Oh gods, It is exactly as I saw it. It is precisely the same being. He stared at the youth through his thick, magnifying lenses, his eyes brimming with a fanatical, obsessive light. Every curve of the face, every strand of hair, there is no room for error. This is undoubtedly the sovereign deity who graced my dreams. Professor Napsun continued to mutter to himself for several minutes before a burst of energy forced him to seize his leather-bound notebook. I must document this. I must record the exact sequence of the scene from my vision while it is still fresh. No, mere words are insufficient. I must illustrate it, he cried out. This is the key to uncovering the true, primordial origin of exotic beasts and the path of martial arts. Once this truth is unveiled to the world, my name will be etched in history as the greatest scientist of the century. Ha ha. Professor Napsun began to scribble furiously with a manic intensity, his pen flying across the paper. However, just as he turned his back to consult a reference chart, the sleeping, black-haired youth encased within the ice suddenly snapped his eyes open. Lu Sheng remained perfectly still within his frozen prison, quietly observing the frantic, hysterical motions of Professor Napsun. His expression remained cold and unreadable as he unleashed his vast spiritual power, silently scanning the room to assess every threat and variable in his immediate environment. The laboratory was cavernous, dominated by a massive, central experimentation table surrounded by an array of sophisticated instruments and heavy machinery. Glass cabinets lined the perimeter of the room, each one meticulously organized and containing preserved specimens or tissue samples from various exotic beasts. It was clearly the comprehensive collection of genetic data that Professor Napsun had harvested during this long expedition. Lu Sheng continued to expand his spiritual perception, eventually locating his true objective inside a heavy, reinforced refrigerator in the far corner. His mental eyes lit up with the predatory gleam of a predator cornering its prey. Inside the cooling unit were no fewer than 100 tubes of high-grade marrow fluid, ranging from grade 3 all the way to grade 8. Jackpot, he thought. It seemed his intuition was correct. These scientific researchers always possessed an abundance of wealth and vital resources. Lu Sheng's eyes glinted with a sharp, calculated light. He had known from the start that infiltrating this Huang Yin research vessel would be the most efficient way to acquire these rare resources. As the head of genetics for the Huang Yin organization, Professor Napsun would be useless without a steady supply of beast marrow fluid to fuel his experiments. Lu Sheng noted the professor's pre-existing obsession with mythology and the divine. The man was already halfway to madness, stubborn, and deeply superstitious. With a bit of strategic hypnosis and psychic guidance, it would be effortless to make him a puppet for Lu Sheng's agenda. While Professor Napsun held a prestigious title and significant status within the Huang Yin hierarchy, he was ultimately just an ordinary man with the right connections, devoid of any real martial power. Lu Sheng realized that the same mental illusion techniques he had previously utilized to manipulate Li Dai would be even more devastatingly effective against the professor's fragile, obsessed psyche. Lu Sheng began to calculate his next moves with cold efficiency. To ensure total control, he would need to continuously reinforce the psychological suggestions, blurring the lines between the professor's dreams and reality through intense, hypnotic brainwashing. Soon, Napsun would transform into the most zealous, fanatical believer of the ancient god. And that god would be him. At that very moment, Professor Napsun, who had been sketching and writing with frantic energy, suddenly came to a dead halt. Wait, this is problematic, the professor whispered, his excitement cooling into a sudden, sharp realization. This vision is something that only I have experienced. I can confirm the existence of these higher beings to myself. But how do I prove such a monumental truth to the rest of the world? Professor Napsun finally understood the gravity of his predicament. His dream was personal, a private revelation that no one else shared. I have received the divine mandate, yet the others remain blind. How can I possibly validate the existence of the ancient gods with nothing more than a silent, frozen corpse? It is not enough, not nearly enough. He clutched his head in a fit of frustration, pacing the lab. Must I literally cut my head open to show them the images inside? Just then, a calm, resonant voice echoed directly into the recesses of his mind. There is a simpler way. Just let the gods speak for themselves. Professor Napsun froze, looking around in a bewitched state. Let the gods tell them? But how could I possibly facilitate such a thing? The tranquil, authoritative voice continued to whisper into his subconscious. It is simple. You must bring the god back to life. When the deity descends upon this land once more, all skepticism and all falsehoods will be shattered instantly by his presence. Professor Napsun looked dazed, his lips moving as he repeated the words like a sacred mantra. When the god returns to this land, all doubts and ignorance will be shattered. When he returns, suddenly, his eyes ignited with a brilliant, fanatical light. He became consumed by a fresh wave of hysterical hype. That's the answer. If I can facilitate the resurrection of the god, what evidence could possibly be more convincing? When a living deity stands before the masses, who would dare to utter a single word of doubt? Professor Napsun turned his gaze back to the handsome youth encased in the ice, imagining the moment those divine eyes would open, recreating the glorious, world-shaking scenes from his visions. He began to run around the laboratory in an ecstatic frenzy. Ha! I am not just a scientist. I am a god resurrector. I will be the one to revive the pantheon. Professor Napsun clenched his fist, his resolve as unyielding as iron. I, Napsun, will be the catalyst that makes this world great once again. I am a true genius, the professor proclaimed. Inside his icy shell, Lu Sheng witnessed the entire display, a subtle, mocking smirk playing on his lips. He considers himself a genius, he thought. In that case, I suppose that makes me the master of geniuses. Meanwhile, tucked away in the high-security military district to the east, the imposing Euphrates villa stood as a bastion of solemn power. The classic European architecture exuded an air of ancient authority, marking it as the residence of a top-tier commanding officer. Inside a silent, temperature-controlled training chamber, Dong Qingxue, a woman of ethereal and breathtaking beauty, sat with her eyes closed. She was focusing the entirety of her formidable mental energy, sinking into a state of profound, deep cultivation. Suddenly, she snapped her dazzling phoenix eyes open. Her gaze was as sharp as a cold blade piercing through the fabric of space, causing the very atmosphere around her to momentarily freeze. From the depths of her soul, an invisible yet overwhelming mental force surged outward like a tidal wave, creating a crushing pressure that would make any ordinary person tremble in fear. She gracefully extended a jade-like hand, her slender fingers dancing with hypnotic precision as she manipulated 6 heavy iron balls. The spheres were suspended in midair, spinning at dizzying, lethal speeds. Dong Qingxue suddenly unleashed a devastating palm strike into the empty air. A fierce, howling gust of concentrated energy erupted from her palm, roaring through the chamber like a localized tempest. Boom! The resulting explosion reverberated through the entire villa as the iron balls were pulverized into hundreds of tiny, jagged fragments. As the dust began to billow through the space, Dong Qingxue's graceful figure remained perfectly still amidst the silent, settling debris. Suddenly, the sharp ring of a cell phone pierced the silence, vibrating from within her back pocket. Dong Qingxue frowned slightly, her first instinct being to ignore the intrusion, but she eventually reached for the device and tapped the screen. A cursory glance revealed a simple, terse message that caused her expression to soften. All is well. Do not worry. Lu Sheng. As those final words illuminated the screen, Dong Qingxue's pupils dilated in a flash of pure, electric shock. Her heart hammered against her ribs, her body nearly jolting upright as a sudden, stinging warmth welled in her eyes. It was an overwhelming tidal wave of relief and indescribable emotion. It's him. It's Lu Sheng, she whispered to the empty room, her voice trembling. For over 2 harrowing months, Lu Sheng had vanished into the void as if he had never existed. Though she had badgered the highest echelons of the military command, they had offered nothing but cryptic, sterile assurances that he was engaged in a classified special assignment. The military had been uncharacteristically tight-lipped, weaving a shroud of absolute secrecy around his disappearance. At that precise moment of her emotional breakthrough, Qin Shaojun approached from across the hall, his hand raised in a casual wave as his voice boomed through the corridor. Dong Qingxue, have you heard the news yet? The updates from the front are finally filtering through. Upon seeing her delicate, trembling figure standing there and clutching her smartphone against her chest as if it were a holy relic, Qin Xiaojuan's pace slowed and a knowing smirk touched his lips. Observing the tearful radiance on her face, he let out a sharp, exhaling laugh. I see you got the message too, didn't you? I told you from the start that the kid was far too stubborn to let the world claim him so easily. He's going to be just fine. The weight of the past weeks had been stifling. Lu Sheng had been lost to the world for so long that Dong Qingxue's anxiety had matured into a constant, gnawing ache that grew more unbearable with every sunset. By her professional calculations, the joint military exercises should have concluded weeks ago, leaving no logical reason for his absence. Fortunately, that brief digital signal had finally reached her, and the massive, crushing stone of dread that had been sitting in her heart shifted, allowing her to breathe once more. Lu Sheng, she thought, her eyes looking toward the horizon. When will you finally walk back through those gates? The silence was broken by two sharp, rhythmic beeps from her phone. Dong Qingxue glanced down to find a new notification from Lu Qinghe, whose words virtually danced with uncontained joy. Sister Qingxue, my brother is alive. He sent word. Dong Qingxue's fingers flew across the glass as she replied. I know, Qinghe. I know. Meanwhile, across the vast, rolling expanses of the Ninghai Sea, a massive search and rescue operation had been grinding on for 60 grueling days. In that stretch of the Ninghai Sea, the military had been so thorough that every grain of sand and every shell on the seabed seemed to have been scrutinized by their scanners. Yet, despite flipping the ocean floor upside down, every clue regarding Lu Sheng's whereabouts had remained frustratingly elusive. Morale among the search and rescue teams had plummeted to an all-time low. The unwavering determination that had fueled them in the first week had curdled into a cynical fatigue. Dark rumors began to circulate like sharks in the water. Whispers that the Dragon Nation's peerless young prodigy had been claimed by the crushing depths. After all, as the ultimate trump card of the Jidao martial saint, why would he remain hidden for so long if he weren't already a corpse? Had it not been for the iron-willed persistence of several military big shots, the search would have been abandoned weeks ago. Amidst this tension, the Marshal of the Eastern Military Region stood on the deck of his flagship, a solitary figure silhouetted against the spray, much as he had stood every day for the past 2 months. The Marshal had replayed a specific scenario in his mind countless times. The surface of the water erupting as Lu Sheng emerged triumphant, just as he had when he crushed Dong Patian and claimed his place beside the Jidao martial saint. But 60 days of watching the horizon had yielded nothing but salt and wind. Even for a man of the Marshal's legendary mental fortitude, a visible veil of worry had begun to cloud his features. Suddenly, a general broke the silence, hurrying onto the deck with a look of frantic urgency. Marshal, we have an emergency dispatch from Central Command. Lieutenant General Lu Sheng has broken his silence and sent an active signal. He reports that he is unharmed, though he anticipates a significant delay before his return to the region. As the words registered, a fierce, predatory gleam ignited within the Marshal's eyes, and a rare, genuine expression of joy blossomed across his weathered face. Good. Excellent. Truly marvelous. His voice boomed, the color returning to his cheeks as he repeated the praise several times with mounting vigor. He didn't waste a second before barking out a new set of directives. Relay the message to the entire fleet. Gather the teams immediately and set a direct course back to the military region. We are finished here. The general saluted sharply, his own face brightening as he received the command. The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region nearly clenched his fist in a rare display of raw triumph, a long-lost smile finally carving deep lines into his face. Though the specifics of Lu Sheng's current location and the nature of his delay remained a mystery, the simple fact of his survival was more than enough. Turning his gaze upward toward the vast, azure canopy over the Ninghai Sea, the Marshal felt as if he could almost see a legendary silhouette etched into the clouds. The military had anticipated the arrival of such a talent for 2 centuries. Waiting a few more days was a small price to pay. The future god of the Dragon Nation's military was coming home, and the marshal awaited that day with bated breath. In another corner of the globe, the Discovery research vessel was finally concluding its arduous half-month trek across the treacherous Southern Ocean. After battling through freezing gales and jagged ice fields, the ship successfully reached its hidden destination. The vessel veered into a secluded maritime zone tucked between the territorial waters of the Lion Nation and the Sakura Nation, approaching a remote island that was deliberately omitted from every global satellite map. This secretive outcrop, known only to the elite, bore the name Golden Ring Island. The entirety of Golden Ring Island was a fortress of high-tech defense systems, bristling with modern weaponry and advanced sensors. Thousands of elite martial artists lived within its barracks alongside a workforce of ordinary civilians, while beneath the island's crust lay a gargantuan underwater facility descending thousands of meters into the ocean floor. As the Discovery docked within this subterranean base, the crew began to disembark with sighs of relief. Among them were 3 high-level powerhouses, 1 Grandmaster and 2 Masters, who had served as the ship's primary escort throughout the voyage. As they paced down the gangplank, they lamented the sheer boredom of their month-long maritime assignment. The short-haired Master, possessing deep brown hair, arched his back in a long stretch, his joints popping from the fatigue of travel. The Grandmaster walking behind him let out a huff of agreement. Completely mind-numbing. Honestly, this kind of babysitting duty is a waste of my time. I'd much rather be out in the field hunting the vermin from the Dark Star or the Black Mega Society than watching over a bunch of beakers and tubes. The brown-haired Master turned his head, casting a deferential look toward the imposing figure behind him. You've hit the nail on the head, sir. It's hard to stay sharp when the most dangerous thing we face is a rogue wave. The Grandmaster, Milton Zeiss, took a long drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of gray smoke into the sterile air of the base. Don't be so impatient, he remarked with a trace of arrogance. Enduring such tedious suffering is also a fundamental pillar of one's cultivation. The 2 Masters immediately chimed in with practiced flattery. Your insight is profound, Lord Milton. Our own realms are clearly miles away from catching up to such a sophisticated philosophy. Just as the 2 subordinates were reaching the peak of their sycophancy and Milton's eyes was basking in the glow of his own ego, a sharp, frantic commotion erupted nearby, catching their attention and drawing their gazes toward the dock. Easy, easy, you clumsy fools. Watch the corners. Do not let it bump. Following the sound, the 3 powerhouses saw an old man clad in a thick down jacket, frantically directing a team of crewmen as they hoisted a massive, heavy alloy coffin from the ship's hold. Professor Napsun was shouting and gesturing wildly, his face flushed with a mixture of anxiety and zeal, as if he feared a single scratch on the metal surface would result in a global catastrophe. The blonde Master watched the spectacle with a look of undisguised disdain. Look at that old fool, Napsun. Does he truly believe that frozen corpse is some kind of holy relic? The brown-haired man beside him frowned, his voice dripping with mockery. I heard a rumor that he's actually planning to attempt a resurrection on that dead body. Imagine that, bringing the dead back to life. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. While the 2 Masters continued their ridicule of the eccentric scientist, Milton's eyes, the blue-haired Grandmaster, felt a subtle shift in his own curiosity. His eyes narrowed as he studied the sleek lines of the alloy coffin, a strange intuition prickling at the back of his mind. After a brief moment of internal debate, Milton's eyes set off toward the transport team with a predatory stride. Wait a moment, he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of a high-ranking officer. The crew members instantly froze in their tracks, their faces pale with fear as they snapped into respectful, trembling salutes. Lord Milton, 10th Ring Seal Master. Sir, may I ask what you require? Before Milton's eyes could answer, Professor Napsun rushed forward, his arms outstretched like a mother bird protecting its nest. His face was a mask of alarm as he shouted at the imposing warrior. Milton's eyes. What do you think you're doing? This is my personal research project, my precious experiment. Stay away from it. Get out of here. Milton's eyes didn't even bother to glance at the old man. With a casual flick of his aura, an invisible wave of kinetic force erupted, sending Professor Napsun's frail, skinny form tumbling backward like a leaf caught in a gale. Professor Napsun went flying through the air, landing in a heap of tangled limbs. Two nearby crew members cried out in panic, rushing over to assist the fallen scientist. "Professor, are you injured?" Milton's eyes completely ignored the chaos he had caused. His focus locked onto the alloy coffin as he approached. "I simply wish to see what all the fuss is about," he muttered. Professor Napsun scrambled to his feet, his face turning a deep, indignant shade of crimson as he yelled in desperation. "Milton, you're nothing but a common bandit, a thug, a savage who understands nothing of the higher sciences. You are attempting to rob me of my life's work." Ignoring the screeching old man, Milton's eyes gathered his chi, his hand reaching out with iron fingers toward the locking mechanism of the alloy coffin. He intended to pop it open right then and there. "Let me see if this god of yours has any real meat on its bones." Inside the dark, silent interior of the coffin, Lu Sheng's mind was sharp and alert. As he sensed the approach of the Grandmaster's hand, a surge of adrenaline hit him. "Crap," he thought. "If this level 8 fellow actually touches my skin or probes my meridians, this whole charade will be blown to pieces." Milton Zai's hand, now crackling with the static of his psychic energy, descended slowly toward the metal lid. Lu Sheng cursed inwardly, his internal energy beginning to coil like a spring. "Damn it all, do you really want to go hands-on? If you force me, I'll give you more than you bargained for." Young Lu Sheng's fist tightened within the darkness, his spiritual power poised to strike like a viper. However, just as Milton Zai's fingertips brushed the cold alloy, he suddenly froze. He checked his movement, pulling his hand back as a sharp, electronic trill cut through the air. It was his private communications device, vibrating with an urgent, high-priority signal. Milton's eyes glanced at the encrypted message on his screen, and his expression underwent a sudden, subtle shift. Without a word, he turned his back on the coffin and began to walk away, his interest completely evaporated. "TCH, whatever. It's just a dead body anyway. Not worth the hassle of a report. I have more pressing matters to attend to." Within his metallic sanctuary, Lu Sheng felt the tension leave his body, allowing himself a small, silent exhale of relief. That had been an incredibly close call. While his psychic mastery could mask his vital signs from common sensors, attempting to fool a level 8 Grandmaster of the Ring Seal at such a close range was pushing the limits of his current state, especially since his body was still in a fragile phase of recovery that wouldn't stand up to a physical autopsy. While Lu Sheng was confident in his ability to resist mental probes or hypnotic suggestions, he knew that these men were not total idiots. If he were caught playing possum, he would have had to slaughter his way out of the base in a bloody, exhausting confrontation. Fortunately, that annoying distraction had called Milton's eyes away. Professor Napsun waved his arms frantically at the crew, his voice shrill. "The barbarian is gone. Don't just stand there gawking. Get back to work and move this to the lab." The old man was still fuming, his pride wounded by the earlier encounter. "That arrogant Milton. I will certainly file a formal complaint with Lord Harold about this insolence. Now move. I want this coffin in my private lab within the next 5 minutes." Under his relentless pressure, the crewmen scrambled to transport the alloy coffin into the heart of the facility. Once inside the high-security laboratory, Professor Napsun activated the specialized magnetic clamps to stand the heavy coffin in an upright, vertical position. The moment the seals hissed open, the old man let out a sharp, strangled gasp of pure shock. Encased within the metal chamber was the black-haired youth, his physique looking more vibrant and powerful than it had just days before. Most incredibly, the concentrated golden marrow fluid that had been filled to the brim was now entirely gone, not leaked, but consumed. Professor Napsun's hands began to shake as he stammered, The fluid. It's all been absorbed. It actually worked. The deity is truly recovering. With a sufficient influx of energy, the god shall be completely resurrected." This unprecedented discovery sent Professor Napsun into a state of manic frenzy. He paced the lab like a caged animal before lunging for his communication console to bark out a series of high-priority orders. "This is Professor Napsun. I am exercising my emergency override. Immediately convert all of my rebirth research quotas for the current month into grade 8 marrow fluid. No, include next month's allocation as well. Advance it all. I also require a massive shipment of beast brain fluid and fresh cell tissue for synthesis. I want everything delivered to this lab within 30 minutes, or heads will roll. Within the hour, a massive, unprecedented quantity of high-grade marrow fluid was carted into the laboratory by a team of sweating technicians. Hurry, hurry. You heard the professor. We need every tube of marrow fluid in the sector. Professor Napsun leaned over the open alloy coffin, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of scientific curiosity and religious awe, as he personally uncapped a bottle and poured the shimmering marrow fluid over Lu Sheng's body. The old man was practically dancing with delight, clapping his withered hands together as he watched the fluid vanish upon contact with the youth's skin. That's it. Yes. Absorb it all. Take as much as you need, my lord. That is the only way you will awaken from your slumber. Napsun's face was flushed a deep, feverish red, his expression one of pure, unadulterated mania. Inside the coffin, however, the perspective was very different. As he felt the endless, torrential surge of high-grade energy pouring into his pores and flooding his meridians, Lu Sheng nearly let out a low groan of visceral pleasure. It felt incredible. This was what true cultivation should look like. His superficial injuries had already knit themselves back together, and now all 22 of the imperishable cells belonging to his eternal star body were in a state of ravenous, vacuum-like emptiness. This marrow fluid was arriving with perfect timing, like a parched sponge being submerged in a reservoir. His body greedily devoured every drop of energy, and each previously dim cell began to glow with a brilliant, saturated light. The 23rd imperishable cell is finally starting to bud, Lu Sheng calculated silently, his mind focused on his internal progression. Over the past 15 days, he had already consumed at least 8 million credits worth of prime marrow fluid. Every time the reservoir in the coffin ran even slightly low, the obsessed Professor Napsun would immediately replenish it with the most expensive alternatives available. Lying within the high-tech tank, Lu Sheng couldn't help but sigh in silent amazement. This eccentric professor's access to resources was beyond his wildest expectations. The man was a walking treasure chest of cultivation materials. At this rate, I reckon this little trip could help me manifest dozens of new imperishable cells, Lu Sheng mused. This organization was truly loaded, and he intended to fleece these sheep until they were bone dry. He now felt that his plan to infiltrate the Ring Seal base was nothing short of brilliant. Where else could he find such abundant cultivation resources, automatically replenished whenever he wished, coupled with a highly protected environment? It was arguably the best cultivation spot in the world. Every extra day he stayed was a massive win for his power level. Even if he were eventually discovered, he could simply beat his way out through the front door. I've already scanned the area, he noted mentally. The strongest presence in this entire base is barely a 9th-level martial saint. With 22 imperishable cells already active, I could already treat an ordinary martial saint like a common dog. As my cultivation continues to skyrocket here, I truly don't give a damn about a handful of level 9s. With his resolve set, Lu Sheng officially began a period of deep, secluded cultivation that would span an entire year. A full year passed in the blink of an eye. In a high-security conference chamber deep within the Golden Ring base, a group of figures sat in tense silence, each radiating an aura of immense power and extraordinary charisma. Seated at the head of the table was a flickering holographic projection of a colossal figure whose face remained shrouded in shadow, looming over the attendees like a silent, judgmental giant from his high chair. A woman with striking silver hair and a stern, no-nonsense demeanor broke the silence. This meeting is convened to address 2 critical matters: our strategy for the upcoming World Grandmaster Conference, and the intelligence concerning a newly discovered energy crystal production site. I expect our 20 most powerful Ring Seal imprinters to commit themselves fully to these objectives. The potential rewards this year are far greater than anything we have seen in recent decades, she continued, her voice echoing through the room. The Black Mega Society suffered a catastrophic blow last year, losing over half of their elite forces during that botched operation in the Dragon Nation. There is a strong possibility they will withdraw from the competition entirely, leaving a massive power vacuum for us to fill. A middle-aged man sitting across from her leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. Is this intelligence verified? What kind of titan could have possibly offended the Black Mega Society so severely that they would retreat like wounded animals? The silver-haired woman raised a single finger, her expression remaining grim. The details remain murky. The Dragon Nation's government is maintaining an absolute media blackout and controlling the information with an iron grip. However, our deep cover intelligence suggests the culprit is a newly emerged martial saint from the Dragon Nation. What? A new martial saint in the Dragon Nation? The revelation hit the room like a physical blow, sending a wave of visible shock through the gathered elites. The professional silence was shattered as the attendees immediately began to murmur among themselves, their faces pale with the realization of what such a development meant for the global balance of power. An operative blurted out in sheer, paralyzed disbelief, "It is impossible. Long Luo cannot have manifested a fourth martial saint already." The silver-haired woman tightened her grip on her console, her voice dropping to a grim whisper. The accounts regarding the extreme Dao martial saint, Zhao Ji, one of the three pillars of Long Luo, have been verified by multiple high-level intelligence assets. He was utterly decimated by this newcomer, forced to flee with life-threatening injuries. The reports are consistent across every major faction in Longo. It is no longer a rumor. It is a terrifying reality. The middle-aged man adjusted his spectacles, the glass reflecting the harsh blue light of the holographic displays as he voiced his concern. If this new entity possesses power that eclipses even the legendary Zhao Ji, won't his presence catastrophically disrupt our strategic acquisition of the energy crystals during this cycle? The towering projection of the giant flickered, his voice booming with a resonant, metallic authority. I have already processed the latest battlefield intelligence. While Zhao Ji suffered a humiliating defeat, he successfully forced the newcomer to exhaust his ultimate trump card. In that final exchange, the new martial saint sustained critical, soul-deep wounds. Our surveillance indicates he has gone completely off the grid, missing in action. He is likely sequestered in a desperate attempt to stabilize his essence. Therefore, our current tactical operation remains unaffected and will proceed as scheduled. Proceed with the briefing. The giant's command was absolute. Understood, sir. The silver-haired woman replied, shifting the holographic map to the northern sectors. Continuing with the primary objective, the localized energy anomaly that has recently manifested within the northern Daong region. She rattled off a precise string of longitudinal and latitudinal coordinates, her fingers dancing across the interface. The giant leaned forward, his massive features casting a shadow over the assembly. Are you absolutely certain of these spatial readings? The probability of accuracy exceeds 70%, the silver-haired woman confirmed, her expression hardening. Our deep cover informants within the Darkstar Black Demon Society and several secondary paramilitary organizations have corroborated these signatures. Furthermore, Darkstar has already begun mobilizing their vanguard units toward these exact coordinates. The giant gave a slow, ponderous nod of satisfaction, the movement causing the air in the chamber to feel heavy with impending violence. Excellent. We shall strike first. His voice brooked no argument as he began issuing deployment mandates. I am calling for the immediate mobilization of the 1st through 4th Wang seals and the 4th through 6th Zong seals. You will all mobilize under my direct command. The middle-aged man with the glasses looked up, his brow furrowing in genuine surprise. You intend to lead the sortie personally, sir? Is the situation truly that dire? The giant's projection solidified, his eyes burning with a cold intensity. If this truly represents a virgin energy source of this magnitude, the martial saints from the Darkstar Black Demon Society will descend upon it like starving wolves. Without my presence to anchor the front, you would be nothing more than expendable cannon fodder in their wake. The group fell into a heavy, respectful silence, nodding their assent. The giant's form began to dissipate into digital static. If there are no further grievances, you are dismissed. Wait. Please, hold on a moment. Just as the projection was about to vanish, a towering, bald operative surged to his feet, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. Commander, I have a matter of extreme urgency that requires your immediate adjudication. This is a critical internal breach. Every pair of eyes in the room locked onto him with predatory focus. The giant's fading image paused, its gaze narrowing as it surveyed the agitated man. Speak your piece. Make it brief. The bald man fumbled beneath the table, frantically retrieving a thick dossier he had prepared in secret. A mask of pure, unadulterated rage contorted his features as he slammed the documents onto the table. I am formally accusing the Research Institute director, Professor Nepson, of gross embezzlement. He has been systematically using your name and authority to siphon off and hoard a staggering quantity of our collective resources. The sheer volume of wealth he has scammed is enough to sustain our entire operation for half a year. Because of his greed, our group's capital liquidity is on the verge of total collapse. The man seated beside him looked on, his jaw dropping in shock. What? You're saying Professor Nepson has been lying to us all this time? He personally assured me that his department was facing a temporary cash flow crisis, and that our resource dividends would only be delayed by 3 months. Another operative slammed his fist onto the mahogany surface, his face turning a mottled purple. That son of a bitch. He told me it was a high-yield strategic investment. He promised that our initial contributions would see a tenfold increase in profits within 6 months. The bald man could only stare, speechless at the sheer scale of the deception. The revelation acted as a spark in a powder keg, the conference room erupting into a chaotic din of accusations and panicked inquiries. You too? Was the entire fund a fabrication? What happens to our allocations now? God help us. I've sunk everything into his projects. The room was a mess of over 15 Zong seals and 8 Wang seals, all of whom had been systematically fleeced of billions in Shay currency by the supposedly venerable Professor Nepson. The silver-haired woman let out a long, weary sigh. I received internal logistics reports a few days ago stating that Nepson's research grants had already been pre-approved and fully funded through July of next year. Not only that, he has filed 4 separate emergency applications for high-grade energy crystals over the last 6 months. His most recent requisition was for a staggering 10 grams. The bald man snarled. That greedy, manipulative demon has been playing us from the start. The devil himself could learn a thing or two about deception from that man. Another operative, who had lost the most to Nepson's schemes, spoke with a voice dripping with bitterness. My entire life savings, all gone. That bastard used the guise of wealth management to strip me of 2 years' worth of resource allocations and 3/4 of my personal wealth. Before the fraud was exposed, this man had been daydreaming of quarterly interest payments. The Peak Wong seals at the table exchanged looks of grim realization. Even the giant's projection remained uncharacteristically silent. It was nearly impossible to fathom. How could a mere bookworm, a man who had spent decades buried in research with a reputation for being cautious and unassuming, execute a heist of this magnitude? Beyond his administrative title, Nepson was a mundane human who had never even crossed the threshold of basic martial arts. Yet, he had played some of the world's most powerful grandmasters like utter fools. This was a scandal more absurd and humiliating than a world leader suffering a public digestive catastrophe. A flicker of genuine confusion took root in the silver-haired woman's mind. Something doesn't align. Nepson has no martial foundation. What possible use could he have for such a mountain of wealth and esoteric resources? He isn't stupid. He had to know that once this was uncovered, there would be no corner of the earth where he could hide. It's utterly incomprehensible. The giant remained silent for a long moment, processing the betrayal before finally issuing a cold, final decree. Locate him. You are to track down Nepson immediately and bring him to justice. Investigate every lead and recover what was stolen. This meeting is adjourned. The middle-aged man with the glasses gave a sharp, professional nod. As you command, sir. The bald man immediately raised his hand, his eyes bloodshot with fury. I'm volunteering for the recovery team. If I don't get my assets back, I will personally flay the skin from Nepson's bones. With the plan set, the giant's 3D avatar dissolved into nothingness, leaving the room in a state of agitated motion. A significant portion of the enraged crowd gathered their belongings, their voices echoing with murderous intent as they exited the chamber in a unified swarm. Move out. We find him now. Let's go. We're going to hunt that old snake down and make him pay in blood. Meanwhile, deep within the pressurized hull of a secret underwater laboratory, two figures stood dwarfed by a massive, glowing cylinder. The translucent culture tank hummed with suppressed power. Professor Nepson barked out orders with a manic intensity, while his assistant, Lucia, scrambled to execute them, pouring priceless materials into the vat. 20 units of level 8 marrow fluid. 3 portions of level 9 essence. Optimize gene sequence 5 immediately. We need the matching ratio to accelerate. Faster, damn you. As the resources vanished into the tank, the fluid levels rose, submerging the figure of a handsome oriental man who floated within the shimmering liquid. The man, Lu Shang, remained suspended in the brine, his eyelids heavy and closed. His short black hair drifted lazily in the currents of the tank, as if he were merely caught in the depths of a profound slumber. However, beneath the silence, the rhythmic, heavy thrum of a powerful heartbeat began to vibrate through the glass. The elderly Professor Nepson froze, his head cocking to the side, as if straining to catch a phantom sound in the air. Suddenly, the old man lunged forward, throwing his arms around the cold glass of the culture tank in a frantic embrace. Lucia, did you hear that? It is the pulse of a deity. The heart of the god is finally beating. Even though she had assisted in this madness for months, every time Lucia looked upon the features of Lu Shang, she felt a primal tremor of awe and terror. She had once mocked the professor's diaries about ancient mythology, but now she was witnessing the impossible. The sheer shock of it. Lucia whispered to herself. I used to laugh at the professor's obsessions, thinking him a senile old fool chasing ghosts. But I was there when this corpse was first unearthed. I saw the skepticism, the ridicule he faced when he proposed the resurrection. And yet, against every law of nature, it is working. She pressed her hand to the glass, feeling the thumping resonance of a heart that shouldn't exist. Professor Nepson was truly on the verge of breathing life back into a fallen god. It is beyond belief. Can you hear this glorious, celestial rhythm? Nepson stood before the massive tank, his eyes wide and bloodshot, filled with a terrifying, fervent obsession as he gazed at Lu Shang. He is recovering. The vessel is mending. He has spoken to me in the realm of dreams, and his awakening will herald a new epoch for this world. His arrival is imminent. Even as Nepson's rapturous praise echoed through the sterile room, a piercing, high-decibel alarm began to blare, bathing the laboratory in a rhythmic, pulsating red light. Nepson's manic smile twitched, an eyebrow arching in annoyance at the interruption. Lucia immediately turned and rushed toward the security monitors to investigate the breach. She returned moments later, her face pale and her voice trembling with panic. It's a catastrophe, Professor. The facility has been compromised. A mob of operatives has breached the outer perimeter and they're storming the laboratory doors. I'm seeing multiple Wang seals and Zhong seals among them. They are absolutely incensed. Outside the reinforced blast doors, the sound of heavy pounding and muffled roars could be heard. Open this door. Open it now, you thieving coward. Nepson, you had the audacity to steal our lifeblood. Now show your face. We know you're in there, you monster. Break it down. Nepson's expression darkened, shifting from mania to cold calculation. Realizing his grand deception had finally reached its expiration date, Nepson spat a curse under his breath. Short-sighted, ignorant peasants. To contribute to the resurrection of a god is the highest honor a mortal could ever achieve. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darting to the floating form of Lu Shang. I will not allow these insects to ruin decades of work. We are one step away from divinity. Nepson pointed a trembling finger at the security console, his voice cracking with urgency. Lucia, activate the laboratory's maximum level defense protocols immediately. Use every automated measure we have to stall them at any cost. Lucia hesitated, her hand hovering over the terminal. But Professor, that defense system is a scorched earth protocol. If we activate it, Nepson ground his teeth together, his face contorting. Do not question me. Just do it. When the god awakens, these people will finally understand their place in the universe. The lab's defense mechanism was a marvel of high-end engineering, designed to provide a fail-safe window for evacuation. It was an absolute shield capable of withstanding the concentrated, full-force assault of a martial saint for 5 continuous minutes, even if the structural integrity of the base was compromised. Lucia's face twisted in a brief, agonizing moment of internal conflict. Then, she gritted her teeth, pushed past her fear, and slammed her palm onto the activation sequence for the defense system. Once the system was fully engaged, the laboratory became an impenetrable fortress. Unless a God King Seal-level entity personally intervened, they were safe. Humph. This should buy us the window we need. Almost instantly, the lab was encased in shimmering layers of kinetic shielding and reinforced alloy plating. Nepson continued to scream orders over the sound of the grinding machinery. Listen to me. Empty everything into the tank. Every last drop of the marrow fluid, and those remaining grams of energy crystals. We leave nothing behind. Yes, Professor. Lucia scrambled to fetch the remaining alien marrow fluid, then collapsed to her knees before the tank. She stared up at the Oriental man, Lu Sheng, with a gaze of unalloyed piety and religious fervor. Oh, Great One, I beseech you, awaken. Let your radiance shatter the darkness of this world and shake the very foundations of the heavens and the earth. As if responding to the desperation of her prayer, the heartbeat within the cultivation tank shifted. The slow, rhythmic thrum accelerated, becoming clear, sharp, and powerful enough to vibrate the surrounding liquid. However, inside his own consciousness, Lu Sheng remained adrift in a vast, fragmented dreamscape. Boom. In the swirling mists of the dreamscape, Lu Sheng stood motionless before a grotesque zombie in the form of an old crone. His fist was buried deep into the creature's withered cranium, the impact creating a concave crater where air currents spiraled violently. Half a second later, the old woman's desiccated form shuddered and disintegrated into a cloud of fine, gray sand. Lu Sheng slowly withdrew his hand and closed his eyes, his knuckles crackling. A surge of thick, black essence, the black cheese energy, rushed into his meridians, fueling his burgeoning power. The realization dawned on him. He had just inherited the 7 profound fingers, a legendary technique pioneered by the great martial saint, Ding Qi. This was a pinnacle martial saint skill, the 7 profound star-pointing technique, a 5-realm finger discipline of unparalleled lethality. Lu Sheng focused on the flow of this new martial knowledge. He extended his hands, observing his 10 slender fingers, which now shimmered with a pale, jade-like translucency. In a sudden flash, starlight bloomed at the tip of each finger, emitting a frigid, murderous aura. This was a technique designed purely for the art of the kill. Lu Sheng flicked a single finger, and a terrifying, razor-sharp gale tore through the dreamscape. A terrifying surge of lethal energy emanated from Lu Sheng's fingertip, a force far more potent and refined than anything he had wielded before. As the power coalesced, a profound and enigmatic comprehension of the martial path began to unfurl within his mind, like an ancient scroll revealing its secrets. The young man had just successfully inherited the martial legacy of a formidable level 10 powerhouse, and his eyes shimmered with a newfound, predatory light. This finger-based assassination technique was far from ordinary. It was a lethal masterpiece of martial ingenuity that left Lu Sheng thoroughly impressed with its potential. At this moment, a mysterious transformation rippled through his being, pushing his comprehension to a higher plane of existence. It was a definitive breakthrough where his existing martial saint skills merged seamlessly with the stolen insights. He struggled to find the words to describe the sensation, but he knew that after simulating and absorbing the indomitable will of the undead crone, Ding Qiyu, a level 10 entity, he had shattered his previous shackles. He had directly ascended to the skill level of a level 10 martial saint, attaining the pinnacle that Ding Qiyu had accumulated over an entire lifetime, and was only a single step away from total completion. Now that her long-cultivated martial arts serve as my guide, this breakthrough was an inevitable certainty, Lu Sheng mused. He felt the legacy of the elder flowing through his meridians, bridging the gap between theory and devastating application. The heavy burden of Ding Qiyu's final wish, now resting in my hands, can finally be considered fulfilled, Lu Sheng noted. He flexed his 10 fingers, observing them as if they were exquisite works of art, yet sensing the apocalyptic power coiled within the bone and sinew. Naming this technique, 7 stars pointing no longer feels sufficient to describe its lethality. From this moment forward, I shall call them the heaven-severing fingers. The name heaven-severing fingers rolled off the tongue with a certain weight of superiority that Lu Sheng greatly appreciated. He had always favored a naming convention based on style and impact. My gains in the past 6 months have been nothing short of astronomical, he reflected. In the waking world, he was endlessly consuming vast amounts of resources, while in the dreamscape, he was systematically absorbing the most advanced techniques the past had to offer. Every martial saint inhabiting the entirety of the dreamscape's martial arts street had been completely cleared and assimilated by Lu Sheng's relentless progress. He had managed to collect and master as many as 41 distinct types of martial Dao Dharma aspects, a feat of unprecedented diversity. Within the inner sanctum of Lu Sheng's mind, the Temperfection martial Dao compass had undergone a radical evolution, now housing 41 types of martial Dao wills with 98 distinct will fires blazing across its surface. The gray compass itself had expanded tenfold in size, resembling a massive celestial sun dial engraved with patterns of divine fire. In terms of sheer mental fortitude and spiritual strength, Lu Sheng had finally achieved his long-sought goal of absolute perfection. The youth clenched his fist with a sense of finality and decisive power. There are no longer any higher-level powerhouses left for me to challenge in this corner of the dreamscape. I have completely and utterly cleared every obstacle in my path. Lu Sheng tightened his grip, his muscles rippling with latent power, and began to stride forward through the fading mists of the clearing. Just then, the youth's expression underwent a sudden, sharp shift as his perceptions spiked. Lu Sheng sensed a disturbance in the physical world and let out a soft exclamation of surprise. Someone in reality is attempting to breach the high-security research laboratory. Has Professor Napsun finally been exposed? Lu Sheng turned his gaze inward for a moment of introspection, discovering that the radiant golden stone figure of his previous self had completely vanished. In its place stood a majestic figure forged from deep purple amethyst, exuding an aura of sublime beauty and ancient mystery. This amethyst entity was manifold more resilient and powerful than the golden figure of the past. Purple was the signature of celestial nobility and cosmic secrets. Like a primordial deity emerging from the heart of chaos, Lu Sheng casually raised his hand, and a wave of invisible blade energy surged forth, manifesting into a visible arc. It carried a hazy purple intent that left a scorched black rift in the air, a definitive sign that he had mastered the art of severing the atmosphere itself and was now brushing against the very essence of spatial manipulation. Previously, Lu Sheng could only unleash such high-intensity attacks when he exerted his full strength against an elite martial saint. Now, he could achieve the same devastating results with nothing more than a casual gesture of his hand. He felt as though he could now effortlessly unleash blade or is capable of annihilating common martial saints as easily as one might cut grass in a field. Lu Sheng then turned his attention to his martial body, observing the brilliant and mysterious star chart etched into his form. He looked down at his own hands and muttered, "Well, it seems I can no longer hide my presence. I have plucked more than enough wool from this organization." He had absorbed a staggering, almost immeasurable quantity of exotic marrow fluid and high-energy substances over the course of the past year. Throughout this period, his blood pill had undergone a continuous cycle of infinite condensation and violent shattering, each rebirth allowing his immortal cells to multiply at a frenetic pace. Though the energy required to birth each new immortal cell had increased significantly as he progressed, the total number of immortal cells within his body had reached a staggering 183, a massive 9-fold increase compared to his status only 12 months prior. The growth was truly explosive, defying all conventional martial logic. If 22 immortal cells burning with divine fire were enough to slaughter a martial saint, what level of power could 183 cells achieve? Lu Sheng himself was uncertain of the upper limits. He only knew that even a genius like Wang He was left far behind him at the same stage of cultivation. Wang He lacked the undying star body, A standard 8th level Grandmaster's body simply could not accommodate such a vast concentration of immortal cells. Without the ability to break through or diffuse that massive accumulation of divine star power, a regular martial artist would simply explode and perish. However, even I am beginning to approach the physical limit of my current form. Accommodating approximately 300 immortal cells is likely the absolute ceiling for the undying star body at the 8th level, Lu Sheng mused. He had recently experienced another breakthrough, and the massive surge of blood energy had washed over his star-tempered frame, stimulating growth that was now only incremental. The intricate star patterns had spread across every inch of his skin. To progress further, he would need to ascend to level 9 and utilize the power of the heavenly earth trend to break the physical shackles of his undying star body. Lu Sheng frowned slightly as he considered the transition to level 9. Up until this point, he had been unable to fuse his 3 strands of divine essence into a singular unit, much less create his own unique martial arts imprint or manifest a personal martial Dao Dharma image. The primary obstacle was that Lu Sheng's accumulation in every aspect of martial arts was simply too overwhelming to easily condense. A specific comparison came to mind. For someone like Zhao Ji, achieving a breakthrough was as simple as kneading 3 small lumps of dough together into a single ball. It was a straightforward and effortless task for others. But in my case, Lu Sheng thought, I am attempting to compress 3 gargantuan steel spheres. No, 3 miniature suns, into a volume that cannot be allowed to expand. It was a feat that seemed nearly impossible to achieve without the application of a high-temperature flame reaching thousands of degrees and a crushing pressure tens of thousands of times greater than the norm. Lu Sheng clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a sudden realization. Pressure. I need immense, overwhelming pressure. Only under the weight of unprecedented combat pressure can I hope to complete this final step. This is the kind of pressure that ordinary martial saints can no longer provide. In the past year, every aspect of his ability had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Even his divine illumination king scripture had been refined to the point of increasing his blood energy by 90%, leaving him only one step away from the full 100% enhancement. He suspected that once he broke through to level 9, his undying star body would undergo a drastic evolution, necessitating a total revision of his techniques. He had reached the absolute limit of his current grinding. It was time to prepare for the road to level 9. As Lu Sheng was quietly categorizing his immense gains, his expression underwent a subtle, sharp shift. The distant resonance of soft blessings and fervent prayers began to chime within his mind like a rhythmic tide. His eyes flashed with a cold, analytical light as he wondered if he could no longer remain hidden. Receiving feedback from the external world, he immediately grasped the gravity of Professor Napson's current predicament. Lu Sheng's demeanor remained unervingly composed. He understood that the professor had finally reached his limit. It was, however, the perfect moment to emerge and seek the intense pressure he required. Throughout this year, Professor Napson had been thoroughly brainwashed into a fanatic believer, a devoted follower who would resort to any extreme, deception, framing, and manipulation, to secure resources for Lu Sheng's growth. It could be said that Lu Sheng owed his massive gains to Napson's tireless, if misguided, contributions. I should at least fulfill the professor's pious dream of a god's glorious descent, he thought, as his figure began to fade and dissolve away into the mists of the dreamscape. At the heavy-duty entrance of the Research Institute, a series of rhythmic thuds echoed as the reinforced alloy doors were slammed shut. A muscular, brown-haired man lunged forward, his face contorted with rage as he hammered his fist against the metal surface. The impact produced a deafening boom, leaving a visible dent in the thick alloy gate. Damn it all, the brown-haired man roared, his entire body pulsing with agitated blood energy. His face twisted into an ugly mask of frustration. Professor Napson has actually activated the highest-level emergency defense system for the entire Research Institute. Has the old fool lost his mind? He has effectively declared a rebellion against the organization. I want to tear him limb from limb. The members of the Ring Seal who had been systematically deceived by Professor Napson's schemes were now whipped into a frenzy of hatred. They stood before the impenetrable protective doors, gnashing their teeth in helpless fury. One of the guards turned to his superior and asked, "What is our next move? We cannot stay here forever." The leader of the group narrowed his eyes. "I will contact Lord Harold immediately. Only he possesses the master override key to the Research Institute's lockdown system. Once we have that key in our possession, we will tear these doors open and drag that traitor out." Upon hearing this, the surrounding martial artists clenched their fists in anticipation. Excellent. Professor Napsun must be made to pay the ultimate price for his treachery against us. Yes, that treacherous villain will soon regret his choices. Meanwhile, 10 minutes earlier on the far edge of Golden Ring Island, the silver-haired woman, Fiona, who had presided over the previous conference, bowed respectfully to welcome two approaching figures of immense power, both of whom were high-ranking martial saints. Lord Harold had recently led the most elite and powerful combatants away from the island for an urgent mission, leaving only the second-tier fighters to maintain order on the base. Footsteps crunched through the settling dust behind them, followed by a low, gravelly voice. "You have performed your duties admirably this time, Saya. The stage is set perfectly." Two formidable lords emerged from the haze. One was a tall, hulking man with bulging muscles, while the other was a slender individual with strikingly vibrant orange hair. The muscular giant let out a deep, booming laugh and turned to his orange-haired companion. "It appears your elaborate plan was a resounding success after all." The orange-haired man, adjusting his spectacles, took a long, leisurely drag from his cigarette and smirked. "Our Dark Star and the Black Demon Society are enjoying a most fruitful first collaboration. By the time Harold realizes the deception and attempts to bring his forces back, the entirety of Golden Ring Island will have long since been reduced to a smoldering pile of rubble." Following the Black Demon Society's disastrous encounter with Lu Shang, they had lost more than half of their top-tier experts. Rather than waiting for the inevitable competition over the energy crystals to be divided by the Ring Seal and Dark Star, they decided it was far more advantageous to strike first and claim everything for themselves. The plan was simple: decapitate the Ring Seal's main base in a single, decisive stroke. By dividing the spoils with Dark Star, they could not only recoup their losses, but potentially even turn a profit. The intel regarding the new production site had been a deliberate plant to lure Harold and the other martial saints away from the island. The orange-haired man gestured forward. "Let us proceed. Let us dismantle the Ring Seal's foundation on this island." He continued to smirk with a sense of triumphant malice. "I simply cannot wait to see the expression of sheer terror and impotent rage on Harold's face when he finally returns to find his home in ruins." At the same time, deep within the laboratory, Fiona stood before the main computer bank, her skin slick with a cold sweat. She watched the monitoring system with wide, panicked eyes and turned to report to her superior. "Professor, it's over. They've gone to contact Lord Harold to retrieve the override key. They'll be through the doors in no time." Professor Napsun began to spiral into a state of utter confusion, his hands trembling as he lost his grip on the situation. "What should we do? What is our next move? I don't know what to do." After a few moments of frantic pacing, Napsun turned his gaze toward Lu Shang, the being he now regarded as his personal deity. "What else is there to do?" he asked, his voice cracking. "I have invested everything I have into this project. Just listen to that heartbeat. It is growing louder by the second. Can you hear it?" Professor Napsun sank to his knees before the nutrient tank, his face contorted with a fanatical intensity as he stared at the majestic figure suspended within the fluid. "God, I beseech you, wake up." My God, it was a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble, and the physical results were becoming undeniable. Thump, thump. The previously faint heartbeat was now a thunderous, rhythmic booming that resonated through the room. The power behind each pulse was indescribable, shaking the very air and causing the entire lab to vibrate. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the power of that rhythmic pulse, causing the various glass bottles and scientific instruments scattered across the laboratory to tremble in a synchronized dance. God, please wake up, my God. Arise and tell the world the truth that has been buried by the weight of time. Professor Napsun muttered with a reverent, trembling voice, his posture that of a man lost in prayer. Suddenly, The computer monitors throughout the room began to flash a violent, warning red. The defense system integrity is failing. We only have 15 minutes left. Fiona shouted, grabbing Professor Napson's shoulder in a desperate attempt to snap him out of his trance. Professor, the automated shield disengagement is almost complete. We only have 15 minutes before they breach the lab. The elderly Napson was so paralyzed with fear that he looked as though he might collapse right then and there. What will happen to us? Are we truly destined to meet our end here, on the cusp of divinity? He whispered. Suddenly, the chaotic energy in the room shifted. Both Fiona and Napson froze, their eyes widening in stunned silence as they felt a presence so overwhelming it suppressed all other thoughts. A deafening boom echoed through the laboratory as the reinforced nutrient tank shattered into 1,000 crystal shards. From the center of the wreckage, the figure of a handsome, powerful man emerged, his silhouette now clearly visible amidst the escaping steam and fluid. His eyes, a dazzling and piercing blue, suddenly snapped open, cutting through the gloom of the laboratory like twin searchlights of divine intent. A swirl of golden energy began to coalesce within the center of his palm, illuminating his stoic features. Lu Sheng, with a cool and confident air, let a subtle smirk play across his lips before he gave a casual, dismissive wave of his hand. Professor Napson and Fiona could scarcely believe the evidence of their own eyes. Their jaws dropped in unison. Their bodies had become as rigid as stone, their expressions frozen in a mask of total shock, their minds unable to process the reality before them. Only one frantic thought swirled through Fiona's head. Holy crap, the god has actually revived. The deity is real. Professor Napson hurriedly threw himself to the ground at the feet of the handsome man, his voice a mixture of frantic excitement and deep-seated reverence. Great God, you have finally awakened from your slumber. I welcome your glorious arrival to this world. Your light will finally illuminate the darkness and reveal the truth to all. Lu Xing looked down at him calmly and said, Napson, you have performed admirably. I am fully aware of everything you have done to facilitate this moment. Upon hearing those words, Professor Napson was overcome with an almost manic joy. I have received the god's personal approval. It was all worth it. Even if I were to perish this very instant, my life would have been complete. Lu Xing didn't pay the slightest bit of attention to the old man's existential ramblings. His focus was entirely on the vibrant purple chunk of crystal lying before him. Picking it up, he turned it over in his hand and asked, You mentioned that this object is called an energy crystal, correct? Professor Nepson and Lucia remained prostrate before the young man, their knees pressed against the cold laboratory floor in a display of absolute, unyielding reverence. Their faces were etched with a terrifying sincerity as Nepson scrambled to find his voice, eager to explain the treasure the youth held. Yes, my lord, it is an essence crystal, a relic of such immense value that its mere existence would drive even a 9th-level martial saint into a murderous frenzy. The concentrated energy pulsating within its core is unfathomable. Even a fragment as small as the one in your hands is functionally equivalent to a portable, high-output nuclear reactor. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a faint, predatory spark of interest as he examined the glowing shard. So, that is the secret, he murmured, feeling the subtle vibrations of power. No wonder the count of my undying cells surged by 7 in a single heartbeat. This little plaything is far more intriguing than I anticipated. A sudden, sharp impulse seized him, a desire to plunge back into the depths of the dreamscape and scour the Tinder resource library for the coordinates of every essence crystal vein on the planet. Previously, Lu Sheng had never encountered this specific mineral signature, leaving him ignorant of the tectonic treasures buried beneath the crust. But now that the catalyst was in his grasp, the dreamscape's vast archives would no longer be able to shroud the data from his divine perception. It was staggering to contemplate. A sliver of crystal weighing less than a single gram contained an energy density that surpassed even the most refined 9th-level alien marrow fluid. Having consumed only 2 small fragments, the explosive growth of his undying cells was nothing short of miraculous. With a casual, almost dismissive flick of his wrist, Lu Sheng slid the pulsating essence crystal into his pocket, the fabric momentarily glowing with the trapped radiance of the stone. I shall keep this one as a reference sample for my future searches, Lu Sheng noted, his voice calm and melodic. He reached out to the cluttered workstation, picking up a discarded mobile phone and tapping the screen to life with practiced ease. You have my gratitude for rousing me from my long hibernation, Nepson. The old professor looked up, his eyes brimming with a fanatic's devotion. It is the singular, crowning honor of my wretched life, my lord. Might we be permitted to know the glorious name of the divinity we serve? The youth offered his identity with a nonchalant shrug, as if his name were a mere formality rather than a title of power. My name is Lu Sheng. He paused for a beat, watching the reflection of his own eyes in the blackened phone screen. Since a communication device is readily available, it seems only polite to give the world a small heads-up regarding my return. Lu Sheng, Professor Nepson whispered, repeating those two foreign, sharp syllables over and over again under his breath, as if committing a holy mantra to his very soul. Beside him, Lucia kept her head bowed low, yet her mind was a tempest of mounting suspicion and confusion. She had harbored a growing unease since the moment of the awakening, finding the reality of this deity to be jarringly different from the ancient myths. Professor, she whispered urgently, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her neck. Why does our god feel so strangely modern? It's unsettling. Nepson, hearing her doubt, felt a sudden, icy chill gallop down his spine, his skin turning pale with fear. What do you mean by that? Nepson hissed back, terrified of offending the presence before them. Lucia didn't blink, her analytical mind picking apart the scene. Look at him. He doesn't carry the weight of an ancient era. He's standing there operating a smartphone with effortless fluency, and he's even taking selfies with a high degree of technical skill. It's magnificent in a way. Our god has barely been awake for 5 minutes, and he's already mastered the art of the front-facing camera. Indeed, the young Lu Sheng was currently preoccupied with his digital reflection, cycling through various poses and angles, seemingly enjoying the high-definition quality of the photos. However, his moment of vanity was abruptly cut short by a discordant vibration echoing from the world beyond the lab walls. His brow furrowed slightly as he glanced toward the ceiling. It seems, he remarked coolly, that the peace outside has been rather rudely interrupted. Through his heightened perception, Lu Sheng could easily sense the chaotic ripples of combat. 2 9th-level martial saints were currently systematically slaughtering local martial artists, while a third powerful presence was streaking across the ocean toward the island. Hearing Lu Sheng's cryptic mutterings, Nepson's heart hammered against his ribs in a panicked rhythm. "Oh, my lord, what did you just say? Is there trouble coming for us?" As if in direct answer to the professor's question, the laboratory's red emergency lights began to rotate violently, accompanied by a piercing, high-decibel alarm that shrieked through the corridors. Suddenly, a holographic projection flickered to life from Lucia's wrist communicator, revealing the frantic, sweating face of a bald operative. "It's over, Lucia. Everything is falling apart," the man screamed over the sound of explosions. "The Second King Seal has turned traitor and sold us out. Dark Star and the Black Demon Society are launching a full-scale annihilation strike on Golden Ring Island. Our defenses are shattered. The King Seals and the Sect Seals have all been butchered in the initial wave. You and Professor Nepson must flee into the sub-tunnels immediately. Golden Ring Island is lost." Nepson stood paralyzed, the news hitting him like a physical blow. In his rapturous joy over Lu Sheng's revival, he had completely dismissed the initial warnings, but now the crushing weight of reality descended upon him. Lucia grabbed the professor's sleeve, her knuckles white as she tried to pull him toward the emergency exit. "Professor, we have to move now. Decades of our blood, sweat, and research cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of those vultures." However, Nepson suddenly wrenched his arm away, lifting his head with a strange, desperate fire burning in his eyes. "No, why should we run like rats?" Nepson's eyes shone with a fanatic's clarity. He turned back toward Lu Sheng, his hands clasped so tightly they trembled, and he bowed until his forehead nearly touched the floor. "O holy God, I beseech you. I beg of you to intervene and save Golden Ring Island from this slaughter. Protect the remaining king seals and strike down our enemies. The young Lu Sheng merely stood there, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, an unreadable expression on his face. He began to walk toward the heavy, reinforced laboratory doors with a rhythmic, effortless stride. Without looking back, he replied in a tone that was both casual and terrifyingly decisive. Understood. I suppose this counts as your first official wish, does it not? Then, let it be exactly as you have requested. A sharp, dangerous smirk played across Lu Sheng's lips as he reached the exit. It's been far too long since I've had the chance to properly stretch my limbs, he thought to himself, the anticipation of combat beginning to boil within his veins. At this very moment, the exterior of Golden Ring Island had been transformed into a living nightmare of total, unmitigated chaos. The combined forces of Dark Star and the Black Demon Society were wreaking absolute havoc across the shoreline, their movements methodical and ruthless. Countless broken corpses bobbed in the surf like macabre driftwood, and the pristine white sands of the coast were now stained a deep, sickening crimson. This was no longer a tactical engagement. It had devolved into a mindless, primitive bloodbath. The island's garrison of dozens of sect imprinters and nearly a dozen elite king imprinters had been decimated. Only a handful of survivors remained, clutching their mangled limbs and gasping for breath through grievous wounds. One high-ranking member collapsed into the sand, his hand pressed firmly against a gaping chest wound as he spat out a mouthful of bile. Damn them to hell. The Black Demon Society has been in league with Dark Star from the very beginning. We were walked into a slaughterhouse. Before the dying man could utter another syllable of his lament, a streak of energy tore through the air, and a single, casual finger flick pierced through his skull with the ease of a needle through silk. The martial saints leading the Dark Star and Black Demon Society forces were not merely fighting. They were toying with the survivors like apex predators playing with wounded mice. One of the saints stood over the twitching body of the operative, his fingers still emitting a faint trail of acrid smoke from the lethal strike, as he prepared to snuff out the next screaming victim. Just then, the atmosphere above the island shifted violently, the distant sky churning with an unnatural convergence of wind and heavy clouds. The sudden, localized change in air pressure and the sharp crackle of static electricity forced every combatant on the beach to look upward in awe. Massive points of ethereal light began to manifest in the heavens, coalescing into swirling streams of energy that wove themselves together into a solid form. In seconds, a gargantuan white silhouette, hundreds of meters tall, materialized with a thunderous boom. The two martial saints from Dark Star and the Black Demon Society recognized the energy signature instantly. Rather than showing fear, they began to laugh, a mocking, theatrical sound that echoed over the crashing waves. Look who decided to show up, one of them jeered. Lord Harold has finally crawled back to his nest. He's faster than the scouts reported. The other commented, though his tone remained relaxed. Harold's massive martial avatar, radiating a blinding, intense energy, did not hesitate. It surged downward, leading a desperate charge toward the enemy ranks. Seeing their leader's arrival, the remaining complete imprint members found a final spark of hope, screaming for vengeance as they pushed forward. Avenge our fallen brothers. A voice like a rolling peal of thunder erupted from the approaching avatar. Harold, the master of the complete imprint, let his rage boil over. Traitors of the Black Demon Society, scum of Dark Star, you are all dead men. Even killing you 1,000 times over would be a mercy you do not deserve. Despite the righteous fury of the attack, the two invading martial saints remained utterly unconcerned, their expressions chillingly calm. One of them curled his lip in a sneer, gazing up at Harold's avatar as if he were looking at a child's toy rather than a manifestation of the grand cosmos. With a sudden, violent surge of his own intent, points of obsidian light began to pierce through the clouds. Within heartbeats, a terrifying, demonic avatar of equal scale manifested over the churning sea. Dark clouds instantly engulfed the afternoon sky, and bolts of jagged lightning began to cascade downward like electric waterfalls, grounding themselves into the demon's jagged armor. The demonic avatar, standing hundreds of meters tall, threw back its head and roared at the heavens, unleashing a shockwave of sound that caused the very sea to tremble and recede. Its presence was that of an ancient demon god descended from forgotten legends to claim the world. Beside it, the second invading saint spread a pair of massive, shimmering wings in a defiant gesture. Talk is cheap, Herald. If you want us dead, then come and try it. In this world, we settle debts with raw strength, not empty words. The peace was shattered instantly as the demonic avatar and Herald's white silhouetted form clashed with ferocity. The impact of their first meeting sent a blinding flash across the island, the two powers appearing evenly matched in their initial, brutal exchange. The two colossal avatars continued their titanic struggle on the surface of the ocean, each punch and kick displacing millions of gallons of water and sending massive waves crashing into the cliffs like a battle between ancient deities. Every movement shattered the seabed beneath them, sending tremors through the island's foundation. While the two martial saint-level powerhouses were locked in combat, a dozen smaller, high-velocity figures darted through the spray beneath them, heading straight for the heart of the Golden Ring base. These were Herald's personal guard, the top-tier experts of complete imprint. Without a moment's delay, they plunged into the fray, engaging the Dark Star and Black Demon elites in a chaotic, high-stakes melee. Ma adjusted his glasses with a clinical precision, his eyes darting across the battlefield as he calculated the optimal entry point. I suppose I should make a visible contribution, he muttered to himself. Otherwise, that hot-headed pyromaniac will complain that I was merely freeloading while he did all the heavy lifting. Immediately following his thought, Ma's own martial avatar began to materialize out of thin air, a shimmering construct of complex geometric light. Taking a moment to strike a deliberate, cinematic pose, Ma slowly raised a single finger toward the darkened sky, his avatar mirroring the gesture with synchronized, chilling grace. Countless points of brilliant light began to orbit the avatar, coalescing into a blinding, white-hot sphere of energy beneath its feet. The spectacle was so intense it drew the gaze of every fighter on the island. As Ma's avatar fully raised its arm, the floating points of light in the atmosphere rapidly gathered together, forming a gargantuan hand that stretched nearly 100 meters in length. With a sudden, downward sweep of Ma's hand, the giant avatar limb roared through the void, unleashing streaks of concentrated radiance that stirred the very fabric of the grand cosmos. It bypassed the smaller fighters, striking directly at the flank of Herald's defense. The complete imprint avatar let out a distorted scream of agony as the energy burned through its shoulder. The members of the organization witnessing the fall of their leader were shaken to their very core, a cold, paralyzing fear rising within them. Two martial saints, attacking in unison, one cried out, "Is this truly the end? Is complete imprint doomed to be wiped from history?" The sheer gravitational pressure exerted by the two invading avatars was overwhelming. Even the air felt heavy and thick, making it difficult for the defenders to breathe, their faces etched with the agonizing strain of just standing their ground. The elite defenders could only watch in horror, screaming out for their leader. "Lord Herald, damn it all. Our 8th level cultivation is utterly useless in a clash of this magnitude. What can we possibly do?" Indeed, the gap was insurmountable. A 9th level martial saint was an existence that transcended common logic. Even a peak 8th level grandmaster, someone who had spent a lifetime perfecting every fiber of their being, was nothing more than a ripple in a vast ocean before a saint, crushed as easily as an ant beneath a boot. The Dark Star martial saint had merely conjured a single, giant avatar hand. Yet with the amplification of the grand cosmos, the power was soul-crushingly terrifying. It was a force of nature designed to drive even the strongest warriors to the brink of absolute despair. The saint looked down at the struggling humans and smiled, an expression of someone enjoying a trivial game. "Since you martial artists have come all this way to defend your master, perhaps it is only fitting that you stay here with him, forever." With a flick of his wrist, the Dark Star Saint began to systematically eliminate the remaining high-level experts of complete imprint. He moved with a speed that defied the eye, and in a flash, the air was filled with earth-shattering screams of pain and the wet thud of falling bodies. When the dust settled momentarily, another pile of unrecognizable, minced meat was all that remained of a once proud warrior. The surviving elites of complete imprint could only crawl backward in the sand, their spirits broken by despair. Under the crushing dual pressure of the invading saints, Lord Harold was being pushed to his limit, unable to spare even a single glance to protect his subordinates. The realization chilled them to the bone. They were being erased from existence by a force they couldn't even hope to touch. Harold's voice cracked with desperation and rage as he cursed his opponents. Damn you both to the deepest hell, to gang up like cowards and assault my home base. Have you no shred of martial honor left? Ma, the Dark Star Saint, merely smirked at the accusation. Honor is for the dead, Harold. You of all people should understand the strategic principle of striking first to secure the ultimate advantage. Even if we cannot kill you today, by the time we are done wiping every high-level martial artist off this island, you will have no foundation left to compete in the energy crystal wars. It really is a flawless plan, wouldn't you agree? Ma continued, his voice dripping with mockery. However, as he prepared to deliver another crushing blow, his eyes caught a sudden, unexpected movement on the beach that caused him to pause. Huh? What is that? Why is there an Eastern youth standing in the middle of a war zone? The Dark Star Saint squinted, seeing a handsome young man with raven-black hair and deep, dark eyes appearing amidst the carnage as if he had simply stepped out of the shadows. The truly bizarre aspect of the situation was the youth's demeanor. Unlike the other survivors who were paralyzed by fear or howling in despair, this Eastern young man was unnervingly calm. His eyes were like ancient, unchanging glaciers, cold, deep, and silent, as he watched the colossal battle unfold. The Dark Star Saint found himself genuinely puzzled, staring at this newcomer. Is he a fool? Or just so weak he doesn't realize he's about to die? How can he maintain such a leisurely manner in the presence of a saint? Still smirking even now? The Dark Star Saint blinked, an instinctive curiosity bubbling up as he blurted out. Well, you're an interesting one. I'll give you that. He was genuinely taken aback by the boy's lack of reaction. Then, with a shrug of indifference, he commanded his giant avatar hand to continue its downward trajectory, intending to ruthlessly smash the youth into the earth. The hand slammed down with the force of a falling mountain, but instead of the expected sound of crushing bone, it met a solid, immovable resistance. To the horror of everyone watching, the young Lu Sheng had stopped the giant avatar hand, a construct wider than a meter and imbued with the power of the cosmos, using nothing more than a single, outstretched finger. The sheer scale of the difference was visually nonsensical, an image of an ant effortlessly halting the descending leg of a charging elephant. Lu Sheng's lips curled into a cold, predatory smirk. You find me interesting, do you? Well, hold on to that thought, because I have plenty more surprises for you. The Dark Star Martial Saint let out a sharp, audible gasp of pure horror as the realization of what he was facing began to dawn on him. Before the saint could even process a retreat, Lu Sheng took a single, effortless step forward. In the blink of an eye, he bypassed Ma's supposedly impenetrable protective shield and appeared directly in front of the saint's true body, his presence suddenly as heavy as a collapsing star. With an air of nonchalant detachment, Lu Sheng extended a single, casual fist toward his opponent. This was no mere physical strike. The punch resonated with the profound, crushing weight of the heavens and the earth combined. The impact was instantaneous and horrific. With a sickening crunch, Darkstar's chest cavity caved inward, the armor and bone yielding like parchment beneath the absolute authority of Lu Sheng's strike. The force of the blow sent Darkstar hurtling backward with the velocity of a kinetic cannonball, his trajectory tearing through the air. Beneath him, the once stable white sphere of light flickered and collapsed into nothingness. Beside him, Mao was violently blasted away by the resulting shockwave, his mind reeling in a state of total cognitive dissonance. How is this even physically possible? He internally shrieked. High above, the conjured giant hand of energy shattered into a million jagged crystalline shards, dissolving into the wind. Inside his failing form, Darkstar could feel the terrifying, interwoven power of the natural world wreaking havoc upon his internal organs. His once perfect, transcendent physique was now a roadmap of destruction. Dark, jagged cracks began to spiderweb across his skin, radiating with lethal speed from the hollowed ruin of his chest. The structural integrity of a martial saint was being systematically unmade from the inside out. The entire battlefield fell into a paralyzed silence, every soldier and combatant wide-eyed and gasping, wondering if they had succumbed to a collective hallucination. From the ranks of the Black Magic Society, a martial saint rushed forward, his brow drenched in thick droplets of cold sweat. His voice trembled with primal terror as he stammered. Just one single move? Who in the gods' names are you? Lu Sheng turned a cold, piercing glance toward the interloper. In the martial saint's vision, Lu Sheng's presence seemed to expand exponentially, his figure growing majestic and looming like a mountain that touched the stars. The sheer pressure of his aura began to warp the very air around them, making the young man appear as a titan among ants. The figure magnified until it dominated the sky, and Lu Sheng replied with a voice that vibrated through their very marrow, "I am God." Upon hearing this, the assembled members of the Circle Seal began to murmur in a frantic buzz of excitement and fear. Is this truly a divine manifestation? Was Professor Nepson's radical and widely mocked theory actually the truth all along? Professor Nepson was in a state of pure, unadulterated ecstasy, his scientific mind struggling to process the miracle before him. One shot. He neutralized a martial saint in one shot, he whispered, his hands shaking. What kind of unfathomable, primordial power is this? It defies every known law of martial energy. Nepson was completely overwhelmed by the spectacle. His aged, weathered face was flushed a deep crimson, radiating a youthful, unprecedented brilliance. A god. This is the manifestation of a real god, he cried out. In the presence of this blinding light, the martial saints, who were supposed to be the pinnacle of humanity, seemed as fragile as dust motes. Nepson's lifelong dreams and the harsh reality of the world finally merged into a single, glorious moment of realization. Standing beside the professor, Lisa could only gape in stunned silence, her beautiful features contorted by a mix of profound shock and lingering disbelief. She blinked rapidly, trying to clear her vision, but the terrifyingly powerful figure remained. This was no optical illusion or psychological trick. The world as they knew it had just been irrevocably shifted. "Oh my God," she whispered breathlessly. High above the carnage, Lu Sheng looked down upon the remnants of Darkstar and the Circle Seal with the eyes of a judge. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of a death sentence. "I shall grant mercy to only one. Only one of you gets to live through this day." To emphasize his grim ultimatum, Lu Sheng raised a single finger, pointing it toward the trembling ranks. Deep within his own body, the undying cells blazed with a solar intensity and a celestial star chart 10 times more complex than any before ignited within his consciousness. An immense, tidal wave of power surged through his veins. When Lu Sheng had first begun the eternal star body refinement technique, the manuals claimed that at its depths, a martial artist would reach a level of terrifying strength where their blood moved like galaxies. He had once dismissed it as poetic exaggeration, but he realized now he was wrong. He wasn't just wielding a star. He had become a living, breathing galaxy of destruction. The two remaining martial saints watched as their pupils contracted violently in sheer, instinctive dread. They screamed in a discordant, panicked unison, an unprecedented sense of mortal danger erupting from the very depths of their souls. Their scalps tingled with an electric numbness, and goosebumps broke out across their entire bodies. It was a visceral terror they hadn't experienced since their fledgling days, long before they had achieved the lofty heights of rank 9 martial saint. However, Doubter quickly forced himself to regain a semblance of composure, his face twisting into a mask of desperate defiance. He poured every ounce of his remaining cultivation into his palm, roaring at the top of his lungs to drown out his own fear. "You've got to be kidding me. You think you can just erase us?" Countless environmental forces of the heavens and earth answered his desperate call, swirling into Doubter's hand and condensing into a dazzling, crackling longsword composed of pure lightning. The weapon radiated a terrifying, unstable energy that hissed and spat at the atmosphere. He lunged forward, stabbing the sword straight toward Lu Sheng's face, screaming, "The one who dies today is you." Lu Sheng didn't even flinch as the lightning blade approached. With a serene, almost bored expression, he calmly extended his arm and pointed a single finger toward the incoming threat. Heaven severing. As those two words left his lips, a colossal, concentrated force erupted from Lu Sheng's fingertip, a beam of absolute erasure that seemed to ignore the very concept of distance. The beam pierced directly through Doubter's lightning defense and his abdomen, punching a massive, charred hole through his midsection. The strike was so clean and powerful that there was no resistance. It was as if the martial saint's body were made of nothing more than mist. Beams of light actually shone through the gaping cavity in his torso. Doubter winced, his face contorting in an agony so sharp it transcended physical sensation. Covered in his own blood and reeling in disbelief, he looked down at the hole in his body. How can this be? He tried to form a sentence, but his vocal cords failed him, leaving him grasping at the air. In an instant, his physical avatar began to evaporate into fine mist. Doubter's martial spirit cracked and splintered within his dying frame as he gazed up at Lu Sheng. The majestic figure before him appeared like a rising sun, or perhaps a demon god from the oldest legends. Filled with a deep, existential bewilderment, Doubter silently crumbled, his form shattering into beautiful, haunting starlight. Even as his consciousness faded into the void, he truly didn't understand how he had died, or who had truly possessed the power to kill him. This entire sequence of divine execution had unfolded in the span of just a few breaths. Harold, who had the misfortune of being the closest spectator, turned an ashen shade of white, every drop of blood draining from his face. He felt a phantom pressure crushing his skull, his scalp going numb as Lu Sheng's cold eyes finally fell upon him. Harold trembled uncontrollably. Forgetting his pride and his status as a godmark holder, he collapsed and knelt in midair. "Honorable sir, please. You've already killed one. You have your sacrifice," he shouted, cold sweat pouring down his face. At this moment, he didn't care about honor. He just wanted to survive. Lu Sheng looked down at the pathetic sight of Harold kneeling before him, his expression entirely unmoved. He mused that even rank 9 martial saints were still fundamentally human, and all humans eventually succumb to the gravity of fear. In truth, Lu Sheng had no immediate intention of killing Harold. He had spent a year undercover in the Circle Seal, using Professor Nepson as a front to quietly fleece them of their resources. To kill Harold now would be poor form. Plucking their feathers is one thing, Lu Sheng thought, but killing the goose after it's been plucked is just not cool. Lu Sheng's gaze shifted past Harold's trembling shoulder toward the distant horizon of Golden Den Island. Looking down from his celestial vantage point, he saw that the survivors of the Circle Seal, Darkstar, and the Black Magic Society had all fallen to their knees. Their postures were utterly humble, their foreheads pressed against the ground in a desperate show of submission, none daring to make even a whisper of a sound. Now Lu Sheng finally understood why the Jidao martial saint had once forced the entire military to kneel. They simply couldn't withstand the metaphysical pressure of a higher being. They didn't just choose to submit, they were forced to by their own instincts. If the sky itself suddenly descended and stood before you, you wouldn't be able to withstand that pressure either, Lu Sheng thought with a grim sense of irony. You would kneel, just like they are. He looked at his hands, realizing the truth of his own ascent. I am Lu Sheng, and today, I am the sky. System note. Lil Mu has curated a high-octane video series regarding a 1,000-year-old demon lord who awakened a system to conquer the world against 9 rebellious disciples. The 44-hour epic is linked in the comments for those seeking more legendary tales. Later, back at the secure base, the atmosphere shifted to something far more domestic. Lu Sheng sat in a classroom, his phone screen displaying a video call with Huang Yin. On the screen, Lu Qinghe looked absolutely triumphant, strutting around like a little rooster boasting of her exploits. Bro, when you finally get back, your jaw is gonna hit the floor. I'm almost done with my tendon training, and I'm about to break through to rank 4 any second now. Lu Sheng couldn't help but smirk at his gossip-loving little sister's antics. I know, you're the greatest prodigy of our time, he teased gently. Now hurry up and stop hogging the camera. Give the phone to Mom and Dad, so I can actually talk to them for a bit. Lu Qinghe made a face, but quickly scurried over to hand the device to her parents. On the small screen, Lu Sheng's parents appeared, their faces lighting up with pure, heartfelt joy. "Sheng oh, thank goodness you're okay," Zheng Yufan exclaimed, her eyes misting over. "We were so worried. Seeing you safe is the best news we've had all year. Just finish up whatever work you have and come back home quickly," Lu Hai added, his voice gruff but full of emotion. Lu Sheng offered them his most reassuring, gentle smile, the smile of a son, not a god. "Yes, I'll be back before you know it, Mom and Dad. I'm almost finished here. Please, take care of yourselves while I'm away," he finished. The scene was surreal. Here was the most dangerous man on the planet, sitting in a solemn hall designed for high-level technical conferences, acting like a normal college student chatting with his family. The silver bell laughter of Lu Qinghe occasionally echoed through the speakers, punctuated by the familiar, loving nagging of Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan. These mundane, everyday sounds completely shattered the oppressive, formal atmosphere of the conference room. Harold, standing stiffly at the edge of the table, didn't dare show even a flicker of annoyance. While his outward expression was one of calm respect, his internal world was in total chaos. He listened to the unrestricted conversation, and the information he gleaned left him feeling physically dizzy. His mouth twisted in a silent grimace as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. This big shot. His parents are under 50? His sister is still a child? Just how young is this monster? Harold's jaw remained metaphorically on the floor. It was utterly incomprehensible that a young man, likely younger than Harold's own great-grandson, had effortlessly slaughtered 2 rank 9 martial saints just hours ago. In a single afternoon off the coast of Golden Den Island, he had decapitated the leadership of the 2 most powerful and feared international organizations on Earth, the Dark Star and the Black Magic Society. These entities, which had been a global headache for decades, had essentially been erased from the board in a single day by a teenager. Who would even believe this if I told them? Harold thought, his mind racing. He suddenly recalled a piece of intelligence Huang Yin had brought him regarding the Long Country. News that the legendary Jidao martial saint had been defeated and nearly killed by a young military prodigy. At the time, Harold had laughed it off as nationalist propaganda. But now, looking at the youth before him, he knew it was all true. This big shot was the source of all those impossible rumors. The image of Lu Sheng in Harold's mind shifted. He saw him as a terrifyingly cool figure, standing with his hands in his pockets like a pop star, while standing atop the bodies of legends. If the rumors were true, the tally of rank 9 martial saints fallen to this boy was already at 3. Given how few such masters existed in the entire world, the implications were staggering. In a daze, Harold realized he was witnessing the violent birth of a new world order. After spending some time catching up on the trivialities of home life and chatting about everything under the sun, Lu Sheng finally decided it was time to wrap up the call. "All right, I have to go now. I can't keep you guys all day. There are some people here waiting for me to discuss some rather important business matters." As he spoke, Lu Sheng idly rotated the phone, the camera catching Harold standing rigidly in the background. Harold's entire body went taut, his muscles locking up in a fight-or-flight response. He managed to force a painful, unnatural smile onto his face and waved awkwardly at the screen. How do you do?" he stammered to the confused Lu family. Immediately after, Lu Sheng casually ended the call and tossed the phone onto the table. The young man turned his gaze back to Harold, offering a small, approving nod. "Thank you for your cooperation during that call." Harold immediately bowed low, his spine popping. "It is my absolute honor to be of service, sir." Lu Sheng clicked his tongue, his eyes sharpening. "All right, enough pleasantries. Next, we need to discuss our actual business." Harold swallowed hard. "Whatever you wish to discuss, sir, I am an open book." Lu Sheng reached into his pocket and produced a shimmering crystal. "Harold, tell me, do you recognize this object?" Lu Sheng was currently lounging in the very seat that had once been Harold's throne, the massive, high-backed chair that reached toward the ceiling, symbolizing ultimate authority. To any ordinary human, the chair was far too large, designed to intimidate. Even Harold had to use 3D holographic imaging to make himself look like a giant just to fit the scale of the seat. But as Lu Sheng sat there was no sense of him being dwarfed. Instead, he seemed to absorb the chair's grandeur into himself, radiating a natural supremacy that made the furniture look like it was designed specifically for him. He was the undisputed master of the room. Harold's eyes locked onto the crystal in Lu Sheng's hand. That is an energy crystal, he whispered. After a long silence, he bowed again. How much of it do you require, sir? Upon hearing those words, Lu Sheng's eyes lit up with a predatory gleam, and he leaned forward, intensifying the pressure on Harold. A fair question, Lu Sheng replied smoothly. Tell me then, just how much of this can you actually get your hands on? A look of deep hesitation and visible distress crossed Harold's face. He bit his lip, calculating the cost of his survival. I believe I can secure one kilogram. Lu Sheng blinked, a look of genuine surprise momentarily breaking his composed facade. He had originally intended to simply ask Harold for information on where to find such crystals. He hadn't expected the man to jump straight to offering a bribe to save his skin. It begged the question, did Harold think Lu Sheng was the type of person who extorted people? Then again, as the thought of that much energy hit him, Lu Sheng found himself nearly drooling at the potential. He knew that even a few measly grams of energy crystal were enough to make his undying cells thrum with power. A full kilogram would be more than enough to push his eternal undying body to the absolute limit of rank 8. Lu Sheng subconsciously touched his own smooth, jade-like face, lost in thought. Do I really look that fierce and villainous? He wondered. Do I not project the image of a decent, helpful young man? Do I really not look like a good person? He asked himself internally. Meanwhile, Harold kept his head bowed with sincere desperation, not daring to look up and meet the gaze of the god before him. The young man, still mentally salivating over the crystals, continued to press for more details. It sounds like you have quite a stockpile hidden away, Lu Sheng remarked. A bitter, pained smile formed on Harold's lips as he shook his head vigorously. No, sir, not at all. In 100 years, I've only managed to save a few hundred grams. But since you've eliminated the heads of Darkstar and the Black Magic Society, those organizations are effectively yours. My forces can move in to collect their reserves. Between the three of them, we should be able to scrape together that kilogram for you. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a calculating light. Is the natural production of energy crystals on this planet truly that abysmal? He asked, curious about the planetary ecology. Harold stretched out his hand, performing some mental math before answering. No, while the yield is low, it isn't quite that dire. The issue is the distribution. Every time a batch of energy crystals is refined, 9/10 of the total must be surrendered immediately to the Lord Guide. The remaining 10% is all that's left to be divided among every martial saint in the entire world. As Harold spoke the title, the image of the Lord Guide in his mind was one of absolute, terrifying dominance, a figure not to be trifled with. The Lord Guide. Lu Sheng repeated the title, catching the weight Harold placed on it. Instantly, his mind flashed back to the phantom image of the rank 10 powerhouse that had appeared when the Jidao martial saint crushed his gold badge in his final moments. A small bead of sweat formed on Lu Sheng's brow as he connected the dots. That's the name, Lu Sheng thought grimly. That name definitely cropped up back when I had my little run-in with Lan Chun. Don't you know about him, big shot? Harold asked, a look of genuine surprise breaking through his fear. But then, remembering Lu Sheng's impossible youth, he nodded understandingly. Of course. It makes sense. The Lord Guide simply hasn't had the chance to contact someone of your caliber yet. The enigmatic entity known as the Guide descends upon the world of Jinglan's star with mechanical precision every 10 years, arriving to conduct a grim census of the planet's 9th-level martial saints and to oversee the systematic collection of its precious energy crystals. This pervasive secret, which dictates the hidden hierarchy of the heavens, remained obscured from my understanding until I had already spent 7 full years navigating the peak of power as a martial saint. Click. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, flickering with a frigid, calculated light as he rhythmically and lightly tapped his fingers against the surface of the desk, his mind already dissecting the dark implications of this cosmic harvest. Lu Sheng's gaze remained as sharp and cold as shards of glacial ice as he rhythmically tapped a single finger against the mahogany surface of the table, the hollow sound echoing in the tense silence. Dispense with the trivialities, he commanded, his voice devoid of warmth. Get to the core of the matter. Harold stiffened, offering a sharp nod before launching into a concise briefing. He explained that the individual known as the Guide was a transcendent martial powerhouse hailing from a civilization far more advanced than their own. Though his true cultivation level remained a mystery, it was whispered to be well beyond the limits of rank 9, likely reaching the legendary M rank or perhaps even higher. This enigmatic figure had been a shadow looming over Wei Yin Star since the dawn of the martial arts era, steering the course of their evolution. Whenever the planet reached a saturation point where numerous rank 9 martial saints emerged, the Guide would descend from the heavens to impose a new global order, coercing nations into a systematic harvest of energy crystals and other precious planetary resources. The Guide functioned as a detached overseer, maintaining a policy of strict non-interference regarding the petty geopolitical squabbles between nations or the personal vendettas that ignited between martial saints. To him, the shifting borders of empires were inconsequential. However, this leniency had a definitive threshold. Should the attrition rate of rank 9 martial saints become excessive, the Guide would emerge from the shadows to exert overwhelming pressure and deliver swift, devastating punishment to those responsible for the instability. Lu Sheng's eyes flickered with a predatory intensity, a calculated light dancing within his pupils as he leaned forward. He fired off a series of questions in rapid succession, his tone inquisitive yet heavy with implication. "Tell me then," he began, "does the sudden fall of 3 separate martial saints qualify as an excessive loss in his eyes? Is that enough to trigger his intervention?" Harold swallowed hard, his throat dry as he slowly shook his head in uncertainty. "I truly cannot say. No one has ever successfully deciphered the specific metrics or the standard of judgment the Guide employs, though I personally suspect the current situation isn't dire enough to provoke him. History shows the last time he took direct action was during the catastrophic Longxi War, a conflict that saw the deaths of over 30 martial saints. In truth, the Guide's administrative style is remarkably hands-off. He generally only concerns himself with 3 critical pillars of planetary management. First and foremost is the non-negotiable quota for energy crystal production. Should the extraction rates dip below the expected threshold, the Guide's displeasure is palpable and terrifying. In the most severe cases of negligence, he has been known to demand that the ruling martial saints personally compensate for the shortfall by draining their own refined energy reserves to fill the void. Secondly, he monitors the containment of the alien beast invasions with a cold, analytical eye. These subterranean and extraterrestrial threats must be suppressed and kept well below a designated safety level at all times. If an unexpected riot or a massive surge in beast activity occurs, it is the absolute duty of the martial saints to step onto the front lines and quell the chaos immediately, ensuring the planet remains a stable environment for resource harvesting. And thirdly, Harold paused, a sudden, involuntary shiver cascading down his spine as if an invisible, freezing wind had just swept through the room, chilling him to the marrow. Harold locked eyes with Lu Sheng, summoning every ounce of his courage to speak the final taboo. Without the Guide's explicit authorization, no martial powerhouse exceeding the limits of rank 9 is permitted to exist upon Wei Yin Star. We have long speculated that this restriction is a calculated measure to ensure the efficient collection of resources without internal interference. To the galaxy at large, our world is merely designated as Tier 1 Resource Planet number S-256. Lu Sheng listened intently, his mind racing as he cross-referenced Harold's explanation with his own theories, finding that the grim reality aligned almost perfectly with the suspicions he had harbored. Just as I suspected, Lu Sheng mused inwardly, his expression unreadable. This revelation aligns almost perfectly with the fragmented insights and architectural truths I managed to piece together within the simulated depths of my dream state training. Regardless of whether the planet was capable of producing rank 10 martial artists, the overarching strategy was clear. The indigenous power of the native planet had to be strictly throttled. By guiding the civilization just enough to resist the constant threat of alien beast invasions, the overseers could conveniently harvest high-level resources while keeping the planetary martial force within a manageable range. This prevented the rise of a singular, dominant individual who might suppress the birth of other powerhouses or rebel against the system, which would ultimately result in a wasteful expenditure of the planet's potential. Lu Sheng sat in silence for a moment, the intricate machinery of the guide's colonial system becoming crystal clear in his mind. Lu Sheng broke the silence, his voice low and probing as he continued his line of questioning. So, let us consider the hypothetical. What actually occurs if a powerhouse manages to break through the shackles of rank 9 and is truly born into the world? What is the protocol then? That is a question I simply cannot answer, Harold replied, his features contorting into a mask of bitter resignation. In truth, such an event is considered a functional impossibility. The specific path to advancement and the esoteric knowledge required to transcend rank 9 are entirely monopolized and controlled by the guide himself. Without a clear direction or the necessary spiritual maps, the very concept of a breakthrough becomes a futile endeavor, a climb up a mountain with no summit. What would even be the point of struggling? As Harold spoke these heavy words, he watched Lu Sheng intently, his eyes searching for any flicker of shock, realization, or hidden ambition on the young man's face. However, Lu Sheng's countenance remained an impenetrable fortress. His expression did not waver, and his eyes stayed as calm and undisturbed as a deep, lightless pool. The young man slowly closed his eyes, receding into the private corridors of his mind to process this information in silence for a long, heavy moment. When Lu Sheng finally opened his eyes, they burned with a sudden, renewed brilliance that seemed to illuminate the room. He leaned forward, the intensity of his presence suddenly doubling as he asked with palpable urgency, "Tell me, when is the guide scheduled to make his next descent?" Harold, caught off guard by the sudden shift in energy, answered Lu Sheng's query with total honesty. The guide is expected to arrive within a matter of months, though the precise date and hour remain a guarded secret. While the official representatives of the World Martial Arts Association are always dispatched to facilitate his welcome, it is a known certainty that his arrival always follows the conclusion of the World Grandmaster Tournament, once the final tallies of the energy crystals have been secured. A look of realization dawned on Lu Sheng as he connected the final pieces of the puzzle. I see. So, the truth of the matter is that the World Grandmaster Tournament was never truly about sport or glory. It was engineered specifically as a centralized mechanism to collect, quantify, and then distribute the energy crystals back to the various factions under his eye. Precisely, Harold confirmed, his expression souring into one of deep resentment. Any organization possessing a martial saint-level powerhouse is eligible to participate and claim a share. I suspect that Dark Star and the Black Demon Society grew greedy for a larger portion of the spoils, leading them to conspire against my Huangyin faction. In their eyes, the fewer players there are at the table, the larger the slice of the energy pie for everyone else. Lu Sheng brushed aside the political maneuvering of the lesser factions, his mind focused on a much grander scale. He seized upon a different, more significant implication of Harold's words. If that is the case, then one can expect a massive gathering of power. There will be an unprecedented number of martial saints appearing at this World Grandmaster Tournament. Will there not? That is an accurate assessment, Harold replied with a grim nod. It is safe to assume that every single martial saint currently active on the planet, barring those physically incapable of travel, will be present and accounted for at the tournament. It is the one time of year when the world's ultimate power is concentrated in a single location. Excellent. A strange, haunting light flickered within Lu Sheng's eyes, a mix of anticipation and cold calculation, as he rose abruptly from his seat. The air in the room seemed to vibrate with his sudden movement. Then it is settled. When the time comes for the tournament, I shall be accompanying you. You would truly join us? A look of pure, unadulterated joy erupted across Harold's face, replacing his previous anxiety. It would be the greatest honor imaginable for the Huangyin faction to have you by our side. He instinctively placed his left hand over his heart, performing an elaborate gesture of ancient Western etiquette to show his devotion, all while trying to steady his racing pulse. With a monster like Lu Sheng as an ally, their faction's strength was now beyond question. The potential energy crystal allocation they could secure this time would be so massive it would bring about a level of prosperity they had never dared to dream of. Lu Sheng slid his hands into his pockets, maintaining a detached and effortlessly cool posture as he gave a satisfied nod. Rest assured, I have no interest in your personal coffers or savings. My price is simple. I require the total surrender of all resources belonging to Dark Star and the Black Demon Society once they are dealt with. He paused, a faint, enigmatic smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as if he had just recalled a particularly amusing memory. And one more thing, ensure that Professor Nepson is well attended to. Do not allow anyone to shatter his wonderful little illusions just yet. After all, I still technically owe the man 2 wishes. Harold nodded frantically, like a loyal hound eager to please. Of course, Excellency. It shall be done exactly as you command. Understood. Then I shall take my leave for now. Without another word, Lu Sheng turned and strode out of the conference room, his footsteps silent and purposeful. Harold stood frozen, mentally engraving every syllable Lu Sheng had uttered into his memory to ensure total compliance. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing a jolt of alarm to race through his mind. Panicked that he might miss his chance, Harold rushed toward the door and called out, "Wait, Great One. If I may be so bold as to ask one final question, what is the current level of your esteemed strength? Where do you stand in the hierarchy of power?" Lu Sheng paused mid-stride, turning his head just enough to cast a casual, sideways glance back at Harold. His voice was light, almost dismissive, as if the answer was of little consequence. "My strength? Are you asking for my rank? I am currently rank 8, I believe." Hearing this, Harold's heart leapt with secret exhilaration. He stood there, muttering to himself in a daze, convinced that Lu Sheng was simply being modest or speaking in riddles. In his mind, he rationalized the answer, rank 8? He must mean he has reached the legendary M rank, or perhaps even higher. To a being of his caliber, the old numbering system must seem like child's play. But a heartbeat later, the literal meaning of the words crashed into Harold's consciousness like a tidal wave, causing a violent, physical reaction. Wait, did he say rank 8? His jaw dropped so far it seemed it might unhinge, his eyes bulging as if they were about to pop out of his skull. His face contorted into a mask of pure, stunned disbelief, looking for all the world like a bewildered monkey. Holy crap, only rank 8? You have to be kidding me. This level of power from a mere rank 8. Note, as the shockwaves of Lu Sheng's power ripple through the world, the chronicles of the ancient devil awakening the system continue to unfold. Our master archivists at Shao have compiled an epic visual saga, a 44-hour odyssey depicting the lone god subduing the heavens and the rebellion of his 9 cruel disciples. This legendary archive is linked below in the scrolls of commentary. Heed this warning. To miss it is to invite a lifetime of narrative regret, for the tale is one of unparalleled majesty. Lu Sheng had relocated to a breathtakingly spacious and opulent suite, a masterpiece of architectural luxury where every wall was comprised of floor-to-ceiling glass. The room offered a staggering 360-degree panoramic view of the vast, shimmering ocean. The brilliant midday sunlight flooded the space, and the salty, invigorating scent of the sea breeze wafted through the open terrace. The young man stood amidst the grandeur, his hands tucked casually into his pockets, exuding an aura of effortless, cool confidence that matched the sweeping vista before him. Arrayed around Lu Sheng were several massive, industrial-sized containers, each filled to the brim with crystalline, pristine Qingling water. With a subtle flick of his will, he activated his formidable mental powers, causing the surface of the water to ripple and dance. Gradually, large globes of the liquid began to defy gravity, levitating out of the containers and hovering in the air like transparent orbs of liquid diamond. Within moments, a dense, shimmering mass of pure water was floating steadily above the center of his palm, held in place by an invisible telekinetic cradle. Lu Sheng squinted, observing the purity of the liquid for a brief moment as he muttered to himself, "I suppose it's time to see if these ancient methods hold any merit. Let's give it a shot." Harnessing his mental acuity with surgical precision, Lu Sheng manipulated the floating water, stretching it out into a delicate, spiraling stream of pale pink liquid that arced through the air and flowed directly into his mouth. He drank deeply, his atoms apple bobbing in a steady, rhythmic motion as if his very body were synchronizing with a hidden, mystical pulse of the universe. After a long, continuous draft that would have drowned a lesser man, Lu Sheng lowered his hand, a look of mild satisfaction crossing his features. He wiped a stray drop from his lip and exhaled slowly. This Qingling water, it actually isn't bad at all. Quite refreshing, in fact. This legendary water was sourced exclusively from the deepest springs of a remote mountain range in the northern Shuren Kingdom. Renowned as the most chemically pure substance on the planet, it underwent over 100 distinct, complex refinement processes before it was deemed fit for consumption. A mere 500 milliliters bottle commanded a price equal to the yearly expenses of an average working-class family, making it an unthinkable luxury for anyone outside the ultra-elite. Lu Sheng had just consumed several $1 million worth of the liquid in a single sitting. He remained blissfully unaware of the monetary value, and even if he had known, he wouldn't have cared in the slightest. He was focused on a specific stage of cultivation derived from the natural breathing method, known as grain avoidance, a process designed to purify the physical vessel and expel internal turbidity by subsisting solely on the purest elemental fluids. Though he harbored doubts about the method's ultimate efficacy, he was determined to follow the ancient steps to the letter. Suddenly, a spark of amusement lit up his eyes, and a knowing smirk crept across his face as a realization struck him. Now that I think about it, I spent an entire year submerged in concentrated marrow fluid without consuming a single morsel of solid food. My body was absorbing such a high density of pure energy that hunger was never even a factor. I suppose that technically qualifies as a form of high-level grain avoidance, doesn't it? The thought of his past asceticism made him realize how much he missed the simple pleasures of the palate. Lu Sheng let out a short, mocking scoff at his own attempts at purity and sharply snapped his fingers, the sound cracking through the quiet room like a gunshot. The response was instantaneous. A flurry of attendants and specialized chefs rushed into the suite, efficiently clearing away the empty water containers. In their place, they laid out a sprawling banquet of gourmet delicacies that had been prepared in anticipation of his command. The table was quickly dominated by massive platters of succulent, expertly roasted meats, the very foods Lu Sheng craved most. Lu Sheng took his seat at the overflowing table, his eyes shining with unbridled anticipation as he looked over the feast. "To hell with it," he exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. A man needs meat to truly feel alive. Grain avoidance has its place for cultivation, I suppose, but life is meant to be tasted and enjoyed. Having abstained from solid food for over a year during his seclusion, he felt as though his taste buds were on the verge of atrophy. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate for another second. He dove into the meal with the ravenous intensity of a starving predator. After the very first bite of perfectly seasoned, juicy meat, a wave of incredible satisfaction washed over him, and he began devouring the feast as if he were trying to make up for a year of lost time in a single sitting. As Lu Sheng was occupied with his feast, the doors to the suite opened once more. A tall, curvy blonde woman with a striking presence approached him. Her blood qi was remarkably powerful, vibrating with the intensity of a rank 8 powerhouse. She walked with a measured grace, carrying a small, ornately carved chest in her arms. She came to a halt a respectful distance from the table and bowed deeply, offering the chest with both hands. "Honored sage, the God Seal has commanded me to deliver this tribute directly to your hands." Lu Sheng glanced up mid-bite, his sharp eyes instantly recognizing her as one of the elite king rank survivors from the remnants of the Sinate Society. He gave a curt, acknowledging nod, signaling for her to continue. The woman carefully unlatched the chest and tilted it toward him, revealing several large, jagged chunks of semi-transparent crystals that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic internal light. It was a collection of high-grade energy crystals, weighing in at a total of 436 grams, a small fortune in concentrated power. Lu Sheng set down a bone and wiped his mouth with a silk napkin, his hunger finally sated. He glanced at the crystals with a casual indifference that would have shocked any other martial artist. "Very well, I shall accept them. It seems Harold is performing his duties with commendable efficiency." The young man rose from the table, and slid his hands back into his pockets, his posture radiating the effortless dominance of a true Chad. As he began to walk toward the balcony to admire the sunset, he added over his shoulder, "Send word to me the moment Harold is fully prepared for our departure. I do not wish to be kept waiting." The blonde woman remained in her bowed position, her voice filled with genuine reverence as she watched him walk away. "As you command, honored sage. We wish you a swift and glorious journey." Meanwhile, thousands of miles away across the vast ocean, a very different atmosphere permeated the central military region of the Dragon Nation. Inside a top-secret, heavily shielded conference room, 5 marshals sat alongside a gathering of the nation's most formidable figures. These were men and women with icy expressions and auras that felt like suffocating weights. Many of them were legendary titans of the military whose past achievements, social status, and raw political power arguably surpassed even the 5 marshals themselves. The full, concentrated weight of the Dragon Nation's military might was on display, and this emergency summit had been convened to discuss a single, world-shaking topic. "Gentlemen," the lead official announced, "let the meeting regarding the status of Lu Sheng officially commence." The Eastern Marshal, unable to contain his excitement, stood up and brandished a thick stack of intelligence files. "According to our latest and most highly verified intelligence streams, we can officially confirm that Lu Sheng is not only alive, but appears to be in peak physical condition. Furthermore, our sources indicate that his return to the Dragon Nation is imminent." The Southern Marshal's face lit up with visible relief and hype at the confirmation of this miraculous news. The Central Marshal, ever the man of action, leaned forward with an impatient glint in his eyes. "This is monumental news. But the question remains, can we establish a direct line of communication with him? Can we confirm the specific logistics, the route, and the exact timing of his arrival on our shores?" The Eastern Marshal, his expression turning slightly grim, slowly shook his head. "Negative, I'm afraid. At this moment, we are entirely dependent on Lu Sheng initiating contact with us. All our attempts to reach him through conventional and unconventional channels have met with total silence. Furthermore, his current location is being shielded by unknown means. Our best tracking signals can only triangulate his position to a broad region somewhere near the South Yang Ocean. It is enough simply to know that Lu Sheng has endured and is well. He has always been a man of deep calculation and personal reasons, so let us respect his privacy and refrain from any clumsy interference," the Central Marshal declared with a tone of finality. The room echoed with murmurs of agreement. "Indeed. Understood. Very well, then," the Marshal continued. "Let us move to the next critical item on the agenda. Regarding the upcoming World Grandmaster Tournament, what is our official stance on the delegation we shall send?" The Eastern Marshal narrowed his eyes, his gaze hardening into a steely, analytical stare. "In years past, the World Grandmaster Tournament served as the ultimate crucible for our nation's grandmasters," he mused, his voice heavy with the weight of history. "The military command was always prepared to sacrifice its finest elites on that bloody altar, hoping against hope to forge even a single martial saint from the carnage. But the paradigm has shifted. We now possess Lu Sheng, a youth whose ascension to the rank of martial saint is not merely a possibility, but an absolute certainty. Given his overwhelming potential, is it truly wise to risk our remaining strength in such a savage and unpredictable competition?" The Western Marshal's laughter boomed through the reinforced walls of the conference room, vibrant and defiant. "Abstain? Why on earth would we retreat now?" he bellowed, his presence filling the space. "Not only must we participate, but we must commit our forces with unprecedented ferocity. We should be going all out, holding nothing back." The Northern Marshal nodded in stern concurrence, his expression grim. "Have you all developed such short memories? We may view the World Grandmaster Tournament as a ritual of trials and tribulations, but the martial saints of the world see it for what it truly is, a primal battlefield to seize control over the planet's rarest and most potent energon resources." The Southern Marshal's jaw set in a line of unwavering resolve as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "For far too long, our military's blood was spilled merely to secure the interests and quotas of the 3 independent martial saints of Longhua. he stated, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. But the winds of fate have changed. This time, we are fighting for our own future, for our own champion. There has never been a more compelling reason for us to step into the arena and claim what is rightfully ours. The Northern Marshal stood tall, his crisp military uniform adorned with medals that caught the dim light of the room. His silver hair shimmered like spun moonlight, and his piercing eyes surveyed his colleagues with absolute authority. "Excellent," he declared resolutely. "Our military's destined god, the vanguard of our new era, is on the cusp of his triumphant return. He is poised to bring us a level of glory and international prestige that this nation has not witnessed in over 2 centuries. It is only fitting that we, his seniors and subordinates alike, prepare a welcoming gift of truly magnificent proportions." A palpable shiver of anticipation rippled through the gathered dignitaries and military titans. Their eyes, once dimmed by years of political maneuvering and stagnation, suddenly blazed with a long-dormant ambition that was finally awakening from its slumber. "A welcoming gift. Yes, let us spare no expense," one muttered, his voice thick with excitement. "It seems these old, brittle bones of ours need to be put to work once more. This tournament will be the foundation of a monumental victory for our people. Let the world take note. The Dragon Nation's god is returning to his throne, and the military shall pave his way with gold and blood." Meanwhile, atop the soaring heights of the Marshal Saint Tower, the atmosphere was one of primal power and celestial isolation. On the vast, open-air observation deck that pierced the very heavens, the clouds surged and churned in a violent dance, driven by mountain winds that howled with a life of their own, swirling freely around the ancient stone architecture. The very air surrounding the sanctuary was saturated with an ethereal, transcendent presence, a spiritual pressure that marked it as the domain of a being who had moved far beyond the concerns of mortal men. Deep within the inner sanctum of the tower, 2 figures broke the silence. One stood with the stillness of a mountain, while the other remained in a posture of profound submission. The kneeling subordinate, his head bowed low, spoke in a hushed, reverent tone. "Grand Marshal Saint, the dawn of the World Grandmaster Tournament is now a mere half-month away. The world awaits your move. Shall we initiate the protocols for our departure?" the messenger inquired, his voice barely a whisper against the wind. The venerable Marshal Saint Tenjongyu, draped in flowing, traditional robes that seemed to catch the drifting mist, did not immediately open his eyes. After a heavy silence, he offered a slight, almost imperceptible nod. "MHM," he uttered, a sound that was simultaneously crisp and as chillingly cold as the permafrost of a distant peak. The subordinate, clad in nondescript black attire that allowed him to blend into the shadows like a background specter, moved with practiced efficiency. He reached into his satchel and produced a thick, meticulously organized dossier, offering it upward with trembling hands. "As you commanded, Master. This contains the most recent and comprehensive intelligence regarding the individual you have been monitoring." The aged Marshal Saint Tenjongyu accepted the offering with a steady hand. "Very well. You are dismissed." Without a moment's hesitation, the black-clad figure retreated toward the edge of the towering precipice. With a fluid, acrobatic motion, he threw himself out of the high window, his cloak billowing behind him as he soared through the clouds like a predatory giant bird. "This humble servant takes his leave," he cried out as he vanished into the fog. Once the silence of the heights returned, the robed Marshal Saint Tenjongyu slowly unfurled the stack of documents, his fingers tracing the edges of the paper. He spent a considerable amount of time poring over the data, his eyes scanning the lines with clinical precision. Finally, his gaze came to rest on a single page, a personal profile dominated by a high-resolution photograph. It depicted a strikingly handsome young man with eyes that remained eerily calm, possessing a depth that belied his age. Printed clearly in bold ink next to the portrait was a name that had been echoing through the upper echelons of power, Lu Sheng. The elderly Marshal Saint Tenjongyu let the name linger on his tongue, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "Lu Sheng. So, the rumors were true. You survived the impossible. To return now, having seemingly shattered your old self only to forge something new from the wreckage. Tell me, boy, are you truly preparing to make the final, Agonizing ascent into the ranks of a rank 9 martial saint? Is that your endgame? A faint, emerald light began to shimmer within Tan Zhongyu's pupils, reflecting a mixture of curiosity and burgeoning predatory intent. Lu Sheng, he mused, the name tasting like iron. To think that you once utilized a mere rank 8 vessel to inflict such grievous, debilitating injuries upon an extreme Dao martial saint. That is a feat of martial prowess that defies conventional logic. You truly earn the title of a peerless, once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Tan Zhongyu paused, his gaze drifting toward the horizon where the sun struggled against the thick cloud cover. A rare moment of introspection crossed his weathered face. Is it possible that I have fundamentally misjudged the scope of your potential? Have I underestimated the sheer magnitude of the threat, or the opportunity, you represent? Am I experiencing a flicker of regret for my previous stance? He asked the empty air. The moment of doubt vanished as quickly as it had appeared, replaced by a surge of cold, arrogant certainty. An answer formed instantly in his mind. No, I have nothing to regret. Zhao Ji was always a disappointment, a piece of useless, fragile trash who lacked the true iron of a conqueror. I, Tan Zhongyu, carved my path through blood and discipline. He reminded himself, his aura beginning to flare. I ascended to the rank of Grandmaster at the tender age of 42, and by 80, I had already claimed my seat among the martial saints. My nascent Dharma aspect stands a full 1,000 meters tall, a colossus of spiritual energy that dwarfs that pathetic Zhao Ji by a margin he couldn't even comprehend in his wildest dreams. Numbers do not lie, and neither does the weight of one's soul. If we were ever forced into a true battle to the death, a confrontation where no quarter was given, I am certain of the outcome. I would surely sever his head and cleave his spirit within 5 exchanges. He was never an equal. Tan Zhongyu drew a deep, tectonic breath, and the very environment responded to his command. Clouds from every cardinal direction began to surge inward, converging upon the high tower and flowing into his lungs in a visible torrent of white mist. In that moment, he appeared entirely otherworldly, an overpowered immortal of legend who had long ago transcended the petty limitations of the mortal realm. My willpower is a golden blade, forged in the fires of a century, capable of shattering any obstacle. So what if Lu Sheng is back? So what if his talent is monstrous enough to frighten the heavens? In my long life, I have seen 100 geniuses with talent 10 times, even 100 times greater than mine. But look around. In the end, they are all dust, and it is I who remain sitting upon this throne. Tan Zhongyu slowly raised his hand, his fingers curling as if he were gripping the hilt of an invisible, gargantuan longsword. He extended his arm, pointing his palm toward the empty space before him. The surrounding atmospheric aura began to condense and crystallize within his hand, forming a shimmering edge of divine light that hummed with the vibration of a celestial blade. He began to speak, biting out each syllable with lethal intent. I, Tan Zhongyu, swear by my martial path that I will be the first of our kind to break these chains and step off this primitive planet into the true cosmos. Witness my resolve. He drew back his hand, the energy reaching a fever pitch. Celestial, immortal slash, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the sky. The concentrated energy in his hand erupted, manifesting as a physical blade of light that flashed with a blinding, deadly brilliance. He swung his arm downward in a single, devastating arc, releasing the accumulated power of his Dharma in a vertical strike that seemed to rewrite the laws of physics. The very fabric of the atmosphere appeared to moan and tear apart under the pressure of the strike. An oppressive, bone-deep chill radiated outward from the path of the slash, freezing the moisture in the air into glittering shards of ice. It felt as though space itself had been clean-cleaved by an invisible, terrifyingly sharp blade, leaving a lingering scar of spiritual energy in its wake. Simultaneously, in a distant and far more tranquil setting, an elegant courtyard lay shrouded in a peaceful silence. In the center of the garden, a natural hot spring sent plumes of thick, fragrant steam rising slowly into the cool air, creating a veil of white mist. The youthful-looking figure of the extreme Dao martial saint, Zhao Ji, sat submerged in the mineral-rich waters. His eyes were closed in concentration as he circulated his inner energy, his entire being focused on the arduous and painful task of knitting his shattered meridians and healing the deep-seated injuries that had nearly claimed his life. A woman draped in heavy black robes approached the edge of the spring, her footsteps silent on the stone tiles. She looked down at the injured saint and spoke with a voice that lacked any hint of warmth. "Zhao Ji, the World Grandmaster Tournament is looming. The call for participants has already been issued. Are you intending to attend?" she asked flatly. Zhao Ji's eyes snapped open, his gaze dark and filled with a gloomy, simmering resentment. "Are you blind or merely mocking me?" he retorted, his voice raspy with pain. "Do you honestly believe I am capable of participating in such a slaughterhouse, given the current state of my broken body?" The woman in black responded with a brutal, clinical honesty. "I am merely inquiring out of professional courtesy, nothing more. It is a profound pity, however, after all the years you spent building your reputation, the Longwa energy crystal quota will proceed without you. You will receive no share of the spoils this time around." The face of the extreme Dao martial saint, Zhao Ji, contorted into an ugly, hateful mask. A torrent of curses threatened to erupt from his lips, but he caught himself, remembering his precarious position and forcefully swallowing his pride. "TCH, just ensure you don't forget to secure the martial soul healing elixir from the Pathfinder on my behalf. Once that medicine is in my possession and my foundation is stabilized, I will compensate you double for your troubles. Rest assured of that. You might find a way to forget such a lucrative arrangement, but I assure you, I never will," the woman remarked dryly before turning on her heel and vanishing into the mist. Zhao Ji remained in the water, his expression twisted. As long as Lin Zhengyue can successfully negotiate for those 2 bottles of soul-nourishing fluid this time, he muttered to himself, "I am confident that I can reclaim at least 80% of my peak strength within 3 years. Then, I will reclaim the extreme Dao schools and rebuild my empire piece by piece." The thought of his current disgrace caused him to snap, and he hissed a final, venomous curse. "Lu Sheng, you absolute bastard." Zhao Ji gnashed his teeth, his body trembling with a mixture of hatred and cold, primal terror. The realization that the boy had actually survived that final explosion filled him with a profound sense of shock. With a vindictive personality like his, he will come knocking on my door sooner or later. I must formulate a defensive strategy immediately. If the situation becomes desperate, I will sacrifice everything I have left to buy the protection of Lin Zhengyue and Tan Zhongyu. Even if Lu Sheng has grown stronger, he wouldn't dare strike at me while I am under the aegis of 2 rank 9 martial saints, would he? No, he wouldn't have the audacity. He's not that insane, Zhao Ji whispered, as if the repetition of the words could make them true. He continued to mumble to himself for several minutes, his frantic thoughts gradually slowing as he desperately sought to stabilize his crumbling psyche. He definitely cannot do it. He won't dare to cross them, right? He nodded to himself, his eyes wide and vacant. Seeking escape from his own fear, Zhao Ji sank deeper into the scalding waters of the hot spring, closing his eyes once more as he resumed the agonizingly slow process of mending his broken form. The gears of the world continued to turn, and the date for the World Grandmaster Tournament, a monumental event held only once every decade, was finally imminent. Across the vast reaches of Weiyan Star, a palpable tension began to stir, as if the planet itself was holding its breath in anticipation of the coming storm. Factions and hidden sects across the surface of the star grew restless, their dormant machineries of war and competition grinding into life. Powerful entities, long content to hide in the shadows, began their long treks toward the designated decisive battlefield. The legendary figures who stood at the absolute apex of human potential were gradually emerging from their seclusions, making their presence known once more. Legions of grandmasters and great grandmasters, representing the world's most formidable empires and clandestine organizations, began their journey to the tournament's secret location. External forces mobilized with unprecedented speed. From the depths of primordial forests, the snow-capped peaks of forbidden mountains, and the sunless trenches of the abyssal seas, A collection of experts who represented the absolute peak of humanity began to emerge, their auras heavy with the weight of their respective domains. This was more than just a competition. It was the preeminent event for global martial arts, a hallowed gathering place for those who were effectively the gods of the human race. On the shores of Golden Island, a group of impeccably dressed powerhouses from the Hwang-in organization moved with purpose, their strides long and confident as they approached the embarkation point. Boom! Without warning, the calm coastal waters in front of them erupted into a violent, churning chaos. A massive whirlpool formed in an instant, its center sinking deep into the ocean floor. A terrifying surge of scorching heat and blinding white light exploded upward from the seabed, followed by a localized steam explosion that blanketed the entire shoreline in a dense, blinding whiteout. A gargantuan, jagged gash seemed to tear itself across the surface of the sea, the displaced water receding in massive walls on either side. Thousands of dead fish and deep-sea shrimp were tossed into the air by the force of the displacement, their bodies littering the surface of the water, floating belly up in the wake of the disturbance. Standing amidst this aquatic devastation was a solitary figure, his hands calmly clasped behind his back. Against the backdrop of the open sea, his silhouette appeared remarkably ordinary, lacking any overt divine regalia. Yet, the moment he existed in that space, he seemed to eclipse the very light of the sun. The dozen or so grandmasters and masters nearby found their own presence dimmed, their internal auras flickering like dying candles in his wake. The invisible, primordial power of heaven and earth seemed to revolve around him, as if he were the fixed center of the universe, the only true entity beneath the sky. The crew of the Hwang-in organization gasped in collective shock, their breath hitching in their throats. The grandmasters and masters standing on the shore were visibly shaken to their core, their professional composure crumbling. This initial shock quickly morphed into an expression of deep, soul-crushing reverence. These normally arrogant masters stood in absolute, petrified silence, waiting for the figure to move, showing not a single hint of impatience or disrespect. Suddenly, a second celestial phenomenon manifested upon the waves. To the trembling Hwang-in crew, the scene rising from the heart of the vortex was reminiscent of the ancient myths regarding the sun rising from the eastern sea. In the old world, people believed the celestial bodies were the chariots of the gods. If those myths were true, this was the living proof. A figure wreathed in a brilliant, golden radiance slowly emerged from what seemed to be a subterranean palace, ascending a staircase composed of solidified, pure light. From the very moment this figure appeared, the established balance and natural rules of the physical world seemed to shatter. Every scrap of ambient light was instantly drawn to him, and the very power of heaven and earth that had surrounded the previous silhouette was scattered like chaff. The one rising from the depths descended with the heavy, undeniable bearing of a true, sovereign ruler. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, the dazzling wonders and celestial phenomena vanished into thin air. In their place stood a black-haired youth with refined, handsome features and eyes as deep and calm as the void. It was Lu Sheng. Without a word of command being spoken, every person on the shoreline dropped to their knees in a single, synchronized motion. Lord Saint, our master has arrived. Harold stepped forward, his head bowed low in a display of profound respect. Despite being the highest-ranking executive of the global Hwang-in organization and a rank 9 martial saint in his own right, he felt no trace of shame in this submission. Instead, he felt a surging sense of pride. He knew that very few individuals in the history of Wei Star would ever have the privilege of associating with an overpowered powerhouse like Lu Sheng. Harold could feel Lu Sheng's gaze sweep over him, and it felt like being touched by two twin pillars of white-hot flame, the heat of the gaze physically searing his skin and causing his very soul to tremble. Lu Sheng had claimed he was only a rank 8, but Harold didn't believe a word of it. If he's truly just a rank 8, Harold thought frantically, then someone can cut off my head right now and let me join the deceased martial saints of the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society. Harold stared at Lu Sheng, his mind racing with the conviction that this youth had already attained the level of a navigator, or was at least terrifyingly close to it. Lu Sheng, with his hands still tucked casually into his pockets and oozing his signature cool, descended through the air as if walking on invisible stairs. He came to a halt before Harold and asked with a casual, airy tone, "Are we ready to depart?" Lu Sheng's eyes then drifted to the large contingent of Huang-in experts gathered behind Harold, a look of genuine puzzlement crossing his face. "That's strange," Lu Sheng thought to himself. "Didn't I personally ensure that nearly every high-level expert in the Huang-in organization was wiped out in the previous conflict? How much time has actually passed? Where did this new army of practitioners suddenly spring from?" After a moment of silent analysis, the truth dawned on him. It appeared that Harold had been quite busy, systematically absorbing and merging the remnants of the Black Demon Society and the Dark Star organizations into his own fold. "We are fully prepared, my lord," Harold replied with the utmost respect. "Every logistical detail has been accounted for. We are ready to depart at your earliest convenience." Lu Sheng gave a languid, casual nod of approval. "Very well, then let us proceed." Harold raised his hand in a silent signal, and a sleek, state-of-the-art private plane finished in a pale gold metallic sheen glided out from a concealed hangar on Golden Island, coming to a halt before them. Lu Sheng and Harold boarded the vessel, entering a cabin that had been outfitted with the most extravagant luxuries imaginable: stocked wine cabinets, high-definition displays, and master suite bedding. Every comfort was present. Lu Sheng found a seat and leaned back, closing his eyes. Within his martial body, the internal star map blazed like a concentrated nebula. Each of his undying cells acted as both a structural knot in his power grid and an inexhaustible source of energy. Over the past 2 months of focused refinement, the count of his undying cells had exploded upward, adding another 88 to his total. The youth held a concentrated block of pure energon between his fingers, observing its internal structure with a clinical gaze before it dissolved into his palm. "These energy blocks are remarkable," he muttered softly. "After being absorbed into my system, my total count of undying cells has surged to 278. The potency of this energy concentrate is simply staggering. It's no wonder it is considered a top-tier planetary resource that even martial saints would kill to possess. It even attracts the attention of advanced civilizations looking to harvest our world." As his cell count surpassed the 200 mark, his star map and undying star body began to exhibit bizarre, unprecedented mutations, as if his internal power system had reached a critical mass, triggering a profound qualitative transformation. Lu Sheng's heart seemed to have evolved into a miniature, pulsating star, or perhaps more accurately, it had become the throne of a cosmic entity. With every rhythmic thumping of his heart and every measured breath he took, the luminosity of the star map etched into his very bones flickered and shifted. As his thoughts moved, his breath carried the actual thermal intensity of a stellar flare, and the surface of his skin began to emit an unimaginable, radiating heat that warped the air around him. Harold, sitting nearby, suddenly froze, his pupils constricting as he began to sweat profusely. Looking at Lu Sheng, he felt as if he were sitting inches away from a live blast furnace. The sensation was overwhelming. Even though Lu Sheng was actively suppressing his aura to the absolute minimum to avoid damaging the aircraft, the sheer radiant energy leaking from his form was enough to make any ordinary human nearby feel as if they were being slow-cooked. It was like standing under the unshielded, midday sun of a desert summer or sitting directly against a roaring bonfire while eating a spicy hot pot. Sweat poured from Harold in sheets. If the journey lasted too long, he feared he might literally dehydrate into a husk. Harold closed his eyes and tried to steady his breathing, but the air itself felt like molten lava entering his lungs. Every one of Lu Sheng's exhales was a wave of pure, volcanic heat. Within the quiet, high-altitude confines of the luxury cabin, Lu Sheng slowly curled his fingers into a tight, white-knuckled fist, his gaze drifting almost instinctively toward Harold's skull across the table. "Tell me, Harold," he mused, his voice dangerously low and resonant with suppressed power. "In your professional estimation as a saint, how do you think your head would fare against a single, unmitigated strike from me at this very moment?" The atmosphere in the cabin instantly solidified into an icy pressure. Harold felt his scalp constrict in a wave of primal terror, a cold sweat breaking out as if thousands of white-hot steel needles were being driven into the nape of his neck by an invisible hand. Overwhelmed by a sudden, bone-chilling dread that bypassed all reason, Harold instinctively threw himself from his seat, kneeling upon the plush carpet and bowing his head low to Lu Sheng in a gesture of absolute submission. The sheer magnitude of the terror radiating from the youth was suffocating, a weight that threatened to crush his very soul. However, when he dared to steal a glance upward, he found Lu Sheng looking away toward the horizon, his expression as placid as if nothing significant had occurred. My lord," Harold stammered, his voice trembling as he reached into his garments. "Please, forgive my oversight. I realized I had mistakenly withheld a portion of the energy concentrate secured from the fall of the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society. I wish to offer them to you immediately, as they rightfully belong to you," Harold added breathlessly, scrambling to his feet with clumsy haste to retrieve a small, inconspicuous black cloth bag from his pocket, which he offered to Lu Sheng with both hands. Lu Sheng, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer intensity of the man's reaction, stared at the bag in stunned silence. He hadn't even finished his internal contemplation before this display of frantic loyalty erupted. "Harold," the youth finally spoke after a long, awkward pause, "if I were to tell you that I didn't actually intend to threaten your life just now, would you have the courage to believe me?" Harold heard the words, but his only response was to shake his head with frantic, repetitive jerks, tears of pure, unadulterated fear beginning to stream down his face, too paralyzed by the Lord Guide levels of pressure to even process the question. "Very well, consider it a hypothetical then," Lu Sheng sighed, deciding not to press the issue further. He reached out and accepted the bag of energy concentrate without further protest, feeling the dense, pulsating weight of the crystals through the fabric. As he casually weighed the bag in his palm, he estimated the contents to be well over 600 grams of pure, high-grade material. When added to the substantial batch Harold had provided previously, his personal hoard had already reached a staggering 1 kilogram. It was an undeniable truth. The Huangyin organization was immensely wealthy, and the speed at which these rare resources were flowing into his hands was becoming almost absurd. Upon witnessing Lu Sheng finally pocketing the resources, Harold let out a long, shuddering breath of relief, the oppressive murderous intent that had been singeing his eyebrows finally beginning to dissipate into the background. Despite the temporary safety, Harold carefully adjusted his position, sliding several seats further away from the youth to maintain a respectful and safe distance. He recalled an ancient proverb from the Dragon Nation: "Befriending a sovereign is akin to walking alongside a tiger." Previously, Harold had dismissed such sayings as poetic hyperbole, but now, with his heart still hammering against his ribs, he understood the visceral, terrifying reality of existing in the shadow of a true predator. Harold stole a glance at Lu Sheng, and for a fleeting, hallucinated second, he didn't see a handsome youth, but rather the personification of the Grim Reaper itself, a red-eyed specter with bared fangs, eternally poised to harvest his very essence. The fear was a cold, constant companion in his marrow. To remain in close proximity to an individual who could decide your ultimate fate with a mere whim was to live on the edge of a blade. The uncertainty was the most grueling part. He lived in a constant state of anxiety, wondering when the Reaper might finally call his name. He knew that if he slipped up but once, his only legacy would be a lonely memorial service over a fresh grave by this time next year, a realization that left him feeling utterly hollow. Unbeknownst to Harold, the natural breathing technique within Lu Sheng's body was currently operating at a frantic, borderline chaotic pace, working tirelessly to harmonize the massive torrents of energy overflowing from his 278 undying cells. "The rate of my strength's progression has surpassed my ability to fine-tune it," Lu Sheng realized, his brow furrowing in concentration. "There are nuances of control, tiny flickers of power, that I can no longer restrain with mere discipline. If I don't engage in high-intensity combat soon, something truly demanding, I fear I'll lose the ability to handle ordinary objects without obliterating them. I need to reacquaint myself with the tactile boundaries of this new power before it becomes a prison of my own making." His mind drifted for a moment, an image of his first love and fiancée, Dong Qingxua, surfacing in his thoughts. A flash of dark humor crossed his mind as he imagined trying to share a tender moment with her in his current state. The sheer radiant heat and uncontrolled kinetic energy from his body would likely incinerate her lips instantly. Even returning to his childhood home felt like a logistical nightmare. Simply lingering in the living room for a few hours would likely result in his parents being roasted alive by the invisible, stellar-level radiation leaking from his pores. The thought of such an outcome filled him with a rare sense of dread. It would be the ultimate act of unfilial negligence. He especially worried about his younger sister, Lu Qinghe, whose martial foundation was still relatively fragile. He could see the horrifying possibility of accidentally reducing her to a charred crisp just by offering a congratulatory hug. This was a tragedy Lu Sheng was determined to avoid at all costs, regardless of how much power he managed to accumulate. Pressure. I need a level of external pressure that I have never encountered before, Lu Sheng whispered to himself, feeling his star heart thumping against his ribs like a captive son. He instinctively clutched the front of his shirt, feeling the vibration of his own vitality. At this moment, Lu Sheng was consumed by an all-encompassing hunger for the World Grandmaster Tournament to commence. He needed the world's strongest to act as the whetstone for his ever-sharpening blade. According to the historical data Harold had provided, during the last descent of the Lord Guide upon Wayan Star, the global census recorded 24 distinct powerhouses who had transcended the limits of rank 9. These titans were distributed among the dominant superpowers of the modern era, with a handful of others operating as independent agents within smaller nations or shadowy international cartels. Lu Sheng felt a sudden, ironic pang of regret. By slaying the martial saint of Dark Star and the saint of the Black Demon Society, and by crippling the saint of the Extreme Tao, he had effectively deleted 3 of his potential training partners. With only 21 martial saints remaining on the planet, he found himself wondering with genuine concern, is there anyone left in this world capable of making me feel the weight of mortality? Lu Sheng stared out the reinforced glass of the plane, his eyes reflecting the distant stars with a brilliance that matched their own. He pondered the mathematics of combat, wondering if the combined strength of 2 or even 3 martial saints would be enough to push him to his limits. If a small group isn't enough to provide the pressure I crave, then what about 20 of them, he mused. Or perhaps the entire remaining 30 if they all converged at once. Surely that would be sufficient. His thoughts then turned to a darker possibility. And if even the collective might of this planet's masters fails me, then I suppose my final hope lies with that enigmatic Lord Guide from beyond the stars. At that exact moment, Harold was huddled in a seat nearly 10 meters away, desperately trying to make himself as small as possible. He was blissfully unaware that the Great One he so fervently served was currently entertaining thoughts of taking on the entire world's elite in a single afternoon. Had Harold been privy to the earth-shattering ambitions swirling inside Lu Sheng's head, he likely would have suffered a total mental collapse, torn open the emergency cabin door, and plummeted into the ocean below just to escape the sheer insanity of it all. Roughly half an hour later, the hum of the engines changed pitch as the sleek, golden private jet began its final descent, the landing gear locking into place with a mechanical thud. The aircraft glided smoothly onto a hidden, expertly maintained runway nestled in the heart of a remote, tropical archipelago. As the heavy cabin door hissed open, a wave of humid, floral-scented air rushed in to greet them. Before Lu Sheng stretched a sprawling, vibrant tropical rainforest, the canopy alive with the calls of exotic birds. Without a word, Lu Sheng allowed his mental power to unfurl like an invisible tide, expanding outward until it covered a staggering radius of over 500 kilometers. In his mind's eye, the entire island was laid bare. He saw the complex of modern, ultra-luxury buildings hidden beneath the greenery, a world-class resort developed exclusively for the elite. "My lord, we have arrived," Harold explained quickly, eager to prove his utility. "The World Martial Arts Association has christened this place Saint Heaven Island. It is here that all the martial saints will congregate to observe the preliminary matches before the main event begins." Lu Sheng gave a slow, contemplative nod as he stepped onto the tarmac, his boots clicking softly against the surface. "Saint Heaven Island, is it?" he repeated, a hint of a dry smile touching his lips. One has to admire the sheer, unbridled ambition of the martial saints on Wei Star. They certainly aren't modest when it comes to naming their sanctuaries. He turned to Harold, his eyes scanning the horizon. So the stage is set. What is the next step in this grand performance? Each participating martial saint is assigned a massive, private territory on the island, Harold continued, gesturing toward the interior of the rainforest. These estates are equipped with every conceivable luxury, from advanced training facilities to world-class entertainment suites. It is the pinnacle of hospitality. However, before the actual combat trials commence, there is a mandatory grand banquet. It serves as a vital networking event for the saints and, more importantly, a formal venue to submit our trade requisitions to the World Martial Arts Association. Of course, it's a crowded affair. The saints are always accompanied by their most promising disciples, household dependents, and various high-ranking relatives. With a respectful bow, Harold produced a digital tablet and a physical scroll, presenting Lu Sheng with a comprehensive copy of the official tournament trade list for the current cycle. Lu Sheng accepted the list with a casual air, his eyes scanning the high-value items available for exchange. Life Tier 3, Nourishing Spirit Elixir, formulated to catalyze the evolution of the martial Dao spirit and solidify the Dharma idol. Price, 2 kilograms of energy crystals per vial. He continued reading. Life Tier 3, Body Tempering Elixir, designed to reinforce the martial region and enhance cellular density. Price, 2 kilograms per serving. It was clear that these items were curated exclusively for the absolute peak of human power, and even the most basic auxiliary supplies carried a price tag of at least 1 kilogram of energy crystals, a sum that would bankrupt entire nations. Lu Sheng looked up from the list, casting a dry, skeptical glance toward Harold. It would seem that your financial situation is even more precarious than I imagined, Harold, he remarked casually. For a rank 9 martial saint who has lived through a century of history, it's almost impressive that you haven't managed to save even a single kilogram of energy crystals for yourself over all these years. Harold visibly stiffened, his face going momentarily blank as the comment hit home. Well, you see. Harold's face drained of color as cold sweat began to pour down his temples once more. He forced a strained, apologetic smile that looked more like a grimace. In truth, I have made several significant investments into experimental resources and equipment in recent years, which depleted my immediate liquid reserves. However, I have a clear memory of several other martial saints who owe me substantial debts in energy crystals. I will make it my immediate priority to collect those arrears and present them to you, sir, I assure you. I see. Lu Sheng thought to himself, a faint sneer of amusement curling in his mind. So, the old fox has been hoarding his true wealth in the form of hidden favors and outstanding debts. How typical. He kept his expression neutral, recognizing that for a creature like Harold, who had survived over a century to reach the 9th grade, it was only natural to keep several layers of safety nets hidden from view. Even under the extreme duress of Lu Sheng's presence, it would have been uncharacteristic for such a seasoned veteran to surrender his entire life's work without at least a small struggle for survival. As Lu Sheng's eyes drifted further down the trade list, he suddenly encountered an entry that caused his pupils to contract sharply. His casual demeanor vanished in an instant as his focus narrowed onto the text. His interest peaked for the first time since landing. His gaze flickered between 2 specific items of extraordinary value. Level 10 Willpower Defense Talisman, a relic infused with the literal willpower of a level 10 powerhouse, designed to activate automatically upon sensing a fatal threat. Price, 30 kilograms of energy crystals. Beneath it lay another, shattered ink star steel, a Tier 10 weapon forging material of cosmic origin. Price, 1 kilogram of energy crystals per gram. These were undoubtedly the crown jewels of the entire exchange, and Lu Sheng realized with a start that he had encountered the signature of these items before. So, that's the mystery solved, Lu Sheng mused, a cold clarity settling over him. That is precisely where Zhao Ji managed to secure 30 kilograms of energy crystals for his own ends. In an instant, the origin of the extreme Dao martial saint's ultimate trump card became clear. He finally understood how that wretched man had managed to obtain a talisman capable of manifesting the protective willpower of a level 10 entity. It had been a calculated, astronomical purchase made from this very list. Despite the revelation, the sheer price tag of 30 kilograms of energy crystals left Lu Sheng momentarily stunned. To accumulate such a fortune, Zhao Ji must have been bleeding the Dragon Nation dry for over a century. During his tenure as the self-appointed god of the mortal realm, his personal wealth had clearly dwarfed that of private international cartels like Herald's. Lu Sheng realized that following the catastrophic losses in the War Dragon division, Zhao Ji had likely systematically inherited the entire fortunes of the fallen saints. That fat pig Zhao Ji was truly a glutton for resources, Lu Sheng whispered, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous light. The Dragon Nation possessed a population in the billions, and with Zhao Ji's supreme status, he could command astronomical resources with a mere snap of his fingers. In contrast, Huang Yin was a formidable but relatively small organization of less than 10,000 members. There was simply no way a private group could compete with the gross domestic product of a major nation. Furthermore, Huang Yin's heavy investment into rare beast research was a massive financial sinkhole. The difference between Zhao Ji and Herald is the difference between a high-ranking imperial minister and a wealthy commoner, Lu Sheng muttered, having a sudden epiphany. This whole trade list, it's a brilliant trap designed to fleece these country bumpkin martial saints of their hard-earned spoils. Lu Sheng continued to deconstruct the Lord Guide's masterful scheme in his mind. The advanced civilization behind this was likely offloading what they considered to be useless technological scraps or obsolete martial leftovers. Yet, even these scraps were so far beyond the current understanding of Wei and Star that the native martial saints would gladly sell their own legacies just to possess them. It was a perfect harvest. The guide collected 90% of the planet's valuable resources as tribute up front, then used the last 10% of garbage to bait the saints into surrendering their remaining savings. What an incredibly shrewd and ruthless calculation. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly, a sense of cosmic perspective washing over him. He realized that as long as they were confined to Wei and Star, they were nothing more than livestock being managed by a superior farmer. Only by breaking these planetary shackles and stepping into the true expanse of the starry sky could a martial artist ever hope to stand on equal footing with the rest of the universe. The time for the grand banquet finally arrived. The heavy, gold-leaf doors of the private dressing suite swung open, and Lu Sheng stepped out, having completely discarded his previous identity for a meticulously crafted new appearance. In place of the Eastern youth stood a young man with short, elegantly styled light brown hair and skin as fair as alabaster. His features were sharp and chiseled, reminiscent of an ancient Western sculpture of a solar deity. His eyes had shifted to a deep, mesmerizing cerulean blue, carrying the subtle hint of mixed ancestry. The transformation was so total that even Lu Sheng felt a momentary jolt of disconnect looking at his own reflection. I could probably stand directly in front of my own parents right now, he thought with a trace of amusement, and they wouldn't have the slightest inkling of who I am. They'd likely just stammer out a polite, "Welcome to the Dragon Nation" in broken English. His previously boundless and oppressive aura had been retracted and suppressed until he appeared as tranquil and unfathomable as a bottomless mountain lake. Harold, standing by the door, couldn't help but offer a fawning compliment. "Sir, your disguise is flawless. Even with a different visage, you remain as radiant and magnificent as a god walking among mortals." Lu Sheng cast a cool, indifferent glance toward Harold, his voice devoid of any warmth. "Harold, listen closely. No matter how much you attempt to lick my boots or how perfectly you craft your flattery, you are absolutely not receiving so much as half a gram of my energy crystals as a reward." Harold's face didn't even twitch as he offered a quick, subservient bow. Yes, of course, my lord. I shall proceed into the hall first to announce our arrival." The grand banquet hall was already a sea of opulence and high society chatter. Melodic, orchestral music drifted through the air, interwoven with the sounds of sophisticated laughter and the clinking of fine crystal. The sheer concentration of wealth and power in the room was palpable, creating a heavy, electric atmosphere. Lu Sheng entered the hall with a stoic, frigid expression, his blue eyes scanning the room with clinical detachment. As the evening progressed, the density of the crowd increased until nearly every individual present was a practitioner of Grandmaster rank or higher. Their expensive tailored suits and shimmering evening gowns did little to mask the thrumming, powerful blood energy radiating from their bodies. These were the true apex predators of Wei Star, individuals of extraordinary identity and unmatched martial strength. Compared to this gathering of planetary celebrities, the high society parties Lu Sheng had attended in the past, such as the Chun family's birthday gala, seemed like children playing in a sandbox. Suddenly, a group of practitioners with distinct Eastern features entered through the main archway. Lu Sheng's gaze lingered on them, and he was genuinely surprised to recognize a few familiar faces in the crowd. He spotted a young man with an unassuming but sharp appearance, his eyes gleaming with a newfound, confident intensity. Beside him walked a beautiful, elegantly dressed young woman who moved with a grace that caught the eyes of many. These were none other than Dong Xingyi and Lin Wanwan. Lu Sheng immediately sensed a fundamental shift in the young man's presence. "Oh, so Dong Xingyi and Lin Wanwan have made it here," he noted silently. "Looking at that iron-blooded spirit of his, it seems he's managed to find his way back onto the martial Tao after all. Good for him," Lu Sheng thought, noting the man's neatly shaved head. "It seems he's trying to make a completely fresh start from the ground up." Lu Sheng recalled the moment he had personally severed Dong Xingyi's martial path. He had assumed the man would spend the rest of his days wallowing in a pit of depression and broken dreams. He hadn't expected the youth to possess the internal fortitude to drag himself back into the light and stand among the world's elite once more. Intrigued by the unexpected sightings, Lu Sheng continued to survey the expansive hall, his mental senses delicately probing the crowd to see if any other ghosts from his past had managed to secure an invitation to this hallowed island. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's breath hitched slightly, and a faint "huh" escaped his lips. His gaze locked onto another newly arrived group that stood out from the rest of the flamboyant guests. Their collective aura was entirely at odds with the celebratory banquet. It was a cold, murderous, and iron-blooded presence that felt like a sharpened bayonet. Every movement they made was precise and authoritative, radiating the unmistakable air of high-ranking military commanders who were accustomed to being obeyed without question. They stood with backs as straight as iron rods, every step they took appearing as though it were being measured with a precision ruler. Among them were several veterans well over 50 years of age, their hair grayed by years of service, but their blood energy still humming with a terrifying, refined power. Each of these old men possessed a presence that could easily rival the symbols of power held by the extreme Tao sections. Lu Sheng's eyes widened as he recognized the faces from his classified briefings. The marshals of the Dragon Nation's military have actually come in person, he wondered. Since the military lacked their own independent martial saint, they usually relied on the support of Tan Zhongyu or Lin Zhenghua. It was a rare and surprising sight to see these reliable, battle-hardened veterans representing the nation themselves. Perhaps I should find a moment to offer a formal greeting, he considered. Suddenly, the ambient chatter of the room was drowned out by a wave of enthusiastic cheers and whispers. "Look, Miss Fiona has arrived. The jewel of our alliance has graced us with her presence." A significant commotion erupted near the main entrance, as if a figure of mythic importance had just appeared, drawing the eyes of every ambitious young master and seasoned veteran in the room. Lu Sheng followed the collective gaze toward the doorway. When his eyes landed on the girl, even he, with his heart of stone, couldn't help but feel a momentary flash of genuine marvel. She possessed a level of ethereal, breathtaking beauty that made even the most idealistic depictions of princesses in fairy tales seem like poor imitations. Lu Sheng's analytical mind immediately noted that the girl's genetic lineage was incredibly refined, almost artificially perfect, far surpassing the biological standards of ordinary humanity. Walking into the hall was a girl with cascading, sun-kissed blonde hair and skin as pale and smooth as fresh milk. Her features were so exquisite they looked as though they had been sculpted by a master artist. She was draped in a gown of unparalleled craftsmanship, and every facet of her temperament radiated an innate, effortless nobility. To the onlookers, she appeared like a blooming ice crystal flower or the most precious, flawless gemstone ever inlaid in an imperial crown. Miss Fiona, she's truly like something out of a legend, the whispers continued. Lu Xing watched her, a dark thought crossing his mind. Well now, it seems the world is determined to present me with yet another potential complication. Fiona moved through the crowd with an aura of untouchable elegance, looking absolutely radiant. She stood as the undisputed center of gravity in the room, her presence shining with a brilliance that made every other socialite in the hall appear dim and insignificant by comparison, as if she truly had stepped directly out of the pages of an ancient myth into the modern world. From her position on the sidelines, Lin Wanwan watched the spectacle with a mixture of awe and daze, her jaw practically dropping as she saw the sheer amount of worshipful attention Fiona was commanding. Damn, she whispered to herself, her voice tinged with a sudden, involuntary spark of envy. Dong Xingyi, standing just a few inches away, caught her expression and let out a soft, knowing chuckle. A bit of jealousy, perhaps, he teased, his eyes twinkling. In all honesty, Wanwan, if your own aura were just a bit more assertive, you might find that you aren't actually losing to her as much as you think you are. Lin Wanwan immediately pouted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she looked both annoyed and adorable. You're just teasing me again, Brother Xingyi. She sighed, shaking her head as she looked back toward Fiona. Be realistic. She is the literal crown jewel in the hand of the World Martial Arts Association's president and the daughter of the Western Martial Arts Alliance chairman. In terms of status, resources, and even raw looks, I'm miles behind her. We aren't even playing the same game. But you, Brother Xingyi, you're a certified prodigy of the Dragon Nation now. Lin Wanwan nudged him playfully with her elbow, her mood quickly shifting back to mischief. You should go for it. Who knows? Maybe you're exactly the kind of Eastern dragon she's looking for. She giggled, daintily covering her mouth with her hand to hide her grin. A visible bead of cold sweat appeared on Dong Xingyi's forehead as he waved her off. Don't start with me, Wanwan. Look around. There are dozens of young men here with far more talent and backing than I could ever hope to have. I'm just a small fish in a very large, very dangerous pond. I'm not nearly that impressive. Lin Wanwan immediately went into hype mode, her voice full of genuine conviction. Don't be ridiculous. You're a freaking dragon who literally clawed his way out of the depths of hell to stand here today. Even my father says that if you keep this pace, you have a legitimate shot at reaching rank 9 within our lifetime. Don't sell yourself short. You need to be brave, she urged. Dong Xingyi's gaze drifted toward a tall, imposing figure standing in the shadows, a man who radiated a brooding, silent power. He let out a weary sigh. Nah, let's just forget it. I've only just managed to crawl out of the darkness and find my footing again. I don't need another crushing defeat to send me back there. Lin Wanwan, however, wasn't letting go. I heard your big brother figure was absolutely wrecked by that monster Lu Shan too. He's practically a ghost now, living in the shadows. Maybe we should go over and swap stories about getting owned. It might be therapeutic. Dong Xingyi was left utterly speechless, staring at the floor in a state of quiet, defeated resignation. The luminous scions of the Dong lineage, often celebrated as the twin stars of their generation, had both suffered the ignominy of being utterly dismantled by the very man who might one day join their family as a brother-in-law. It felt like a recurring, ironic nightmare, a cosmic curse of sorts. Yet, amidst the sea of pretenders in this hall, one truth remained. If any man possessed the sheer gravitational pull and indomitable spirit required to tame a woman as ethereal as Fiona, it could only be a monster like Lu Shang. Tucked away in a secluded, opulent corner of the grand banquet hall, a cluster of high-ranking military dignitaries stood like pillars of iron. Dressed in crisp, decorated uniforms that caught the light, these battle-hardened veterans exuded an aura of lethal competence. They clinked their heavy crystal glasses together, the sharp ring of glass cutting through the ambient hum of the party as they engaged in low-voiced, strategic banter. All right, steady now. 1, 2, 3, to victory. Bottoms up. The toast was met with hearty laughter. Every single one of them wore a wide, triumphant grin, looking for all the world like a group of lucky gamblers who had just realized they held the winning ticket to a global lottery. Their spirits were at an all-time high, buoyed by secrets known only to the upper echelons of the Dragon Country's command. One of the officers, his eyes gleaming with a shrewd, calculated light, let his gaze drift toward the center of the room where Fiona stood. That girl, the daughter of the World Martial Arts Association president, Lan Shun. She possesses the pedigree, the latent talent, and the staggering beauty to be a fitting match for our future military god. Do you think it's time we dispatched an envoy to begin formal marriage negotiations with her father? Two other high-ranking officials raised their glasses in a silent salute, their expressions thoughtful as they chimed in with approval. There is no harm in testing the waters, one remarked. A strategic alliance of that magnitude would solidify our standing on the world stage for generations to come. Additional gifts and political dowries are always beneficial in the long run, another added. However, a third officer immediately interjected, his voice sharp with disagreement. Absolutely not. I find the very notion offensive. Dragon Country is home to billions of souls. Are you telling me we cannot find a woman of the highest tier within our own borders who is worthy of him? We shouldn't be so quick to engage in foreign worship or bootlicking just because of a famous name. The other two officers paused, eventually nodding as the logic settled in. You make a fair point. We cannot allow Lan Shun to gain such an intimate advantage over our internal affairs. Another leaned in, whispering. Besides, word through the grapevine is that Lu Sheng already has a woman he favors, a talented officer from the Dong family within our own military ranks. After a brief, intense exchange of opinions, the venerable veterans of the Long Department quickly discarded the idea of a foreign marriage. Then let us speak of it no more. Enough with the matchmaking. Drink up, men. 1, 2, 3 cheers. Their conversation shifted seamlessly to the tactical nuances of the upcoming World Grandmaster Tournament. Using their decades of frontline experience, they began to strategize right there on the mahogany table, dragging their fingers through spilled liquor to sketch out formations and battle plans while the young elites standing behind them watched the display in reverent silence. Not far from the military's boisterous gathering, another group of high society guests was equally transfixed, their eyes oscillating between the two most breathtaking women in the entire banquet hall, comparing their vastly different but equally captivating charms. I am beyond exhausted, Fiona sighed. The blonde princess, looking like she had stepped out of a classical myth, delicately lifted the hem of her shimmering gown and slipped away from the suffocating crowd. A flicker of genuine annoyance crossed her exquisite features as she reached a quieter alcove. I truly should have followed my instincts and stayed away from this sort of performative vanity. A young woman trailing beside her, also remarkably beautiful though somewhat eclipsed by Fiona's radiant light, let out a soft, melodic chuckle. You are the pearl of the world, Fiona, and a pearl is meant to be displayed so it may shine brighter under the heat of public praise. Fiona merely shook her head in disagreement. They don't care for the pearl, they only wish to possess it for its market value. They don't appreciate beauty, they appreciate the power it represents. Perhaps, the companion replied. But eventually, someone will come along with the strength to take that crown from your head. Tell me, hasn't your father, Lord Lan Shun, already spoken to you about the necessity of choosing a suitor soon? Fiona let out a heavy, helpless sigh, her shoulders slumping slightly. My father was quite explicit. He told me that if I do not find a partner who meets my own standards before the conclusion of this grand tournament, he will take it upon himself to select one for me based on political utility. Lord Lan Shun is a pragmatist, the girl said, her tone becoming serious as she analyzed the situation. A gathering of this scale, where the world's absolute elite congregate, only occurs once every 5 years. The finest talents, the future masters of the globe, are all currently within your reach. Fiona, as your friend, I advise you to take his words to heart, she continued softly. Even in this age of martial transcendence, a woman's most vibrant years are a fleeting season. You shouldn't waste them waiting for a miracle that may never come. Fiona lapsed into a thoughtful silence, the gravity of her father's ultimatum weighing on her. I suppose if I am truly forced to choose a companion to walk beside me. She trailed off, lifting her head as her brilliant, diamond-like eyes began to slowly and methodically scan the sprawling room, searching for a spark amidst the monotonous crowd. Suddenly, her sweeping gaze halted abruptly. She focused on a solitary figure standing in the distance, and her eyes lit up with a faint, flickering spark of genuine interest. "If I must choose," she whispered, a small smile playing on her lips, "then at the very least, he must possess an aura like that man over there." The companion followed Fiona's gaze, spotting a man standing near the buffet, dressed in a sharp, dark blue suit that accentuated his tall, athletic frame. He appeared to be a young man in his early 20s, possessing curly, light brown hair and fair skin. His features were strikingly defined, with a jawline and brow that looked as though they had been meticulously carved by a master's blade. He was currently occupied, casually sampling delicacies with a silver fork, seemingly oblivious to the power players surrounding him. Lu Sheng, despite his thorough physical disguise, felt a familiar prickle at the edge of his perception. "Huh," he thought, his internal senses instantly sharpening. "That weight on my back? Someone is observing me with a disturbing amount of focus. What now?" Even in his suppressed state, every minor movement Lu Sheng made radiated a sense of absolute, unshakable composure. He possessed a vibe that suggested no matter what catastrophe befell the room, he would remain the master of his own fate. Even the simple act of eating was transformed. He oozed an irresistible, masculine charm. Sitting there, he was like the vast, starry night, mysterious, profound, and shimmering with a lethal allure that could easily ensnare the heart of any woman who dared to look too closely. Fiona's brown-haired companion bit her nail nervously, staring at the stranger for several seconds in stunned silence. Finally, she blurted out, "Fiona, good heavens, that man is actually more breathtaking than you are. If you decide he's not to your liking, would you mind if I took a shot at him?" Fiona's expression shifted, a bead of metaphorical sweat appearing at her temple. "Wait just a moment. I haven't even had a chance to speak with him yet," Fiona countered, quickly smoothing out her dress. She subtly adjusted her posture, her confidence returning as she began to walk purposefully toward him. "And who said I don't need a boyfriend? Step aside, this one is mine." Fiona glided across the hall and approached Lu Sheng's table with practiced elegance. Her gaze locked onto him with an intensity that suggested she was already quite smitten. Seeing the alliance flower heading straight for him, Lu Sheng felt a surge of internal annoyance and genuine concern. Why is she coming here? Is it possible my disguise is flawed? Has my cover been blown before the tournament even starts? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he set down his silver fork, his body tensing in preparation for a possible confrontation. His spiritual energy was subtly blanketed over the entire venue. No movement escaped his notice, especially not the approach of Lan Chen's dazzling daughter. He had already overheard the whispers regarding her identity and had even caught the crude jokes from the military veterans, which left him feeling a bizarre mix of irritation and dark amusement. From the intel he had gathered, she was indeed the daughter of Lan Chen, the president of the World Martial Arts Association. Lu Sheng surmised that Lan Chen must be one of the top-tier martial saints on Wei-Yin Star. Otherwise, his daughter wouldn't be able to command such universal, fearful respect from the other global elites. He couldn't help but think that the old geysers back at the military table were being incredibly presumptuous with their jests. The idea of him marrying into the Western Alliance's inner circle was absurd. Marry her, he thought dryly. The military command clearly has too much time on their hands. He had never expected to actually attract her personal attention. The situation was becoming needlessly complicated. He already had Dong Qingxue waiting for him, and he had zero desire to become entangled with this so-called gem of the world. However, fate rarely consulted him on such matters. Lu Sheng felt a growing headache, vaguely recalling the system's bizarre reports regarding potential polygamous outcomes. Fiona initiated the conversation with a practiced, provocative smoothness, leaning slightly over the table. "You seem to have a discerning palate. You've surely sampled most of the offerings here by now, haven't you? Do you have any recommendations for a lady who finds herself quite famished?" Lu Sheng, the usually stoic powerhouse, found himself momentarily cornered by her directness, replying bluntly, "The selection is adequate. Most of it is quite good." Fiona refused to let the conversation die, leaning in closer to showcase her stunning features while her full, crimson lips curved into a teasing smile. But surely there is one thing you find exceptional? What is your personal favorite among all these treasures? Lu Sheng felt a strange sense of vertigo just from looking at her. Her beauty was a physical weapon. Feeling his resolve waver under her gaze, the youth simply closed his eyes, not daring to look at her radiant face any longer for fear of losing his focus in that orchard of charms. He pointed randomly at several platters on the table. This, and perhaps those. I suppose I like all of them equally. Fiona gave a satisfied nod, her eyes twinkling with triumph. She picked up a small silver fork and delicately stabbed a piece of the gourmet strawberry cake he had pointed to. In that case, I shall take your word for it, and try this one, she said softly. Fiona began to sample the various dishes Lu Sheng had indicated, her movements slow and deliberate. Not bad at all, she remarked, a sweet, shamelessly flirtatious smile spreading across her face as she ate. Lu Sheng, however, remained a statue. He stared back at her with eyes as cold as a mountain spring, offering no words and refusing to engage in her game of social seduction. Within minutes, the fact that Fiona, the undisputed center of the banquet, was spending her time with an unknown stranger became the primary focus of every guest in the hall. Her every gesture was being analyzed by 1,000 eyes. The sight of Fiona taking the initiative to flirt with a man drew an enormous amount of scrutiny toward Lu Sheng. While some envied his striking looks, others with sharper senses could feel the dormant, tectonic power hidden beneath his perfect skin. On the side of the Minggu Corporation, Dong Xingyi, looking sharp in his suit, watched the two of them with flashing eyes, recognizing that they looked like a match made in the heavens. That man is undeniably powerful, and he appears incredibly young, Dong Xingyi mused, his brow furrowing. Which global faction could have produced such a monstrously talented prodigy in secret? A moment later, a thin veil of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he let out a heavy, weary sigh. The world is simply too full of these hidden monsters, he whispered. New faces appear out of nowhere, forcing us lesser mortals to keep running just to stay in the race. It's an exhausting age to live in. Beside him, Pang Huayu, draped in a stunning red formal dress, nodded with a deeply complex expression. Indeed, in this era, even a rank 9 martial saint can be dragged down from their altar if they grow complacent for even a second. Pang Huayu let out a soft sigh of her own. Even after a full year had passed, she found it impossible to scrub that one name from her memory, a name that had fundamentally changed her perception of strength. The figure of that youth was virtually engraved into the walls of her mind. Suddenly, Pang Huayu turned to her companion, her voice low. Tell me truthfully, do you think Lu Sheng is actually still alive somewhere? The unexpected question caused Dong Xingyi to start. Huh. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the military table. Look at the evidence. Why else would all those old-timer big shots from the military base have emerged from their seclusion to attend this tournament? In all the previous World Grandmaster tournaments, he continued, the military command only ever sent young, promising colonels or generals, mainly for the purpose of field training and perhaps to help us secure a few energy crystals. This year is fundamentally different. It looks as though they are clearing a path and preparing a grand stepping stone for Lu Sheng, the military base's undisputed future martial saint. If that's the case, then he is definitely still alive. The military's foundation is deeper than we ever imagined. Pang Huayu nodded slowly. You're right. Their confidence speaks volumes. I truly don't know if his absence here is a blessing or a tragedy. Pang Huayu mused, her heart feeling a mix of relief and regret. It is a profound shame that Lu Sheng isn't participating in this specific tournament. Dong Xingyi nodded, his expression dark. If he were here, the Dragon Country's allocation of energy crystals would surely be doubled. Without him, we are at a significant disadvantage. Pang Huayu seemed to think of something else and couldn't help but ask, how long do you think it will take for someone like him to officially advance to the rank of martial saint? Dong Xingyi merely shook his head, a bitter, scoffing sound escaping his throat. Beyond the heavens and Lu Sheng himself, I doubt anyone in this world truly knows the answer to that question. Pang Huayu was haunted by her memories of him. He was only a rank 8, yet he possessed the power to bring the extreme, Tao martial saint to his knees. Once he finally crosses that threshold and becomes a true martial saint, wouldn't he be virtually unstoppable in this world? Dong Xingyi's eyes flashed with a sudden, sharp intensity, and he gritted his teeth. You are vastly underestimating the depth of power at the martial saint level. Lu Sheng is a freak of nature, yes, but he would need at least a century of refinement to truly master the saint rank. How could he possibly achieve that in such a short window? The undisputed leader of Dragon Country remains Zhao Ji. Only Zhao Ji has the authority, he muttered, his fist clenching so hard the bones creaked. The legend of the extreme Tao martial saint cannot be surpassed so easily. Not by any common genius, and certainly not by Lu Sheng. Dong Xingyi's tone was unwavering, his words dripping with a near-fanatical level of confidence in his master's ultimate supremacy. Lu Sheng eventually found a window to excuse himself and slipped out of the party. Throughout the evening, he and Fiona had engaged in a long, albeit one-sided, conversation. He was acutely aware of the hundreds of jealous, uncomfortable gazes burning into his back. To avoid any further unnecessary drama or unwanted attention, he decided to dip early. Having achieved his goal of scouting the various power factions, he only felt a twinge of regret that he couldn't speak with the old generals of the Long Department. He had briefly entertained the idea of befriending them in his disguise, only to suddenly reveal his true identity at the peak of the tournament. The look on their faces would have been absolutely legendary. When Lu Xing finally returned to the sanctuary of his VIP suite, the young man took a deep swig of premium liquor to settle his nerves and invigorate his spirits. However, he stopped in his tracks when he realized that Harold was already there, waiting for him with a grim expression. Upon his return, Lu Xing noted that Harold's expression was anything but celebratory. The man looked profoundly agitated, his features twisted in a mixture of indignation and suppressed resentment. As Lu Xing approached, Harold glanced up and asked with a cautious, strained tone, "My lord, the rumors are already flying. I hear your preternatural charm has caused the pearl of the world to swoon in a single evening." A flicker of genuine amusement danced in Lu Sheng's eyes as he met the older man's gaze. "Is that so?" he countered. "News travels fast in this nest of vipers." Harold let out a bitter, weary laugh. "Haha, fast is an understatement, my lord. I suspect that by now, this particular piece of gossip has saturated every corner of St. Heaven Island, from the high towers to the servants' quarters. You have effectively become the most talked-about man in the archipelago. And tell me," Lu Xing asked, leaning back with a detached curiosity, "what cover story did you provide to satisfy the curious masses?" Harold sighed, looking as though he had aged a decade in an hour. "I informed them that you were a descendant of my own bloodline, a scion of the Huang in leadership." Lu Sheng gave a slow, measured nod, remaining silent for a beat. However, seeing Harold's persistent, constipated expression of fury, he couldn't resist a bit of playfulness. "Humph, what's the matter? Did my supposed grandson cause you some unforeseen trouble?" Harold remained stoically silent for a long moment, the weight of the political fallout clearly pressing down on his shoulders. Eventually, he slowly shook his head with a profound, tragic sadness that seemed to permeate his entire being. "My lord, you must understand the stakes," Harold began, his voice low and urgent. "As the chairman of the World Martial Arts Association and the presiding president of the Western Martial Arts Alliance, Lan Xun is the sun around which all others orbit. There isn't a rank 9 martial saint on this planet who doesn't dream of securing a familial connection to him through Fiona. By attracting her attention so brazenly, you have painted a massive, glowing target on your back. Every ambitious powerhouse here now views you as the primary obstacle to their own ascension." Listening to this, Lu Xing finally grasped the gravity, or rather, the hilarity, of the situation. It appeared that Harold had been subjected to a barrage of veiled threats and immense pressure from the other martial saints. He found the man's pained, overwhelmed expression so utterly comical that he struggled to maintain his stoic facade. The young man rose from his seat, the ice in his demeanor thawing into a rare moment of camaraderie. He set his glass aside with a soft click, walked over to the trembling Harold, and placed a firm, reassuring hand on the older man's shoulder, offering a small measure of comfort to his beleaguered subordinate. "Relax, my good son," Lu Sheng said, his tone dripping with a touch of dry wit. "Your father hasn't forgotten you. I'll make sure to stand up for you during tomorrow's proceedings and reclaim every bit of the dignity you've lost today. No one insults my kin and gets away with it." Lu Sheng's voice carried a chilling finality as he spoke. He casually reiterated his promise that he would personally demand and secure justice for whatever slights Harold had endured, ensuring the old fox's reputation would be restored by force if necessary. Following a night of relative silence and heavy anticipation, the sun finally broke over the horizon, painting the sea in hues of molten gold. The transition to the following day felt instantaneous. Lu Sheng adorned himself in a strikingly stylish, dark suit that accentuated his imposing silhouette, then followed Harold toward the heart of St. Heaven Island, where the destiny of nations was to be decided. As they walked, the young man's eyes remained sharp and analytical, constantly scanning his surroundings and noting the influx of high-level martial energy that seemed to thicken the very air of the island. Harold gestured toward a cluster of monolithic structures piercing the clouds. "Behold the central hub of St. Heaven Island," he introduced, his voice tinged with awe. "There are 30 distinct towers, each one serving as the temporary sanctum for a martial saint. This year, 22 saints have graced us with their presence, 2 more than our initial projections suggested. The power gathered here is unprecedented." Harold pointed specifically toward a tall, regal tower designated for their faction. "My lord, the protocols dictate that the saints take their seats above. I shall ascend first to prepare the way," he reported dutifully. Lu Sheng offered a short, guttural hum of agreement, allowing his subordinate to proceed. In a blur of motion, Harold vanished from the ground level, reappearing instantly within the heights of the designated tower. Left alone in the plaza, Lu Sheng's preternatural senses immediately spiked. He could feel more than a dozen heavy, predatory gazes locking onto him from the various heights of the surrounding towers. The pressure was palpable. Some of these gazes were infused with the raw power of heaven and earth, crashing down upon him with a hostile, suffocating weight. "The moment Harold leaves my side, the masks fall," Lu Sheng mused inwardly. "So much concentrated killing intent directed at a single target. I suppose I really am too hot to handle for their comfort." He knew the truth of the situation. Had he actually been the mere pawn Harold claimed he was, the sheer spiritual pressure radiating from those towers would have snuffed out his life force before he could even draw his next breath. High within the central tower, the most opulent of them all, a handsome, blond man with an air of absolute authority stared down at Lu Sheng with indifferent eyes. Standing beside him was Fiona, the girl Lu Sheng had encountered the previous night. The man gestured toward the youth below, whose bangs partially obscured his calm eyes. "Fiona," he asked, his voice a smooth baritone, "is this truly the boy who has captured your fickle interest?" Fiona's face lit up with a brilliant, genuine smile as she watched Lu Sheng from the balcony. "Father, you were the one who insisted I select a partner from this gathering," she replied excitedly. "I find him fascinating. In every metric that matters to me, he is more than suitable." This blonde patriarch was none other than Lan Chen, the formidable chairman of the World Martial Arts Association. Lan Chen slowly shook his head, his expression remaining one of detached skepticism. "Fiona, you are young and impressionable. You must learn that in our world, one cannot simply rely on superficial appearances when choosing a life partner. Beauty is a common currency among the elite." Fiona's smile vanished, replaced by a look of serious defiance. "Father, do not insult my judgment. My interest in him isn't merely skin deep. Besides, I am fulfilling your request to find a suitor during this conference, am I not?" Lan Chen sighed, explaining the cold reality to his daughter. His raw strength is acceptable for his age, but the boy is Harold's descendant. Harold's reputation is questionable at best, and his martial standing is mediocre among his peers. Seek out a more prestigious bloodline. This one is simply unworthy. "But father," Fiona exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. Lan Chen, however, remained entirely unmoved by her outburst. He cut her off with a sharp, cold snap of his fingers that echoed through the chamber. "Silence. "The conference is about to commence," he commanded. "If the boy possesses enough talent to actually survive the trials ahead, I may consider a reevaluation. Until then, the matter is closed." Fiona's expression shifted through several shades of anger before she finally stomped her foot in dissatisfaction and fell into a sullen silence. Meanwhile, on the massive holographic screens in the arena, the Master of Ceremonies began the orientation. "Honored guests, please lend your full attention to the official rules of this year's World Grandmaster Tournament." Lu Sheng stood calmly in the plaza, the complete set of regulations already perfectly mapped out in his mind. He didn't need the announcer's voice to understand the road ahead. Harold had briefed him thoroughly on the flight over. The tournament would unfold in two distinct, high-stakes stages. In many ways, the structural framework mirrored the military exercises held in Longwa, albeit on a much more savage, global scale. The first stage was a resource hunt, tasking all participating grandmasters with a collection of energy crystals scattered across a designated zone. The directives were brutal. Find the crystals, snatch them from rivals by any means necessary, and eventually submit the haul to the association. One score was calculated solely on the volume of crystals secured. This would be followed by the second stage, a traditional martial arts elimination tournament, where combat prowess would be the only metric for success. By aggregating the results of both the resource harvest and the combat trials, the World Association would determine the definitive overall power ranking for the martial saints and their respective factions. Lu Sheng stood there, thoughtfully stroking his chin, his mind working through the possibilities. "Numerical scores and bureaucratic rankings mean nothing to me," he whispered to the wind. "The real challenge is logistical. How do I provoke all 22 of these martial saints into attacking me simultaneously? I need a level of concentrated pressure that only their combined might can provide to finally temper my spirit and catalyze my undying body." Suddenly, a bold, borderline insane idea flickered in his eyes and began to take root in his heart. The young man allowed a slow, predatory smirk to spread across his face, thoroughly enjoying the sheer audacity of the plan he had just formulated. "The plan is simple," he mused. "I will systematically hoard every single energy crystal I can get my hands on during the opening phase. And when the time comes to turn them in, I won't. I'll keep them all for myself. Those 22 rank 9 saints sitting so comfortably on their high towers will lose their minds. Their asses will be on fire as they scramble down to snatch my life and their precious resources. And when they finally descend," he chuckled softly to himself, "I'll simply smack every last one of them down into the dirt." Lu Sheng exhaled a light, steady breath, the mere mental image of the coming chaos filling him with a dark sense of amusement. He began to walk toward the staging area, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, his every step dripping with a quiet, lethal swagger. "Let's get this show on the road," he thought, his heart rate steady despite the looming storm. "I'm itching to see how much weight the world's saints actually carry." At the initial energy crystal collection point, several unknown practitioners watched Lu Sheng's retreating back, their eyes flickering with hidden agendas as they began to trail him in silence. Among the observers, Dong Xingyi and Pang Huayu stood motionless, watching the young Lu Sheng with a complex, speechless intensity. After several moments of silence, Pang Huayu couldn't help but exhale a breath of disbelief at the youth's seemingly arrogant and domineering posture. "That boy from the Huangyin faction, he's certainly got a pair on him," she remarked, her voice low. "He knows he's being followed by half a dozen hostile teams, yet he still has the audacity to act as a lone wolf. Is that genuine bravery, or just a fatal lack of situational awareness?" Dong Xingyi glanced at her, offering a piece of cold advice. "Do not concern yourself with the dead. We have our own survival to worry about first. Stay close to me once the hunt begins. If you stray, you'll be picked clean by the vultures before you can scream." Simultaneously, a middle-aged man representing the Jidao martial arts school gathered his disciples. "Dong Xingyi, take a specialized team and split off from the main group. I want immediate reports on any resource surges." This man, a veteran nearly a century old, possessed a calm, terrifying aura that marked him as the absolute pinnacle of power below the saint rank. "Understood," Dong Xingyi replied with a crisp nod. This time, The Jidao school had dispatched 3 direct disciples of the super transcendent saint, supported by an army of grandmasters. They were a force prepared for total war. As they departed, the Dragon Nation military also mobilized, led by several battle-hardened old geysers. "Listen up," one of the military veterans barked, tapping the digital map. "Based on this distribution data provided by the association, we're going to map out a route for maximum efficiency. But let's be honest, finding crystals in the dirt is for amateurs. Why bother collecting them ourselves when we can just find a group of soft international teams to rob? A bit of fire and blood is much faster than manual labor." Another veteran let out a raspy, booming laugh. "Haha, spoken like a true soldier. But you have to let the laborers collect the harvest first before you can reap it. What's there to rob right now?" He chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Hey, you're right. Fine, we'll collect the low-hanging fruit ourselves for the first hour, and then we spend the rest of the day as highwaymen." The 3 old treasures of the Dragon Nation quickly finalized their predatory action plan. Behind them, the younger star-rank generals followed in a silent, disciplined column, their faces masks of professional indifference. To any outside observer, these didn't look like high-ranking military officials. They looked like a band of seasoned warlords specialized in the art of the heist. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, paid them no mind as he moved toward his own objective. Lu Sheng eventually arrived at a desolate stretch of coastline and came to a halt. He glanced down at his handheld map and muttered, "The intel on this map is surprisingly accurate. My spiritual power confirms a high concentration of energy crystals just beneath the shelf." He paused, his head tilting back ever so slightly as a faint smile touched his lips, though he quickly regained his composure. "It seems I have a few persistent tails following me," he noted inwardly, his expression bored. "I really don't have the patience to play games with these gnats right now. There are far more important things to attend to than swatting flies. I'll deal with their interference when the time is right," he decided. With a fluid, sudden motion, Lu Sheng's body blurred and he vanished beneath the churning surface of the sea. Utilizing his advanced water-breathing techniques, he transformed into a streak of underwater shadow, swimming with incredible velocity toward the crushing depths of the open ocean. Not long after his disappearance, 3 figures burst from the tree line and skidded to a stop at the exact spot where Lu Sheng had been standing. One of them let out a string of frustrated curses, slamming a fist into a nearby rock. "Damn it all. The kid is faster than he looks. How did he slip away so quickly?" His companion let out a mocking laugh, staring out at the waves. "Let him run for now. He can hide in the depths today, but he can't hide from the arena tomorrow. A weakling like him, daring to cast his eyes on the noble Miss Fiona? He's a dead man walking. He won't survive the first son of the Celestial Saint Island trials." Having lost their target, the 2 assassins turned and retreated back into the foliage. At the same time, high atop one of the towers on Saint Heaven Island, a hushed conversation was taking place between 2 observers. "Has anyone figured out why the representatives from Dark Star and the Wirespace sector failed to materialize this year? It's a massive gap in the roster." One of them turned to Harold, who sat nearby. "What's your take on this, Harold? Who can say what those shadows are up to?" The other interjected. "But look on the bright side. Without the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society here to contest the territory, Harold's Huang-In faction stands to rake in a massive amount of easy points. They've effectively been handed a monopoly on the local sectors." A formidable martial saint from a rival nation let out a cold, predatory smile as he looked across at Harold. "I'm just worried that eating such a massive, unearned meal might cause a fatal case of indigestion. Don't you agree, Harold? Greed can be a very heavy burden for a mediocre saint to carry." Harold remained perfectly still, his face an impenetrable mask of indifference. He didn't offer a single word of retort, leaving his detractors to wonder what secrets he was guarding. Inwardly, however, Harold's eyes were narrowed in a sharp, mocking gaze. "You fools," he thought. "You think the Dark Star and the Black Demon Society are simply absent? They aren't missing. They've already been processed into fish food by the monster I serve. And if you keep pushing," Harold mused, "you'll likely be the next course on his menu." Meanwhile, on a separate high tower, Lin Wanwan turned to the super transcendence martial saint, Lin Zhengyue, with a look of genuine curiosity. "Mother, Why are so many people focusing their hostility on that one martial saint and his descendant? Lin Zhengyue glanced down at the plaza, her voice calm and clinical. It is a simple matter of ambition, my dear. Every man in this arena harbors the desire to become Lan Chen's son-in-law and secure their future. But desire is common, qualification is rare. They see Harold's boy as an easy target to eliminate a potential rival. Lin Wanwan tilted her head. But doesn't he have a martial saint backing him? Isn't that enough protection? Lin Zhengyue offered a small, leisurely smile before answering. Daughter, in an ordinary conflict, a saint's support is a mountain. But we are talking about Lan Chen. Not only is he the president of the World Association, but his personal strength is undisputed as one of the top 5 most powerful beings on this planet. Harold is a bottom-tier saint, a lightweight in this ring. His grandson has neither the pedigree nor the power to be worthy of someone like Fiona. Lin Wanwan leaned her chin on her hand, a slight sweat breaking out as she sighed with a mix of pity and fascination. Oh, what a tragic shame. The guy is actually quite handsome and carries himself with such poise. I honestly thought the two of them looked like a perfectly matched couple last night. I suppose the world is just too cruel for pretty faces. Lin Wanwan's delicate features twisted into a playful, albeit slightly devious, grin as she tilted her head toward her mother. Tell me, Mom, she teased, her voice dripping with mock innocence. Is that face of yours prestigious enough to serve as a high-tier entrance pass? Or are we relying on charm alone today? The remark hit its mark. Lin Jingyue found herself momentarily speechless, a faint cough escaping her as she struggled to process her daughter's sharp wit. What on earth are you implying, you little troublemaker? She managed to retort, narrowing her eyes. Lest you forget, you were the one practically orchestrating Dong Xingyi's relentless pursuit of Fiona not too long ago. Don't think I've forgotten your role as a self-appointed matchmaker. Without missing a beat, Lin Jingyue reached out and delivered a sharp, rhythmic flick to the center of Lin Wanwan's forehead. Hush now, she warned, though her tone held a hint of maternal affection. Purge those scheming thoughts from that head of yours before they take root. We have enough chaos to deal with. The impact, though light, prompted a dramatic reaction. Lin Wanwan immediately clutched her face with both hands, her eyes wide and glistening with theatrical tears as she let out a soft, exaggerated wail of grievance, playing the part of the wounded daughter to perfection. The scene of familial bickering was a world away from the silent, crushing depths of the ocean. 8,000 meters below the surface, where the light of the sun was a forgotten myth, the young Lu Sheng hung suspended in the freezing brine. Suddenly, his eyes ignited with focus. There it is, he whispered into the abyss, his voice vibrating through his internal comms. Before him, a faint, rhythmic pulse of light pierced the eternal gloom, shimmering with an ethereal quality. Found it at last. That unmistakable luminescence. I've finally tracked down a concentrated energy crystal vein. As he drifted closer, the sight was breathtaking. The ancient, twisted structures of the deep-sea coral were no longer mere calcium deposits. They were encrusted with jagged energy crystals that glittered like a galaxy of broken diamonds scattered across a dark canvas. In his mind, the Fireseed Resource Library hummed to life, projecting a stream of data to explain the phenomenon. These were no ordinary minerals. They were the planet's lifeblood, crystallized essence that had seeped from the core through tectonic fractures. Much like sap weeping from a wounded trunk or blood from a shallow cut, these crystals represented the world's self-replenishing vitality, a renewable, albeit rare, font of raw power. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate. Extending his formidable spiritual power like invisible, delicate fingers, he began to systematically pluck every glowing shard from the coral's surface. He noted the sheer abundance of the haul. Since this was a virgin harvest point that hadn't been touched in a decade, the yield was extraordinarily dense. However, he knew that once stripped, the regeneration would be slow and the subsequent yield far thinner. No wonder the harvest window only opens once every 10 years, he mused, weighing the mental burden of the collection. By his internal estimate, this single cluster had yielded approximately 7,800 grams of high-purity energy crystals, a fortune by any standard. With a practiced motion, Lu Sheng stowed the shimmering crystals into the heavy-duty reinforced bag secured to his back, the muffled clinking of the stones a satisfying symphony of wealth. His eyes scanned the darkness, already searching for the next shimmering vein in the underwater labyrinth. I need to push further, he thought, his ambition growing with every gram collected. The more I gather, the better the outcome. I have absolutely no intention of handing these over to the authorities. These are the ultimate carrots, the bait required to stir the dormant avarice of the martial saints. Greed is the most potent catalyst for movement. Without it, there is no momentum. As the last crystal was removed, the brilliant white glow vanished instantly, leaving the coral looking dull, gray, and utterly unremarkable in the shadows. A predatory glint entered the young man's eyes, and a slow, cunning grin spread across his face, visible even behind his diving apparatus. If they are consumed by greed, they will find the motivation to act, he murmured, his voice laced with a dark anticipation. And once they are motivated, they will provide the exact level of crushing pressure I need to break through my current limits. Do not disappoint me, martial saints. I'm counting on your selfishness. He reached out into the void, his fingers slowly curling into a tight fist, as if he were physically crushing the very figures of power he was preparing to manipulate. Suddenly, the tranquility of the deep was shattered by a cataclysmic force. The vast, azure surface of the ocean didn't just ripple. It split wide open, cleaved in two as if a colossal, invisible blade had been driven through the heart of the sea by a vengeful god. The water groaned as it was forced aside, creating a temporary canyon amidst the waves. From the depths of that watery chasm, Lu Sheng emerged. His ascent was slow and deliberate, a steady rise from the darkness into the blinding light of the world above. He looked less like a contestant and more like a force of nature returning to claim the surface. The surrounding seawater began to hiss and steam, radiating a scorching, unnatural heat that transformed the immediate area into a roiling, boiling soup. Lu Sheng hauled a massive, oversized cloth sack behind him, the fabric strained to its absolute limit and bulging with the weight of his spoils. Every movement was punctuated by the sharp, crystalline sound of thousands of energy shards clashing and grinding against one another. He had amassed over 100 kilograms of pure, concentrated energy. By following the ley lines of the distribution map, he had found that the further he searched, the richer the deposits became. One single hotspot had gifted him over 10 kilograms alone. Truly insane, he whispered, genuinely taken aback by the sheer scale of the planet's hidden bounty. I was just wandering, yet I've stumbled upon a king's ransom. It's staggering how many mystical secrets this world hides just beneath the surface. Sometimes, humanity is truly only one step away from the ultimate truth. Take that step, and the reality you knew is rewritten forever. The wonder in Lu Sheng's expression vanished, replaced instantly by a gaze as sharp and cold as a winter frost. The time for exploration had passed. There isn't much time left on the clock, he stated coldly, his focus shifting toward the endgame of the tournament. It's time to initiate Phase 2. With a sharp, commanding wave of his hand, the young man released the full tether of his mental power. It didn't just extend, it exploded outward, an invisible shockwave of consciousness rippling across the environment. In a heartbeat, his mental web blanketed hundreds of square kilometers of the vast, open ocean. A torrential flood of sensory data, images, and geographic markers poured into his mind, processed with superhuman speed. Thanks to the infusion of energy from the crystals he'd already consumed, his glass visualization method had undergone a radical evolution. Inside his sea of consciousness, a violet humanoid figure now stood tall, a manifestation of his ascended will. His mental strength had moved beyond mere growth. It had undergone a fundamental metamorphosis. I wonder, has my mental capacity finally breached the threshold of level 9? He mused, his thoughts sharp and analytical. It is undeniably far beyond the limits of level 8. The sheer volume is impressive, but the quality, the density of the intent, is on an entirely different plane of existence. In this world, quantity is always secondary to the purity of the power. Across this entire World Grandmaster tournament, every single contestant is now a flickering candle in my dark room. I can see them all. I know exactly where every player stands on this board. A dark, Amused smirk played on Lu Sheng's lips as his mental radar locked onto a specific group. What a delightful coincidence, he whispered, his eyes narrowing. I think I'll start the collection process with you lot. His mind's eye focused on the figures of Qian Yushu and Peng Huayu, who were laboring across the terrain, lugging their own modest bags of energy crystals with strained expressions. Without a word, the space where Lu Sheng stood seemed to distort and fold in on itself. In a mere flicker of motion, his silhouette blurred and then vanished completely, leaving behind nothing but a fading ripple in the heated air. On a desolate, sun-scorched island barely a few kilometers wide, a place where only a few lonely coconut trees struggled against the salt spray, the members of the Mingyu Hall had congregated to tally their hard-earned spoils. Qian Yushu leaned against a tree, his eyes scanning his subordinates. "Give me the final count," he demanded. "What's our total take?" Peng Huayu stepped forward, looking somewhat sheepish as she held out a small, roughly tied cloth bag. "We didn't find as much as we hoped, senior brother. I managed to scrape together maybe 100 grams, she admitted, revealing a meager handful of glowing stones. The other disciples began to voice their reports, their tones a mix of pride and disappointment. "I think I'm under 100 grams myself," one muttered. "I hit a small vein and got over 300, another chimed in, trying to sound impressive. "I've got about 200 here, and I think I'm sitting at 150 grams, added the rest. One by one, the Mingyu Hall members pulled out their respective pouches, pooling the small, glimmering crystals into a central pile. Qian Yushu pulled a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it, the smoke drifting lazily in the sea breeze. Despite the modest individual reports, he felt a surge of internal satisfaction as he did the math. A smug grin spread across his face. "Not bad at all," he remarked, his voice thick with arrogance. "Combined, we're looking at roughly 3 to 4 kilograms. Remember the last session? We bled and fought like dogs just to secure 2 kilograms. This time, we're already significantly ahead of the curve. And the best part is," Qian Yushu continued, his eyes glinting with predatory intent, "we still have plenty of time on the clock. If we play our cards right and requisition the halls from a few other halls, surpassing the 5-kilogram mark is well within our reach." The surrounding Mingyu Hall disciples erupted in cheers and laughter, already celebrating their perceived victory and the rewards that would surely follow. Suddenly, a voice, cool, calm, and utterly alien to their group, sliced through the celebratory atmosphere like a shard of ice. "That's a lovely dream. But tell me, what happens if you lot are the ones who end up getting robbed instead?" The disciples behind Qian Yushu didn't even turn around at first, letting out mocking, derisive laughs. "Robbed? Us," one jeered. "Who would be suicidal enough to try? We are the Mingyu Hall, united and strong, and we have senior brother Qian Yushu leading the charge. Only a fool would even dream of it." However, Peng Huayu, whose instincts were far more finely tuned than her peers, felt a sudden, violent jolt of alarm. Her laughter died in her throat as a cold sweat broke out on her neck. "Wait a minute," she snapped, her voice trembling slightly. "Who said that? Who just spoke?" The atmosphere shifted instantly from jovial to oppressive. The disciples looked at one another, their faces going blank with confusion and burgeoning fear. "Not me," one stammered. "I didn't say a word." They spun around, eyes darting wildly across the empty beach and the sparse trees. Qian Yushu's face darkened, his composure slipping as he caught sight of a figure standing at the edge of their perimeter. "It's him," he hissed, his voice dropping an octave. "It's that Lu Sheng kid." The entire group whipped their heads around in unison. Standing 30 meters away was a tall, strikingly handsome young man with raven black hair, watching them with an expression of profound boredom. The Mingyu Hall disciples felt their pupils contract in instinctive terror. They recognized him instantly. Just last night, Fiona, the crown jewel of the martial world, had ignored every highborn suitor to favor only him. His face was etched into the memory of every jealous rival. "This brat thinks he can take on 27 of us solo," one of the disciples whispered, trying to bolster his own courage. "He has a death wish." This is the arrogance of the young and the clueless. Qian Yushu stepped forward, his eyes locked onto Lu Sheng as he tried to reclaim his aura of authority. "Oh ho, it seems your recent bit of fame has gone to your head, Lu Sheng. You seem remarkably confident in your meager skills. He maintained a facade of absolute calm, but beneath the surface, his body was already beginning to hum with redirected energy, his internal engines roaring to life. A series of sharp, rhythmic pops and cracks echoed from Qian Yushu's frame, sounding like heavy industrial gears grinding against one another as his skeletal structure shifted to accommodate his power. A massive, overwhelming aura erupted from his form. It was majestic and heavy, possessing a solid, fluid quality that felt like a perfect, indestructible cube of polished jade pressing down on the island. Inspired by their leader, the rest of the Mingyu Hall, including a hesitant Pang Huayu, dropped their loot and stepped into combat formation. Their gazes were steady, their demeanors radiating a unique, indescribable tenacity. They were like river stones, polished smooth by years of harsh training under Tenjongyu. Their edges softened, but their internal structure 100 times harder than ordinary rock. Of the 54 elite members of Mingyu Hall, 27 of their best were here, each a top-tier or peak grandmaster. They had been nurtured since childhood to be an unstoppable collective. Within a few breaths, their combined aura had solidified into a mountain of pressure. Yet, as it crashed against Lu Sheng, his own presence didn't yield an inch. It stood like an immovable cliff against a rising tide. Lu Sheng looked at Qian Yushu, his expression unchanged, as if he were looking at a particularly uninteresting insect. Confident, he repeated, his voice light and airy. He seemed to pause, tilting his head as he genuinely mused over the question for a brief, terrifying second. Yeah, he concluded with a faint nod. I suppose confident is one way to put it. In that instant, Qian Yushu's pupils contracted so violently they nearly disappeared. It was as if he were staring into the maw of an ancient, cosmic predator. His jaw worked soundlessly, a strangled, "What?" escaping his lips. The air itself seemed to shatter. Before anyone could blink, the sound of a rapid-fire sequence of bone-snapping fractures, snap, crackle, pop, erupted with sickening clarity, echoing across the silent beach. In a burst of sheer kinetic pressure, Qian Yushu's high-grade martial robes were shredded into confetti, leaving him standing in nothing but his underwear, his pride stripped away as violently as his clothing. Before a single cry could be uttered, his body went limp, and he collapsed face-first into the sand, unconscious before he even hit the ground. The remaining disciples were paralyzed by sheer, unadulterated horror. "Senior brother," they screamed in unison. Did Lu Sheng even move? How did he fall? I didn't see an attack. The confusion was more painful than the fear. They couldn't comprehend a level of strength that bypassed the very concept of sight. Why? How is this possible? Lu Sheng's gaze shifted, landing casually on the trembling Pang Huayu. Pang Huayu found herself trapped in Lu Sheng's cold stare. As their eyes met, a violent sense of déjà vu washed over her, drowning her logic. There was something in the depth of those eyes, a specific, terrifying familiarity that she had buried deep in her subconscious. Her heart hammered against her ribs, and her entire body locked up, as if her muscles were attempting to hide from the gaze. In that moment, Lu Sheng's eyes became a gateway, dragging her back through time and space. She was no longer on a tropical island. She was back on a late autumn night, standing under a flickering street lamp. She remembered the shadow of a man who had annihilated the extreme Dao trash with a single, casual punch, the same man who had sent her flying with a mere afterthought. A cold, viscous sweat drenched her back as she blurted out the realization. It's him. It was always him. How can this be possible? This is impossible. 10 minutes later, the island was a memory. Lu Sheng continued his relentless patrol of the sea, transformed into a predator of the highest order. Anyone who crossed his path was met with an immediate, overwhelming demand for their spoils. Boom. A series of thunderous explosions detonated in a perfect line across the water, the shockwaves so powerful the sea looked as if it had been struck by a barrage of invisible, massive meteorites. A gargantuan crater, several kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep, was carved into the ocean floor, sending a localized tsunami roaring outward. The next group of unfortunate contestants who rounded the corner and witnessed the aftermath of that strike were reduced to quivering wrecks. They stared at the swirling abyss in the water, their courage evaporating like mist in the sun. Lu Sheng's voice drifted down from the heavens, amplified by his spiritual power, so it seemed to vibrate within their very skulls. I'll make this simple. Are you handing over the energy crystals voluntarily, or do I have to come down there and take them from your corpses? An imposing, godlike aura surged downward, pinning them in place. To the contestants, Lu Sheng appeared like a titan towering over the world, while they were nothing more than insignificant ants waiting to be crushed. A burly man, who had likely been a champion in his own right, broke instantly. With trembling hands, he fumbled for the cloth bag at his waist and fell to his knees, offering it upward in a gesture of absolute, terrified submission. I'll hand it over. Please, just take it. I'll give you everything, he shrieked, his voice cracking under the strain of his fear. Lu Sheng exerted a slight tug of spiritual power, and the bag floated upward into his waiting hand. He weighed it briefly, estimating another full kilogram of high-quality crystals. A look of genuine, mild satisfaction softened his features. Not bad, he conceded. A decent contribution. You may go. Lu Sheng dismissed them with a casual wave. The robust man didn't wait for a second invitation. He scrambled to his feet and bolted in the opposite direction, muttering frantically to himself as he fled the scene of his nightmare. Too terrifying, he's not human. The man whimpered as he ran across the waves. There was an entire great grandmaster team in that sector just minutes ago. Now there's nothing left but a hole in the world. They've all been evaporated. I'm done. I can't stay in this competition. This isn't a tournament anymore. It's a slaughterhouse. Despite his growing mountain of treasure, Lu Sheng let out a small, dissatisfied sigh. He looked down at the bag in his hand and shook his head. This is still too inefficient, he murmured to himself. Searching for individual teams one by one is exhausting. It's like trying to drain the ocean with a thimble. All right, I have a better plan, he decided, a new light dawning in his eyes. Why should I hunt them when I can make them come to me? He tossed the bag of crystals into the air and caught it, his mind already spinning a web of bait and ambition. Using his spiritual power as a conduit, Lu Sheng drew every single crystal out of his collection bags, letting them hover in the air around him. If I remember correctly, the drone's tracking and display principle works on a specific frequency of energy resonance. I can replicate that. The young man made a sweeping motion with his arms. The thousands of scattered, glowing shards began to swirl in a violent vortex, drawn together by his will into a singular, dense mass. In moments, a massive, monolithic block of pure energy crystals was forged, floating before him like a miniature sun of condensed wealth and power. Lu Sheng snapped his fingers, a smirk of pure genius crossing his face. A huge block is good, but it's still not quite loud enough for the greedy hearts on this island. It needs a little something extra, some special effects to make it truly irresistible. He funneled a burst of his own refined chi into the mass. Instantly, the crystal block erupted with a blinding, pulsating purple aura that shot into the sky like a beacon of the gods. As Lu Sheng's spiritual power scanned the horizon, he felt hundreds of contestants across the ocean pause, their heads turning in unison toward the impossible light. The trap was set. Lu Sheng's lips moved in a faint, rhythmic mutter, the sound barely rising above the ambient roar of the distant tide as he stared into the horizon. Come to me, then, he beckoned softly to the empty air. Waste no more time and gather here with haste. My patience has worn thin, and I find I simply cannot wait a moment longer for this game to begin. A profoundly sly, predatory smile spread across Lu Sheng's face. High above the landscape of Tian Island, more than a dozen monolithic obsidian towers pierced the cloud line, each serving as a hub for massive display screens that projected the real-time movement trajectories of every powerhouse under the command of the various martial saints. The elderly Cumberland stood before one such screen, his eyes narrowed as he observed the tactical data with meticulous care. Why has the visual feed for this individual remained stagnant for so long? I demand an immediate update. Fiona stood at the center of the command deck, her voice sharp and authoritative as she barked orders at the technical staff. She commanded the operators in charge of the conference's visual surveillance to replay and enhance the previous scenes of interest. The massive digital arrays on the wall flickered and hummed, shifting through hundreds of live feeds and archival data streams in a continuous, dizzying blur of motion. Suddenly, a high-definition image of a strikingly handsome young man snapped into focus on the primary screen. He possessed a tall, commanding figure with perfectly symmetrical musculature and a crown of curly brown hair that gave him the appearance of a hero stepped directly out of a classical Renaissance oil painting. Only when Fiona's eyes locked onto this specific scene did her expression finally soften into one of satisfaction. "Hold it there," she commanded. "Stop the cycle and magnify this scene immediately." The image froze, capturing the youth's intensity. The observers and staff members surrounding Fiona couldn't help but exchange secret, knowing sighs at the sight. It was becoming painfully obvious to everyone in the room that the bright pearl of the world harbored a deep and perhaps dangerous fixation on this enigmatic youth, Lu Sheng. They stole glances toward Cumberland, their expressions cooling as they felt a subtle wave of schadenfreude at the thought of the trouble brewing for the boy. They whispered amongst themselves that passing the grueling trials set by Master Saran would be no easy feat. However, Cumberland's expression shifted abruptly, his brow furrowed in deep, genuine confusion as he pointed toward the strategic map. "This makes no tactical sense," Cumberland grunted. "Why are the biometric signals of nearly every contestant on the island suddenly converging on a single, isolated coordinate?" The high-frequency scanners confirmed his observation, showing a mass migration of powerhouses all accelerating toward the pulsing red, situated at the exact dead center of the tactical map. What is the meaning of that signal? The old man Cumberland was utterly baffled, his mind racing through 1,000 different possibilities, yet none of them provided a logical answer to the mystery unfolding before his eyes. Nearby, standing beside the formidable super-transcendence martial saint, Lin Wanwan suddenly let out a sharp gasp of surprise. She pointed a trembling finger at the center of the screen and exclaimed, "Hey, look, aren't those the elite disciples from the Mingyu Hall?" Her words instantly drew the attention of the high-ranking officials, and dozens of eyes turned toward the central display. Sure enough, from the perspective of the handsome, brown-haired Lu Sheng, the recognizable figure of Qian Yushu from the Mingyu Hall had come into view. Every gaze in the chamber eventually converged on a separate high tower where a middle-aged man stood, draped in pristine, white martial robes. His eyes were as calm as stagnant, icy water, his expression an impenetrable mask of serenity. This was Tan Zhongyu, the bright jade martial saint, and one of the 3 pillars of the Dragon Country. "That is indeed a capable lieutenant under my command," Tan Zhongyu remarked with a faint, chilling calm. "He placed in the top 10 during the last World Tournament, and his current strength is quite formidable." He then let his gaze rest on the handsome Lu Sheng and chuckled softly. "It seems things are about to get quite lively down there." Many other martial saints mirrored his interest, their faces lighting up with the amusement of titans watching a fascinating game. Much like ordinary citizens sitting before a television, debating the players before a championship match. The female martial saint of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall, Lin Zhengyue, spoke up with a voice like silk. "I encountered Qian Yushu once, a decade ago. At that time, his raw strength was slightly inferior to Dong Xingyi's, but his spiritual talent was significantly more profound. Now, I suspect Dong Xingyi might find himself outmatched if they were to duel." As she spoke, Lin Jingyue's eyes remained fixed on Qian Yushu's image with a sense of undisguised professional appreciation. Lin Wanwan was visibly startled by this assessment, a light sheen of nervous sweat appearing on her forehead. She knew that Dong Xingyi was the vanguard of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall for this tournament and her mother's premier disciple, a man nearly a century old whose combat prowess was considered top-tier among her mother's vast following. To hear her mother state that he was no longer a match for Qian Yushu was a revelation that far exceeded her expectations. Overcome by an intense curiosity, Lin Wanwan couldn't help but lean in and whisper to her mother, "Is this Qian Yushu truly that terrifyingly powerful?" Lin Jingyue turned to her daughter, her gaze firm and unwavering. "He is the single most valued disciple in Tan Zhongyu's inner circle, Wanwan. Such a position is earned through absolute strength alone. In fact," she added, her voice dropping to a more serious register, "if Qian Yushu were to suddenly announce a breakthrough to level 9 tomorrow, I wouldn't find it the least bit surprising. His foundation is that deep. I cannot accurately gauge the true depths of that brown-haired boy, Lu Shang. But even if his strength is greater than it appears on the surface, at most, he would only be on the same level as Qian Yushu. He has chosen to confront the entire Mingyu Hall squad all by himself, Lin Zhengyue noted, her tone suggesting she was watching a man walk into a slaughterhouse. He is almost certainly doomed. The other martial saints present shared her grim outlook, as every tactical variable suggested that Lu Shang was in a situation far too dire to overcome. At that precise moment, Lin Wanwan's pupils contracted with a violent shock, and she let out a sharp, urgent cry. "Mom, look at the screen." Lin Zhengyue, assuming her daughter was merely disputing her assessment of Lu Shang's peril, simply hummed an absent-minded acknowledgement, not yet looking back. When Lin Zhengyue finally turned her attention back to the massive display, she felt as if she had been struck by a physical blow. She stood frozen in place, her body stiff with disbelief. The image depicted the prestigious Qian Yushu already forced to his knees before Lu Shang, while the youth's hand remained clamped firmly and dominantly around the back of his head. Lin Wanwan, her mind racing to reconcile this sight with her mother's previous praise, asked in a daze, "Wait, is it already over? How could it happen so incredibly quickly?" Qian Yushu's chest bore the distinct, bruised imprint of a five-finger palm strike from Lu Shang. Lin Wanwan continued to murmur in a state of shock. "But you said this was the leader of the Mingyu Hall. The one you said surpassed senior brother Dong Xingyi and had the potential to reach level 9. Lin Zhengyue remained paralyzed where she stood, unable to find the words to explain what she was seeing. A visible trace of embarrassment flickered across Lin Zhengyue's face at having her judgment proven so spectacularly wrong, but she quickly masked it with a professional solemnity. She stared intently at the handsome, brown-haired youth on the screen and spoke with a voice heavy with realization. "I stand corrected. Indeed, I was profoundly mistaken. Lu Shang's strength is not just formidable, it is overwhelmingly, perhaps even monstrously, strong." It was clear that Lin Zhengyue was not the only titan who had miscalculated. A stunned silence had fallen over the other gathered martial saints. One of them finally spoke up, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Did any of you actually witness the exchange? It was unbelievable, truly miraculous." Qian Yushu was left completely defenseless. Since when did a grandmaster of such terrifying caliber exist in this tournament without our knowledge? Following that display, the handsome Lu Shang continued to defy expectations, bringing the observers one surprise after another. To their collective shock, he reached behind him, grabbed the massive sack of energy crystals he had painstakingly collected, and violently tore the reinforced fabric open. Lu Shang's face was lit with a look of extreme, predatory pleasure as he prepared his next move. He raised his voice in a booming shout that seemed to challenge the heavens themselves. "Everyone, come out and witness this." A torrential cascade of diamond-like energy crystals tumbled from the bag, thousands of them sparkling and refracting the brilliant sunlight as they fell into a glittering pile at his feet. What in the world is he doing? The entire command deck was gripped by shock. The old man Cumberland was utterly flabbergasted, his mind unable to process the logic. What exactly does this boy hope to achieve by exposing his wealth? Fiona, standing beside him, was likewise speechless, a look of profound bewilderment etched onto her beautiful features. Lin Zhengyue felt a cold sweat breaking out on her neck as she predicted his intent. Is he actually trying to bait every single contestant on the island to his position? Is this what he intended from the start? Lin Zhengyue was at a loss for words, stunned by the sheer audacity of what she was witnessing. One of the older martial saints spoke up slowly, his voice laced with an incomprehensible tone of awe and dread. "It appears he is deliberately attracting the attention of every powerhouse in the tournament. This boy from the Dragon Country, he doesn't just want to win. He wants to crown himself the absolute #1 king of this World Grandmaster tournament. He is playing a lethal game of King of the Hill with the world as his audience." A wave of shock rippled through every person in the room. High atop the central command tower, Fiona's eyes began to sparkle with a brilliant, admiring light. She stood tall, chest puffed out with a strange pride, and turned to the silent Cumberland. Dad, she declared with absolute conviction, I've made my choice. This man is the partner I have dreamed of finding my entire life. Boom. A massive, swirling vortex of aura erupted on the distant horizon, signaling the approach of the first challenger. Soon, dozens of new, powerful auras began to flare up from every point of the compass, all of them accelerating toward Lu Sheng's central position. Radiant, multicolored gang auras began to streak across the sky, each one carrying a powerhouse, creating a vivid tapestry of five-colored energy converging on a single point. These soaring auras pierced the sky as numerous figures rushed toward Lu Sheng from all directions simultaneously, none willing to let another arrive first. From a bird's-eye view, it looked as if Lu Sheng was the calm center of an approaching storm of elite warriors. As they closed the distance, they were met with the sight of Lu Sheng casually displaying a mountain of energy crystals before him, at least 150 kilograms of pure power. That's him, a portly man shouted from a distance. That's the boy Miss Fiona has favored. The man beside him could only stare in awe. Where on earth did he find such a massive haul of energy crystals? Is he deliberately luring us into a trap? Is he insane? Another whispered. It's cocky as hell, but I have to admit, I like the guts of this kid. Huh. Every eye in the vicinity burned with a volatile mixture of shock, searing envy, and naked greed, all of it focused on Lu Sheng and the glowing pile of crystals sitting before him. Despite the gathering storm of nearly 100 grandmasters, Lu Sheng remained seated calmly upon the surface of the sea, his expression one of absolute serenity, bordering on casual boredom. He expanded his spiritual consciousness, meticulously scanning every face in the surrounding crowd. He recognized the elite disciples of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall, several ancient, battle-scarred veterans from the Dragon Division, and mercenary forces from every corner of the globe. A slow, satisfied sigh escaped him. The grandmasters of every major faction have finally arrived, he thought to himself. Now, the real show can finally begin. At that moment, one of the warriors couldn't restrain himself any longer and roared out, Hey, kid, you've got a lot of nerve. Hand over every single one of those energy crystals right now, and for the sake of Miss Fiona's reputation, we might consider sparing your life. Listen, brat, another sneered, his aura flaring. I don't know how you stumbled upon such a treasure, but to think you could lure us all here and keep it? You clearly haven't experienced a real, soul-crushing beatdown yet. The veteran old geysers from the military command were deeply unsettled. Something is fundamentally wrong here, one whispered. This just doesn't add up. Even with our experience, none of us would dare to provoke this many high-level combatants alone. What is his endgame? Does he have a secret protector? A martial saint lurking in the shadows to back him up? As they speculated, the young Lu Sheng suddenly raised his hand, pointing a single finger toward the vault of the sky. A titanic pillar of pure energy erupted from his fingertips and shot straight upward, catching the massive pile of energy crystals and sending them soaring hundreds of meters into the air, where they hung suspended like a glittering ceiling. A strange, predatory, and exciting light began to dance in Lu Sheng's eyes, and a truly wicked, terrifying grin spread slowly across his face. Lu Sheng's voice thundered across the waves. Come on then. All of you, come at once. Challenge me. Attempt to beat me. Try to kill me. If you succeed, every single one of these crystals in the sky is yours for the taking. As he shouted, he effortlessly maintained the suspension of the crystals with his mental power, a direct and humiliating taunt to every grandmaster present. The next microsecond, boom. The sea beneath them seemed to cave in as a sudden burst of power displaced the water. Two gargantuan figures, looking like they had stepped out of a high-octane fighting game, landed directly before Lu Sheng. Twins, are they? Lu Sheng noted, not even bothering to look up. An arrogant roar followed. We are the twin heroes, serving under the Rose Martial Saint of the Eagle Federation. We'll be happy to accept your free gift. Without standing, Lu Sheng unleashed a focused wave of mental power and delivered a casual, backhanded palm strike. The space in front of him instantly warped into a terrifying, light-bending distortion. A blinding flash of pure kinetic force erupted, and the two massive figures were sent hurtling back across the ocean like ragdolls. To Lu Sheng, their force fields and 100 forged bodies were irrelevant. They were nothing before the monstrous power of his 278 immortal cells. In an instant, the two juggernauts were reduced to mere memories, obliterated by a force they couldn't even perceive. The onlookers from the Super Transcendence Martial Hall stood paralyzed, their breaths hitching in their throats as they witnessed the total erasure of their peers. One man, his voice trembling with a cocktail of awe and terror, could barely wrap his mind around the spectacle. The twin heroes, sworn to the Rose Martial Saint of the Eagle Federation, had stood amongst the top 5 elites in the previous World Grandmaster Tournament. Yet, against this youth, they were dismantled without landing a single blow, annihilated in a one-sided slaughter that defied explanation. Dong Xingyi felt an icy needle of dread pierce his spine, his pupils constricting into pinpricks as he bore witness to the impossible. His features, once composed and arrogant, were now a distorted mask of primal, unadulterated fear. The sheer disparity in power was a physical weight pressing down on his chest, making every breath a labor. Recognizing the impending doom and the futility of their formation, he cast aside his dignity. His voice cracked into a shrill, desperate shriek as he hurled a warning to his comrades. Retreat. Get out of the way, quickly. Move now, if you want any hope of surviving this. But the air itself seemed to thicken, heavy with the weight of an impending cataclysm that no amount of running could outpace. In the center of the mounting chaos, Lu Sheng remained the calm eye of the storm, his presence expanding to fill the void. A terrifying concentration of spiritual energy began to swirl and condense within his upturned palm, the sheer density of the mental power causing the light to warp and the atmosphere to hum with a low, menacing frequency. With a casual, almost bored flick of his wrist, Lu Sheng initially seemed prepared to manifest his mental power into a singular, lethal blade to reap the lives of those before him. Then, as if humored by a fleeting, whimsical thought, he altered the trajectory of his intent in midair. Instead of a linear slash, he wove the energy into a perfect, massive ring of shimmering white radiance. It hung in the air for a fraction of a second, looking impossibly heavy and vibrating with a terrifying, ancient resonance that promised only total ruin to anything it touched. Clang! The energy ring expanded outward with the violent speed of a supernova, a halo of pure destruction. The Grandmaster-level powerhouses, realizing too late the scale of the threat, instinctively flared their vital auras and deployed their most robust force fields in a frantic bid for survival. They poured every ounce of their martial will into their defenses, but against that golden-white halo of pure spiritual energy, their efforts were less than sea foam crashing against a mountain of solid granite. They weren't merely pushed back, they were systematically crushed by the expanding wake. The sounds of impact and the sickening crack-crack of shattering bone filled the air in a gruesome symphony. Robust chests caved in like hollow tins under a hydraulic press, and violent, jagged gasps tore across their torsos as their internal structures were pulverized by the sheer atmospheric pressure. In an instant, a mist of deep crimson splattered across the sapphire sea, painting the waves in the visceral color of tragedy. A collective, agonizing scream rose from the pack of warriors as their front line collapsed. Two of the swiftest figures managed to scramble backward in a desperate bid to dodge the arc of death, but they were still caught by the outer periphery of the blast. They were sent hurtling back across the water, traveling significantly faster than they had charged, resembling broken straw dolls swept away by a Titan's club. Those remaining could only stare at Lu Sheng's unfathomable power through a blinding, humid shower of red. The warriors bringing up the rear skidded to a halt, their momentum dying instantly as absolute terror took root in their hearts. On the side of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall, the disciples who had been eagerly following their senior brother's lead stood with wide, vacant eyes. They looked at the broken bodies littering the surface of the sea and felt a shiver that started at their heels and ended at their scalps. A broken, disbelieving sound escaped their lips. The men who had charged first were the strongest among them, and they hadn't even managed to force the boy to take a single defensive stance. If I had been at the front, one disciple thought, his mind spiraling into a dark abyss of realization, I wouldn't just be broken, I'd be in the deepest circle of hell right now. The truth dawned on them with crushing weight. Lu Xing wasn't just some arrogant lunatic seeking a glorious death. This was a calculated, lethal trap designed to liquidate them in a single, efficient stroke. They were moths drawn to a magnificent, forbidden flame, and now that they were burning, it was far too late to turn back. The disaster was absolute. Lu Xing was no fat sheep, waiting to be sheared by the opportunistic or the greedy. He was a raging, sentient inferno, a celestial furnace disguised in human form. He had simply waited with predatory patience for these brainless goons to walk willingly into his snare, only to be reduced to ash. Cough, cough. The silence was broken only by the sound of survivors in the back hacking up lungfuls of blood, their internal organs failing under the mere aftershocks of his power. This is an unbeatable monster. He's a total anomaly. Dong Xingyi, the chief disciple of the super-transcendence martial saint, whispered through gritted teeth as his confidence was utterly annihilated. He turned to his fellow disciples, his voice frantic and devoid of its usual composure as he urged them to flee. Retreat. Dong Xingyi, get out of here now. Run and don't look back. His scalp tingled with the primal urge to flee as he spun around, desperate to put distance between himself and the demon. Thinking of leaving so soon. A demonic, crimson glint flickered within Lu Xing's eyes, a cold light that promised no mercy for those who had come to rob him. Without taking a physical step, he unleashed his mental power once more, his will manifesting as a tangible force that gripped the very fabric of the surrounding environment. The ocean around them responded to his command, the water churning and rising in a violent, synchronized roar that drowned out their cries. A colossal, shimmering wall of seawater surged upward, hundreds of feet high, forming a translucent, inescapable prison that completely encircled the fleeing group and cut off their escape. The disciples stared upward in mute disbelief, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets as they looked at the sky-piercing barrier of salt and spray. What kind of sorcery is this? One screamed in terror. A water wall maintained purely by the density of mental power? He's not just a martial artist. He's a psychic of the highest order. Dong Xingyi felt the icy grip of death tighten around his heart, his entire frame trembling uncontrollably as the gravity of their situation set in. He had seen the power of rank 9 martial saints before, but even they rarely manipulated the environment with such effortless, massive-scale mental precision. This was a level of spiritual control that defied the established laws of martial arts and rendered their resistance a joke. In a blur that bypassed the perception of even the fastest grandmasters, Lu Xing's figure flickered and reappeared instantly beside Dong Xingyi. The young man reached out, almost affectionately, and patted the powerhouse on the shoulder. "You've traveled such a long distance just to meet me," Lu Xing asked with a chillingly polite tone. "And yet you're planning to depart, without even leaving behind a few souvenirs to remember the occasion?" "Senior brother," another disciple cried out, his voice filled with agonizing worry as he saw the distance between them close. But the leader, Dong Xingyi, could only howl back in desperation, his face pale as a sheet. "Don't come any closer. Stay back, Dong Xingyi. Save yourself while there's still a chance. I'll hold him off. I'll buy you the time you need to break through," the leader shouted, his voice cracking with the hollow bravado of a man who knew he was facing his end. "Just run, get away, and warn the others while you still can." But before the words could even fully leave his lips, a heavy, crushing blow descended upon him from above. It wasn't a strike he could hope to block or parry. It was a weight that transcended the physical realm. His entire body was driven downward, sinking like a leaden anchor toward the dark, freezing floor of the sea. Lu Xing's hand was already there, clamped firmly and dominantly onto the crown of his head, pinning him like a specimen. "You claimed you were going to hold me back," Lu Xing mused, his voice a low, terrifying rumble that vibrated through the disciples' bones. "Tell me, who exactly gave you the confidence to make such a bold claim? Was it Lin Zhenghua?" His eyes flashed a predatory red, and his grip tightened just enough to let the man hear the groaning of his own skull. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that Dong Xingyi felt his dignity crumbling away, his primal fear of death taking over every sense. The face of the once proud martial artist was a canvas of pure, unadulterated horror. The other disciples of Lin Zhengyue felt a paralyzing chill crawl up from their tailbones, a frigid wave that flooded their nervous systems and turned their blood to slush. They stood there, shaking like autumn leaves in a gale, their bodies reacting to a primal predatory presence they couldn't begin to fight. Even the most disciplined, ironclad martial Dao willpower was useless against this existential dread. Dong Xingyi, his hands trembling so violently they were a blur, fumbled with his gear. He held out his bags of energy crystals toward Lu Sheng, his voice a pathetic, stammering wreck as he pleaded for his life. Take them. The crystals, they're all yours. Just please, let us go." Catching sight of the Dragon Division's elite, immortal guards attempting to flee across the choppy waves, Lu Sheng paused, his gaze drifting toward them. Seeing their leader captured, the guards skidded to a halt, realizing there was no escape. One by one, they reached into their pouches and pulled out their own bags of crystals, offering them up as a tithe for their lives. "We'll give you ours as well," they called out, their voices hollow. "Everything we've gathered is yours. Just let us live." "Now, that is the kind of cooperation I was hoping for," Lu Sheng replied, his eyes remaining as cold and unforgiving as a winter sea. With a simple thought, he unleashed a localized burst of mental power to gather the tribute, his aura flaring with icy dominance as he accepted the spoils of war. The black fabric bags were shredded by his invisible force, releasing a torrent of glowing gems. A massive, shimmering pile of energy crystals spilled into the air, swirling together into a cohesive, floating mass under his mental control. Lu Sheng did a quick mental tally. The haul was substantial, totaling at least 300 kilograms of high-grade energy that pulsed with a faint, violet light. The young man gave a sharp, satisfied nod. "Yes, this will suffice for now. Time is running short, and the startup phase of my plan is officially complete. It's time to return to the source." He narrowed his eyes, focusing his gaze toward the distant, hazy silhouette of Heavenly Saint Island on the horizon. He began to move, leaping across the crests of the waves with a grace and power that defied gravity. With every thunderous bound, his battle intent flared brighter, a golden-red aura beginning to coat his skin as his spirit harmonized with his physical power, creating a trail of steam in his wake. As he sped away, Lu Sheng mused on the fact that he was now heading directly into the hornet's nest of the world's martial saints. This is going to be a confrontation unlike any other, he thought, his blood beginning to boil with anticipation. Behind him, the survivors could only stare in paralyzed shock, watching as the boy and his massive, hovering mountain of energy crystals soared through the sky like a descending deity. One survivor, slowly coming out of his catatonic state, touched his own chest as if to ensure he was still whole. We didn't die," he whispered, the realization feeling more like a hallucination than reality. He looked at his hands, still unable to grasp how he was still breathing after encountering such force. "Is it truly that simple?" another asked, his voice shaking with the aftereffects of the trauma. "All we had to do to survive an encounter with a monster like that was to hand over our crystals and abandon our pride? We're actually alive." He felt a strange mixture of relief and absolute humiliation. Dong Xingyi sat in the water, his soul feeling battered and small. He had been prepared to die like a warrior, but the beautiful, tsunami-like youth had simply dismissed him like a nuisance once the toll was paid. Waves of post-traumatic terror washed over him. It was incomprehensible. How could a monster like that exist at the mere rank of a level 8 Grandmaster? He wasn't even level 9, yet he treated peak Grandmasters like common poultry in a slaughterhouse, slaughtering their confidence without effort. It was too much for his mind to process. The only name he could possibly compare this anomaly to was the legendary Lu Sheng back in the Dragon Country, the world-defying genius known for challenging the very concept of human limits. Little did he know that the Lu Sheng, who had just crushed him, was the very same man, operating under a different guise. Dong Xingyi let out a long, dejected sigh, his martial spirit feeling broken and fragile. Looking back, he muttered to the wind, "My arrogant attempt to travel the world and prove my invincibility was nothing more than a pathetic joke. I was a frog in a well." He stared at the empty horizon. "There are people out there 10 times, 100 times more gifted than I could ever hope to be. It's just a tragedy that our own Lu Sheng wasn't here today, he whispered, shaking his head. If he were, this cocky youth wouldn't be allowed to act with such unrestrained arrogance. Our prodigy would have taught him the meaning of true strength. After all, he added with a bitter, self-deprecating smile as he watched the distant light fade, monsters are the only ones capable of countering other monsters. We were just fodder in their world. He's gone. He's truly not pursuing us anymore. The 3 elite guards of the Dragon Division cautiously scanned the area behind them, only relaxing when they were certain the danger had truly vanished. Faces both young and old were etched with deep lines of fear and shock. To think the West could produce such a terrifying anomaly, an old man whispered, clenching his fist in a mix of frustration and awe at the boy's prowess. If our Dragon Division's future god, Lu Sheng, were here to meet him, he mused, I truly believe he wouldn't be outmatched. He's our only hope for a counterweight. What are you babbling about? A superior snapped, though his own hands were still shaking from the encounter. A high-ranking official of the Dragon Division glared at the speaker and barked. Our future god, Lu Sheng, would beat this punk like a stray dog. No matter how OP this kid thinks he is, he's just flexing his muscles on the weak. Would he dare to show that same level of arrogance in front of a real martial saint? I think not. He'd be crushed in an instant. Another elder gave a shaky thumbs up, trying to salvage some dignity from the wreckage of their mission. You're absolutely right. To be honest, before we even landed, I was paranoid that something like this would happen. I secretly stashed a portion of our energy crystals in a hidden cache elsewhere. We're still better off than those poor fools who got robbed clean. In a way, we're actually the lucky ones. Almost everyone else got pulverized, while we only got tapped lightly on the shoulder. He joked weakly, his voice hollow. Huh. It just goes to show our luck is unmatched. Turning a misfortune into a blessing. That's the true meta of survival, isn't it? Forget it. Let's just go find a drink. Meanwhile, back on Heavenly Saint Island, the high-ranking powerhouses watching the broadcast were in a state of absolute, deafening shock. Harold, be honest. Is that boy truly a member of your bloodline? One martial saint asked, turning toward Harold on the high tower with an expression of pure astonishment. What is the meaning of this power? Doubts and questions swirled through the assembly. Until this moment, the handsome youth known as Lu Sheng had displayed a level of combat efficacy that defied every known standard, effectively carving out a new realm of power. He clearly hadn't made the final leap to rank 9, yet he possessed a level of absolute dominance over rank 8 that was logically impossible. He could no longer be labeled a mere genius. He was a generational prodigy, a being who seemed destined to stand shoulder to shoulder with the martial saints as an equal in the very near future. This objective assessment from a neutral party gained solemn nods from several other elites. Harold, tell us the truth. What is the secret behind your grandson? The boy is clearly not rank 9, yet he exerts a level of absolute authority and dominance over the rank 8 tier that I have never witnessed in my long life. He is rewriting the manual on martial potential right before our eyes. He cannot be described by a simple word like genius anymore. In the years to come, he is almost guaranteed to join our ranks among the martial saint elite. It's frankly hard to believe that such extraordinary genes could have originated from the Harold family line. He's on another level entirely. A rival martial saint sneered with a hint of sarcasm, prompting a few dry laughs from the crowd, though most of the mirth was born from pure, green-eyed envy. If Lu Sheng truly belonged to the Harold family, it meant the clan would enjoy an unprecedented windfall of political and martial influence following this tournament, shifting the global balance of power. Furthermore, it was clear that the handsome young man had already captured the heart of Cumberland's only daughter. While Cumberland hadn't thought much of the boy initially, his cold exterior was visibly beginning to thaw. If a union were to occur, Harold's global status would skyrocket. Yet, strangely, despite the teasing and the envy, Harold's own expression was unreadable, a mix of bewilderment and a certain helpless resignation. Fiona, however, was beaming, her heart swelling with pride. Do you see now, you short-sighted fools? This is a future titan, and yet you were all so quick to judge. Marshal St. Cumberland heard her and could only grumble, unsure of how to respond to his daughter's vindication. After a long silence, the female martial saint, Lin Zhengyue, crossed her arms over her chest, and spoke with a chilling objectivity. His raw power is undeniable, but his character and long-term stability still require scrutiny. We shall reserve final judgment until he arrives here in person. Cumberland's stance remained outwardly chilly, but the slight softening of his posture suggested he was already beginning to accept the inevitable future. "You're the best, Dad." Fiona beamed, flashing a bright, triumphant smile like a queen who had just won a decisive battle on the chessboard of high society. She watched the screen with an intensity that bordered on worship, her belief in Lu Sheng's supremacy absolute. On the opposite side of the viewing deck, the mother-daughter duo of Lin Zhengyue and Lin Wanwan were engaged in a low, intense conversation. Lin Wanwan's face was a kaleidoscope of emotions, shocked, intrigued, and occasionally pouting in a cute manner. "Senior brother didn't even get to land a single hit," she whispered, "and he even showed mercy to senior brother Dong Xingyi." Lin Zhengyue sighed, her face clouding with complex emotions. "If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have called it a fairy tale. I never imagined such a genius could exist in this generation." She paused, her mind drifting to a specific memory, and she shook her head slowly. "The gears of time are turning far too fast," she murmured, her voice barely audible. "Monsters that defy all logic and comprehension, beings that shatter every norm of our world. They are being born one after another in a flood. I fear the era we knew is coming to an abrupt, violent close. I am truly beginning to feel the heavy weight of the years," Lin Zhengyue remarked, a flicker of genuine regret crossing her elegant features as she watched the display. That young man, Lu Sheng, was an even more outrageous anomaly than this boy. He nearly brought a martial saint to the brink of death when he was a mere 20 years old. It remains a profound sorrow of mine that I was not there to witness that legendary clash personally. I imagine it must have been infinitely more shocking than the spectacle we've just witnessed. Lin Wanwan tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the distance as she whispered, "Mother, I heard a rumor that Lu Sheng was once highly favored by the bright jade martial saint, Tin Zhongyu, and almost became his direct disciple. Is there any truth to that tale, or is it just another urban legend?" Lin Zhengyue couldn't resist stealing a glance toward a middle-aged man draped in pristine white robes on the adjacent high tower, his expression a mask of stony indifference. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Tan Zhongyu is hailed as the peerless bright, jade martial saint of our era, a man renowned for his ability to unearth and polish rough gemstones into greatness. Yet, for all his insight, it seems he let the most magnificent emerald of all, the peerless Lu Sheng, slip through his fingers entirely. I would venture to guess that his regret is so profound right now that his very vitals are turning a sickly shade of green," she added with a subtle, knowing smirk. Far off on his lofty perch, the middle-aged man in the white robes, Tan Zhongyu, seemed to detect the prickle of her gaze. With a practiced, serene composure, he turned his head slowly to look in their direction, his eyes unreadable and calm. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. The grand conference was drawing to its inevitable conclusion. Following the chaotic spree where the Emerald Jade Saint, Lu Sheng in disguise, had systematically plundered nearly every participant, the remaining contestants were permitted one final, brief window to scavenge for whatever energy crystals remained in the deep. One by one, the various powerhouses dispatched by the world's most influential factions began to return from the field, their harried appearances telling the story of the day's events. Some arrived with their composure intact, while others were deathly pale, clutching fresh wounds, and limping heavily as they trudged back to the gathering point. Despite the casualties, the crowd remained substantial. The organizers promptly began the arduous task of tallying the weight of the collected energy crystals, a process meant to distribute value and prestige among the participants. This was the moment the martial saints anticipated most, their attention fixed on the results. Though a grim reality soon emerged, because of Lu Sheng's rampage, the total haul from the remaining players amounted to a pitiful 132 kilograms, a mere fifth of the bounty seen in previous years. The collective gaze of the martial saints shifted toward the churning sea, their eyes searching for the one person they knew held the true prize. They were acutely aware that the lion's share of the planet's lifeblood resided with that arrogant, handsome youth who had carried himself like a sovereign, yet his silhouette was still nowhere to be seen on the horizon. A prominent martial saint furrowed his brow, the air around him crackling with agitation as he spoke. That boy shattered his teleportation bracelet earlier. There is no tracking him now. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to abscond with the entire harvest, would he? He turned a cold, demanding stare toward Harold. Harold, you brought this individual into our fold. If he has indeed vanished with the crystals, the burden of responsibility falls squarely upon your shoulders. At his words, the sharp, judging eyes of every martial saint present converged on Harold like a firing squad. The pressure in the area intensified as the martial saints began to voice their impatience, their voices a chorus of mounting hostility. Well, say something, Harold. Give us an explanation for this boy's disappearance immediately. Harold felt a cold sweat breaking out across his brow, his nerves fraying under the collective weight of their scrutiny. Do not look at me with such accusations, he stammered, his heart hammering against his ribs. You ask me for answers, but I am as much in the dark as any of you. This situation has spiraled far beyond my ability to manage. While the others believed the Emerald Jade Saint was his own descendant, Harold was painfully aware that the youth was effectively a terrifying dragon in human skin, a force he didn't dare provoke. The thought that Lu Sheng might actually leave with hundreds of kilograms of energy crystals filled him with existential dread. I'm doomed, he thought frantically. They all think he's my grandson. If he doesn't return, these monsters will tear me limb from limb. Please, Lu Sheng, I beg of you, come back soon. He realized that since the disguise was so perfect, the boy had no reputational burden and could leave Harold to take the fall. The more he pondered the possibility of 24 enraged martial saints descending upon him, the more his composure crumbled into pure panic. Just as Harold was preparing to rise and offer a hollow excuse to go searching for the boy, Tan Zhongyu's voice cut through the tension like a blade. He is coming, the Jade Saint announced, his eyes fixed on the distant waves. Countless heads snapped around in unison, spotting a gargantuan mass of glowing energy crystals hurtling across the sea, yet the person propelling them remained invisible to the naked eye. It took several more seconds before the figure of the young Emerald Jade Saint finally materialized in their vision, flying through the air with an effortless, predatory grace that commanded the attention of everyone on the island. In an instant, the mountainous, supersized cluster of energy crystals flew towards Saintly Sky Island, cutting through the air with an audible whistle before coming to a sudden halt. The young Emerald Jade Saint landed gracefully beside the glowing monolith, striking a perfectly cool, composed pose. His chestnut-brown hair and exquisite features remained unruffled, radiating a sense of absolute power and unshakable confidence. No matter how many legendary figures surrounded him, he maintained a calm, regal air that seemed to diminish everyone else in his presence. The gathered martial saints stood in stunned, breathless silence, their pupils contracting as they processed the scale of the haul. A ripple of disbelief passed through the crowd as they stared at the towering pile of crystals. Is it even possible? One whispered. Is that truly a single, unified mass of energy crystals of that magnitude? The officials responsible for the tallying rushed forward, their instruments humming as they analyzed the massive crystalline structure. After a tense moment of calculation, the announcement rang out. The supersized crystal block weighed in at a staggering 545 kilograms. A synchronized wave of sharp, audible gasps echoed throughout the square as the weight was revealed. The martial saints, previously on the verge of fury, were now overcome with a primal joy. High atop the towers, several of the world's most powerful beings couldn't help but stand up, their faces lit with wide, predatory smiles and an intense, shimmering excitement. This is beyond exceptional, Cumberland remarked, moved enough to leave his seat and walk to the very edge of the high tower to look down upon the youth. Young talent, you have performed a service of unparalleled magnitude, he mused internally. With this addition, the total harvest for the conference had reached a monumental 5,600 kilograms, nearly 50% higher than the previous record. For the martial saints, this meant their personal shares would be vastly inflated. You are a marvel, young man, Cumberland thought. Your unparalleled excellence has been witnessed by all who stand here today, Cumberland declared, his voice booming with a rare note of genuine appreciation. The final victory and the lion's share of glory shall undoubtedly belong to you. Now, he added, his gaze softening with a hint of respect, tell me your true name. A warrior of your caliber deserves to be remembered by every person gathered on this island. Fiona watched the Emerald Jade Saint from her vantage point, her heart swelling with an irrepressible, beaming pride. Her joy was written plainly across her face as she looked at the man below, her pulse quickening. She wanted to scream to the world that her intuition had been perfect. Yes, look at him, she thought. This is the man that I, Fiona, have set my sights on from the beginning. In this world, she whispered to herself with absolute conviction, only a man of his peerless stature is qualified to claim the dazzling pearl that sits upon my crown. The other participants looked on with eyes that burned with a volatile mix of admiration and searing jealousy. They saw a soft rice youth who had seemingly hit the jackpot, destined for a meteoric rise. To be personally lauded by Cumberland himself, the president of the World Martial Arts Association and the chairman of the Western Alliance. They grumbled internally. This boy is taking a single step that will launch him into the heavens, gaining world-shaking fame, accolades, and a life bathed in light that most of us will never even touch. At that moment, Lu Sheng was the undisputed center of the universe, bathed in the metaphorical halo of his own success. His demeanor was already striking, but under the spotlight of global attention, he seemed to glow with an even more dazzling brilliance. He had become the sole protagonist of the entire conference. Yet, even as he faced the high praise of a figure as monolithic as Cumberland, Lu Sheng showed no sign of arrogance or juvenile excitement. Instead, he maintained the elegant, humble, and perfectly poised attitude of a refined gentleman, bowing slightly as he prepared to address the president. Respected Marshal St. Cumberland, Lu Sheng began, his voice smooth and remarkably steady. Before I divulge my name to this esteemed assembly, I find I have a small, lingering question that I would like the luminaries gathered here to answer. I trust that such a request is not out of order. A flicker of genuine curiosity crossed Cumberland's face. He found the youth's composure fascinating and saw no reason to deny such a simple request from the day's greatest hero. He offered a magnanimous smile and gave a slight nod of his head. By all means, young man. What questions do you have for us? Speak your mind freely. The young Emerald Jade Saint placed a hand over his heart and offered a deep, respectful bow, seemingly thanking the gathered elders for their vast magnanimity. Internally, Lu Sheng was gritting his teeth, barely able to stomach the nauseatingly polite words he was forcing himself to speak. Then, with a sudden shift in posture, the young man mirrored Cumberland's own authoritative tone. He raised his head, his gaze sharpening as he looked directly into the eyes of the powerful figures perched upon their high towers. Lu Sheng's eyes swept across the assembly, first over Cumberland, who still wore an expression of smug appreciation, then over Fiona, who let out a soft snort of delight, her face beaming, over Harold, who looked like he was about to faint from stress, and finally over Lin Zhengyue and Tan Zhongyu. After his gaze had touched every esteemed figure on those towers, he opened his mouth and spoke with a chilling, absolute calm. My small question is this. Are all of you esteemed luminaries here truly nothing more than worthless trash? Cumberland was so startled he nearly fell back, convinced for a moment that his hearing had failed him. Huh? The young man didn't flinch. He repeated the question, his voice booming with a cold, icy clarity that echoed through the square. I asked if all of the esteemed adults gathered here are nothing but utter garbage. Tell me, by what right do you sit atop these high towers and dare to call yourselves martial saints? The words had barely left Lu Sheng's lips when the entire island seemed to freeze in a state of suspended animation. Marshal St. Cumberland, his brow furrowed in a mixture of confusion and burgeoning fury, leaned forward as if to ensure he had heard correctly. What did you say? Instead of an apology, the young man let out a low, mocking chuckle. Huh. He reached up and slowly, deliberately slicked back his hair, his eyes dancing with a dangerous, playful light as he prepared to shed his persona. Then, Lu Sheng took a commanding step forward and opened his palm. An incredibly dense, suffocatingly powerful aura began to emanate from his very core. In that moment, the disguise on his face began to warp and melt away like heated wax, peeling back to reveal his true identity. Within a few short breaths, the chestnut-haired youth was gone, replaced by a man with a perfect, celestial physique that seemed carved from the heavens themselves, the unmistakable face of a man from the east. Instantly, on the high tower and in the square below, countless eyes widened, faces showing sheer disbelief. Marshal Saint Lin Jingyue's pupils constricted sharply as she whispered a single name under her breath. It's him. Every shocked gaze was now fixed on the man who had infiltrated their highest circles, but Lu Sheng remained cold and detached, ignoring their presence as if they were mere ghosts. A dark, satisfied smirk played across the youth's lips as he muttered to himself. The first step crushed the high tower. He drew in a deep, lung-bursting breath, his muscles coiling as an incomprehensible surge of raw power began to churn within his veins. He clenched his fingers into a devastating fist and drove it downward into the ground with the force of a falling star. A violent domino effect of seismic energy rippled outward instantly. Boom, boom, boom. In a terrifying display of localized destruction, nearly 30 meters of the foundational structures of the high towers exploded simultaneously, collapsing from the bottom up in a rain of debris. The ground beneath the assembly rapidly caved in with a deafening roar, forming a massive, yawning crater. The martial saints found themselves losing their footing, the air filled with the dust of their fallen prestige as they prepared to plummet. A sharp, urgent voice cut through the chaos. Danger! Brace yourselves and get down. The group of martial saints didn't hesitate, leaping from their crumbling perches and landing in the churning dust, quickly forming a tight, hostile circle around Lu Sheng in the swirling debris of the collapsing tower. One after another, the powerful auras of the world's elite began to flare within the dust cloud, becoming increasingly distinct and menacing. High above them, the silhouette of a giant, humanoid figure made of pure, blinding light began to manifest, fueled by the collective indignation of the saints. Marshal Saint Cumberland emerged from the settling dust, his once handsome face now twisted into a mask of frigid severity and wounded pride. He glared at the Easterner, his voice dripping with venomous intent. You miserable Oriental. Who the hell do you think you are to strike at us? The corners of Lu Sheng's mouth curled upward in a fierce, predatory grin, his eyes alight with an unquenchable battle intent. His body stood as taut as a fully drawn bow before suddenly snapping into motion. He shot forward like a literal bolt of lightning, an arrow of pure kinetic force. Lu Sheng buried a fierce, bone-shattering punch directly into Cumberland's face, the terrifying impact instantly deforming the president's features into a mask of pain. Boom! The sheer force of the blow sent Cumberland hurtling backward across the island like a cannonball. He smashed through solid rock formations and ancient structures, carving a long, shattered path of destruction through the landscape of saintly Sky Island. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the wreckage, his gaze icy and his breathing perfectly calm. He let out a sharp, derisive scoff as he surveyed the remaining saints, his posture an open challenge to the world. If you want to know my name so badly, he called out, his voice ringing across the island, then you'll have to beat it out of me first. Cumberland, coughing up a mixture of dust and blood, let out a roar of primal fury as he scrambled to his feet. He charged back toward Lu Sheng, his vital aura reaching its absolute peak as he prepared to trade his life for revenge. Rumble. The two figures collided with the force of two tectonic plates, their clash generating shockwaves that shattered the very air. Far from the view of the panicked crowd, bursts of concentrated fire and energy detonated in the sky. Exquisite buildings that had stood for generations collapsed in seconds, and entire groves of tropical trees were leveled. Every time Lu Sheng threw a punch, it felt as though the very laws of heaven and earth were bending to his will. Cumberland, by contrast, was being relentlessly beaten into the dirt. His gray hair was a disheveled mess, and he looked entirely passive, lacking the strength to resist the divine-like onslaught. Holy God! The remaining onlookers watched in a catatonic daze, the other martial saints gaping in utter, paralyzed disbelief as they watched the president of the WMAA being dismantled. At that moment, Cumberland's voice, a mixture of humiliated rage and genuine, shivering terror, echoed from the midst of the struggle. "What are you all doing? Why are you just standing there watching? Help me!" Boom. A heavy, iron-like fist slammed into his jaw, cutting his plea short and sending his final word back down his throat. With a brutal finality, Lu Sheng stomped his foot onto Cumberland, pressing the president deep into the fractured earth. Cumberland's head sank into the crater, his legs kicking pathetically in the air as he was pinned like a broken insect, looking utterly and completely defeated. The other martial saints finally snapped out of their stupor, the reality of the situation sinking in with a cold, sharp dread. They thought to themselves, Cumberland is the president of the World Martial Arts Association, a gray-haired martial saint ranked in the top 5 globally. Yet, he is being trampled underfoot like a common dog by an Eastern youth, and he's actually begging us for help. The sight of their leader being so thoroughly suppressed and humiliated was more than they could bear. Despite the shock, their survival instincts and collective pride took over. "Kill him," one roared. "Let's put an end to this damn Easterner together." "Brace yourselves for the collective, unbridled wrath of the Western martial saints, you arrogant Easterner," one of them bellowed with a mix of fear and indignation. However, despite their posturing, their immediate actions were not directed at the chaotic heart of the battlefield where Cumberland had been humbled. Instead, their predatory gazes were fixed with naked avarice upon the central prize, the nearly 500 kilograms of high-purity energy crystals pulsing with a hypnotic violet light. The sudden collapse of order and the onset of total chaos provided the perfect smokescreen for those seeking to secure their own personal fortunes under the guise of combat. Almost simultaneously, several opportunistic martial saints broke formation, their bodies blurring as they surged toward the massive mountain of energy crystals. A golden opportunity, they thought, their greed outweighing their caution in the heat of the moment. While the primary clash still echoed across the island, their eager, trembling hands reached out to seize the glittering shards of the world's lifeblood, their fingers mere inches from the cold, glowing surfaces of the crystals. One martial saint, emboldened by the proximity of such wealth, let out a cocky, booming shout that echoed through the dust. "Lest you forget, the spoils of war belong exclusively to the ultimate victor. How dare you attempt to circumvent the established protocols of the tournament?" The words had barely left his lips when a concentrated beam of blinding white light lanced through the air. It moved with a velocity that defied human perception, far too fast and far too lethal for any standard defense to intercept. Before any of the onlookers could even process the movement, gruesome, cauterized holes erupted in the torsos of the martial saints who had surrounded the energy deposit. It was as if death itself had reached out with a silent, invisible finger. Who was it that spoke of rules? The silhouette of the young Lu Sheng slowly emerged from the settling debris, his expression one of detached boredom. He was the sole architect of the bloody punctures now decorating the would-be thieves. The surviving martial saints scrambled backward in a state of frantic retreat, their faces drained of color and twisted into masks of absolute, shivering terror. The saint who had spoken moments ago could only stare at his own hands, unable to reconcile his boast with the reality of his imminent demise. A mist of deep crimson splattered across the sapphire sea as a massive, ragged hole materialized in the center of his chest. He hadn't even felt the impact. The strike was so precise and powerful that his nervous system couldn't even register the fatal wound before his life began to drain away. As the treacherous martial saints collapsed onto the fractured earth like marionettes with severed strings, Lu Sheng struck a calm, effortless pose amidst the carnage. He slowly clenched his right fist, a faint, derisive sigh escaping his lips. The martial saints of the West all feel as though they were raised on artificial stimulants and hollow steroids, he remarked with a hint of genuine boredom. Far too fragile. Far too weak. Does anyone else harbor a desire to disrespect the rules I've set? He asked, his voice carrying a chilling resonance that cut through the sound of the wind. Are there any more gluttonous little devils among you who feel lucky today? The remaining martial saints stood paralyzed, their features twisted into grimaces of shock, their limbs frozen as if rooted to the spot by an ancient curse. A deep, bone-chilling frost seemed to crawl up their spines as they bore witness to the sheer, incomprehensible scale of Lu Sheng's power. "What is this monstrosity?" one whispered, his mind fracturing. "This is beyond unreasonable. It defies every law of the martial Tao. Who, or what, is this man truly?" "Herald," one of them shrieked, turning toward the trembling elder. "Who in the name of the gods is he really?" Harold's face was a vacant, wide-eyed stare, his mouth opening and closing without sound. I don't," he stammered, his mind a complete void. Nearby, Lu Sheng stood tall, his eyes burning like the blood-red blades of a demon, his towering figure resembling a divine spear designed to pierce the very heavens and split the earth asunder. His obsidian hair whipped frantically in the rising gale, and his vibrant life force churned within his perfected martial body as every individual immortal cell vibrated with a primal, rhythmic joy. His majestic fighting spirit radiated across the entirety of Saintly Sky Island, transforming the surrounding sea into his grand stage and the endless sky into his war banner. This was the moment he had envisioned during his deepest meditations. Lu Sheng enunciated each syllable with chilling, historic weight. "This confrontation shall be etched forever into the blood-soaked annals of martial history. In the year 317, I, a mere practitioner of the 8th rank, shall systematically defeat every single martial saint gathered here on Saintly Sky Island." With every word, the predatory curve of his lips grew sharper, and the madness in his eyes intensified to a terrifying fever pitch. He drew back his right hand, and as his fist slashed downward through the air, the very fabric of reality seemed to buckle and collapse. It wasn't just the air being displaced. Even the light itself seemed to be sucked into the vacuum of his strike. The punch compressed the surrounding energy into a singularity resembling a black hole centered on his knuckles, flickering with arcs of volatile, black lightning. Boom! A sound like a titanic, heavy drum beat resonated through the hearts of everyone present. The frequency so low it felt as if their very souls were being vibrated. The initial sound was suppressed to the absolute extreme, creating a momentary, suffocating vacuum before the true power erupted with a violent, world-shaking roar. Boom, boom, boom. The expressions of the martial saints facing Lu Sheng underwent a drastic, horrified transformation as they hurled themselves backward in a desperate attempt to escape the blast zone. Jagged, dense black fissures of shattered space radiated from Lu Sheng's fist, followed by massive, invisible ripples of distorted gravitational force that suddenly diffused outward. The earth beneath their feet disintegrated, and the ocean groaned as it was displaced. More than half of Saintly Sky Island began to crumble, as if caught in the epicenter of a cataclysmic earthquake. At the island's periphery, walls of water surged hundreds of meters into the air, and for dozens of kilometers, the sea transformed into a churning, tsunami-stricken hellscape. This single punch had birthed a localized catastrophe. One saint roared over the din. "Damn him! Does he intend to sink the entire island into the abyss?" Beside him, another warrior let out a primal scream of defiance, his aura flaring as he struggled to maintain his footing against the gale. "I refuse to accept this. I will not be humbled by a brat. Everyone, cast aside your hesitations. Manifest your dermic forms now." The call went out. The raw, primordial powers of heaven and earth began to activate in response to the collective will of the saints. Colossal, luminous giants and grotesque behemoth dermic forms of myriad shapes and sizes began to condense within the storm-racked sky, their silhouettes blotting out the sun. The true battle had begun. Every martial saint was being drawn into the vortex of the battlefield. Onlookers from the various world forces stood in a state of total, catatonic numbness. They looked at the ground beneath them, which was constantly splitting into yawning chasms, and watched as the distant parts of the island slowly slid into the rising, thunderous tsunami. Every person present wore an expression of extreme, wide-eyed horror. This earth-shattering disaster wasn't just happening to the physical world. It seemed to be tearing through their very psyches, shattering their understanding of what a human being was capable of achieving. Boom. Above the roiling blue ocean of the west, more than a dozen heaven-piercing martial Tao dermic forms had fully materialized. The tallest among them loomed over 1,000 meters high, while even the shortest stood at a daunting 500 meters. These titanic manifestations of will surrounded Lu Sheng like a council of ancient giants, all of them simultaneously looking down with murderous intent at the ant standing at their feet. "It's him. It really is him," a voice whispered from the sidelines. Over at the Mingyu Hall's encampment, Pang Huayu stood with a completely blank expression, her eyes dull and glassy. She could only repeat a few nonsensical words under her breath as she bore witness to the impossible truth with her own eyes. After Lu Sheng had dispelled his disguise, she finally saw the Eastern youth clearly. On the side of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall, Lin Wanwan and Dong Xingyi were both visibly trembling, their faces pale as they were seized by a sudden, sharp panic. Dong Xingyi finally felt the pieces of the puzzle click together with a sickening thud. He finally understood why the entire elite squad of the Super Transcendence Martial Hall had been systematically dismantled by that mysterious youth on the open sea, yet he alone had been lucky enough to survive the encounter. "No wonder. He was holding back against us," he muttered, his voice thick with irony and a touch of hysteria. "Motherfucker, the cycle is complete. The one handing out these beatings is our very own Lu Sheng of the Dragon Division." After the initial, staggering shock wore off, several of the veteran immortal guards from the Dragon Division found themselves overcome with an intense, electrified excitement. Their blood began to boil with pride. "Is this truly the future god of our military?" one whispered hoarsely. Another elder clenched his gnarled fist, letting out a jubilant, tearful laugh. I told you there couldn't be that many rule-breaking freaks in the world," he shouted, his voice cracking with joy. "A prodigy of this caliber deserves to be worshipped as a living god by our entire military establishment." The veteran beside him nodded incessantly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. One man, challenging more than a dozen martial saints at once. "My gods, even seeing it, I can barely believe it." Behind them, the young star generals of the Dragon Division were flushed with excitement, unable to restrain their cheers. Only Dong Patian stood with clenched fists, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of unwilling envy and a deep, crushing sense of powerlessness and confusion. However, the most bewildered soul on the island was Fiona, the Pearl of the World, who had been so recently singing his praises. Her mind was a fractured mess, her thoughts spinning in a complete void of comprehension. She couldn't understand why the man she had become so infatuated with would suddenly shed his skin, brutally beat her father into the dirt, and then engage in a death match with the rest of the world's martial saints. "Why?" she whispered, her voice lost in the wind. A hand gripped her arm. A girl from her retinue was urging her to move. "We have to go, princess. It's far too dangerous to remain here." Yet, amidst the looming shadows of the 1,000-meter giants, Lu Sheng did not pay the supersized dermic forms any heed. Instead, his focus sharpened, his eyes narrowing as they locked onto the martial saints who had not yet condensed their manifestations, the ones still relying on their physical bodies and refined techniques. Lu Sheng stared calmly ahead, his voice cutting through the roar of the tsunami as he addressed a specific figure. "It has been quite a long time, has it not, Marshal Saint Tan? Your dermic form has yet to make its appearance," Lu Sheng noted with a derisive tilt of his head. "Still hiding, still concealing your true strength. It seems you are the type who truly doesn't know how to go all out until someone drags you down and kicks your teeth in. I have shattered your mental will projection countless times within the depths of the 7th Martial Saint Tower," Lu Sheng declared, his battle intent flaring into a physical heat. "Now, at last, the heavens have granted me the chance to shatter the real you." Humph. The middle-aged man in the pristine white robes, Tan Zhongyu, felt the weight of Lu Sheng's murderous gaze locking onto him with the precision of a predator. His eyes flickered with a cold, sharp light. Without a word, he reached down and slowly drew the long saber from the scabbard at his waist, the metal singing a clear, lethal note as it was unsheathed. Tan Zhongyu pressed 2 fingers against the flat of the razor-sharp blade, his lips moving in a rhythmic, low-frequency mutter as he enunciated for specific words. "Flowing cloud. Bright blade." As the words fell, the very tip of the blade began to pulse with a dazzling, incandescent glow that rivaled the sun. This was the pinnacle of martial expression, an extremely potent martial Tao while saturating the long saber, bridging the gap between the mundane and the celestial by siphoning the raw power of the heavens and earth. In that moment, the mortal weapon ascended, transforming into a divine instrument of judgment. This was the true manifestation of a martial art's divine power, a technique that transcended mere skill. Tan Zhongyu gripped the golden-hued saber with both hands, his knuckles white, and delivered a vertical slash directed squarely at Lu Sheng. A blinding explosion of saber light bloomed from the strike. To the martial saints watching from below, the physical saber had disappeared entirely. Their eyes could no longer track the weapon. They could only witness a terrifying, all-encompassing sheet of dazzling white light cleaving through space. Lin Zhengyue recognized the technique immediately, her expression tightening with professional respect. Tan Zhongyu has finally committed to the fight. That invisible slash is his ultimate, soul-severing skill. Another martial saint who witnessed the strike let out a cry of pure astonishment. Tan Zhongyu has made his move, but I can't see the attack. There's nothing there but the intent. Lin Jingyue's eyes narrowed as she perceived a subtle shift in the atmosphere. He is using his absolute, full power, she whispered with a note of uncertainty. She looked at Tan Zhongyu, who appeared as still and frozen as a statue, and felt a sudden chill crawl down her spine. He had reached such a high level of mastery that his body remained perfectly motionless, even while unleashing a strike of such devastating magnitude. He looked as if he hadn't even attacked at all. Tan Zhongyu's eyes suddenly flared with a raw, murderous intent as he let out a guttural roar. Punishing heaven blade light. The attack bypassed the limitations of physical distance, surpassing the very constraints of space. The lethal light materialized abruptly before Lu Sheng's throat. It was as if something invisible and inevitable was rushing toward him, a tidal wave of pure, sharp will. Lu Sheng, however, immediately sensed the exact frequency and trajectory of that hidden blade light. Lu Sheng didn't even flinch. He greeted the invisible death with a casual, almost dismissive gesture. He opened his hand, his 5 fingers spreading wide, each fingertip beginning to emit a bone-chilling aura accompanied by the high-pitched shriek of clashing metal. Then he clenched his fingers shut, executing a high-level Grandmaster finger technique. 5 realms, absolute heaven. Lu Sheng reached out and physically, forcibly grabbed the invisible blade light out of the air. His movements were fluid and preternaturally smooth, as if he had mapped out the trajectory of the attack years in advance. It looked as though the two had rehearsed the scene, with the blade light actively seeking out Lu Sheng's iron grip. Crack! With a sickening, crystalline sound, the blade light was casually crushed within Lu Sheng's fist, shattering into a speckled golden halo of harmless sparks that drifted into the wind. A violent, concentrated shockwave erupted from the point of contact, rippling out in all directions. The surrounding martial saints struggled to maintain their balance, their faces masks of pure, unadulterated shock. "What in the name of the hell?" one screamed. "What the fuck is happening? How can someone catch an invisible slash with their bare hands?" Even Lin Zhengyue was forced to take flight to avoid the secondary shockwaves, her lips moving in a frantic, silent prayer. He blocked it. He actually caught and crushed Tan Zhongyu's ultimate move with his bare fingers, she muttered, her mind struggling to accept the evidence of her eyes. At that moment, the young Lu Sheng raised his calm, sapphire blue eyes and looked toward Tan Zhongyu. "Humph. I suppose there was a little something to that strike," he remarked coolly. "But only a little. In the grand scheme of things, you might as well consider it non-existent." After effortlessly dissolving Tan Zhongyu's most lethal technique, Lu Sheng slowly raised 2 fingers toward the martial saint. He stood there in a provocatively open stance, inviting the next attack. Witnessing this scene, Tan Zhongyu found himself breaking into a cold, heavy sweat, his heart pounding with a rhythm he hadn't felt in decades. Within his eyes that usually resembled 10,000 years of unchanging ice, a trace of genuine, flickering fear finally began to emerge. At that pivotal moment, the young Lu Sheng tightened his grip, his knuckles turning white as his fist pulsed with a rhythmic, golden radiance. A torrential eruption of spiritual energy surged through his meridians, radiating outward in violent ripples as he lunged forward with the ferocity of a hunting predator, his voice a low, thunderous growl. "Tell me, how does this feel? Are you feeling more awake now?" Before the words could fully register, Lu Shang's silhouette blurred and materialized instantly in front of Tan Zhongyu, driving a devastating punch deep into the martial saint's abdomen. The sickening crunch of fracturing ribs and collapsing internal structure echoed through the air. Tan Zhongyu's pupils contracted into pinpricks of shock, his vision completely eclipsed by a looming fist that seemed to blot out the very sky above him. A heartbeat later, all resistance crumbled. The high-grade white protective garment, meant to withstand catastrophic forces, shattered like brittle glass under the sheer pressure of the impact. Caught in the wake of that explosive fist force, Tan Zhongyu was sent hurtling through the air by the sheer momentum of Lu Shang's strike. The youth, Lu Shang, casually withdrew his fist. His expression remains indifferent as he addressed his opponent in a tone that balanced a lethal challenge with a final warning. "Martial Saint Tan, if you do not summon the full power of your Dharma idol now, I fear the heavens will not grant you another opportunity to do so." By this time, Tan Zhongyu had finally stabilized his flight thousands of meters away, his silhouette a mere speck against the horizon. His abdomen remained grotesquely sunken from the impact, though the deep fist mark began to knit back together with unnatural speed as his vital energy fought to repair the damage. Tan Zhongyu's gaze turned frantic, a manic intensity flickering in his eyes as he locked his sight back onto Lu Shang. He roared across the distance, his voice strained with newfound respect and fury. "It seems I have gravely underestimated the depth of your power. However, that ends now." Tan Zhongyu thrust his hand toward the heavens, and in that instant, an incredibly potent and suffocating aura erupted from his form, causing the very atmosphere to tremble under the weight of his spiritual pressure. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sudden, violent gale tore across the battlefield as the natural laws of heaven and earth were forcibly drawn toward him. Countless shimmering motes of light coalesced around Tan Zhongyu's body, swirling in a luminous vortex of pure elemental energy. In the blink of an eye, a bizarre and towering martial arts Dharma idol manifested, its structure rapidly solidifying into a terrifying visage marked by two colossal, blood-red eyes that glared with divine malice. Tan Zhongyu's voice boomed like rolling thunder. "Then bear witness to the true supernatural majesty of Tan Zhongyu." The Western martial saints observing from the periphery were utterly struck dumb by the spectacle. To think this Easterner is capable of mobilizing such a staggering concentration of the world's natural essence. It defies all known logic, one muttered, his face pale with awe. The raw killing intent permeating the atmosphere became tangible, feeding into a localized storm that grew more ferocious by the second. The winds howled with a predatory hunger, swirling with enough force to grind stone into dust. Gradually, the chaotic energy began to refine itself, tapering into a cohesive and terrifying shape. The storm was no longer just wind. It was becoming a weapon of divine proportions. Before them stood a heaven-piercing long blade, extending over 1,000 meters in length. It was encased in a churning shroud of endless wind energy, its edge vibrating with a frequency that threatened to slice through the fabric of reality itself. The ground beneath cracked into a spiderweb of deep fissures as the pressure intensified. The gathered martial saints were frozen in place, some gaping in disbelief while others gritted their teeth against the crushing aura. One saint could only sniff the ionized air in terror, their pupils contracting as a collective wave of shock washed over the assembled masters. This is the true Dharma idol of the Eastern martial saint. The avatar stood over 1,400 meters tall, a mountain of martial power that dominated the landscape. Even a powerhouse like Cumberland would have been forced to concede the sheer scale of this manifestation. The Western martial saints continued their frantic whispers. The bright jade martial saint of the Dragon Country truly possesses the qualifications to rank within the global top 5. It is terrifying to think he has only held the 9th rank for less than 20 years. No wonder Cumberland sought to appoint him as the vice president of the Martial Artist Association. His humility was a mask that hid a monster. On this day, he finally unsheathed his true essence like a hidden blade, revealing a razor-sharp edge that had been honed in silence for decades. His raw power demonstrably eclipsed 90% of the world's martial saints, sending a tremor of realization through every spectator. Even the transcendent martial saint, Lin Zhengyue, stood paralyzed by the revelation. Despite both being pillars of the dragon country, she had never fathomed that Tan Zhongyu possessed such overwhelming dominance. Only a handful of global titans like Cumberland, whose own martial avatars exceeded 1,000 meters in height, remained outwardly composed, as they were the only ones who had already glimpsed the depths of Tan Zhongyu's true potential. Suspended within the core of the massive golden blade, Tan Zhongyu stared down at Lu Sheng with a cold, unwavering gaze. Lu Sheng, I am well aware that you are attempting to use us martial saints as mere sharpening stones for your own path, he declared icily. But understand this, I am doing exactly the same to you. In fact, I should thank you for this confrontation. Lu Sheng looked up at the towering figure of Tan Zhongyu with an expression of genuine curiosity and amusement. A slow, predatory smile began to spread across his face as the colossal blade began its slow, inevitable descent toward him. Tan Zhongyu's voice resonated with the power of the heavens. I have a distinct premonition that once the dust of this battle settles, I will finally shatter my limits and ascend to a realm beyond even this. With a deafening roar, Tan Zhongyu's gigantic blade came crashing down with the weight of a falling star. Boom! Cascading explosions erupted across the firmament. The sea below boiled, and even the distant islands groaned under the kinetic shockwave of the strike. The sky became a canvas for violent fireworks of pure energy. Tan Zhongyu had completely agitated the natural laws, causing endless points of light to converge into torrential streams of gold, orange, black, and red energy that converged on Lu Sheng from every conceivable direction. Despite the impending doom, Lu Sheng remained eerily calm. He watched the multicolored apocalypse descending upon him and spoke in a steady, hauntingly quiet voice. Do you truly believe this is impressive? I have witnessed blade lights 10,000 times more brilliant and devastating than this meager display. Without uttering another word, Lu Sheng took a slow, deep breath, his modest 1.7-meter frame trembling slightly as his muscles coiled like springs. He clenched his fists, and the aura of a fifth-stage fist intent began to radiate from him, creating a vacuum of power as he prepared to face Tan Zhongyu head-on. Tan Zhongyu's confidence flickered for a fraction of a second as he sensed the change. His golden blade avatar roared with renewed ferocity, the four-colored energy streams solidifying into a massive, blinding aura. High above Lu Sheng's head, the colossal blade descended with the intent to sever the very ley lines of the earth itself. It was a strike of absolute terror. The entire region of space was submerged in a sickening, blood-red hue, as if a mountain of the slain and a sea of gore were manifesting in the physical world. In a heartbeat, the sky was encased in a suffocating, bloody cocoon of killing intent. Bam! The distant martial saints were tossed aside like autumn leaves by the sheer force of the shockwave. Screams of agony and disbelief tore through the air. Ugh! What is this? How can such a terrifying power exist in a mortal frame? Even the formidable female martial saint, Lin Zhengyue, found herself buckling under the pressure, struggling with every fiber of her being to withstand the catastrophic aura of the descending blade. Lu Sheng met the apocalypse with a single, devastating punch. After a year of ascetic cultivation on Golden Crystal Island and surviving 10,000 life and death struggles in the dreamscape, he had finally perfected this form. Utilizing the Chitian Wheel of Despair to channel the Tao of Slaughter, using his murderous intent as a defensive skin, his peerless state and four-symbol spirit realm as his armor, and his very soul as the core, he unleashed an earth-shattering strike. This single punch carried 100 times more power than the day he rescued Dong Qingxue and emerged from the depths of the earth. Boom! The 1,000-meter-long golden blade collided with Lu Sheng's concentrated fist in a clash that seemed to stop the passage of time itself. There was no contest. Within a fraction of a second, jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the enormous golden blade. Then, with a sound like a dying god, it shattered into a million fragments. An invisible but tangible wave of energy tore through the heavens, leaving jagged black fissures in the sky. Tan Zhongyu was a shadow of his former self. His hair was disheveled, his robes were reduced to tatters, and the icy arrogance in his eyes had been replaced by a shattered reflection of reality. His face twisted in pure shock as he choked out the question, "Lu Sheng, how? How can you possibly be this strong?" His face was deathly pale and drenched in a cold sweat that wouldn't stop. A frigid shiver raced down Tan Zhongyu's spine as he muttered to himself, his voice trembling with a disbelief that bordered on madness. Before his mind could even process the defeat, the kinetic energy from the punch finally took hold, and he plummeted from the sky like a broken bird, crashing toward the dark depths of the ocean floor. Thousands of meters below the surface, the only remaining sounds were the rushing of the displaced sea and the whistling of the wind. Above the chaos, the young man spoke slowly, his voice carrying clearly to every ear. "Didn't you just claim that I was nothing more than your sharpening stone?" Lu Sheng turned his head, a look of unadulterated disdain etched into his features. "Tan Zhongyu, you were dreaming." Having personally crushed Tan Zhongyu, Lu Sheng felt the long-standing frustration in his chest finally evaporate. He harbored no deep-seated hatred for the man, but he had been weary of Tan Zhongyu's attempts to manipulate his path. Now, he had violently dragged this once lofty figure down from his pedestal and stomped him into the dirt. The feeling of liberation was so profound that satisfaction didn't even begin to describe the sensation amidst the now silent sea and sky. The gathered martial saints were utterly paralyzed, their faces masks of astonishment as they struggled to find words for the turmoil in their hearts. On Heavenly Saint Island, the powerhouses from every global faction stared blankly at the monitors. The realization hit them like a physical blow. Tan Zhongyu had lost. While Lu Sheng's previous victory over Cumberland was impressive, this was a complete, head-on annihilation. Tan Zhongyu had unleashed his absolute peak power, a Dharma idol that bordered on divinity, and Lu Sheng had simply knocked that godlike figure from the heavens back to the earth. The psychological impact was immeasurable. With his mind now clear and focused, Lu Sheng knew this was far from the conclusion. His cold gaze swept over the 20-odd martial saints who stood in a dazed stupor. "And what about the rest of you?" The predatory flames in Lu Sheng's eyes ignited once more, his expression turning to one of icy, unforgiving steel. He asked pointedly, "Did you truly believe I summoned you all here just to watch a performance?" From the crowd, a tall, burly martial saint attempted a desperate surprise attack, throwing a heavy punch. "You brat, you're far too arrogant. Do not forget that I am still a martial saint." But before his fist could even come within range of Lu Sheng, the youth made a casual, flicking motion with his hand. The resulting force sent the massive saint flying hundreds of meters backward as if he were nothing more than an annoying insect. Lu Sheng glared at the remaining masters with those familiar, terrifyingly cold eyes. "Don't let your pride blind you," he said. "The reason I called you all here was for one purpose and one purpose only, to give you the beating of your lives." The sky ignited with the fires of battle once again, and the intensity was rising to a fever pitch. As the words left his lips, Lu Sheng blurred into motion, grabbing one martial saint by the collar while simultaneously burying a fist into the gut of another. It was too fast, dangerously fast. The martial saints couldn't even process his movements, let alone react, and could only cry out in agony as his strikes landed. Blood began to splatter across the sky as the sound of impact after impact rang out. A massive cloud of pulverized dust and energy engulfed the combat zone, leaving a trail of absolute chaos and devastation in its wake. The once proud martial saints were being systematically dismantled, clutching their shattered chests and nursing broken limbs in a state of pure shock. They couldn't fathom the reality of their situation. How could a single individual effortlessly shatter every one of their legendary Dharma forms? Lu Sheng's expression remained entirely unchanged throughout the slaughter, his body radiating an increasingly immense and suffocating power. His silhouette remained hovering calmly before the broken remains of the martial saints. The youth continued to sneer at them, his words laced with provocation and disdain as he systematically tore down their dignity along with their defenses. Driven to the brink of madness and unable to endure the humiliation, the remaining martial saints let out a collective roar of desperation. Everyone, attack at once. We must combine our strength and kill him together. Don't hold back anything. Unleash every ounce of your power now. Lu Sheng's retort was like a blade of ice cutting through their screams. So, you finally decided to cast aside your pride and gang up on me? Your arrogance is as laughable as your strength. I shall crush every last one of you. As he finished speaking, his absolute golden authority erupted in a blinding flash, expanding to consume the entire horizon. Lu Sheng glides through the upper atmosphere with the effortless grace of a celestial predator, his silhouette a mere blur as he pierces through one towering martial arts dharma form after another. With a rhythmic brutality, he alternates between bone-shattering punches and precise, devastating kicks, each strike resonant with the force of a collapsing star. Every time Lu Sheng initiates an assault, a cluster of the world's most elite martial saints is left physically broken and mentally shattered, forced into a humiliating retreat. No longer daring to harbor any reservations, every remaining master desperately summons their titanic Dharma manifestations from the direction of Heavenly Saint Island. The battlefield has transformed into a surreal nightmare, a phalanx of luminous white giants, each hundreds of meters tall, ganging up on a single young man who appears like a defiant ant against the horizon. The sheer scale of the confrontation has transcended the limits of human imagination, pushing the boundaries of what was thought possible in the martial arts world. Yet, the most jarring and outrageous aspect of this divine clash is that the underdog, the singular youth, is the one systematically dismantling the collective might of the white giants. The observing grandmasters and great grandmaster experts stand paralyzed in a state of profound psychological shock, their hearts hammering against their ribs. A singular realization flashes through their collective consciousness like a bolt of lightning. They are witnesses to a battle for the ages, a monumental collision of wills that will be etched into the annals of martial history for eternity. This is a legendary moment that will shock and inspire generations for centuries to come, a narrative of power that defies the natural order. The image of 23 high-ranked 9th-rank martial saints desperately ganging up on a single individual is a spectacle that will never fade from the world's memory, even after 1,000 years have passed. And neither will the staggering, impossible outcome of this clash. One by one, the world's protectors are sent spiraling through the air, their cries of agony punctuating the wind as they are forced to confront a soul-crushing reality. Their collective consensus is reached in a chorus of despair. We cannot defeat him. It is simply impossible. High in the turbulent air, a 9th-rank martial saint, his body a canvas of bruises and his pride utterly decimated, lunges forward to grab Harold by the collar with a trembling, blood-stained hand. "Harold!" he roars, his voice cracking with a mixture of terror and unbridled rage. Who in the name of the heavens is this monster? Where did he come from? He is far from alone in his desperation. All around the periphery, the world's most powerful men are reacting with the same frantic, cornered energy, looking for anyone to blame for their impending obsolescence. Harold, standing at the precipice of the battlefield, looks on with a mask of pure horror as the frantic interrogations of his peers ring in his ears. His mind is a chaotic void, his face drained of all color and expression. He cannot fathom how a simple search for high-grade energy crystals at the World Grandmaster Tournament could have spiraled into this. A global challenge that has brought the martial saints of every nation to their knees. Facing the sea of contorted, angry faces demanding answers he does not possess, Harold can only shake his head with rhythmic, desperate frequency. "I don't know. I truly don't know," he stammers, his voice a pathetic whimper. "Please, stop asking me. I am nothing more than a small, insignificant 9th-rank martial saint in the shadow of this god." Lu Sheng transforms his hand into a lethal blade, driving his 5 fingers deep into the cranium of a massive martial arts dharma form with sickening precision. With a mere flex of his spiritual will, the colossal head, a construct of pure energy hundreds of meters high, is violently crushed into a shower of dissipating sparks. Without pausing, Lu Sheng executes a violent, diving descent, his legs sweeping down like a guillotine to kick the central martial Saint Dharma form toward the churning sea below. His voice, cold and mocking, cuts through the gale as he continues his relentless taunt. Is this the best you can offer? You are all far too weak. This isn't a battle, it's a cleanup of trash. Can none of you truly display even a fraction of the power expected from a 9th-rank master? The gathered martial saints, hearing this stinging rebuke, reveal expressions of agonizing conflict, their faces twisting into masks of stubborn pride and incandescent anger. To be called trash by a youth while standing at the pinnacle of human achievement is a humiliation more painful than any physical wound Lu Sheng could inflict. God damn it to the depths of hell. One martial saint finally snaps, his voice a primal roar that echoes across the waves. His entire physical form begins to pulsate with an intense, unstable white light as he abandons all caution. Reaching into his storage, he pulls out a handful of high-purity energy crystals, their crystalline surfaces shimmering with untapped potential. Without a second thought for his own survival, he directly shoves the raw stones into his mouth. The crystals are consumed in an instant, and a cataclysmic surge of raw power and unadulterated rage explodes within him, threatening to tear his physical vessel apart from the inside out. His eyes ignite into a terrifying, blood-red glow, devoid of all humanity. His musculature bulges and tightens until it resembles corded steel, the expansion so violent it tears through his skin in several places. Sharp, predatory claws erupt from his fingertips, slicing through the air with a faint whistle. Amidst this agonizing and monstrous transformation, a savage roar filled with deep-seated resentment tears through the fabric of space, echoing like a thunderclap across the ocean. "You arrogant brat," he growls, his voice distorted into a guttural, demonic rasp. "I will gladly sacrifice my very life to see you fall." Moving like a jagged bolt of black lightning, he incinerates the distance between them, appearing directly in front of Lu Sheng in the span of a single heartbeat. His fist is clenched so tight that the bones creak, veins bulging across his arm like writhing snakes, his teeth grinding together with a chilling, metallic sound. "I don't care about the cost anymore," he hisses through the gore. "I want your life." He funneled every atom of his scorched life force into a single, ultimate punch. Boom. A gargantuan fist, shimmering with a diamond-like brilliance that blinded the onlookers, slammed violently into Lu Sheng's back. A terrifying sound, reminiscent of a catastrophic thunderclap, echoed for miles across the open water. A torrential stream of purple, lava-like power, the physical manifestation of his agony and rage, swept across the impact point, completely engulfing Lu Sheng's form. An earth-shattering explosion followed the impact, the shockwave so dense it sounded like the very fabric of reality was collapsing and shattering. Earth and rocks from the nearby island were pulverized into dust by the sheer pressure, and a dense, impenetrable cloud of debris flew in every direction, obscuring the sky. The raw energy released in that moment felt like a supernova had been contained within a single point of space. Slowly, with a deliberate and terrifying calm, Lu Sheng began to rise from the center of the smoldering rubble. That punch had indeed been heavy, a strike carrying the weight of a martial saint's entire existence. While it was nowhere near enough to end his life, it had sent genuine waves of stinging pain through his reinforced nervous system. A thin trail of crimson blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, and he wiped it away with the back of his hand, his eyes tracking the fresh blood staining his fingers with a clinical interest. However, there was not a trace of anger to be found in Lu Sheng's demeanor. Instead, his eyes burned with an even more intense, predatory heat and a slow, joyful smile. The expression of a man who had finally found what he was looking for spread across his face. Yes, that's the feeling. That's exactly it. His pupils shimmered with a strange, transcendental light. The youth beckoned toward the remaining masters with a mocking gesture. "Give me even more. Increase the pressure. Hurry up and try to kill me, you pathetic excuses for saints." Lu Sheng looked up, his gaze challenging the heavens themselves.